Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. 4 Shish Chapter 111 Asking the King for the Shadow Area in his heart. Strange, why'd I always feel like something is wrong today? The king, who was eating lunch, suddenly felt that the exquisite dishes in front of him had become tasteless. Your Majesty, are you feeling unwell? A maid beside him asked cautiously. I'm not sure, I always feel that my heart is being a little hard, and my whole body feels a little depressed, and I feel like I can't breathe. The king put down the tableware, stretched out his hand to press his chest, and frowned. Then do you want to call the doctor? After receiving the king's order, the maid walked away. But before the doctor arrived, a soldier rushed in. Your Majesty the king. What's the fuss? How many times have I told you, no matter what happens, don't be surprised, keep calm. Too many things happened some time ago, and I felt that I was going to have a nervous breakdown. The king was quite upset when the soldiers suddenly broke in and yelled. Please forgive me, Your Majesty, something really happened. The soldier hurriedly knelt down on one knee, lowered his head and said, If 730 is not an important matter, I must ask you. The king slapped the table, unable to control his anger. Someone saw. The hero of the shield is back. Hearing what the soldier said, the king, who had just said that no matter what happened, his expression changed drastically, and he almost fell off the dining chair. What, shield hero is back? The king's loud voice echoed throughout the restaurant. Even the soldiers kneeling on the ground were taken aback by the king's sudden excitement. Quick! Quick! Raise the drawbridge of the palace. If shield hero comes over, tell me I'm infected with a serious infectious disease. The king pointed at the soldier's finger, shaking as if he had Parkinson's disease. Advertisement, yes. The soldier was stunned for a moment by the king's reaction, but he got up quickly and left. After the drawbridge was raised, the king sat back on his chair. However, he was still in a trance, his eyes kept turning, observing everything around him, as if he was still afraid of a ghost coming out of nowhere. BJFF. Thank you for taking care of me along the way. At this time, Qin Feng and his party had passed through the gate of the capital, and Malty bowed slightly to them. Although some unpleasant things happened on the way to her, she still confessed politely. Little Mel, can we meet again in the future? During this time, the relationship between Filo and Malty was pretty good, so before parting, there was some reluctance. Of course, if you have time, you can come to the palace to play with me directly, then goodbye. After Malty waved his hand, he also walked directly towards the palace. Belle, Irene, Lilith. You have been away from home for a while, you can go back and have a look. Anyway, there are still about 5 days before the disaster wave arrives. Take advantage of this time to take a good rest. Qin Feng also said to everyone at this time, good. Everyone immediately responded in unison. After pulling the carriage to the door of the weapon shop, they also left. Everyone had a smile on their faces, and they were going home after all. Hey, this is not Brother Shield Hero, but also Ms. Raftalia, long time no see, what a big song Filo. The owner of the weapon shop saw Qin Feng walking into the weapon shop, and immediately greeted him. At the same time, he was taken aback by Filo. This was the first time he saw Filo. Hi boss, my name is Filo. Filo still greeted very politely. I can still talk, the boss exclaimed, his eyes widened. Don't be so surprised, you are such a big person, so be more stable. Qin Feng came to the front of the counter and complained quite familiarly. Advertisement, a Filo bird that can only talk is a very magical thing, okay? The boss shrugged and said that he was a normal person, and it was very normal to be surprised. Okay, let's get down to business, the disaster wave is coming again, I want to strengthen my equipment. Qin Feng said as he took off the equipment on his body and put it on the counter. Huh. Originally, the effect bonus of this set of equipment should not be so much, could it be that I remembered it wrong? The boss, who is very professional, can tell at a glance that this set of equipment has been strengthened to a certain extent. It's just a little opportunity, you can see if these materials can be used. As Qin Feng said, he took out some materials from the storage shield and put them next to the equipment. It is the material picked up from the corpse demon dragon and Tyrannosaurus Rex. After all, Qin Feng also knows that his current set of Disciples of Hell is quite advanced, and ordinary materials may not be of much use. These are all good things. Where did you get them? Forget it. I guess you don't bother to talk about them, so I won't go into too much detail. These materials can indeed strengthen the Disciple of Hell, but lacking a core, this is a very troublesome thing. Core? Because the materials used in Disciples of Hell are not only relatively advanced, but also very complex. A magic power core is needed as a buffer and energy source, so that the effects of various materials can be brought out perfectly without conflicts. Now if you add the corpse dragon and Tyrannosaurus Rex, it will become more complex and powerful. With the current core, it is difficult to bring out the effects attached to these materials. Hearing the boss's explanation, Qin Feng finally understood. To put it simply, if this set of equipment is described as a handheld, the magic core is like a battery and CPU, and the effect of the material is like a game. With the improvement of the game screen effect, etc., the capacity of the battery and the calculation of the CPU it needs to be higher. Then if you use the original core, can you strengthen this set of equipment? So Qin Feng asked again. It's possible, but the enhancement is limited, and so many good materials are wasted. The boss thought about it for a while, and then continued. Actually, this set of equipment has been strengthened once. With your strength, there should be no need to worry. You can completely wait until you find a suitable core, and then strengthen it. So that's the case, but at the core, I have an idea. Thinking of this, Qin Feng's eyes lit up, and he took out an amethyst bigger than his head from the storage shield, and put it on the counter with a bang. This thing, as the core of Disciple of Hell, will it work? Looking at this huge amethyst, the owner of the weapons shop could only feel his brain beating steadily. Chapter 112 Strengthening Equipment again. Where did this thing come from? To be honest, with my eyesight, I can't judge how terrifying energy is contained in this crystal, but I can be sure, only a little is needed to be used, as Hell's the core of Disciples is more than enough. The owner of the weapon shop stared at the amethyst on the counter, his eyes were full of shock. And this giant amethyst is the Dragon Emperor fragment dug out from the body of Tyrannosaurus Rex. Perhaps it is because of this thing that Tyrannosaurus Rex has been sealed for so many years, and its strength has not weakened. I only got this thing after defeating the legendary Tyrannosaurus Rex that was sealed. Afterwards, I had a fight with the Filo bird queen, but it wasted a lot of my energy. Now that I can use it, it would be great. Qin Feng said it very lightly, and the owner of the weapon shop was terrified when he heard it. As expected of Brother Shield Hero, you have a lot of experience. The corner of the boss's mouth was constantly twitching, let alone Tyrannosaurus Rex. There's even the legendary Filo bird queen. These ordinary people have never seen it. What's more, maybe they haven't even heard of it. Fortunately for Qin Feng, a fight is a fight when they meet each other. The boss can only sigh. Shield Hero is Shield Hero, not an ordinary person. By the way, you said that only a little bit is enough, so is there any way to cut a little bit of it, and I have other uses for the rest. The boss was surprised and didn't know how long he would be surprised, so Qin Feng brought the topic back. Oh, if you cut it, there should be no problem. The boss with quite good professionalism immediately came back to his senses and focused his eyes on the Dragon Emperor fragment again, but at this moment, he frowned. It doesn't seem to be simple. Although this amethyst contains huge energy, it still has the power of curse. Even if the set effect of Disciple of Hell already has the effect of resisting curse, what will happen in the end? I'm not too sure either. The most ideal result is that the curse resistance effect and the curse effect of the amethyst cancel each other out. If you are unlucky, the curse resistance effect is replaced by the curse effect of the amethyst. Then, Disciple of Hell will be full of curses. Although all aspects of attributes will be greatly improved, not to mention ordinary people, even a brave man, once he wears Disciples of Hell, he will be attacked by curses all the time. While the boss was explaining, his expression became more and more serious, and finally he looked up at Qin Feng. Your body is constantly being attacked by curses, you should know what will happen. 17 The boss's words sounded like tongue twisters, but Qin Feng expressed his understanding. It was like cursed equipment in some games. Even if the attributes were higher, the curse would bring many negative effects. Then, in this world, it has been attacked by the curse, and when the last willpower is completely devoured, it will become a machine that only knows how to kill. Advertisement, to put it simply, using Dragon Emperor fragments as the core of Disciple of Hell is very risky. If it were an ordinary person, or Kitamura Motoyasu and others, they would definitely not be so risky. At worst, it would take some time to find more suitable materials as the core. But the corners of Qin Feng's mouth slowly curled up. Boss, there's no problem, just feel free to remove the fishy smell. Are you sure you've thought it through? By then, the Disciple of Hell will be full of curses. The boss still wanted to try his best to persuade Qin Feng. After all, he didn't want to see Qin Feng turn into a ruthless killing machine. At that time, this brave man would really become a devil. Don't worry, I have the ability to suppress curses. Of course, Qin Feng didn't think that his own willpower could suppress the invasion of the curse all the time. He relied on Shield of Will. Because the current Shield of Will's total resistance has increased to 92%, Qin Feng believes that it should be able to completely suppress the possible curse of Disciple of Hell. Since you have already decided, then I can only do my best. The boss sighed deeply. He understood that since Qin Feng made a decision, even if he refused, he would find others to strengthen it. Rather than being unreliable people, he might as well do it himself. Thank you for your hard work, don't worry. The reward will not treat you badly when the time comes. I'm not just doing it for the pay. I understand. Anyway, thank you, boss. You don't need to thank me, don't make troubles in the future, just bring me trouble, hey. The boss sighed deeply again. Don't worry, by the way, the equipment I asked you to make for Raftalia last time should be ready, right? Asterisk 10. Before the last disaster wave came, Qin Feng asked the boss to create 2 pieces of equipment, one of which was the Disciple of Hell. The other set was built for Raftalia, but because of too many delays, I never came to get it. Advertisement, of course, it has already been built. If you need it, I can bring it to you right away. The boss nodded and said that he was about to go to the back room. I don't need it for the time being. Anyway, there is still a period of time for this wave of disaster. You can use the materials of the Corpse Demon Dragon and the Tyrannosaurus Rex to strengthen it. Just use the original core. It can be strengthened a little bit. Qin Feng knew that Raftalia didn't have her own resistance to curses, so she didn't plan to make her equipment also use Dragon Emperor fragments as the core, even if the strengthening effect would be worse. Okay, I understand, then I will deal with this amethyst first. The boss nodded and quickly took out a set of equipment, cut off a piece of the Dragon Emperor, and Qin Feng took back the rest. The processing and strengthening this time is very difficult. Although the main materials are already available, a lot of auxiliary materials are still needed. Of course, I will find a way to help you with those. The boss then placed Qin Feng's materials on the counter and carefully put them away while calculating the cost. Just tell me how many gold coins you want. A total of 10 to 20 gold coins. The specific price can only be calculated after it is actually made. No problem, here are 10 gold coins, it's a deposit for you, no problem. Qin Feng said and put 10 gold coins on the counter. Brother Shield Hero is refreshing. The boss put away the gold coins with a smile. By the way, Filo also needs its own equipment, I hope you can arrange it. At this moment, Qin Feng pointed to Filo who had been waiting by the side and said, Warcraft equipment? Of course there's no problem. The boss said confidently that besides human equipment, he also has considerable experience in Warcraft equipment. It may not be the same as you imagined. Filo is not an ordinary monster. It's really unusual, the average Filo bird is not so fat at all. Chapter 113. The gunner fighting for death again, he is not very fat. Hearing the word, fat, from the boss's mouth, Filo instantly frowned and rushed to the front of the counter. The boss was taken aback, he never thought that Filo's reaction would be so great. Okay Filo, the boss didn't mean it, he didn't know the real situation. Qin Feng hastily comforted Filo. But the boss behind the counter, the more he listened, the more he wondered, what's the real situation? Filo's situation, I can't explain it to you for a while, so you should just look at it. Raftalia, take Filo into the changing room. As Qin Feng said, he took out a set of clothes from the storage shield and threw it to Raftalia. Well, Filo, you come with me. Raftalia immediately took Filo into the changing room with ease. Fortunately, the space inside was large enough, otherwise, with Filo's monster size, it would be impossible to squeeze in. The old, 323, board leaned on the counter with one hand, waiting quietly, guessing in his heart what Qin Feng was trying to trick. Not long after, Raftalia walked out of the changing room first. Immediately afterwards, Filo, who had blonde hair, a petite figure, and a pair of white wings on his back, slowly walked out from behind. The boss froze for a moment, then his eyes slowly enlarged. Brother Shield Hero, are you playing with me? The boss glanced at Filo, and then at the empty changing room. There was no way to connect the current Filo with the fat Filo bird before. What a big change, I'm not bored to this extent, she is Filo, this is her human form. Qin Feng said while gently stroking Filo's head, in human form, Filo birds shouldn't have the ability to transform into monsters. Could it be that she is the legendary Filo bird queen? The boss suddenly remembered that just now Qin Feng mentioned that he had a fight with the Filo bird queen. Could it be that the legendary Filo bird queen was subdued by Qin Feng in this way? Thinking of this, the boss couldn't help but click his tongue, it was really vigorous. It's not so exaggerated, but Filo is indeed the next Filo bird queen, so he has the ability to transform. Advertisement. Qin Feng waved his hand to signal the boss not to think too much. So that's the case. Even so, it's surprising enough. After all, it's a legendary creature. 17. The boss looked at Filo and bowed his head apologetically. Now I understand that it is indeed a very rude thing to say that such a cute little girl is fat, please accept my apology. Well, next time you can't say that people are fat. Filo nodded, accepting the boss's apology. Okay. Let's get down to business, you should understand the special nature of Filo, so her weapon needs to be specially made, and I need a piece of equipment that can allow her to transform freely, otherwise. Because Filo's body shape is very different before and after transformation, Filo either takes off ordinary clothes or equipment before transformation, or breaks them directly, which makes Filo's transformation extremely troublesome, so Qin Feng will say this. I understand. Special weapons are easy to handle. You still have extra materials. You should be able to create weapons suitable for Filo, but you can provide free transformation equipment. I'm afraid I can't do it here. You need to find a magic shop. Ask the store manager. The boss didn't think for too long, so he spoke. That's all right, you help me build the weapon first, I'll go to the magic shop now to have a look. After getting the answer, Qin Feng didn't stay any longer, and immediately walked to the magic shop with Raftalia and Filo. There is indeed a kind of clothing, even if it is transformed, there is no problem, and once the transformation is released and the appearance of a human is restored, it will be worn on the body as before. It is like a technology possessed by demi-humans. The more famous example is Vampire's cloak. The old lady, the manager of the magic shop, looked at Filo standing in front of her and explained to Qin Feng. Vampires? Are there such creatures in this world? Hearing what she said, Qin Feng once again realized that this different world is bigger and more complicated than he imagined. There is such a name, but maybe because our world is different, the definition of vampire is different. By the way, let me introduce to you again, this is a coiling machine that can make clothing materials. At this time, the old woman pointed to a simple machine and said, to put it simply, this is a machine that can convert magic power into silk threads, and then use these threads to weave clothes. Because it extracts your own magic power, it can be controlled by yourself. As long as you run your own magic power a little, you can change the shape of your clothes at will, and achieve the effect of not being affected by the transformation. Then, Filo kid, hold the handle of this machine and turn it slowly. At the gesture of the old lady, Filo held the handle of the winding machine and started to turn it. I saw a silk thread coming out of the empty machine. The old woman then winds the end of the thread around the rotating wooden stick in front of the winding machine, and the silk thread is gradually concentrated on the wooden stick as it is pulled by the wooden stick. Master, I suddenly feel that my power has been taken away, and I feel a little uncomfortable. Advertisement. Filo frowned suddenly and said, it's your magic power that was taken away by the winding machine and turned into silk thread, so it's normal to be tired. This little silk thread is not enough, you have to work hard, Filo kid. The old lady explained slowly with a friendly smile on her face. It's not fun, and it's uncomfortable, master. Can I not do it? After all, Filo is still a child and lacks a little patience. Be obedient. Work hard, then you will have new clothes to wear, and you can change whenever you want. Qin Feng also smiled slightly and called out. Oh, then Filo wants to be needed by the owner, so that Filo can persist. Good. Qin Feng put his hand on Filo's head again and rubbed it, and Filo also showed an expression of enjoyment. Filo is also true, don't bother Master Qin Feng. Raftalia, who stood beside her, sighed helplessly. At this moment, the crystal inlaid on the winding machine suddenly turned back to 1.9 pieces and scattered all over the ground. Oops. The old lady's expression changed suddenly. Broken? Can it be fixed? Qin Feng also frowned. It can be repaired, you only need to buy a new one in the market, but the price is a bit expensive. It doesn't matter, as long as you can buy it. Now Qin Feng is afraid that this item will not be available, so he has to spend time to get it done by himself. Actually, I can find a way by myself, but, can you take this as a reward? I would like to ask Lord Shield Hero to do you a favor. The old woman suddenly showed a troubled expression. Whatever, if it's too troublesome, I will directly refuse. After all, I'm not short of that little money. To tell you the truth, Loot Village has encountered a big trouble recently, which is related to the gun hero. Chapter 114. Kitamura Moteyasu's stupidity. Hero of the gun. What's wrong with Kitamura Moteyasu? Qin Feng was puzzled. He had only ignored Kitamura Moteyasu for a while. Why did this kid start to make some troubles again? And he had something to do with Root Village, so he didn't know to stop at all. Just a few days ago, after the gun warrior returned to the capital from an adventure outside, it seemed that because he helped the country solve a lot of troubles, the king appointed him as the lord of Root Village. In fact, it should be a good thing. After all, if there is a brave man as the lord, everyone will be relatively safe when facing the wave of disaster in the future. The old woman, the manager of the magic shop, began to explain that although Qin Feng didn't think that Kitamura Moteyasu would do his best to help the villagers of Root Village after becoming the lord of Root Village, Qin Feng continued to listen patiently. That's right. Everyone thought this way at first, and thought it was a good thing, but after becoming the lord of the gun, the tax brought to everyone by the spear brave is too heavy. According to my relatives, whether you are a villager or an outsider, you have to pay tolls when entering and leaving the village. You need 10 silver coins to leave the village, and 10 silver coins to enter the village, and 20 gold coins to go back and forth. 19. Not only that, a population tax is required for childbirth, a food tax is required for growing crops, a sunlight tax is required for drying clothes, an environmental pollution tax is required for incineration, and a brave protection tax is required for safety. The old lady listed more than 10 kinds of taxes at once, so it seems that she didn't continue to talk because her mouth was dry. Kitamura Moteyasu, that guy, isn't he out of his mind? Can he do outrageous things like sunlight tax and hero protection tax? Even Qin Feng, at this moment, feels that his imagination is not enough. What kind of messy taxes are these? With such a heavy tax, as long as he is an individual, he may not be able to survive at all. I'm not very clear about the specific situation. Originally, due to the last wave of disaster, Root Village was still under reconstruction work. Now, with the situation of the hero of the gun, everyone is complaining. Many people escaped from Root Village overnight. The old woman was frowning, and the wrinkles on her face seemed to be much deeper than when Qin Feng first met her. It seemed that she was worried about Loot Village. Did you go to protest to the king? After all, it should be his decision that Kitamura Moteyasu can become the lord of Root Village. Qin Feng thought for a while, then said, without immediately agreeing. We have already protested to the king, but in the end we didn't even see the king's face, and the person standing next to the gun hero is the kingdom's first princess, Myne. I'm afraid that even if we really saw the king, we wouldn't be able to protest to him. Any use. The old lady sighed deeply. It seemed that they had thought of many ways to solve the current difficulties in Loot Village, but none of them could succeed at present. Advertisement, Myne. That BCH isn't dead yet? It's true that good people don't live long, and the scourge lasts for thousands of years. To be honest, Qin Feng thought that Raftalia had stabbed her to death at the last celebration banquet, but he didn't expect that she survived such an injury, so he couldn't help sighing. That's right, Lord Myne is indeed still alive. Since Lord Shield Hero has already learned what happened, would you like to help me with this? The old woman automatically ignored the word BCH in Qin Feng's mouth. After all, Myne is also the #1 princess of the kingdom, and she is an existence she cannot afford to provoke. Before I answer, there is one more question that I need to ask you. Qin Feng still didn't immediately agree. Please tell me. The old woman nodded. Why did the jewel on it suddenly break when Filo was using the winding machine? Why did you propose this deal to me after the jewel broke? Or did you deliberately break the jewel and then try to make it I help Root Village? When Qin Feng said this, his eyes narrowed slowly, and a murderous aura began to pervade the entire not-so-large magic shop, causing the temperature of the surrounding environment to drop a few degrees suddenly. This is not playing a game, suddenly encountering some hidden conditions, which triggers the NPC's mission. If the old lady did all this intentionally, even if her intentions were good, there was still an element of use in it. This is something Qin Feng can't stand. Of course. Root Village must be saved, no matter what. It is the hometown of Belle and others, but this magic shop manager, don't even think about having a good life. The old woman at the center of Qin Feng's murderous aura was trembling there. One must know that Qin Feng's strength is much stronger now, and the sense of oppression emanating from his whole body is not something ordinary people can bear. Soon, the old woman couldn't bear it anymore and knelt down on the ground, and after understanding what Qin Feng meant, she immediately shouted, "Please don't misunderstand, Lord Shield Hero, I really didn't mean it." Advertisement, then you explain it. The killing intent emanating from Qin Feng's body still hasn't weakened in the slightest. He is not a fool who will believe what others say. At first, I never thought of asking you to do something. It involves the gun hero and Lord Myne. No matter how you think about it, it is a very troublesome matter. Originally, Lord Shield Hero helped Root Village once. It saved my grandson's life, so I don't want to trouble you anymore. Also, I really can't think of any reward to please you. I just saw that the winding machine is broken, so I will use this as a reward. When the old woman said this, she suddenly felt that the pressure on her body was released, and she immediately sat down on the ground, breathing heavily as if she was about to suffocate. Qin Feng withdrew his killing intent, remembering that last time the store manager wanted to give him 900 rewards as a thank you, but in the end, he had all the things he brought out, which left him with remnants. That's why she didn't ask herself to help Loot Village at the first time. As she said, she couldn't think of the reward that she could offer. Well, it seems that I blamed you wrongly, please allow me to apologize for that. Qin Feng still acted bravely, since it was his own misunderstanding, he naturally had to apologize. Phew, it's okay, it's actually my mishandling that caused such a misunderstanding. Speaking of which, Lord Shield Hero, how many levels have you reached, and I can't even move because of your arrogance alone. The old woman let out a long breath again, which stabilized her emotions. Currently, level 43. Level 43, is it so powerful? Wait, it's only level 43? Why does this level have such a powerful momentum? The old woman seemed to have suffered some kind of blow again, her eyes were in a trance. Maybe I'm a brave man. Qin Feng wiped his nose, didn't say anything more, turned and left. I'll take over the matter of Loot Village, and Filo's clothes will trouble you when the time comes. Pushing open the door of the magic shop, looking at a ray of sunshine shining on his face. A question also appeared in Qin Feng's mind. Belle and the others should have returned to Root Village. How is it now? Chapter 115 The decision of Belle and others. Although it has only been more than a month, it feels like a long time has passed. Do you have this feeling? Yeah, a lot of things have happened during the time I've been with Shield Hero Sama. If our family sees what we look like now, they will definitely be shocked. I'm looking forward to it, my parents have seen me. It is estimated that when your parents see you, they will shout, "Who are you?" Ha ha. Belle and 10 people talked and laughed along the way, and walked slowly towards Root Village. As the saying goes, being far away from home and feeling homesick, even if it is only for more than a month, this is already the longest period of travel for them, and it is impossible to say that they do not want to go home. Moreover, during this period of time, everyone has undergone tremendous changes. Their muscles are clearly defined, and under those muscles, people look much taller. Especially the constant battles with monsters made their whole temperament sharper, giving people a feeling of showing their sharpness. Even Irene and Lilith, as women, they didn't become muscular men like Belle and others, but even their appearance was not much different from before. Irene's icy aura became more obvious, and Lilith exuded a mysterious aura all the time. Perhaps this had something to do with her becoming a real magician. With such a big change, they naturally want their family members to see their growth and feel relieved for themselves at the first time. With such anticipation, they soon came to Root Village. But when they were about to approach the entrance of Root Village, everyone had a puzzled expression on their faces. Why are there so many soldiers standing at the entrance of the village? Did something happen in the village when we left? Hope it's not a bad thing. Anyway, it's useless to guess now, let's ask first. Seeing many kingdom soldiers standing at the entrance of the village, Belle led everyone towards the entrance of the village. Who? Stop. Seeing the heavily armed Belle and others approaching, the more than 10 soldiers standing at the entrance of the village immediately drew their weapons, appearing extremely nervous. We don't mean anything malicious, just want to ask, what happened in Root Village? There were no soldiers like you standing guard nearby. As Belle spoke, he raised his unarmed hands to indicate that he was not here to cause trouble. It has nothing to do with you adventurers. Advertisement. The leading soldier frowned, and didn't seem to intend to say anything more in this regard. We are not adventurers, but ordinary villagers in Loot Village. We just went out for a while and are now back. Belle didn't care about the attitude of the leading soldiers, and continued with a slight smile. Villagers, wearing a suit of equipment, it's quite impressive, but I still have nothing to say. If you want to ask something, you can ask others. We still have tasks, but we don't have time to play with you children. When the leading soldier heard that Belle and the others were just ordinary villagers, their attitude became even worse. Okay, let's ask others ourselves. As Belle said, he was about to walk towards the village of Root, but as soon as he took a step into the village, more than 10 long guns were pointed at him and blocked all his ways. Those who hold long guns are naturally those soldiers. What do you mean? Even Belle, who tried his best not to cause trouble, couldn't help showing anger in the face of these soldiers who aimed their weapons at him. What do you mean? You want to enter the village without paying the toll? A malicious smile appeared on the soldier's face, and a greedy look flashed in his eyes. Tolls? That's right. Due to the disaster wave, a lot of projects in Root Village need to be rebuilt, so a lot of money is needed. Lord Chang Yong specially set up tolls for this purpose, so as to collect funds to invest in the reconstruction of Root Village. When did the hero of the gun become the Lord of Loot Village, and we are the villagers of Loot Village, so why do we have to pay tolls when we enter the village? It just happened a few days ago. Even the villagers have to pay tolls. If you don't have any money, you should get out of here and don't hinder us here. As the leading soldier said, he gestured to approach Bell with the tip of the gun in his hand. Bell could only take a few steps back and leave the entrance of the village. Why do the villagers have to pay tolls themselves? I think you want to use the reconstruction as an excuse to make money. This is a bunch of greedy guys. Just like that, he is still the hero of the gun. He is simply a piece of rubbish. Although Bell stepped back, the people behind him immediately shouted in dissatisfaction. Stop yelling at me. Enter the village if you have money, and get out if you don't have money. If you continue to make noise here, we will treat you as troublemakers and put you all in the dungeon. The lead soldier yelled loudly, as if he was taking the identity of Kitamura Motoyasu, which was very arrogant. There is really nothing to say, kill them all, advertisement. At this moment, Irene drew out her saber, and walked slowly towards the soldiers. For a moment, the scene was filled with a murderous spirit. Wait, Aaron, don't act rashly. Bell hurriedly stopped her, and then said softly. These soldiers can be easily dealt with, but if it causes trouble for Lord Shield Hero, then it's not okay. After all, it involves Kitamura Motoyasu, who is also a hero. Bell's right hand clenched his fist tightly, which showed that he was trying to suppress his inner anger. If it wasn't for fear of causing trouble for Qin Feng, he might have rushed to kill those soldiers immediately. Okay. Irene glanced at Bell, nodded and took back the long sword. Let's go first. Bell took a deep breath and led everyone away slowly. After all, they didn't have any money with them, and it was impossible to pay tolls to enter the village. Looking at their backs, the soldiers smiled smugly. Bell and the others didn't leave very far, and stopped in the nearby forest. What should we do now? Should we go back and find Lord Shield Hero? No. We've been with Lord Shield Hero for a long time. If we turn to Lord Shield Hero for everything, how can we be worthy of his cultivation of us? This doesn't work, that doesn't work, so what should we do? Everyone kept discussing, and for a while, they couldn't think of any way to solve the current situation of the king. Well, what we need most at the moment is to understand the situation of our family first. Bell held his chin and said suddenly, it's true, but the entrance to the village is full of soldiers. We can't even enter the village if we have any money, let alone know the situation of our family members, etc. Lilith frowned, and suddenly realized. That's right, we were originally villagers of Loot Village, and now that our strength has become stronger, even if we don't pass through the village entrance, we still have many ways to enter the village. Bell curled up into a smile. That makes sense, but Bell, can you stop laughing like Lord Shield Hero? I think it's very handsome. Master Shield Hero is very handsome when you smile like this. When you smile, I feel a kind of wretched feeling. No. To be precise, it should be sinister. Okay, now is not the time to discuss these, let's go bow. Irene said lightly, and took the lead to walk towards Root Village again. Chapter 116 Full anger points. Bell and others grew up in Root Village since they were young, and they are very familiar with the surrounding terrain. Not long after, they bypassed the soldiers standing guard at the entrance of the village and entered Root Village. Come in, those soldiers are as stupid as pigs, they didn't notice us at all. Now, everyone, go back to your own home and check the situation. If it is true, as some soldiers said, that you have to charge high tolls even if you go in and out, then the situation at home should not be very good. By the way, let me know the current situation in the village. Then we will gather here again in an hour. Okay, let's go now. Bell and the others quickly finished their discussion and immediately went to their respective homes. Due to the shortest distance, Bell came to the door of the house first. After taking a deep breath and trying to calm himself down, he opened the door and entered. Even so, when Bell saw his mother who was drying clothes at home, he became excited again. Without any hesitation, he stepped forward a few steps and hugged his mother in his arms. I'm back. Bell? Is it really you? My Bell? Bell's mother was stunned for a moment. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar boy in front of her, tears began to roll in her eyes, and at the same time, there was relief in her eyes. I haven't seen you for more than a month. People seem to have changed a lot. Not only black, it has become stronger and stronger, and finally looks like a man. Yeah, Lord Shield Hero has taught me a lot during this time, and I have also become stronger. I am not a coward who would only tremble when I saw monsters. Now even if the disaster wave comes again, I can protect you. That's good, that's good. No matter what happens to 017, it's good that he can come back safely. Perhaps for a mother, the most important thing for a son is not how high he can achieve, but to live in peace and health. By the way, why are the clothes drying in the living room? It's obviously very sunny outside. At this moment, Bell finally noticed that in the living room of his house, there were a lot of dripping clothes drying, making the house wet and very uncomfortable. Why? Hearing Bell's doubts, his mother sighed deeply. Her face was full of sorrow. You don't know, After the gun hero became the Lord of Loot Village recently, a thing called sunlight tax was added. Even if it is in, you need to pay taxes to dry clothes outside, so you can only hang clothes in the house. Sunlight tax. Such an outrageous thing. The guy who is the gun hero can think of it. Bell felt dizzy for a moment, as if his imagination couldn't keep up with the tax content. In addition to this, there are a lot of outrageous taxes. Let's talk about these later. I must have not eaten lunch yet. Let's talk while we eat. Advertisement. Good. Bell nodded, and then sat down on the dining table where his trousers were hanging. On the other side, Irene did not see her parents when she returned home, but after searching around the house, she found a note pressed by a pillow in the bedroom. It was left by her parents, and the general content was that she couldn't bear the heavy taxes here, so she went to the capital to find a job to earn a living. Parents were not there, and Irene didn't think too much. She lay on the bed she had been away for many days, closed her eyes, and enjoyed this moment of purity. Both Lilith's parents are there, and her family still has some savings, so life is not too miserable. When her parents learned that Lilith followed Qin Feng and became a magician, they were so happy, and her father even took out the wine that had been preserved for many years, ready to celebrate. As the saying goes, some people are happy and some are sad. Wodsworth can be said to be the strongest among the 10 people. He is only 16 years old and has a height of 198 centimeters. His muscles are like a bodybuilder, exaggerated to the extreme, and he is carrying a giant sword as a weapons are full of oppression when walking. But because of his honest face, he often smirked there, so Bell and others called him a big fool from time to time. In terms of strength, it is the bottom of the 10 people, that is, the 10th blade. His family was born in farming for generations, and his ancestors did not have any outstanding talents. It can be said to be an extremely ordinary family, except that his body is much larger than ordinary people. At this time, with a little excitement, he pushed open the door of his house. At this moment, he smelled the smell of medicine and mildew in the house, and even some of the furniture in the house became tattered. He looks honest, but he is not really stupid, and he immediately understands that something happened at home. Father, mother, Wodsworth shouted anxiously, stepping on the creaking floor with both feet, and rushed directly to his parents' room. At first glance, he saw his father lying on the bed with gauze in his right hand, left foot and head. And sitting by the bed, the whole person looks very haggard. I don't know how long I haven't slept well, and my mother is slowly feeding the medicine. Wodsworth, are you back? In the mother's ashen eyes, BJFF saw Wodsworth standing at the door of the room, and finally a gleam of color bloomed. V=_= She put the medicine on the somewhat tattered bedside table, and was about to stand up to meet it, but the next second seemed to be due to her weakness. She felt dizzy and fell to the ground. Wodsworth immediately stepped forward, to hold his mother. Mother, what's the matter with you? Advertisement. Wodsworth was in a hurry. No, nothing, it's just that I haven't eaten for a while, and I'm just a little weak, it doesn't matter. She shook her head, indicating that she was fine. G child. Wodsworth is back, go to the next door to borrow some rice, and it's better to bring some meat. Let us help Wodsworth clean up the dust. The father who was lying on the bed shouted excitedly, although his body was always in pain, but at this moment when he saw Wodsworth, it seemed that any pain didn't matter. Borrowing rice. Although the condition of our family is not good, it is not enough to need to borrow food. Also, how did father get hurt? Who hurt him? Wodsworth grabbed his mother and asked. His puzzled face was full of anger at the same time. Don't ask too much about this matter, besides, don't we have nothing to do here? The mother didn't want to bring trouble to her son, so she didn't plan to tell Wodsworth, because she knew his character, and if she learned the truth, she would definitely take revenge, and the cow would not be able to pull back by then. It doesn't matter. My father is injured like this. Why do you tell me to stand by and watch? I am your son. If you don't tell me, I will ask other people. Cried Wodsworth emotionally. Seeing his appearance, his mother and father looked at each other. Knowing that they couldn't hide it, they finally told Wodsworth what happened. Due to the last disaster wave, the surrounding farmland was basically destroyed. Wodsworth's father naturally returned to his old business, bought some seeds, and prepared to plant the crops again, but Kitamura Moriyasu came. Even if the crops are grown, there is a tax. Wodsworth's father, who basically used the money to buy seeds, couldn't afford to pay taxes, and then he was deprived of the right to plant. In addition, there are various taxes, which the Wodsworth family simply cannot afford. As the soldiers came to ask for taxes, they failed to receive a copper coin, and then they smashed Wodsworth's house. His father wanted to stop him, but he was beaten up, and then he became like this lying on the bed. Even the medicine was kindly given by the neighbor next door. Did the soldiers at the entrance of the village do all this? Wodsworth, who knew what had happened, was furious, his eyes were red, and he asked through gritted teeth. It's them, Wodsworth. Don't be too impulsive, they are the people of the gunner and His Royal Highness Myne. They are not people like us who can be provoked. Seeing Wodsworth's appearance, his mother knew that something was wrong, so she hurriedly persuaded him. It has nothing to do with being annoying or not. Lord Shield Hero has taught me that people can do something or not, and there are certain things that you have to do even if you die. As soon as the words fell, Wodsworth turned his head and left. Out of anger, he didn't bend down to avoid the doorbeam, but slammed into it, knocking a hole out of the doorbeam, and walked straight out amidst his parents' surprise. Chapter 117. An honest man's decision. It's you who not only smashed my house, but also injured my father. Before reaching the entrance of the village, Wodsworth's roar sounded. When the soldiers standing at the entrance of the village heard the sound, they immediately turned their heads and saw Wodsworth walking slowly. Naturally, the leading soldier immediately recognized that he was a member of the group who just wanted to enter the village. "Boy, I remember you didn't pay the toll, how did you get in here?" The lead soldier didn't answer Wodsworth, but scolded instead. "You still have not answered my question." Wordsworth's eyes were red, and he came to the leading soldier and questioned again condescendingly. "I'm not obliged to answer your question, but you sneaked into the village without paying the toll. Do you know what crime you committed? This crime is enough for us to put you in the dungeon." Wordsworth's tall body obviously did not frighten the leading soldiers. Because in their view, they are the brave man of the gun and mine, no one dares to do anything to them. Besides, there is only one person on the other side, who looks stupid, and there are about 10 people on their side, so there is no need to be afraid. After all, the leading soldier is like this, and the surrounding soldiers are also laughing, as if seeing his captain teasing that stupid big man. This is a sideshow after being bored standing guard. However, what these soldiers did not expect was that Wodsworth's huge right hand grabbed the head of the leading soldier and lifted it up easily like a child. "What do you want? Let me go." The leading soldier grabbed Wordsworth's arm with both hands, and kicked his feet desperately in midair. Feeling the pain from his brain getting stronger, he said angrily on the spot. "Since you don't say anything, then just kill them all. Anyway, I have already confirmed that you people are the ones to blame." Wordsworth said coldly, and in the next second he grabbed the lead soldier's head with both hands. Before the surrounding soldiers could fully react, blood began to flow out of the lead soldier's 7 holes, and he wailed in pain. "Boldly, let go." At this time, those soldiers finally reacted, and they drew out their weapons one after another and were about to rush forward. "Get out of here." Wordsworth didn't take a step back, but threw the leading soldier in his hand directly at those soldiers. Seeing this, the soldiers instinctively opened their arms and were about to catch the leading soldier. However, the heavy force was far beyond their imagination. Although the soldiers caught the leading soldier, they all fell on their backs one by one. Taking a closer look, the leading soldier left a deep fingerprint on both sides of his cheek, and he remained motionless, apparently directly crushed to death by Wordsworth. "The captain is actually dead. Advertisement, damn it, do you know what you did? We are not only the subordinates of Lord Qianlong and Myne, but also soldiers of the kingdom." Perhaps because they were too surprised, the soldiers didn't go up to deal with Wordsworth immediately, but instead shouted one by one. "So what, you're all going to die today?" Wordsworth drew out the great sword on his back and swept it out directly. The 3 soldiers still had panic in their eyes, their heads shot up into the sky, and they took away the giant's ecology with a single sword strike. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Now, they finally understood, and sounded the alarm, that they had encountered a desperate werewolf. Of course. The next second greeted them was the giant sword in Wodsworth's hand, and one of the soldiers was split in half like a steak on the spot. Even so, the giant sword's power remained undiminished, and it swept towards the soldiers next to it. Amidst the sound of sirens, footsteps began to sound in the village, as well as the sound of armor clashing. Not long after, 70 or 80 soldiers gathered at the entrance of Loot Village, and their footsteps stopped. Because the scene in front of them was really shocking to them. Wordsworth stands among a dozen or so corpses, few of which are intact. Taking a closer look, Wodsworth is holding a huge sword covered in blood, and even his body has a lot of blood stains. Coupled with his red eyes, he looks like a demon. It was so shocking that the soldiers who arrived all swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and even with their toes, they knew that Wordsworth was the one who killed the soldiers standing guard at the entrance of the village. Hooray! Hooray! These soldiers still had some professionalism, and quickly raised their spears in their hands, and formed a defensive formation. Without any trace of fear, Wordsworth held the long sword in his hand and began to walk towards these soldiers in a diameter. Slowly he began to sprint, and the speed became faster and faster. When he was about to rush to the defensive formation formed by the soldiers, he waved his sword in his hand, and under Wordsworth's terrifying power, the formation was torn apart like paper. In the next second, Wordsworth rushed into the soldiers like a tiger into a flock of sheep. Every time he swung his sword, Yinlong's blood would splash into the sky. "Ask for flowers, damn it, where did this monster come from? Why is it so strong? No, it can't be stopped at all. Don't panic, give it to me, he is only one person." Advertisement. The soldiers screamed in panic, and some wanted to organize their formation again. Wodsworth didn't give them a chance, and killed more than 10 people in an instant. At this time, he was completely red-eyed, and at this moment, he suddenly felt pain in his calf. Looking down, the left calf was cut out at some point, and a large amount of blood flowed out unstoppably. Wordsworth could tell that the wound was not caused by the weapon in the soldier's hand, and there were magicians who were good at wind attributes lurking nearby. Swinging the giant sword again, he pushed away the approaching soldiers, and not only looked around, trying to find the magician, knowing that if he didn't kill the magician, he would definitely be here. "0. He's hurt. Here's his chance. Everyone." The soldiers were overjoyed when they saw this, and took advantage of this opportunity to surround them. Wodsworth did not find any trace of the magician, and faced with the soldiers approaching again, he could only resist with his sword. Just then, Wodsworth felt a pain in his calf again, this time in his right foot. At the same time, he found the magician hiding in the corner, but his legs were all injured, and he almost fell when he was about to take a step. Even if the soldiers would miss this opportunity, they would rush forward again. "Get out of here!" Wordsworth yelled violently, swung his sword with both hands, and took away the lives of 3 soldiers, and what followed was a wound on his chest. The magician aimed at this opportunity and shot again. Injured one after another, Wordsworth could feel the strength in his body draining. Are you going to die? If you die here, you will definitely be severely scolded by Lord Shield Hero. Wordsworth could imagine himself being scolded, but it seems, there is no chance to be scolded by Lord Shield Hero again. A complex smile appeared on the corner of Wordsworth's mouth, as if he was disappointed, as if he was laughing at himself. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he saw a carriage slowly driving towards Root Village. Before Wadsworth could conjecture, a voice came from the carriage. Belle, I didn't tell you that you would not save your companions, did you? This voice was extremely familiar to Wordsworth. Advertisement Chapter 118. A frightened man. As the soldiers in the village began to gather, their footsteps became louder and louder. Belle and the others, who had already returned home, immediately noticed the situation. Belle didn't even bother to eat, and ran out of the house immediately. When we arrived at the meeting point we had originally agreed upon, we saw several people gathered there. What happened? Why are all the soldiers in the village out? Belle immediately asked them anxiously. It seems that Wordsworth's house was smashed by those soldiers and his father was injured, so Wordsworth sought revenge from those soldiers. That stupid big guy, why did he rush up by himself and didn't ask us to discuss it? Maybe they don't want to implicate us. Now that everyone is here, let's check the situation first. Except for Wadsworth, the remaining 9 people were all present at this time, and everyone naturally, 863, immediately headed towards the entrance of the village. Soon, they saw corpses lying one after another at the entrance of the village, and they could tell that they were definitely Wordsworth. And Wordsworth was also fighting with the gathered 70 or 80 soldiers, wielding the huge sword in his hand again and again, killing all directions in an instant. Seeing that he was fine, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. These soldiers are too weak. Although they are numerous, they should not be Wordsworth's opponents. Not good, Wordsworth is injured, there is a hidden magician making a surprise attack. However, everyone was lucky just now when they saw a nearly transparent wind blade rushing out from the next room, cutting Wordsworth's left calf. Surrounded by a large number of soldiers at close range, and attacked by magicians in the distance, Wordsworth can't last long. Let's go, Wordsworth is going to die. But now it has been confirmed that behind these soldiers are not only the hero of the gun and the first princess, but also this country. If we intervene, it will definitely bring big trouble to Mr. Shield. I think Wordsworth must have gone looking for these soldiers with the determination to die, so he didn't inform us. The purpose is not to cause trouble to us and Lord Shield. But we can't just ignore death. Wordsworth is one of our 10 blades and our companion. Yeah, Wordsworth's big fool, it really p***d me off. For a while, Belle and others couldn't make up their minds. Advertisement to save or not to save is an extremely difficult choice for them now. After Qin Feng left the magic shop, he returned to the weapon shop, got on the carriage that was parked nearby, and headed straight for Root Village. There was no special situation encountered along the way, but Qin Feng, who was sitting in the carriage, had a vague premonition. What's the matter with this feeling? Is there something happening in Root Village? Master Qin Feng, do you want Filo to speed up a bit? Due to motion sickness, Raftalia was lying on the car. Her face was a bit ugly, but she still said, Master, I can speed up a lot. At this time, Filo also shouted happily. For others, pulling a carriage is a kind of uncomfortable physical work, but it is Filo's interest. No, take your time. If it's Belle and the others, even if they encounter problems, they should be able to solve them easily. Qin Feng glanced at Raftalia and shook his head. Of course, even if Filo doesn't accelerate, it's still much faster than a normal carriage. Not long after, Root Village appeared in sight. With Qin Feng's eyesight, he could naturally see that Wordsworth was fighting with dozens of soldiers at the entrance of the village, and there were demons in the background. But apart from Wadsworth, he didn't see Belle and the others, which made him frown. Could it be that Wadsworth's parents had an accident because of the high taxation problem, so Wadsworth rushed out to fight with the soldiers, and then Belle and others were afraid of causing trouble to me, so didn't intervene? Qin Feng was quite familiar with Belle and the others, so he guessed the reason right all at once. Soon, he noticed that Belle and others were hiding not far away, which undoubtedly verified his guess. Belle, I didn't teach you to treat your companions with death, did I? Qin Feng's voice also sounded and spread into Root Village. At the same time, Filo accelerated his speed, rushed to the entrance of the village in an instant, and stopped the carriage steadily. Raftalia, you just rest well, I'll go and settle the matter. Qin Feng whispered something to Raftalia, and jumped off the carriage directly. Advertisement with his appearance, Wordsworth knelt on one knee on the ground because of serious injuries, and supported his body with a huge sword. And those dozens of soldiers all stopped attacking Wordsworth at the same time, and all turned their heads to look at Qin Feng. Although Qin Feng had been away for more than a month, his deeds were still being circulated in the capital. How could the soldiers not know about it? He was an existence that His Majesty the King would not even want to provoke. Let alone being present in person now, even hearing the name is enough to make them terrified. Then, Sir Shield Hero, don't you want to intervene? This guy is the first to attack us. Many of our companions have already been killed. A soldier who seemed to have a high position slowly walked up to Qin Feng, trembling and stammering. In fact, he had already made up his mind that if Qin Feng wanted to intervene, he would immediately leave with all the soldiers. After all, Qin Feng was too scary for them. Your partner died? Then let them die, even if they are unlucky. Anyway, the most important thing is to be alive. Anyway, when the time comes to report to the king, he will say that Qin Feng did it, and he has no responsibility at all. Don't worry, killing you all will make my hands dirty too, so I won't interfere, but... Thank you, Lord Shield Hero. Thank you, Lord Shield Hero. 1.8. The soldiers hurriedly thanked, but Qin Feng's words were obviously silent. But they will. Them? The soldier turned his head and found that at some point, 9 districts appeared on the main road in Loot Village. Each of them looks young, but they are well equipped with all kinds of weapons, and they are easy to mess with at a glance. Sorry Wordsworth, we're a little late. I'm very sorry, Lord Shield Hero, we didn't ignore Wordsworth on purpose. After this, please Master Shield Hero punish us severely, we know we were wrong. Originally, Bell and the others were still debating whether to save Wordsworth, but following Qin Feng's words, I didn't teach you to refuse to save your companions, did I? They finally understood, realized their mistakes, stopped struggling, and came out one after another. Chapter 119. Nobody can live, Master Shield Hero, what do you mean? Looking at Bell and the others who suddenly appeared, the soldier swallowed, turned his head and asked Qin Feng. Nothing else, your next opponents are just them. The corners of Qin Feng's mouth curled up slightly, and he didn't need to order again. Bell and the others started to take a step forward, and Wodsworth, who was half kneeling among the soldiers, yelled loudly. Even though his body was already dripping with blood, he still violently rose up again, and joined forces with Bell and the others. In their joining, like wolves into sheep. The lives of those soldiers were harvested and taken away like straw. No one could survive under their hands for a second, and the screams were endless. Damn it, these people came out of nowhere, and each one is better than the other. No. You must inform Master Myne immediately. The magician hiding in the house not far away saw that the situation was not good, and immediately prepared to evacuate. But just as he turned out of the window, he saw a woman standing in front of him with a long sword and an extremely cold face. Do you think it is possible for you to escape? Her voice was full of indifference, and this person was Irene. You actually know that I'm here. You have good observation skills, but whether you can walk or not is not up to you. 19. After the magician was surprised, his eyes flashed fiercely, and at the same time he raised his staff to point at Irene, and began to chant, O source of strength, I command you to interpret everything. At the same time, Erin's upper body leaned forward slightly, and she rushed out like a cheetah. Before the chanting was over, the magician suddenly opened his eyes wide, because he saw that Irene's speed was far beyond imagination, and she was already in front of him. Seeing this, the magician had no choice but to give up chanting, and prepared to turn his head and run away, at least to pull out a certain distance first. Irene obviously wouldn't give him this chance, and then swung the long sword in her hand. A cold light flashed in the magician's eyes, followed by intense pain rushing straight into his brain. He didn't scream, but stared blankly at Irene in front of him with wide open eyes. A streak of blood stretched from his forehead to his chin, and he also began to fall backward slowly. It can be said that he didn't even have a chance to scream. It's just garbage that can sneak attack. Irene slowly withdrew her long sword, with some disappointment in her tone. Maybe she originally wanted to have a good fight, but in the end the magician didn't even receive a single sword from himself, so weak that he didn't even have any interest in it. But the purpose of this trip is to kill the magician in the end. Now that it has been resolved, it is a good thing. So Irene picked up the mage's body, and when she returned to the entrance of the village, she found that Bell and others had finished fighting. Dozens of soldiers who had originally besieged Wordsworth died due to death in less than a minute. Advertisement. Irene was not surprised, and threw the magician in front of everyone. The guy who attacked secretly has been solved by me. As expected of the strongest among us, he casually took care of the magician who injured Wordsworth. Bell sighed. It's just trash, nothing to be proud of? Irene said indifferently, and Inbel walked by. Bell shrugged, knowing that she had this character, but he still swore in his heart. One day, I will become stronger than you. Erin came up to Wordsworth and asked, how is it? The damage to the calf muscles is a bit serious, and it is estimated that at least a few days of rest will be required. Lilith was bandaging Wadsworth's wound, so she replied. It's not as exaggerated as Lilith said. If there is no accident, I can continue training tomorrow. Wadsworth showed that honest smile, expressing that he was fine. No problem. Bell suddenly patted Wordsworth on the shoulder. Painful. Wordsworth grinned hoarsely. It hurts. Do you still feel that you are okay now? Let me tell you, what will happen in the future. Don't make decisions alone, do you understand? Knowing that Bell was doing it for his own good, Wadsworth grinned. Master Shield Hero is here. At this time, Irene saw Qin Feng slowly approaching, and immediately reminded him. Everyone, including the injured Wodsworth, lined up neatly in no time, waiting for Qin Feng. Wodsworth, don't stand when you're injured, just sit down anywhere. Qin Feng came in front of everyone, first motioned Wordsworth not to force himself, and then asked. Then, who can explain to me what happened today? Let me do it. Bell took a step forward, trying to make a long story short, and told what happened today. Sure enough, it's exactly as I expected. Then, you should have understood the mistakes you made by now. Wordsworth, please talk about it first. Qin Feng nodded, not much surprised by this, so he continued. Advertisement, I should discuss with everyone and Lord Shield Hero first. I shouldn't rush up by myself. Wordsworth didn't find a place to sit down, even if Qin Feng said so. Maybe it was because he knew that he had caused a big trouble, so he felt ashamed to sit beside everyone while everyone was standing. Bell, what about you? After Qin Feng glanced at Wordsworth meaningfully, he turned his gaze to Bell. Yes. Our mistake today was to stand idly by while Wordsworth was under siege, unable to decide whether to save Wordsworth or not. Facing Qin Feng, Bell couldn't tell a lie, so he spoke out his inner thoughts directly. Then why can't it be decided? We are afraid of causing trouble to you, Lord Shield Hero, after all these soldiers are subordinates of the Gun Warrior and the First Lady. Hearing these words from Bell, a trace of anger flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. What a bunch of idiots. They have been with me for so long and still haven't made any progress. Do you think Kitamura Moriyasu and Myne will cause me trouble? Are you looking down on me? Qin Feng shouted loudly. Bell and the 947 people all trembled in fright, then lowered their heads in unison. If those soldiers on the ground were still alive, they would definitely be very surprised. The group of people who were so powerful and killed themselves in an instant were like children who made mistakes in front of Qin Feng. What? Don't talk. Qin Feng glanced at the 10 people in front of him, each of them felt as if a knife had been cut on him. Shield. Sir Shield Hero, we don't mean that. In the end, Bell mustered up the courage to say. I didn't mean that, so why didn't you save Wordsworth just now, and you didn't start until I spoke up? Now let me tell you, I have never been afraid of anyone in this country. If my followers are timid when they do something, then they are not worthy of being my followers, do you understand? Qin Feng's meaning is actually very simple, that is, if you encounter similar things in the future, with me as your backing, just do it. Yes. Bell and the others all responded with joy on their faces. But, the mistakes made today, there are still punishments. Hearing Qin Feng's words, the smiles on the faces of Bell and the others gradually froze. After all, at the end of the day, you guys did cause me a little trouble, by the way. Are Kitamura Moriyasu and Myne in the village now? Qin Feng scanned the entire loot village while asking Bell and the others. Chapter 120 Make their lives worse than death. Qin Feng scanned the entire root village, but did not find Kitamura Moriyasu and Myne. In fact, Qin Feng has been paying attention to the two people who may appear since coming here. According to the personalities of these two people, there is no reason to sit idly by so many soldiers were killed. It still hasn't appeared now, so the biggest possibility is that they are not there. Reporting to Lord Shield Hero, I heard from my mother that the gunnery and his party left Root Village this morning and headed towards the capital. Bell stepped forward at this time and said, do you know why? This is not very clear, it seems to be about repairing and updating equipment. After all, in a few days, the wave of disaster will come again. Repair and update the equipment? It shouldn't take much time, forget it. Anyway, there is nothing else right now, just stay here and wait. Qin Feng thought for a while, and decided to wait for Kitamura Moriyasu and Myne to come back. After all, he promised the manager of the magic shop to solve the troubles in Root Village. Although the soldiers are all dead, as long as Kitamura Moriyasu and Myne are the leaders, the root cause is not lifted. Ding. Please choose. 1. It is easy for you to kill Kitamura Moriyasu directly, and you will be rewarded with 1% completion of the Garp template. 2. Killing the first princess directly is like killing a chicken for you now, and you will be rewarded with 1% completion of the Garp template. 3. Make Kitamura Moriyasu and Myne dare not step into Root Village again, and reward 20 points of basic strength. At this moment, the sound of the system selecting tasks sounded. Qin Feng was taken aback. After all, he hadn't encountered a selection task for a while. Choice 1 and Choice 2 are indeed as mentioned above, easy to do. Qin Feng even felt that he didn't even need to do it himself. Bell and others could kill Kitamura Moriyasu and Myne. However, the rewards are extremely rare. The current Qin Feng seems to be used to eating big fish and meat, so he doesn't like such a small reward at all. The reward for choosing 3 is a bit special in Qin Feng's opinion, because there has never been a similar reward or task before. Advertisement: the strength value is 20 points. With Qin Feng's ridiculously high defense power, what is lacking now is the strength value, and for every 1% completion of the Garp template, due to various reasons, only 5 points of strength are added. As for the task, it is to make Kitamura Moriyasu and Myne not dare to step into Root Village in the future. It seems a bit vague, and the focus is on the word, dare not. Or there was something in Root Village that made them extremely afraid, so that the two of them didn't have any courage to step in. Either let them leave enough psychological shadow in Root Village, let alone step into Root Village, and tremble when they hear the word, Root Village. Qin Feng is even more inclined to take a two-pronged approach. After all, with the actions of Kitamura Moriyasu and Myne, if they don't make their lives worse than death, it would be an apology to heaven. This option 3 is quite interesting, and the rewards are not bad, which happens to be what I lack at the moment. Since that's the case, then it's decided like this. After Qin Feng confirmed the selected task, his eyes swept over Bell and the others again. Bell and the others immediately understood that Qin Feng must have something to do by himself, and immediately raised their chests, as if to say, give me the task, and I can complete it. There are still a few days before the disaster wave. I originally wanted you to take a good rest, but since such a thing has happened, there is no way to sit idly by. Now, I want you to unite all the villagers of Root Village and hold a big banquet so that Kitamura Moriyasu and Myne can enjoy the joys of life. Qin Feng spoke slowly. Bell and the others were stunned, not quite understanding what Qin Feng meant. I currently have a plan. Qin Feng began to tell Bell and others about the rough plan in his mind. Bell and the others opened their eyes wide and only raised their thumbs when they heard this. Of course. This is just a general plan, and you need to fill in the details. Anyway, the whole purpose is to make Kitamura Moriyasu and Myne feel like they're dying. Let alone return to Root Village. Just mention this, the name must be tightened below, and among you, those who perform well will be exempted from the previous punishment. Qin Feng spoke again. When they heard the words, exempt from punishment, each of them's eyes lit up, because Qin Feng's punishment was too terrifying, and none of them wanted to be punished by Qin Feng if possible. Yes. Master Shield Hero, we promise to complete the mission. Advertisement Bell and the others immediately shouted in high spirits. Very well, then the specific operation will be handed over to you. I have other things to do. After Qin Feng finished speaking, he took Raftalia and Filo to the village chief's house. It didn't take much time for the three of Qin Feng to come to the village chief's house. The village chief, who happened to be at home, of course, warmly received them and welcomed them into his home. The village head's house is no different from the original one, and it seems that it has not been affected by the tax. At this time, Qin Feng was sitting on the sofa in the living room, looking at the village chief in front of him. The village chief's feet were side by side. Although he was very old, he sat obediently across from him like a student. The nearly 100 soldiers arranged by Myne in the village were all killed by Bell and others, and the village chief naturally knew about it. But he didn't dare to say, and he didn't dare to ask. After all, he was just a little village chief. Village chief, I came here today, you should already understand, what am I doing for? At this time, Qin Feng looked at the village head and said, his tone was unhurried, just like a normal chat. However, the village head who heard this words was so frightened that he knelt on the ground. Master Shield Hero, please forgive me. I really can't stop His Highness Myne and Lord Changyong. After all, I'm just as a little village chief. I also helped a lot with Wodsworth's parents. As he talked, the village head had a snot and a tear, pretending to be as miserable as he wanted. Qin Feng had a black line on his face. Okay, don't pretend to cry at such an advanced age. I came here this time not for this matter. I know you can't do anything about it. Kindness? The village chief looked at Qin Feng blankly while wiping his nose. Are you sure you won't forget our previous deal, or is there something wrong with it? Maybe you took it all by yourself? No, even if you give me 10,000 guts, I won't dare to take it all by myself. Hearing Qin Feng's words, the village head finally understood what Qin Feng was talking about. Chapter 121. The village is dangerous. Master Shield Hero, you mean those monster eggs worth nearly 100 gold coins? The village chief was relieved to see that Qin Feng was not due to taxation. Otherwise, judging from the current time, all monster eggs should have hatched, right? When leading Bell and others to leave Root Village, Qin Feng made a deal with the village chief. That is to hand over the monster eggs bought from slave merchants to the village chief for incubation and cultivation, and the profits earned will be split 50-50. However, more than a month has passed, and the task of selecting monster eggs has not been completed yet. So Qin Feng, who was confused, came over to ask about the specific situation. Indeed, they were all hatched. Among them, there are actually 2 riding dragons, plus the other 7 or 8 monsters. If they are all sold, it is estimated that excluding the cost, they can earn about 60 gold coins. Of course, they still need to split the bill in the end. When the village chief said this, his eyes lit up like light bulbs. After all, even if the account is split 50-50, the village head can still get 30 gold coins. For him, it is still a huge sum of money, the kind of huge sum that can live in peace and stability in the next life. Qin Feng frowned 440 times. The temptation of 30 gold coins was not that great for him. He was just wondering why his choice task had not been completed since the monster eggs had already hatched. Master Shield Hero, is there something wrong? Seeing Qin Feng's frowning expression, the village chief's expression tensed up. How many hatched monsters have been sold now? Qin Feng asked again. Master Shield Hero, you really like to joke. Those magical beasts are not yet grown up. Even if they are sold, they won't make much money. Besides, there are tolls at the entrance of the village. Where can I get them? Listening to the village chief's explanation, Qin Feng roughly understood the reason. The condition for the selection task to be completed is probably to sell all the monsters to calculate whether it is profitable, and it takes a lot longer for the villagers to hatch and cultivate monsters, unlike their own auxiliary skills. So far, none of the selection tasks have been completed. Anyway, I already know that these batches of monster eggs are profitable, and they only need to spend time cultivating them until they reach adulthood and sell them, and then they can complete the selection task. Qin Feng is also relieved. BJFE. Very well, keep up the good work. Qin Feng patted the village chief on the shoulder and encouraged him. Advertisement, I'll do my best, Lord Shield Hero. The village chief is not lying. After all, after selling these magical beasts, he can also earn a lot of gold coins. Naturally, he is doing his best. In that case, let me go and see the situation of those monsters first. After Qin Feng finished speaking, he took Raftalia and Filo and walked out, but just as he reached the door, Qin Feng seemed to remember something, stopped and turned to the village chief and said, "That's right. If Bell and others come later looking for you, you just have to cooperate with all your strength." Yes. Although the village chief didn't know what would happen to Bell and the others looking for him, he still nodded and agreed. Gradually, the sun sets. The sky is full of fiery red, bringing a color to this world full of disasters. A group of 4 people walked on the path in the forest, all laughing. Master Modiyasu, I thought this new set of equipment was ugly, but I didn't expect that you would be so handsome after wearing it. Of the 4, Kitamura Modiyasu walked in the front, and Myne held his hand and said with a smile. Really, maybe it's because I'm more handsome, so any kind of equipment is suitable for me to wear. This may be commonly known as a walking equipment rack, haha. Kitamura Modiyasu still doesn't seem to have changed much, he is still quite narcissistic, and he doesn't doubt the authenticity of what others say. Yes, the original Modiyasu-sama was already handsome, and now he is even more handsome. Especially with this powerful equipment, Master Modiyasu's strength can definitely be raised to another level. Now even if he is facing the hero of the shield, he can be easily defeated. The 2 adventurers following behind also flattered. It's not as good as what you said, now I should be far from Qin Feng, but after working hard for so long, I must be close to Qin Feng, haha. Listening to these words, Kitamura Modiyasu felt light and his face was not red at all. People with low self-esteem will regain their self-confidence if they are rewarded and praised every day. Self-confident people will become arrogant when they are praised and praised every day, unable to distinguish what the real world is like. Obviously, Kitamura Modiyasu is the latter. Advertisement. The village of Lud is almost ahead. After walking such a long way, people are hungry. Myne said coquettishly. From a distance, she and Kitamura Modiyasu looked like a pair of loving lovers. If Qin Feng were here, he would definitely say, "A fool matches ABCH, a perfect match. Then when I go back, I'll treat you to a big meal." As the so-called most poisonous beauty, Kitamura Modiyasu, who has been deeply poisoned, can see clearly what kind of person Myne is, so he naturally agreed. Thank you Modiyasu-sama. You're welcome, after all, I'm also a lord now, and you, don't worry, I won't treat you badly either. Kitamura Modiyasu said that generously, and then promised to the 2 adventurers behind. Thank you Modiyasu-sama. The 2 adventurers immediately expressed their thanks in unison. Kitamura Modiyasu strode proudly towards Root Village. Just when he came to the entrance of the village, a soldier stood in front of him. It's so bold, Master Modiyasu is the lord here, dare to block the way, do you want to die? Before the soldier could speak, Myne took a step forward and shouted, she seemed arrogant but she had the capital to be arrogant, after all, she was the first princess of the kingdom. Master Modiyasu, Master Myne, if possible, please don't enter the village. The soldier lowered his head and said slowly, except for him, the 5 soldiers next to him also lowered their heads, making it difficult to see the specific appearance. What happened? At this time, even Kitamura Modiyasu realized that something was not quite right. Although Myne's face was full of anger, Kitamura Modiyasu spoke up, so she had to stand by patiently. Reporting to Mr. Modiyasu, after you left today, some very strange things happened in the village. I don't know how to explain it. In short, Mr. Modiyasu and Mr. Myne, you'd better not enter the village, I'm afraid there will be some danger. The soldier didn't raise his head, and continued to speak, his tone was unhurried, and even made people feel a little cold. This kind of coldness was like a corpse that had been dead for a long time, without any breath of life. Chapter 122 The Prey Who Walked into the Trap. We're in danger. Hearing what the soldiers said, although he understood that there were no monsters or people near Root Village, who could pose a threat to him. But Kitamura Modiyasu still felt his heart tighten, and his face frowned accordingly. And I always feel that there is something wrong with the soldier in front of me, but when I think about it carefully, I don't know what's wrong. Okay, what exactly is it? Let's make it clear. Myne also frowned, folded her arms around her chest, and asked in a domineering manner. Reporting to Master Myne, the thing is like this, tonight is the sole returning night in Root Village, so. The soldier still lowered his head, making it difficult to see the expression on his face, but his tone sounded extremely weak, as if a chill was constantly seeping into the bone marrow. What? What is Wei? Wei, Hanyi? Kitamura Modiyasu seemed to be recalling something horrible. His expression became a little abnormal, and he stuttered when he spoke. According to the tradition of Loot Village, today is a day for offering sacrifices. It is rumored that today, some souls who have died for a long time will return to the village to reunite with their relatives. The soldier explained slowly, with a calm tone. When he said this, he suddenly changed his subject, but due to changes in the past, many villagers left Loot Village, causing some souls to find no relatives, when the time comes. How about then? Kitamura Modiyasu swallowed involuntarily. At that time, those souls will turn into evil spirits. The villagers in Loot Village will be protected by the souls of their relatives, so nothing will happen, but if they are outsiders, they will not be so lucky. When the soldier said this, he paused on purpose, and continued to say with an emphasis on his tone. The light ones will be frightened by those evil spirits and lose their minds, and the severe ones may be possessed by the evil spirits, and in the end they will be completely lost in themselves, so I only then will I say, Master Modiyasu, you'd better not enter Root Village, at least today. Just as the soldier finished speaking, a gust of cold wind suddenly blew out in the village, carrying a biting chill. Kitamura Modiyasu shivered involuntarily. At this moment, he even felt that there seemed to be a faint smell of blood in the air, and the whole village seemed to start to become weird. It should be an illusion. Kitamura Modiyasu shook his head, and suddenly found a white figure floating from one roof to another in the village in the distance. Advertisement. Kitamura Modiyasu immediately wiped his eyes vigorously, and looked again. The white figure had disappeared. Could it be that the souls of those who died have returned? Probably not, the sky is not completely dark yet. The more Kitamura Motoyasu thought about it, the more frightened he became, and he turned to Myne and the others and said, "Since that's the case, let's go back to the capital today." However, Myne ignored him, her cold eyes were fixed on the soldier with his head bowed in front of him. Before Kitamura Motoyasu understood what was going on, Myne suddenly shouted loudly. "Say, who are you and what is your purpose?" "Master Myne, what do you mean?" Facing the imposing Myne, the soldier replied calmly. "First of all, there are 10 soldiers standing guard at the entrance of the village, but now there are only 5 of you left, and I have lived in this country for so long, and there has never been such a legend as the Night of Returning Souls. Let me tell you. What is your purpose in not letting us enter the village?" Although Myne's character is not very good, she is indeed smarter than the average person, otherwise Kitamura Motoyasu would not be played around by her. "Master Myne, you misunderstood me. We also heard about the chatter of the villagers today, so we learned about the Night of Returning to the Soul. As for the other 5 people, I am not very clear. Originally, they were going to change shifts, but now they also did not return." The soldier immediately knelt on the ground, shouting for innocence. "Yeah?" Myne frowned, clearly not believing what the soldier said so easily. "If Master Myne doesn't believe it, you can go into the village and ask the villagers here." The soldier said, "Get out of the way," enough for Kitamura Motoyasu and Myne to enter. "That. Myne, I think it's better to forget about it today. This kind of thing is usually better to be believed than not to be believed. I don't think this soldier is lying." Just when Myne was about to go inside, Kitamura Motoyasu pulled her hastily and whispered. "Master Motoyasu, I see, someone is playing tricks." Myne turned her head, her fingers lightly brushed her bright red lips, revealing a playful smile. Pretending to be a ghost, advertisement Kitamura Motoyasu said that he still didn't understand. "Ask for flowers, okay. Master Motoyasu, you just promised us to treat us to a big meal, and with your current strength, even if you encounter any evil spirits, you can easily kill them, right?" In a blink of an eye, Myne, like a cheerful girl, dragged Kitamura Motoyasu to the village. Hearing what she said, Kitamura Motoyasu immediately felt a little confident. "That's right, I am not an ordinary person now, but a brave man, evil spirits or something, there is nothing to be afraid of at all. Besides, Myne, a girl, doesn't have the slightest fear. She is a brave man. If she is too frightened to enter the village, it would be too embarrassing." Thinking of this, Kitamura Motoyasu turned into his original high-spirited look again, striding towards the village. 00 After their backs completely disappeared from view, the soldier who was talking to Kitamura Motoyasu and Myne slowly raised his head. "Take a closer look, he is none other than you. As for the other 4 soldiers, they are naturally all members of the 10 Blades." Sure enough. As Lord Qin Feng expected, they didn't recognize that we were pretending to be soldiers. Of course. Needless to say, the hero of the gun, all the attention is on Myne and the 2 female adventurers. And Myne, an arrogant person with his eyes above the top, will not pay attention to the soldiers. I'm afraid I still don't know what the original soldiers looked like. I can't say that, if we were too relaxed just now and looked up at them, Myne would definitely recognize us. After all, Myne is not a simple character. 1. However, although the hero of the gun somewhat believes Weianye's words, Myne doesn't seem to believe it at all. Is there really no problem? No problem, this is also expected by Lord Shield Hero, but on Irene's side, I don't know if the magic image crystal is ready. The magic image crystal is a crystal that Qin Feng discovered during his travels. As long as some magic power is input, the surrounding scenes can be recorded. In Qin Feng's opinion, it is quite similar to the video recorder in the original world, so he collected it. Don't worry, there must be no problem with Irene, now let's prepare for the next step. After Bell looked in the direction of the hotel, he led the others out of the village. Chapter 123. The Legend of Returning Soul Knight. There is nothing wrong with that. After all, I have spent more than a month to level up, and my strength is no longer what it used to be. Even if there are evil spirits, I will protect you. The evil spirits will eventually become my experience, haha. Under Myne's guidance, Kitamura Motoyasu returned to his high-spirited appearance at this time, as if he didn't care about everything. As expected of Mr. Motoyasu, you don't even have any fear of evil spirits. Myne took his hand and said flatteringly, but her smiling face, upon closer inspection, did not show any smile at all. Master Motoyasu really feels safe. If there are really evil spirits at night, then Mr. Motoyasu, you must protect us well. The 2 adventurers who followed suit. Don't worry, I will definitely. 403. Under the compliments of these people, Kitamura Motoyasu proudly stepped forward, raised his head, and was about to say yes. Suddenly, I saw a petite figure floating in the air. She had blonde hair and was dressed in white, but she was covered in blood. Although she couldn't see the whole face, she could vaguely see that there was a big hole on her side face, and she could even see the gums and teeth inside. Myne. Look, what's that? Kitamura Motoyasu shuddered suddenly, and asked Myne, pointing in the air. Master Motoyasu, what's wrong with you? There is nothing there. Myne looked in the direction of his finger, but saw nothing. Strange, why not? Kitamura Motoyasu scratched the back of his head in doubt, then turned to the 2 adventurers and asked. Just now there was a figure floating in the air, covered in blood, did you see it? No. The 2 adventurers looked at each other, then shook their heads in unison. Master Motoyasu, is it possible that you have been under too much pressure recently because of the arrival of the disaster wave, so you have an illusion? Myne asked with concern. She didn't lie, she really didn't see what Kitamura Motoyasu described, so she was quite puzzled. Advertisement? Maybe it is indeed too much pressure, especially after losing to Qin Feng last time. I have been thinking about catching up with him. Kitamura Motoyasu rubbed his temples and nodded. Okay. Master Motoyasu, take it easy. There's a restaurant ahead. Let's have a good meal, and then take a bath to relax. Like an enthusiastic little girl, Myne pulled Kitamura Motoyasu into the restaurant, and the two adventurers behind hurriedly followed. At this time, in the only restaurant in Loot Village, there were already several tables of people, all of whom were extremely simple villagers here, at least it seemed so. Boss, if you have something delicious tonight, serve it all up. After Malty pulled Kitamura Motoyasu to sit by the window, he immediately started calling the restaurant owner. Okay. The boss naturally greets you warmly. There was not much time, and all the hot dishes and meals were served in front of Kitamura Motoyasu, and everything looked so normal. Kitamura Motoyasu didn't pay attention to these seemingly delicious meals. His eyes kept looking out of the window, as if he wanted to find the figure floating in midair just now. At this time, Myne and the two adventurers were discussing something in a low voice. Master Myne. It seems that the night of returning souls in Root Village is real? Yes, Master Motoyasu seemed to have seen some dirty things just now. Hearing what the two adventurers said, Myne rolled her eyes at them. You believe in this kind of thing, even if there is any ghost thing, it is definitely caused by the untouchables here. Myne said with certainty, as if she had already understood the truth of the matter. Why? They shouldn't be so courageous, right? The two adventurers expressed their puzzlement, so they asked. Under normal circumstances, these villagers really don't have the courage, but the situation is different now. After Mr. Motoyasu became the lord, the taxes we set up are not affordable for those untouchables, so these guys want us to leave here quickly, and never come back. Now they still don't dare to defy us on the surface, so I guess, they secretly made a false news about the night of returning to the soul, making us feel that this place is not clean, hoping to scare us away with these illusory things. Advertisement Myne explained slowly, trying to lower her voice so that the surrounding villagers and Kitamura Motoyasu could not hear. Master Myne is worthy of being the queen of the future. She is really smart. She can see the purpose of those villagers at a glance. Those villagers are really insidious enough to come up with such a trick. If you don't tell me, Master Myne, we might be fooled. Woolen cloth. But having said that, the tax we set before shouldn't be so heavy, otherwise there wouldn't be so many troubles. Should we just lower the tax? After all, if this continues, they will riot and rebel. The two adventurers flattered Dao immediately, but one of them also put forward his own opinion. After the tax is lowered, won't we receive less money? Anyway, they're just a group of untouchables. If you resist, just resist. When the time comes, we will bring the army to wipe them all out. Myne smiled coldly, her eyes were full of fierceness. Taxes? What are you talking about? Kitamura Motoyasu, who didn't notice any abnormalities outside the window, turned around and vaguely heard the word, tax, in their mouths, and then asked directly. We are saying that Master Motoyasu is too kind. As a lord, he only asks the villagers for a little tax. I am afraid that no one can do this. Myne's expression changed immediately into a look of admiration. It's nothing. After all, Gillett Village is still being rebuilt. I should do this. Kitamura Motoyasu smiled brightly, as if he was completely unaware of the taxation of Root Village 1.6. Of course, apart from Myne, no one knows the specific situation. Is it already this time? Hurry up and eat, it's time to start. At this moment, the villagers who were eating in the restaurant suddenly made a similar sound. It sounded like some activity was about to start. At this moment, Kitamura Motoyasu turned his head and saw many villagers outside the window, many of whom were carrying some thick logs. Looking at the direction they're going, it seems to be the square in the center of the village. Is there any activity? Kitamura Motoyasu raised his chin and asked. I don't seem to have heard of any activities in Root Village today. Myne and the two adventurers shook their heads, saying they didn't know. Kitamura Motoyasu suddenly thought of something, and his eyebrows seemed to be wrinkled together. Could it be the night of returning to the soul? Chapter 124. This is actually a ghost story, but this time, everyone should pay attention to safety. Why? This is not the first time for us to do this kind of thing, so there shouldn't be any problem. Today is different from the past. After all, during this period of time, many people have been forced to leave the village due to life. If they can't find their relatives when they come back, they may become frantic. Okay, don't scare yourself. Let's finish the meal quickly, the time is almost up. When the villagers at the next table said this, they suddenly speeded up their meal and didn't say anything more. Hearing these words, Kitamura Motoyasu couldn't help but think of what he heard from the soldiers at the entrance of the village. If the dead souls return, they will easily turn into evil spirits and attack outsiders if they cannot find their loved ones. Although this is a different world and I have become a brave man, such supernatural things always make people feel panicked, and Kitamura Motoyasu felt guilty. The villagers at the next table swept away the remaining food on the tables and hurried out of the restaurant. At this time, the proprietress of the restaurant also came to Kitamura Motoyasu and Myne. Master Motoyasu, Master Myne, I have something to do here. Please go out first, please do your own thing. Without waiting for Kitamura Motoyasu and Myne to respond, the proprietress who changed into black clothes also went out directly. 19. This phenomenon made Kitamura Motoyasu feel even more strange, so he turned his head to look at Myjun and the two adventurers. Shall we go out and have a look? Okay. Let's go and see what the hell they're up to. Now that Myne nodded, the two adventurers couldn't say anything. Kitamura Motoyasu and his party of 4 also walked out of the restaurant with the proprietress. When they came to the central square of Loot Village, they found that a large number of villagers had gathered here, and at the same time they found that all the villagers were dressed in the same black clothes. In the originally empty square, a huge bonfire was also placed at this time. As night fell completely, the moonlight was blocked by dark clouds, and the whole square began to become pitch black. Is it too dark? Standing on the edge of the square, Kitamura Motoyasu found that he couldn't see the situation inside clearly. He could only see the black figures of the villagers shaking slightly. Suddenly, a flame lit up in the center of the square. It was a man wearing a grimace mask, holding a torch in his hand. And the surrounding villagers have all put on grimace masks at some point. Advertisement under the faint light of the fire, those grimace masks reflected a strange brilliance, but the black clothes were extremely inconspicuous in this environment. In the sight of Kitamura Motoyasu, it seems that there are only grimace masks floating in the midair of the whole square, which looks extremely strange. What the hell are they doing? Seeing this scene, Kitamura Motoyasu swallowed involuntarily, wondering if it was because of nervousness. Although the two adventurers next to me heard from Myne that there was no such thing as a soul-returning knight, they instinctively leaned towards Kitamura Motoyasu. Only Myne folded her hands in front of her chest, frowning, with a trace of disdain on her face, quietly watching everything that happened in the square. At this time, the villager holding the torch threw the torch in his hand vigorously, and the torch drew a parabola in the air, just falling into the bonfire. These bonfires made of wood seemed to have been given some kind of magical power. They were ignited the moment they touched the torch, and huge flames shot up into the sky immediately, emitting an indescribable fragrance at the same time. Fortunately, the flames formed by the bonfire brought light to the surroundings, and Kitamura Motoyasu couldn't help but relax. At this time, the villagers began to walk to the front of the bonfire. Everyone held hands together, and started jumping around the bonfire as if performing some ancient ritual. It's just that all the villagers present didn't make any sound. In the end, only the footsteps of the villagers and the grimaces on their faces were left in the square, shaking constantly under the bonfire, and the whole scene looked extremely weird. Soul come! All of a sudden, the villagers shouted loudly, and their loud voices soared into the sky. The sudden loud noise shocked not only Kitamura Motoyasu but also Myne. Well, let's go. I always feel panicked. Kitamura Motoyasu didn't care what the strange scent was, he just felt his heart pounding and wanted to get out of here as soon as possible. Pretending to be a ghost, the frightened Myne ignored Kitamura Motoyasu, snorted coldly, walked into the square with a little embarrassment, pulled a villager in front of him, and then tore off the grimace mask on his face. Seeing the face under the grimace mask, Myne was stunned. Not only her, but Kitamura Motoyasu and the two adventurers also opened their eyes wide. Because that face is empty, without anything, no eyes, no nose, no mouth, nothing. Advertisement, is there anything you want from me? The muscles on the face of the faceless villager suddenly raised slightly. Although he has no mouth, it looks like he is smiling. Ghost. The two female adventurers turned pale in an instant, screamed, turned and ran away. Under their influence, the fear in Kitamura Motoyasu's heart quickly began to spread, but he still stood there, motionless. I'm the future queen, even if I'm a ghost, kneel down. Although Myne looked ugly, she still reached out to grab the faceless villager in front of her, but she missed it. The faceless villager seemed to be light and without any weight, he retreated quickly, and got into the villagers of Guang 910. Myne still wanted to chase, but suddenly felt a darkness covering her sight like a giant hand, and even Kitamura Motoyasu behind her felt that her sight became pitch black. With his sight blocked, Myne drew out his saber and swung it wildly, but it didn't hit anything. When Myne and Kitamura Motoyasu regained their sight, they found everything in front of them, and it became even weirder. All the villagers who had gathered in the square disappeared, as if they had never appeared before. Only the huge bonfire was left swaying and emitting a strange fragrance. To the end, what's going on? Kitamura Motoyasu didn't notice that he was shaking as he spoke. No. Not sure. Myne shook her head, her eyes with pupils constantly shrinking, scanning the surrounding scene. No, what about them? Let's go back and have a look. Kitamura Motoyasu noticed that the two adventurers were gone, and tightened his grip on the spear. Good. Myne nodded. At this moment, her heart began to shake. I just started to feel that all this is caused by the villagers of Loot Village. But how could these ordinary villagers have the strength to escape from their hands, and even disappear in front of them in an instant? Chapter 125 Looking back and smiling scared me to death. Kitamura Motoyasu held the holy spear tightly in his hand, walked side by side with Myne, and walked slowly towards the restaurant just now. What happened just now, in the eyes of the two of them, was really weird. The soul-returning knight, the faceless villagers, and the villagers who disappeared directly. All this, as if there is no reasonable reason to explain it. If there is only one: supernatural events. Could it be that the souls of the dead villagers really came back? What we saw just now are actually ghosts? Kitamura Motoyasu, who was a little too nervous, kept chanting in his mouth. Enough, let's go back and have a look first. In the past, Myne would have flattered Kitamura Motoyasu, but now she is really not in the mood. Kitamura Motoyasu was a little stunned after being yelled at like this, but in this case, he didn't care about anything, shut his mouth and didn't speak anymore. Myne's eyes kept scanning the surroundings, and she couldn't see any figure in the village, as if everyone in the whole village really evaporated in an instant. Originally, she thought that all of this was caused by the villagers of Loot Village, but the reality exceeded her own imagination, and she had to start to doubt. This is how people are. Once they have a question about something, the question will continue to expand in their minds until they get an answer. This is the case with Myne at this time. As doubts arose, she began to doubt herself. Does Wayan Night really exist? But if it is true, it means that the dead returned here instead of the villagers disappearing collectively. Myne muttered, maybe her personality is annoying, but whether it is courage or IQ, she is indeed much better than ordinary people. Kitamura Motoyasu, who was next to him, suddenly froze in place when he heard what she said. His already pale face became even more bloodless now, and bean-like sweat kept oozing from his forehead. Master Motoyasu, what's wrong with you? Myne noticed Kitamura Motoyasu's strangeness and turned around to ask. You said, would it be possible that Loot Village was originally a ghost village, and all the villagers here were originally ghosts, because they went to find their relatives because of the night of returning to the soul, so they all disappeared in an instant? Kitamura Motoyasu swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and when he said this, the muscles on his face were twitching unnaturally. Should be impossible. Even Myne trembled. If this is the case, it means that the people I have been in contact with all along are not living people. Then the money from the tax collection, advertisement. Thinking of this, Myne hurriedly took her purse off her body and opened it, only to find that there were gold coins, silver coins, copper coins, and a lot of odd coins inside. The moment she saw Mingbi, Myne was so frightened that she threw the money bag away. What's wrong? Kitamura Motoyasu went up to pick up the money bag and couldn't help but let out a little surprise. What kind of coin is this? Why haven't I seen it before? Kitamura Motoyasu didn't know the different world Mingbi, so he looked puzzled. Master Motoyasu. Those are ghost coins. This purse originally contained the support money given by the father and the coins collected from the tax of Loot Village. There is no such thing as ghost coins, that is to say. Maybe, those villagers are really not living people. Under this guess, Myne's complexion switched between red and white for a moment, making it extremely difficult to see. Still, find them quickly, and then leave this ghost place. Kitamura Motoyasu said tremblingly, if he could, he really didn't want to step into Root Village again, even if he was a brave man. Myne nodded, agreeing to what Kitamura Motoyasu said. As soon as he found the two female adventurers, he would leave immediately. In fact, she thought in her heart that the two adventurers would leave directly, but she had to worry about her image in front of Kitamura Motoyasu, so she could only agree. The two of them walked in the empty Loot Village, accompanied by only gusts of wind, which made their emotions depressed to the extreme. Fortunately, Root Village itself is not that big, and the restaurant just now appeared in front of them again. Could they have returned here? Kitamura Motoyasu actually didn't know where they went, but thought that if he went out here, the possibility of them coming back would be higher. It's not very clear, why don't we go in and have a look? At this time, the lights in the restaurant were still on, which brought a sense of security to people, so Myne did not refuse. The two of them entered the restaurant, and found that everything was the same as when they left. There was no difference. The tables next to them were the tableware left by the villagers, and the tableware on their own table. The presentation of the plates has not changed at all, but the plate that originally held the meat pie is a piece of dirt, and the bowl containing the soup is a bowl of pitch-black water, with a little bit of Ming coins left over from burning, as if the black bowl is used for banquets. The black ash left over from the burning of the city is mixed with water. The most outrageous thing is that bowl of noodles. Inside there are long worms wriggling. I just ate all these things. Myne couldn't help but have this thought in his head, and at the same time, something seemed to pop out of his stomach. The next second, Myne rushed out of the restaurant, leaned against the wall and began to vomit. Advertisement. Kitamura Motoyasu didn't think too much, maybe he didn't eat just now. Just when he wanted to check on Myne, a voice came from the second floor of the restaurant. Master Motoyasu, help me. The voice is very hoarse, which makes people feel suffocated, but it can be heard that it is a girl's voice. I am coming. Obviously the two female adventurers were in danger, and they were on the second floor of the restaurant. Kitamura Motoyasu didn't think much at all, and rushed to the second floor with the holy gun in his hand. The second floor is completely different from the bright first floor. It is pitch black, and there is only a long corridor connecting the rooms on both sides. Where are you? In the darkness, Kitamura Motoyasu couldn't help slowing down and shouting. Master Motoyasu, I'm here. The voice sounded again, and Kitamura Motoyasu moved in search of the sound, and soon came to a half-closed door in the corridor. Are you here? The wary Kitamura Motoyasu asked again. Master Motoyasu, come and save me. As soon as the voice came out this time, Kitamura Motoyasu was completely sure that the female adventurers were in the room. I am coming. Kitamura Motoyasu immediately took a deep breath and rushed in. It's just that in this small room, there is no enemy he expected, only a girl squatting on the ground. Her hands seem to be grabbing something on her face. Although the face cannot be seen, Kitamura Motoyasu can recognize her as one of the two adventurers based on the equipment on the girl. Kitamura Motoyasu breathed a sigh of relief, strode up behind the girl, and put his hand on her shoulder. Don't worry, I'm here. Yeah? The girl's hoarse voice, with a strange tone, said while she slowly turned her head. I saw that her face was completely rotten, even one eyeball was missing, and there seemed to be a few bugs crawling in the eye sockets, and there were many scratches on the rotten flesh, as if she had scratched it out by herself. Seeing this near-sized face, Kitamura Motoyasu instantly became extremely stiff, then rolled his eyes upwards and fell straight backwards. Kitamura Motoyasu, who fell on the floor, twitched again, and then a puddle of hot liquid flowed out from below. Chapter 126. Abandoned Myne. Myne leaned on the wall with one hand and vomited for a while before recovering, but when she remembered what she had just eaten, the feeling of nausea spread again in her body and mind. Vomit. There was another burst of heroic and miserable vomiting, and Myne didn't stop for a while until there was nothing left in her stomach. But the rising stomach acid burned the esophagus extremely uncomfortable. In addition to being frightened just now, Myne's face was almost bloodless at this time. At this time, Japan stretched out a white handkerchief in front of her. Thanks. Myne instinctively wiped her mouth with a lot of dirt with a handkerchief. You're welcome. Would you like some water? Immediately afterwards, a water bottle was handed to Myne. Okay, all right. Myne nodded and took the kettle. At this moment, she suddenly came to a trance. This is not the voice of Kitamura Motoyasu. There is no one in the entire loot village now, so who suddenly appeared behind him? The unknown has always been an extremely terrifying thing, especially in such an atmosphere full of weirdness and constant wind. For a moment, Myne felt his neck go stiff. She wanted to turn her head to see who was standing behind her, but another voice in 717 kept stopping her, as if once she turned her head to look, something very scary would happen. What should I do? Should I turn my head around? For a moment, Myne asked herself countless times, but still couldn't get the answer. Gulu, with a mouthful of saliva swallowed, Myne seemed to finally have an answer in her heart, and immediately turned her head and walked backwards forcefully. In the end, there was nothing behind him, not to mention people, not even a cat or a dog. Even so, Myne's breathing still became short, and her eyes were even more erratic looking around. Advertisement before, because of throwing up and not noticing the surrounding situation, now, Myne can be sure that he did not hear any footsteps. Since there was no sound of footsteps, how did the person standing behind him just leave? Myne didn't dare to continue thinking, but kept thinking in her heart. This must be those untouchables who are playing tricks. It must be those untouchables who are playing tricks. There is nothing wrong. It must be like this. There can be no ghosts in this world, and my dignified future queen will not know fear of those ghosts. Myne's thoughts are very complicated now, and it seems to be divided into two personalities in her heart. One gradually believes that ghosts are real, while the other doesn't believe in everything, and still thinks that the villagers did it all. However, under constant psychological self-suggestion, Myne finally calmed down a little. Master Motoyasu. Master Motoyasu. While carefully observing the surrounding situation, she retreated into the restaurant and called Kitamura Motoyasu's name at the same time. However, when she walked into the restaurant, she found that Kitamura Motoyasu who was standing inside was gone. Master Motoyasu, where are you? Myne shouted with all her might, but got no response. If you hear my voice, answer me. Myne's voice began to echo throughout the restaurant and above Root Village again. Not to mention that Kitamura Motoyasu responded to her, there was still no sound at all, only the whistling of the cold wind outside and the rustling of the leaves blown by the wind. Especially the shadows when the leaves are shaking. Looking out through the restaurant window, it seems that there are many figures gathered together and swaying. As time passed, Kitamura Motoyasu still didn't respond to himself, and Myne felt his heart beating faster and faster, and he stopped looking at the situation outside the restaurant, as if he was afraid of seeing something he shouldn't see. At this moment, Myne's eyes caught the stairs leading to the second floor. Will Motoyasu-sama go upstairs? Myne thought, 1 foot on the stairs, but when she looked up, she hesitated. There is no light at the end of the stairs, only darkness, as if it is the darkness that connects the two worlds, and it seems to be the darkness that swallows everything, even the string of lights seems to be swallowed. BJFB, Myne blinked, and suddenly in the darkness at the end of the stairs, a blood-red eye appeared, staring at her closely. What? Myne wiped her eyes hastily, and found that the darkness was still dark, and there were no eyes. Advertisement, Yuan. Motoyasu-sama, you shouldn't be upstairs. I just yelled so loudly. If you were upstairs, you should have responded to me immediately. The corner of Myne's mouth twitched twice, and the foot that was still on the stairs was slowly retracted. Back in the light of the restaurant, Myne let out a long breath, as if he had found a little sense of security. But as if God was joking, the lights in the restaurant suddenly flickered. Myne even found that with every dimming of the lights, a strange aura would appear on the first floor of the restaurant, as if something was approaching him in the dark. The restaurant can't wait any longer. Maybe Mr. Motoyasu disappeared suddenly, and it has something to do with the things in the dark. Thinking of this, Myne sweated again on her forehead. In fact, her back was already soaked in sweat. As the sweat came out again, she immediately felt sticky and extremely uncomfortable. She understands that now is not the time to care about these things, she needs to find a relatively safe place. But where is it safer, and who can help me? Myne's eyes lit up suddenly, as if thinking of something. At this moment, the lights in the restaurant went out. Without any hesitation, Myne ran out of the restaurant directly, and she was heading in the direction of the village entrance. At this time, Myne broke out at an unprecedented speed. Even though her heart was beating like a drum due to the violent exercise, she was extremely uncomfortable, but she still held on and saw the entrance of Root Village. There are about 10 soldiers standing on both sides of the village entrance. These soldiers are extremely cute to Myne at this moment. In the name of Myne, the future queen, I command you to come to me at once. Before reaching the entrance of the village, Myne tried to control her breath and shouted, Although she thought these soldiers were cute, her tone was still extremely arrogant. Those soldiers seemed to have not heard, still standing there, motionless. A bunch of bastards, didn't you hear me ordering you? Myne yelled again, getting no response from the soldiers, which made her extremely angry. As the fast running made it difficult to breathe, Myne stopped yelling, looked back into the depths of the village, and quickened her pace again. When she came to the entrance of the village, she didn't even stop to rest, she just kicked the nearest soldier and shouted at the same time. A bunch of rubbish, pretending they can't hear me, right? With Myne's kick, the soldier who was kicked fell to the ground without any resistance. The round head fell off from the neck and rolled far away. Chapter 127. This drama will continue. Myne froze like that, full of surprises at what happened in front of her. I obviously didn't use much force with my kick. Why did I kick him away all at once? And I obviously kicked his waist. Why did his head fall off? Myne was full of doubts, and soon she discovered an even weirder thing. It stands to reason that once a person loses his head, not to mention the blood splashing several meters high at the fracture, at least blood will keep coming out. But the soldier in front of him who fell on the ground and rolled his head far away did not see any blood flow out, which was extremely abnormal. Unless the soldier has been dead for a long period of time and is not a living person, he will naturally not squirt blood. But Myne was sure that when he went back to Root Village, this soldier was still in good shape. Hey, go over and have a look. Myne was a little afraid to go over to check the specific situation, so he pushed another soldier who was standing there. The result was exactly the same. Even if Myne only pushed lightly, the soldier seemed to lose his center of gravity and fell to the ground slowly, stirring up a lot of dust. Could it be that they, in fact, have all? Myne took a deep breath and ventured up to the third soldier. I saw that although he was also standing there, he was bleeding from 7 holes, and those bloodstains had completely solidified. Obviously he had been dead for a while. At this moment, Myne was completely sure that these soldiers had been dead for a long time. Before Myne could think too much, he suddenly felt a hand grabbing his ankle. At this moment, she was like a cat whose tail was stepped on, and the hairs all over her body burst instantly. Who? Myne turned her head hastily, and found that it was the soldier whom she had just pushed, reaching out to grab her. I have warned you not to enter the village. Why don't you listen to me? Why don't you listen to me? The soldier roared ferociously, his face covered in blood was simply terrifying. I didn't kill you, don't come to me, get out of here, get out of here. Myne was so frightened that 3 souls and 7 souls were about to emerge, and her whole body was trembling there, but she raised her foot instinctively, and stepped on the soldier's hand, grabbing her ankle desperately, trying to break free. Soon, the soldier let go of his hand. Myne lost her center of gravity and fell to the ground, looking extremely embarrassed. Advertisement at this moment, she didn't bother to check the situation of the soldiers, and crawled out of the village with all her hands and feet. It seems that as long as you climb out of the village, you can be saved, you can get rid of all this. Seeing that the entrance to the village is right in front of you, you can leave with just a few steps away. But Myne saw a burst of light on the ground in front of her, and then a series of figures began to emerge. Looking closely, they were all villagers from Root Village. Why did you kill us? Return our lives, come to hell with us. When these villagers appeared, one after another miserable voices also sounded. No, I didn't kill you. Watching them coming, Myne shrieked and backed away. I still want to quibble, it's because of the taxes you set so high that we can't live. It's you who killed us. The voices of the villagers came to mind again. Seeing them getting closer, Myne's mind seemed to have a sudden rupture of nerves. She yelled with a hideous face, and got up from the ground. As the future queen, no matter how much tax I collect from you, it is reasonable. Give me obediently to die. Don't come out again after you're dead. Get the hell out of here, you untouchables. Myne then began to chant, and a series of wind blades came out from her hands. However, these wind blades swept across the villagers, but they were of no use at all. They just fluctuated like a light curtain and then returned to normal. It's useless, we're dead, your power can't hurt us anymore. Let us take you to hell. At this time, the faces of the villagers changed, all of them put on a grimace mask. Looking at these grimace masks, Myne's body and mind tightened again, and the wind blade in his hand was released even more violently, and at the same time shouted. I don't believe it, die to me, die to me. With such unscrupulous use of magic, soon, she could no longer send out a wind blade, and the villagers were still walking slowly. Back. Advertisement at this moment, the pressure and fear reached the limit of Myne's endurance, and the spiritual world finally collapsed. His eyes fell to the ground, foam began to spit out frantically, and his whole body twitched. As she fell, those villagers disappeared directly, and the figures of Sire and others appeared at the entrance of the village. Just passed out like this? Obviously we have prepared a lot of backhands. Okay, anyway, the purpose has been achieved. Put away the surrounding magic image crystals, and don't show any flaws. Belle and others quickly put away the crystals on the ground. Ask for flowers. All of this was naturally arranged by Qin Feng, and the villagers were all alive. The function of the magic image crystal is to record the surrounding images. First, let the villagers record an image, and then project it like a 3D image, pretending to be a ghost. Because these are images, Myne's wind blade can't do any damage to them. Of course, if you look carefully, you can still see the flaws. So when Kitamura Modiyasu and Myne entered the village, Qin Feng created the legend of the soul returning night, giving them psychological hints all the time. When they came to the square, the bonfire was not a simple bonfire, it was mixed with a magic plant called Tashia, which could reduce magic resistance and mental disorder. Burning every day would produce a strange fragrance. They were suddenly shrouded in darkness. It was precisely because of Lilith's magic. This kind of plant reduces the magic resistance, so it can increase the duration of the magic effect, and the faceless man is naturally played by Belle and others. As long as he puts on a leather mask is fine. Then they changed the food in the restaurant, and waited until they returned to the restaurant to further increase their psychological pressure and hints, and then lured Kitamura Moriyasu away, causing them to split up. Finally, guide Myne to the entrance of the village and use the magic image crystal to create a ghost appearance. Because of a series of things before, the fear in Myne's heart was infinitely magnified, so no flaws were noticed. To put it simply, Qin Feng, Belle and others, together with the villagers of Loot Village, staged a big drama that scared Kitamura Moriyasu, Myjun and others to the point where they couldn't take care of themselves. It can also be said that all of this is fake, except for the soldiers at the entrance of the village. They are really dead, and all of them are real soldiers, but they were killed by Belle and others before, except for the soldier who grabbed Myne's ankle played. Has Myne been dealt with yet? How about Kitamura Moriyasu? At this time, Qin Feng also came to the entrance of the village and asked Belle and the others. The hero of the gun is worse than Myne, and he was directly stunned by Lilith. Belle smiled slightly. The female adventurer that Kitamura Moriyasu met on the second floor of the restaurant was played by Lilith. And, have you recorded everything? As soon as Qin Feng finished speaking, Belle handed several magic image crystals in front of him, and what was recorded inside was naturally the appearance of Kitamura Moriyasu and Myne when they were frightened. Very good. Then let's start the next step. Qin Feng nodded, looking at Myne on the ground, the corners of his mouth slightly curled up, revealing a cold smile. Chapter 128 The First Princess Can Be Killed. Master Shield Hero, how to deal with this guy? At this time, Lilith came slowly dragging Kitamura Moriyasu. When he came to Qin Feng, he threw Kitamura Moriyasu directly to the ground while talking, and then said, "This guy is too timid. I was scared casually and passed out, but he P*******d out directly. How did he become a hero? You have no way to compare with Shield Hero." Lilith looked at Kitamura Moriyasu with undisguised contempt. After all, a big man is directly peeing in fear, and any girl would look down on him because of it. Just throw it next to mine. Where are the other two adventurers? Qin Feng shook his head, knowing that Lilith's scary way is no less than Resident Evil's look back and smile. It's not surprising that Kitamura Moriyasu was frightened like this. They're here. The voice sounded, and I saw Irene and Raftalia walking past, May 13th, with the two adventurers on their shoulders. The two were too frightened in the square, and after getting separated from Kitamura Moriyasu and Myne, they were naturally knocked unconscious by Irene and Raftalia instantly. Throw them next to Kitamura Moriyasu, too, and let him enjoy the warmth. After Irene and Raftalia dropped the two adventurers, Qin Feng asked again, "By the way, why hasn't Filo come back yet?" Master, I am here." In the forest near the entrance of the village, accompanied by cheerful voices, the petite figure of Filo ran out. Although she is now in human form, the makeup on her face is still quite scary. It looks like a piece of flesh is missing from her cheek, even her gums are exposed, and her whole body is covered with blood. The person Kitamura Moriyasu saw before was the fall. Originally, Filo was hiding in the forest as the backhand, but Myne and Kitamura Moriyasu were more timid than imagined, and they were all stunned by fright, so naturally there was no need for her to take action. It's good to be back, so let's stop here today, clean up the corpses of those soldiers, have a good rest, and then start tomorrow's plan. Yes. As soon as Qin Feng finished speaking, everyone responded in unison. After packing up the dead soldiers, everyone walked towards the village, ignoring Kitamura Moriyasu, Myne and others lying at the entrance of the village. Master Myne. Master Myne. The morning sun shone on the ground. Myne heard someone calling her, and consciousness began to recover. At the same time, an unpleasant smell came to her nostrils. Myne opened her eyes suddenly, and saw a gentle smiling face in front of her, which looked familiar. Wasn't she the proprietress of the restaurant in Loot Village? Advertisement, Master Myne. Why are you sleeping here? The boss lady's gentle voice sounded again. Myne didn't answer her, sat up suddenly and looked around. I found myself lying on the ground at the entrance of the village, next to Kitamura Moriyasu and two adventurers with their eyes closed. Hiss, what's going on? Myne rubbed her aching head, and began to recall in her mind, remembering that she saw the ghosts of the villagers, and she attacked those ghosts frantically, and then her memory became blurred, and then she couldn't remember anything. That's right. All the villagers in Loot Village have died and turned into ghosts, so who is the proprietress standing in front of them? Thinking of this, Myne's complexion changed again, and while crawling backwards on hands and feet, he shouted, "Who are you? Get out of here." Myne even grabbed some handfuls of dirt from the ground and threw them at the proprietress. Master Myne, what do you mean by that? The proprietress had an innocent face, as if she didn't know anything. What's wrong? At this time, Kitamura Moriyasu woke up slowly, and then slowly stretched his waist, but suddenly remembered the scene he saw last night, and his whole body immediately seemed to be petrified. Stiff neck turned hard, glanced at Myne who was full of horror, then looked down at the female adventurer lying next to him. He was relieved to see that they were all right. That. Master Chang Yang, Master Myne, what happened to you? The proprietress asked again worriedly, and just as she took a step forward, Myne immediately shouted, "You stop there and don't move at all. Master Moriyasu, call them." Although Kitamura Motoyasu was still in a daze, he still woke up the two adventurers. Master Motoyasu, I'm so scared. The two female adventurers opened their eyes, and the moment they saw Kitamura Motoyasu, they immediately jumped on it, tears streaming from their eyes as if they didn't want money. Okay, don't cry, tell me exactly what you guys went through last night. Myne's tough tone made the wealthy women stop crying. I remember that yesterday, many villagers danced around the bonfire in the square, and then a man with no face appeared. We were frightened, so we turned our heads and ran towards the village. Running and running, it seems that I suddenly lost consciousness, and I opened my eyes here. 11. The two female adventurers said while thinking, you don't know if you're running? Advertisement. Myne frowned, a bit incomprehensible. Why did she lose consciousness while running? Lord Myne, we really can't remember. The two female adventurers are pathetic and don't look like they're lying. Can I ask, what kind of bonfire, what kind of faceless man? Suddenly, the proprietress who was ordered by Myne not to move asked. It was the festival of Weian night yesterday. You all went to the center of the square and gathered around a huge bonfire. The female adventurer said with a silly and sweet face. What is the soul returning night? You guys really like to joke, because I didn't have much business last night, I went to bed early, and we didn't have any festivals here. Following the words of the proprietress, Kitamura Motoyasu, Myne and others were all buzzing in their minds. If Root Village didn't have the soul returning night festival, then what exactly did I experience last night? Dream. How could a dream be so real? It is also impossible for four people to have the same dream. Weird, really weird. At this moment, the corners of the proprietress's mouth curled up to a certain extent. Okay. You are all dirty, you should go to the village to clean it. As soon as the words fell, villagers slowly walked out of the village one after another, each with a smile on their lips. Smiles are always friendly, but at this moment, Kitamura Motoyasu and others feel extremely horrified. Run. At this moment, the four of Kitamura Motoyasu had exactly the same idea in their minds, and they got up almost at the same time, and ran to the forest outside the village. They wanted to stay as far away from Root Village as possible, and if they could, they would never come back again, because this was so weird that they couldn't explain it at all. They no longer have the guts to face this kind of unknown, incomprehensible and fearful. Ding! The selected task is completed, and the reward-based strength is 20 points. At the same time, Qin Feng thought of the voice selected by the system in his mind, and felt the power in his body grow a bit. After working so hard for so long, the task is finally completed, so next, Myne should not be of much value and can be dealt with. Qin Feng muttered in his mouth, a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. Chapter 129. Spraying a gun and making a brave face. Now that the task has been completed, Myne, a person, has lost its value. Of course, the most important thing is that Qin Feng felt that Myne was a little annoyed. Last time, I thought she had been killed by Raftalia, so I didn't care. Wei Cheng thought that she survived, and came to make troubles again, adding trouble to herself. So Qin Feng decided not to let Myne go this time, but let her die in the forest outside Loot Village. Anyway, the selection task has been completed, so there is no need to worry about it. Master Shield Hero, we are ready to remember. That's right, we're ready to go anytime. Master Shield Hero, please give the order. Leave this matter to us. Whether it is the hero of the gun or the first princess, they're just a bunch of garbage, and you don't need to do it yourself. At this moment, Belle and the others appeared behind Qin Feng, all gearing up and eager to try. Some people crazily showed their muscles, posing one after another like a bodybuilding competition, while some waved their weapons in respect for 10 different tricks. The purpose of their 19 is very simple, that is to show themselves to Qin Feng, to prove that they are capable, and they have no problem dealing with Kitamura Motoyasu and others. Especially Belle, the tip of his tongue slid over his dagger, showing his ruthlessness and cruelty, coupled with his deliberately hideous expression, not to mention. It still looks quite reliable, at least as if that's what a villain is. I said. Wodsworth just show off his muscles a few times. Belle, what do you mean by that movement? I remember your dagger, it's poisonous, right? Qin Feng turned his head and looked at them, his face was full of black lines. It's okay, I've already taken the antidote in advance, Mr. Shield Hero, do you think this action is very deterrent? Hearing Qin Feng's question, Belle hurriedly put down the dagger in his hand and said shyly. Forehead, Qin Feng beckoned, motioned for Lilith to come to him, and leaned into her ear and asked, Lilith, when you scared Myne and Kitamura Motoyasu last night, did Belle's head get caught by the door accidentally? Or if you accidentally fell down the stairs and landed on your head? Lilith frowned, thought about it seriously, and then shook her head. No, I think Belle is impulsive in adolescence, and some secondary school students are normal, but I don't know where he learned it from. He has been imitating you to laugh before. Look. Oh, I see. Qin Feng nodded, and looked at Belle again. In the future, don't do this kind of action again. Be careful that you will be poisoned by your own knife before you fight the enemy. Yes, I promise never again. Advertisement Belle immediately responded. Okay, I have received everyone's will, so go ahead, remember that Myne and the two adventurers can be killed, and Kitamura Motoyasu will save his life. Obey. With a wave of Qin Feng's hand, Belle and others quickly disappeared in front of them, chasing in the direction where Kitamura Motoyasu and his group left. There are actually two reasons why Kitamura Motoyasu's life was spared. Number 1. That's the tax aspect of Root Village, which doesn't really have much to do with him, he's just being used by Myne. Second. That is not cost-effective, Killing Kitamura Motoyasu and lacking one of the 4 saints will greatly increase the difficulty of the disaster wave. Simply put, not only is there no benefit to killing him, but only the ring. Then it is natural to keep Kitamura Motoyasu first and let him create the greatest value first. Master Qin Feng, what should we do now? After Bell and others left, only Raftalia and Filo were still standing beside Qin Feng. You stay here and keep an eye on the carriage. I'm a little worried, so I'll go there. Although Qin Feng knew that with the strength of Bell and the others, it would be more than a mistake to deal with Kitamura Motoyasu and the others. But an ominous premonition suddenly rose in his heart, so he walked out of Root Village after speaking. What's going on with that Root Village? I can't figure it out at all. If the villagers are dead, what about the lady boss at the entrance of the village? If the villagers are not dead, then what happened last night? Who can explain it to me? After Kitamura Motoyasu and his group ran a long distance in the forest, they stopped discussing what happened in Root and he. Obviously, with their IQs, they couldn't figure out what was going on, and no one could give them an answer. Okay, don't talk anymore. That ghost place is really weird, just don't go there in the future. Myne kept rubbing her arms with her hands, and when she thought about it, she still felt goosebumps popping up all over her body. Master Myne is right. I will never come to such a ghostly place again. Yes. The 2 female adventurers followed suit. Advertisement, by the way. Master Motoyasu, after we returned to the restaurant last night, what happened to you inside? Myne remembered that he had called in the restaurant for a long time, but did not get a reply from Kitamura Motoyasu, so he asked curiously. Hearing what she said, Kitamura Motoyasu also remembered the situation in the restaurant last night, and his old face couldn't help but blush. At that time, I heard their voices coming from the 2nd floor, and then I went up to check the situation, only to see a terrible monster capture them. Yes. That's the situation, and then he became furious and attacked the monster, and after beating him, he lost consciousness for some reason, and when he woke up, he was lying with you at the entrance of the village. Kitamura Motoyasu pointed to the 2 adventurers and said slowly, he didn't tell the fact that he was directly stunned, after all, it was too embarrassing. Master Motoyasu, you are so brave. He actually fought monsters for us, he was really moved. The 2 female adventurers hugged Kitamura Motoyasu excitedly. After all, I am the hero of the gun, and it is normal to protect my followers, haha. Kitamura Motoyasu looked up and laughed, looking like a winner in life. 410. Master Motoyasu, do you feel that something stinks? It seems to smell like urine, it's from you. The 2 female adventurers pinched their noses, as if suddenly realizing something. They took a few steps back and looked closely at Kitamura Motoyasu. Originally, his trousers and inner shirt were the same color, but now, the color of the trousers is obviously darker than the inner shirt, which means that Kitamura Yonkong peed his pants. I was still hugging Kitamura Motoyasu, who smelled like urine, tightly. At this moment, the 2 female adventurers felt that they were not well. Myne also remembered that in the morning, when he was lying with Kitamura Motoyasu, he might have been stuck on himself, no wonder he felt a bad smell at that time. Undoubtedly, Myne's mood was extremely complicated, and her face was extremely ugly. I wanted to take off all the clothes on my body, but there was no water around, and Kitamura Motoyasu was in front, so it was obviously impossible to do so. But if you don't take it off, every inch of your body is like a bug crawling, which is extremely uncomfortable. Myne, what's wrong with you? Please listen to my explanation, this is not the case. Kitamura Motoyasu walked up to Myne, trying to explain. At this moment, not knowing what to do, Myne, who was overstressed, felt something rushing up from her stomach. Then I vomited it out, and since there was nothing in my stomach, most of it was stomach acid. Unfortunately, I just sprayed Kitamura Motoyasu, who came over. Chapter 130. Chang Yang, would like to call you the strongest. Kitamura Motoyasu, who was sprayed on the face by Myne, was stunned. Although Myne is indeed good looking, it still doesn't feel good to be sprayed with vomit all over her face. At least Kitamura Motoyasu started to curse in her heart. I'm sorry, Motoyasu-sama, please stay away from me a little bit. Myne tried hard to suppress the feeling of nausea, took 2 steps back as he spoke, and even raised his right hand to signal Kitamura Motoyasu not to approach him. Seeing her action, Kitamura Motoyasu was even more complicated. I was spat in the face, and then I was disgusted. Then Kitamura Motoyasu turned to look at the 2 female adventurers, they should not dislike themselves. However, the faces of the 2 female adventurers showed undisguised disgust. Kitamura Motoyasu turned his head slowly. At this moment, he felt a sense of betrayal, and he was not in the mood to explain why he peed his pants. In fact, there was nothing to explain. Yo, isn't this the gun hero who peed his pants? A dignified brave man, how could he pee his pants? Don't talk nonsense. But this is a fact that cannot be changed. You can see that his followers despise him, isn't it because he peed his pants? For such a big man to pee his pants, he shouldn't be the hero of the gun, but the hero of the urine, haha. At this time, Kitamura Motoyasu's extremely ear-piercing voices sounded one after another. Who is it? Come out for me, what kind of skill is sneaking around? Kitamura Motoyasu, who was originally disliked by Myne, should be furious. Still angry and, we're not sneaking around, we've been here all this time. As soon as the words fell, a figure jumped down from the tree, and he saw a grimace mask on his face. This mask looked very familiar to Kitamura Motoyasu and others, because the masks of the villagers last night were all of this style, but the grimaces on them were different. Immediately afterwards, Kitamura Moriyasu's pupils shrank, because people who also wore grimace masks appeared one after another around them. There are more than 10 people in total, and their positions seem to be scattered, but in fact they have a certain degree of attention, whether it is Kitamura Moriyasu or Myne or the adventurer who wants to escape. Then they will face at least one person's attack in an instant. That is, they trapped Kitamura Moriyasu and others inside. And they were Bell and others who came to block them. Who are you and what is your purpose? Advertisement. Although Kitamura Moriyasu didn't know what these grimace masks had to do with the villagers last night, he also knew that the 10 people who appeared and surrounded him at the same time must have come from bad people. Warning you, he is Master Kitamura Moriyasu, the hero of the gun, and he is not something you can provoke casually. That's right, as long as Master Moriyasu makes a move, no matter who you are, you will be killed instantly. Shouting, the two female adventurers moved closer to Kitamura Moriyasu, even though they still disliked the smell of urine on his body. Life is more important. Haha. I don't think there's anything scary about a gun hero who can pee his pants. Only assholes pee their pants, obviously. The Moriyasu-sama you're talking about is an A** hole. What is there to be afraid of a coward? Bell and the others said one sentence after another, mercilessly. Kitamura Moriyasu was so angry that his head was about to bleed. If it wasn't for the fact that there were so many of them and he was afraid of grimace masks, he would have rushed up. If you dare to block my way, go to hell with me. Myne, who had been suffocating for a long time, was not so cautious, raised her palms and began to chant extremely arrogantly. O source of strength, my next queen orders you to interpret everything. Man down fire. Intermediate flame burst. I saw Myne shooting head-sized fireballs with both hands, flying towards Bell and others at an extremely fast speed. But it's obviously not capable of causing effective damage, no, not even a little bit of damage. Bell and the others pulled out their weapons, and they could easily block or disperse those fireballs. Seeing this, Myne gritted her teeth hard and began to chant again. Now that they have already fought, there is no need to talk nonsense, and Bell and others will not give Myne a chance to sing again. Wodsworth, wearing a grimace mask, took the lead, holding the huge sword in his hand, but his speed was getting faster and faster. Coupled with his huge body, in Myne's view, Wodsworth seemed to be galloping. Here comes the carriage. Seeing something bad, Myne immediately stopped singing and took a step back. Wodsworth swept out a sword at the same time. It was so powerful that it roared against the wind of the sword. Feeling the sense of crisis coming to her face, Myne's pupils dilated instantly, and as death approached, she backed up a little faster, looking at the giant sword in horror, almost brushing against her own neck. Even though he was holding such a heavy giant sword, he swung it so fast. If he had been slower, his head would have fallen to the ground. Myne was still rejoicing, but found that Wodsworth missed a sword but didn't stop. He spun around with the giant sword, and then swept it with the momentum. The speed was not half a cent, and this time it was more powerful. It's over, there's no escape. Advertisement in an instant. Myne made a judgment on the current situation, and just when she was about to die, she found a figure from her bag appearing in front of her. It's Kitamura Moriyasu. Dang, the giant sword collided with the holy spear, making a crisp sound of iron striking, and the two quickly separated at the same time. To be precise, Kitamura Moriyasu, holding the holy spear, backed up repeatedly. What a heavy force. Kitamura Moriyasu took 4 or 5 steps before barely stopping, frowning, looking at Wodsworth very cautiously. Hero of the gun, don't blame me for not warning you. If you want to intervene, be careful that I will cut you down too. Wodsworth pointed the tip of his sword at Kitamura Moriyasu and said viciously. Stop talking nonsense. Since you attack Myne, you are my enemy. Kitamura Moriyasu turned the holy spear in his hand and started to rotate it quickly, as if the air was rubbing violently. Soon there were flashes of lightning around him, and the crackling sound continued to sound. Facing the seemingly astonishingly powerful lightning, Wodsworth jumped up directly, raised the giant sword in his hand above his head, and then slashed straight at Kitamura Moriyasu. Lightning gun. Kitamura Moriyasu, who was fully charged, held the holy spear with lightning flashes tightly in both hands, and directly stabbed Wodsworth, Zhao Hao, who was falling towards him. The giant sword and the holy spear collided again. This time there was a lot of movement, and there were continuous lightning strikes. Even Wodsworth's clothes were hit by the electric current, and Kitamura Moriyasu's feet were even deeper, into the mud. Boom! With a loud bang, the two separated again. The clothes on Wodsworth's body became a little tattered, and he looked a little embarrassed, but he didn't have any injuries. On the other hand, Kitamura Moriyasu had a little blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. But in the next second, Kitamura Moriyasu touched the blood from the corner of his mouth handsomely, and pointed the gun at Wodsworth. The strength is good. After coming to this different world, among the people I met, I, Chang Yang, would like to call you the strongest. Hearing the words of this round, Wodsworth, who originally wanted to rush up again, stopped and said honestly, but I am the weakest among the 10 of us. Kitamura Moriyasu. EMMM. Myne, EMMM. 2 female adventurers. EMMM. Chapter 131. Strongest or weakest. A cold wind blows, accompanied by the sentence, but I am the weakest among the 10 of us. At this moment, Kitamura Moriyasu was completely messed up in the wind, and his whole body was not good. The weakest still forces me to retreat again and again. I, the hero of the spear, don't want to lose face. Kitamura Moriyasu shouted crazily in his heart. His face was still extremely embarrassed. Well, Well, what kind of skill did you have just now, that you can even compete with my lightning gun? In the next second, Kitamura Motoyasu hurriedly changed the subject, at least to make himself less embarrassed. Just now, I didn't use any skills, just a simple jump and chop. Wordsworth scratched his head and said slowly, although he was wearing a grimace mask, but from his voice and movements, he could be identified as an honest person. It's just that the word, jumping, kept echoing in Kitamura Motoyasu's mind, and he just wanted to scold her. You are indeed very strong. You have such strength just by jumping and chopping. If you use skills, the power is definitely more than that. I admit that you are qualified to be my opponent. But Kitamura Motoyasu still insisted. After all, this is what he said, if he didn't save face, he would really be ashamed to face others. Don't worry, I don't know how to use skills yet, because our boss said that with my strength to kill balloon monsters, it's better to lay a good foundation first. Wordsworth's voice sounded again. Hearing this, Kitamura Motoyasu, petrified on the spot, finally couldn't bear 790, and roared. What's the situation with your boss? Is there any misunderstanding of your strength? With your strength, how can it be difficult to kill the balloon monster? If you in this way, can I, a brave man, be on par with the balloon monster? Is there such a thing as insulting? It's no wonder that Kitamura Motoyasu was so excited, because balloon monster can be said to be one of the weakest monsters in this different world. Wordsworth's words, in his opinion, are simply a humiliation to himself. I'm not lying, the boss really said so, and my strength is indeed weak. Wordsworth didn't seem to understand Kitamura Motoyasu's anger, speaking honestly. Suddenly, Kitamura Motoyasu understood something. The guy in front of him was definitely not an honest person, but a sinister guy. He was definitely the strongest among the 10 people in front of him. He deliberately said that he was the weakest, because he wanted to take this opportunity to disintegrate his will to fight and not fight against the defeated soldiers. Thinking of this, Kitamura Motoyasu couldn't help but feel relieved, and his eyes once again exuded a sharp look. Stop talking nonsense, come again, meteor gun. Kitamura Motoyasu immediately thrust the holy spear forward out of thin air. A total of 5 bursts of gun energy burst out, flying towards Wodsworth like meteors one by one. Although the skill is still the same skill, Kitamura Motoyasu's meteor gun has a high proficiency level when used for a long time. Those 5 BJFA shooting stars were divided into upper, middle and lower 3-way, directly locking Wordsworth. The speed is fast, and there is no time to dodge. Advertisement. Wordsworth didn't retreat, nor dodge it. He swung the huge sword in his hand like a door panel, and the sword in front of him seemed to become 10 shields at this moment. Boom boom boom. Meteor gun boomed on the giant sword, making a strong explosion. Even Wordsworth couldn't help taking a few steps back, feeling his arms go numb. Anyway, meteor gun is Kitamura Motoyasu's ultimate move, and its power is still quite unfamiliar. Seeing Wordsworth being forced back by himself, before Kitamura Motoyasu had time to be proud, he noticed a figure approaching quickly from the corner of his eye. Don't forget us. This person was Bell, wearing a grimace mask. He jumped up and slashed down with the 2 short knives in his hands. It was also a simple jumping slash. Kitamura Motoyasu responded in a timely manner, raising the holy spear in his hand, smelling the double knives blocking the attack, and feeling the force from the holy spear. He couldn't help but be elated. It's also jumping and chopping, but its strength is not strong. At least it is very different from that guy. As expected, that guy is the strongest among the 10 people, and he still wants to lie to me. Kitamura Motoyasu decided in an instant that Wordsworth was the strongest. It's just that the combat power is strong or weak, and it has no absolute relationship with pure strength. Looking at the double knives that were blocked by him, the corners of Bell's mouth under the mask slightly raised, and using the double knives as a support point, he twisted his waist abruptly and kicked out. Kitamura Motoyasu did not expect that a person could twist and change his attack method in midair. When he was out of reach, Bell kicked him firmly in the face. Kitamura Motoyasu was kicked a few meters away, nosebleeds sprayed into the air, and then fell heavily on the ground, where the shoe print on his face was clearly visible. He was kicked into a bit of a daze, but he didn't immediately get up the scenes of his life that kept flashing through his mind. Bell didn't stop there, and the moment his feet hit the ground, he galloped directly towards Kitamura Motoyasu. Master Motoyasu is in danger, let's take action. Seeing that the situation was not good, Myne led the 2 female adventurers raised their hands together and began to chant. Tear up. At this moment, there seemed to be the sound of something being cut open. Myne turned her head and saw that 2 female adventurers had been chopped down. It was a blonde woman with a long sword and a grimace mask. She is Irene, so naturally she won't let Myne and others take action at will and interfere with Bell. After chopping down 2 more adventurers, Irene didn't stop for a moment, didn't even look at them, and rushed directly to Myne, swinging a sword. Damn it. Advertisement. Cursing inwardly, Myne pulled out her sword. It has to be said that during this period of time, Myne's strength has made good progress. Facing Irene's offensive, although he was extremely embarrassed, he still barely blocked the sword. Is this the strength of the king's first princess? Too weak? While speaking, Irene approached again and swung a sword. Pan. Myne held the sword in both hands and barely blocked it, but kept stepping back. Damn it, die for me. After being stimulated for a while, Myne stopped defending and was about to strike with a sword. Yeah? Irene blinked her eyes, and then swung her third sword. Before Myne's sword was struck, he felt a cold light flash in front of his eyes, as if something had been cut open on his body. She lowered her head slowly, and suddenly saw a huge sword wound on her chest, and a large amount of blood spurted out. Why, suddenly so fast? With a lot of blood flowing, Myne's face turned pale, and his whole body began to shake. Irene's third slash was so fast that Myne didn't even have time to react. Compared with it, the first 2 slashes seemed like a play. In fact, this is a method of Irene, starting with a few slow swords, and then suddenly swinging the fast sword, causing a deviation in the opponent's mind, making the fast sword faster in the eyes of the enemy. It can also be said that the first few sword moves were all fake moves, making others think that his sword was so slow, so he made it by surprise. Originally, Irene prepared more than 10 swords to pave the way, but she didn't expect Myne to be weaker than she imagined, so the third sword turned into a fast sword, instantly killing Myne. So now, it's over, what else do you have to say? At this time, Irene slowly raised her long sword and pointed it at Myne's throat. As long as she moved forward by 1 centimeter, it would stab into her throat. Who the hell are you guys? Feeling his body getting weaker and weaker, feeling the coldness on the tip of the sword, and feeling the imminent death, Myne still asked unwillingly. The dead have no need to know. Farewell. Irene's fingers holding the sword slightly exerted force, and at this moment, an accident happened. If Qin Feng were here, he would definitely complain. Isn't this a plot where the villain talks too much? Chapter 132. Legion of Magicians. Seeing that the point of the sword was about to pierce Myne's neck, wind blades suddenly flew from the depths of the forest. Wherever it went, no matter it was leaves or leaves, they were all cut off. Even the thick and big trees couldn't block it at all. It could be said to be extremely sharp. Irene immediately sensed the danger, and immediately gave up killing Myne, waving the long sword in her hand again and again. After all, if she didn't draw the long sword back in time, she would be cut in half by the wind blade. The collision of the long sword and the wind blade made a powerful sound, and sparks flew all over the place. There are so many wind blades, Irene can only be forced to retreat again and again. Not only Irene, but other people were also attacked at the same time. Even Belle, who was not far away, gave up attacking Kitamura Motoyasu and turned around to resist the attacking Fengshu. Although the wind blade is powerful, it is obviously not easy to injure Belle and the others. Those who attacked secretly seemed to have anticipated their strength. Before the wave of wind blades stopped completely, a wave of fireballs poured down towards Belle and the others like a rain of fire. Everyone be careful, first defend with all your strength. After blocking a fireball with the 2 knives in his hands, Belle shouted. In fact, it doesn't need to be said by him, everyone is safe and sound in the rain of fire. After all, although fire rain has a large range, its hit rate and single target power are not strong. It's just that in the face of the fire rain formed by the fireball, it is a bit difficult to worry about Myne and Kitamura Motoyasu. The 2 of them finally got a chance to breathe in front of Irene and Belle. Belle and others also quickly noticed that those falling fireballs did not attack Kitamura Motoyasu and Myne at all, and those who were hiding in the dark and releasing magic should be their reinforcements. At this time Belle found that Kitamura Motoyasu and Myne began to escape, and those falling fireballs had begun to ignite the surrounding bushes and trees, emitting bursts of black smoke. If this continues, not to mention killing Myne, people like myself will die here because of inhaling too much smoke, or being surrounded by forest fires. Indecisiveness leads to disaster. Belle and Irene looked at each other, and the tacit understanding immediately understood what the other meant, that is, even if they were hurt a little, they must get out of the current predicament. In an instant, both of them disappeared in place. Belle rushed towards the forest, and Irene continued to rush towards Myne. At this moment, the magician hidden in the dark seemed to have sensed the intentions of the 2 of them, and the magic attack became more intense. Advertisement: not only the power and quantity of Huoyu increased, but also a series of wind blades. In desperation, Belle and Irene were forced to go back again. Because the 2 gave up part of their defense, they were slightly injured under these crazy bombing magic attacks. Fortunately, the 2 responded in a timely manner, and it was only a flesh injury. How many magicians are hidden in the forest? The number and rhythm of the magic skills released are basically used to deal with the army. Belle said while blocking a wind blade. Obviously, they are an army of magicians. Irene looked stern, and also answered while blocking the magic skills. Lilith, think of something quickly, you are the only magician here, at least find a little space for us. At this moment, Belle could only pin his hopes on Lilith. They, a group of people who can only fight in close combat, had no way to deal with seemingly endless magical attacks. It has always been a nightmare for a magician to be approached by a warrior. If a warrior cannot get close to a magician, then he will be beaten unilaterally. This principle is true everywhere. I know, but at least give me a chance to chant. We're here to help you buy time. As soon as Lilith finished speaking, Wodsworth and the other 2 endured several magical attacks, and came to Lilith, waving the weapons in their hands to help her block all the fireballs and wind blades. Thank you, please. Lilith nodded, raised her hands without hesitation and began to chant. O source of strength, I command you in my name, interpret everything, and protect this person. Intermediate flame vortex. As Lilith's chanting ended, a vortex of flames appeared in the midair above Belle and Irene's heads, blocking all the falling fireballs. There are too many fireballs, I can't last long. I see. Irene and Belle disappeared in place again. Irene seized the opportunity to continuously increase her speed, and the moment she rushed out of the protection of Lilith's flame vortex, she had already brought her speed to the extreme, and the fireballs falling from the sky could only attack the people behind her. Ground. Advertisement. Asking for flowers. At the same time, Irene swung the long sword in her hand again and again, cutting off all the wind blades that hit her. Just like that, she rushed into the forest at an extraordinary speed. All of a sudden, there were screams in the forest, and the continuous magic attacks were stopped. It was obvious that Irene had come into contact with the magicians hiding in the dark. The others took advantage of this opportunity, naturally without thinking, and also rushed into the depths of the forest. After the warrior approaches the magician, the next step is of course the massacre. Bell, on the other side, also came into contact with Myne and Kitamura Motoyasu again. Although Myne was seriously injured and would die at any time due to excessive blood loss, Kitamura Motoyasu only suffered a little injury and a blow to his self-esteem, and his combat effectiveness was not damaged much. Bell and Kitamura Motoyasu fought again, and Bell played faster and faster, leaving 2 wounds on Kitamura Motoyasu in no time. These 2 wounds only scratched Kitamura Motoyasu's skin, and there was not much blood at all, so Kitamura Motoyasu didn't care. When he came to his senses, he found that the wound had turned black, and his mind began to become dizzy. Lightning gun. Utilizing the powerful power of his skills, Kitamura Motoyasu forced Bell back a few steps, took this opportunity to look at the wound again, and confirmed that he was poisoned. To touch poison on a knife, how despicable. I don't know if it is the effect of poisoning. Kitamura Motoyasu's face is extremely ugly. Don't worry, this poison will not kill you, it will only make your limbs numb and your will be slackened. Now you should be very dizzy, right? Then you will lose consciousness completely in 1 step. As Bell said, Kitamura Motoyasu felt that his vision became more and more blurred, and the bell in front of him changed from 1 to 2, and then to 4. In the end, his eyes went black and he fell straight to the side. At this moment, a man in a black robe and a black hood appeared beside Kitamura Motoyasu and grabbed him. Not only that, there are also 3 robed men appearing beside Myne and the 2 female adventurers. As they appeared, all of a sudden, there was a strange atmosphere all around. Chapter 133. A group of dead men who shouldn't appear. Who the hell are you guys? There are a large number of magicians hidden in the forest, and now a man in a black robe appears to rescue Kitamura Motoyasu and Myne. Bell knows that the other party will not answer, but he can't help but ask. Then who are you, dare to attack the hero of the gun and the first princess of the king? The black-robed man also asks suspiciously. Because one person on both sides is wearing a hood and the other is wearing a grimace mask, no one knows who the other person is. For a moment, the whole scene fell into silence, but the silence soon ended, and Bell shot directly. In his opinion, it didn't matter who these men in black robes were. Anyway, the mission this time was to kill Myne. If the men in black robes are in the way, then just kill them all. But just as Bell took a step, 2 men in black robes appeared in front of Bell, blocking the way. They also held short knives in their hands. 783. Go away. Bell let out a loud cry, and slashed at the 2 of them with the 2 knives in his hands. The 2 men in black robes did not give way, facing Bell with short knives in their hands. With 1 against 2, the sound of steel clashing can be heard endlessly. Although Bell was not at a disadvantage against the 2, it became impossible to get close to Myne through the defense of the 2. Seeing that those people were about to lift Myne, Kitamura Motoyasu, and the 2 female adventurers and looked ready to leave, Bell became more and more anxious. 2 men in black robes seized the opportunity of Bell's swaying god, and took the opportunity to leave a knife on Bell's shoulder and arm. After being stabbed twice, Bell had to take a few steps back, glanced at his wound, it wasn't deep or poisonous, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, I'm still too anxious, calm down. Bell kept breathing, his eyes scanned the surrounding situation, and he kept thinking in his heart. Although these guys came out of nowhere, they are obviously not ordinary people. It is impossible to break through their defenses and kill Myne. Now the only way is to drag them away, as long as Irene and the others come back. Bell quickly judged the situation. As long as Irene and the others kill all the mages in the forest and come back, then these men in black robes and Myne and others will not be able to escape from his palm at all. Do whatever you think of, has always been Bell's principle. Without a trace of hesitation, he rushed towards the 2 men in black robes again. Advertisement this time, Bell's attack was more violent, as if he didn't care that he would be injured or even die. Under such a desperate attack, even the 2 black-robed men couldn't help retreating, and the direction they retreated was exactly where Myne was. Myne is getting closer and closer, from 15 meters to 10 meters. At this moment, the man next to Myne had just picked her up after sprinkling the hemostatic medicine on Myne's wound. It's now. Bell's eyes lit up, and the 2 short knives in his hand were thrown out like flying knives. The 2 men in black robes did not expect Bell to throw the knife suddenly, and did not block it immediately. When they reacted, they could only watch the 2 knives fly towards Myne, who was in a coma due to excessive blood loss. The man holding Myne noticed the flying dagger. At this moment, this situation is extremely difficult for ordinary people to make a decision. Because holding Myne with both hands, there is no hand to resist. In the case of holding a person, there is no reaction and speed to dodge, the distance is too close. If you want to survive, there is only one way, and that is to leave Myne alone. However, the man holding Myne turned around without any hesitation, and blocked Bell's double knives with his generous back. The sharp double knives went straight into the body, carrying poison, but the man didn't even frown. Bell, who saw this scene, came up with a word in his mind: dead man. There is nothing simple behind the people who can raise dead men. Of course. Belle doesn't have time to think about this now, because the two men in black robes have already swung their short knives. Belle could only frown while backing away again and again. It's really wonderful. I don't hesitate to get hurt to shorten the distance, let the thrown dagger exert its greatest power, so as to stop mine and buy time for my companions to arrive. Under such circumstances, they can make judgments so calmly, which is really admirable. But you who have no weapons, let me see what you do now. The man in black robe who supported Kitamura Motoyasu said in a cold voice at this time. No weapons? Sorry, I still have 6 of these short knives. While talking, Belle drew a dagger from his waist and threw it at Myne. The man holding Myne was half kneeling on the ground because he had already been stabbed twice, but he still managed to move his body, and once again used his body to help Myne block the next stabbing. Advertisement, but this time, he also completely lost his life. If no man stopped him, the next stab would definitely kill Taijun. Belle drew 2 short knives from his leggings again, intending to kill Myne, but saw the 2 black-robed men approaching again. It's annoying. Belle snorted coldly, had no choice but to give up attacking Myne, and raised his 2 knives to block their attacks. Not good, they're going to blow themselves up. Hearing what Lilith said, Irene held a long sword and walked slowly towards the 3 men in black robes. When she was about to kill all the magicians, Irene stopped in her tracks because 3 men in black robes suddenly appeared and blocked her way. However, these men in black robes took off their black robes in a calm manner. All 3 men in black robes were tattooed with a large number of certain spells, and at this moment they began to shine with dazzling light, and the temperature in the entire cage also rose rapidly. It can be said that Irene took the lead, but those who killed were terrified. Realizing that something was wrong, Lilith suddenly widened her eyes and shouted. Lilith, as long as the caster is killed, it will be resolved, right? I understand. During this period, Lilith still read a lot of magic books, and there was an introduction about Thundercage during this period. With such a number, it is no wonder that magic skills are bombarded one after another. Thundercage? It is indeed a very well-defended cage. Even a powerful monster can hardly break free from this cage, but there is a fatal flaw, that is, the caster is also in the cage 1.3, facing us 9 people, still use this kind of cage, although I don't know who you are, but it seems that you think your life is too long. When Irene was still wondering who they were, the 3 men in black robes raised their arms together, and a dazzling light spread out. Irene and the others rushed to the magicians at the fastest speed. They raised their knives and took away the lives of more than 10 magicians in an instant amidst the screams. It's useless. In this thundercage that no one can break, you can only usher in the end of your life. After Irene and the others rushed into the forest, they immediately found a large number of magicians standing here, at least 60 or 70 people in number. No matter what, since it is an enemy, there is no need to show mercy. Anyway, there is no one around Myne right now, don't worry for now, she will be taken away by other men in black robes. I saw a series of currents rising around, quickly forming a circular cage, trapping all 9 people including Irene. Chapter 134. Traces of the Pope. They have the blood curse seal and the blood explosion curse seal on their bodies respectively. Once the curse seal is activated successfully, all the blood in the former's body will be shot out like long needles. Because it is thin and fast, it is difficult to defend. The blood of the latter burns all over his body, and finally explodes like high dynamite. The most terrible thing is that these 2 curse seals are combined. The power is not as simple as 1 + 1. The blood curse seal will be affected by the blood explosion curse seal. At that time, the ejected blood will also produce an explosion effect. Lilith kept saying that at this moment, she was no longer the carefree girl she used to be. She looked restless and frightened in her eyes. Lilith, don't panic, since you know what curse marks are on them, is there any solution? Irene turned her head and comforted, after all, she is the strongest among them, and she can still keep calm at this time. These 2 curse seals have strong disadvantages, that is, the activation time is too long, and the caster cannot move during the activation process, so under normal circumstances, it is enough to try to escape, but in this situation, it is obviously impossible to escape. Lilith looked at the thunder cages around her, this was what she was really worried about. The current situation is simply locking people and bombs together, and 19 has nowhere to escape. Since you can't escape, let's kill these guys. Irene turned her head and was about to walk towards the 3 men in black robes again. Don't do this, it will only speed up the time for them to burst. Lilith hurriedly grabbed Irene, she was quite familiar with the blood curse mark and the blood explosion curse mark, and knew what to do and what not to do. How can it be so troublesome? Wouldn't it be good to break this thunder cage? Wodsworth came to the front of the thunder cage with his giant sword in his hand, and directly slashed it down. Accompanied by a loud noise, Thundercage remained motionless, but Wordsworth was shocked to take 2 steps back. Sure enough, it's hard enough. Don't look at it, everyone. If you can't do it alone, let's go up together. We can break this cage soon. Wordsworth said as he swung his giant sword again and slashed at Thundercage. Wadsworth is right. Let's go together. Even Irene said so. Everyone immediately tried their best to attack the Thundercage with the weapons in their hands. Under their attack, the Thundercage shook violently, and the thick and intertwined lightning bolts also began to become erratic. It's just a distance to break through. Obviously it doesn't take a while. Advertisement. And now the 3 men in black robes. The spells on their bodies are getting brighter and brighter. It seems that they are about to reach a 0 point. Although your strength is very strong, you are still far from breaking through the Thundercage. This is a thunder cage that can easily trap even large monsters. It is impossible for you to break through it. Come with us to meet the gods. Don't waste your efforts in vain. It's useless. No human being can break the thunder cage. The three men in black robes yelled unscrupulously, their faces full of madness. Hiss! At this moment, there was a sound as if something was being torn apart from the thunder cage. The three men in black robes turned their heads in unison, and found that a pair of hands had reached into the thunder cage completely composed of lightning from the outside, and when they opened their hands, they instantly tore a huge hole in it. Immediately afterwards, a figure walked in slowly through the opening. The three men in black robes were completely stunned. What about the thunder cage that humans couldn't break through? Why is it being torn apart with bare hands now? What's going on? Or, in fact, he has already seen the gods. Irene, Wodsworth, don't stay here anymore, just leave now. The person who came was Qin Feng, who was a little uneasy and followed slowly. Seeing that Lin and the others were trapped in the thunder cage, he had no choice but to come out. After all, if this situation is not rescued, they must die here. Yes. Master Shield Hero, please be careful, the spell marks on them are quite powerful. Seeing that it was Qin Feng who came, Irene and the others immediately breathed a sigh of relief. They were not at all surprised that Qin Feng easily tore open the thunder cage. After all, it was Lord Shield Hero, nothing is impossible. After Irene and the others completely left, Qin Feng turned his attention to the three men in black robes. Look at you, the person standing behind is not a small character. Are these spells on you, the Pope? Facing the 5 people who were about to explode, Qin Feng said jokingly. Advertisement. Qin Feng had seen the incantations on their bodies in the magic book collected from the church, so there was a high probability that they would be the Pope behind them. Because Lilith has seen those magicians, she will know. Shield Hero, I didn't expect it to be you. I don't know whether to say you are smart or stupid, since you know the spells on us, you actually ran in on your own initiative. Since this is the case, you can die with us. If we can exchange our deaths for your life, the gods will definitely bring me blessings, and the Pope will also take good care of our children and grandchildren. At this moment, the spells on the 3 men in black robes radiated unprecedented light, and it seemed that they were about to be activated successfully, and they would explode themselves as Lilith said. Before, Qin Feng only suspected that they were the Pope's people. Hearing what they said, he was 100% sure. If that was the case, then there was no need to waste any more time. Qin Feng raised the shield on his wrist and pointed it at the 3 men in black robes. Prison shield. A huge magic circle appeared on the bodies of the 3 men in black robes, and giant shields emerged from the magic circle with chains, and quickly closed together, completely sealing the 3 of them inside. Boom boom boom, 667. At this moment, the spells on the 3 men in black robes were finally activated successfully, and their bodies also exploded and superimposed on each other. At the cost of life, the power is naturally extraordinary. Even the prison shield was directly torn apart, countless blood splashed around, fell to the ground and exploded, causing sparks. As Lilith said, when the 2 curse seals are activated at the same time, a chain effect is produced. Of course. Since most of the impact has been blocked by the prison shield, the remaining aftermath is not very dangerous, at least for Qin Feng. Unexpectedly, the prison shield didn't completely block it. These curse marks are really tricky, and Belle and Irene should try to be careful about such things in the future. Qin Feng rested his chin, thinking, Master Shield Hero, are you okay? Due to the death of the caster, the thunder cage was naturally released directly. Before the aftermath of the curse seal of the 3 men in black completely faded away, Irene and the others hurried forward. Who do you think I am? How could something happen to me? But you guys shouldn't have been seriously injured, right? Qin Feng shook his head, scanned the crowd with his eyes, and found that they had only a little injury on their bodies, so he felt relieved. In the next second, Qin Feng noticed that one of them was missing, so he asked, Where is Belle? Where is the other? Chapter 135. Finding the king to settle accounts. On the other side, Belle and the 2 men in black robes were fighting fiercely. Although Belle is stronger than any other black-robed man, the 2 of them cooperate tacitly and occupy the superiority in numbers. It is unrealistic to decide the winner in a short time. At this time, there was an explosion in the forest not far away. What's going on? It seems to be from Irene. With 2 knives in his hands, Belle forced the 2 men in black robes back. He glanced back at the direction of the explosion, and couldn't help feeling worried. The sound of the explosion is not loud. Is there an accident? The black-robed man who supported Kitamura Motoyasu frowned, realizing that something was wrong, and immediately shouted, Don't delay any longer. As soon as he said this, Belle also understood that they were going to evacuate, gathered all his strength, and attacked the 2 men in black robes, intending to break through the defense of the 2 men in exchange for injuries, and then kill Myne. But at this moment, the 2 men in black robes also adopted this method. He let the knife in Belle's hand slash at himself, and hugged Belle directly with a backhand hug. Let me go. Belle drew the knife and directly stabbed the 2 men in black robes in the abdomen. However, as if they couldn't feel the pain, they still hugged Belle tightly with both hands. Suddenly, Belle felt a wave of heat coming from their bodies, and the body under the black robe was also faintly glowing. It is also the same as the black robe that trapped Irene and others before. They also have spells tattooed on their bodies, and they want to hold Belle and explode themselves and die together. Damn it. Roll my forehead. Although Belle didn't know the incantation, he could also feel the terrifying sense of crisis coming from them. the two knives stabbed them even more crazily, and a lot of blood splashed out, spilling all over the surrounding ground. "Come die with me," they whispered, and the face under the hood did not show any painful expression, but showed a ferocious smile. At this time, the man in black robe who was supporting Kitamura Motoyasu quickly evacuated with Kitamura Motoyasu and Myne, and quickly disappeared from Bell's sight. "Are you going to die here?" Advertisement. Seeing the two people hugging him, the light on their bodies became more and more dazzling. Knowing that his attack did not stop them, but instead accelerated the activation time of their spells, he couldn't help but reveal a trace of despair. Just then, a figure appeared in front of him, Master Shield Hero. Bell was overjoyed when he saw the person coming. Qin Feng didn't speak. He grabbed the two men in black robes who were holding Bell with both hands, and then pulled them away. The terrifying force immediately pulled them away from Bell, and threw them into the sky at the same time. Boom! With two loud noises, the two of them burst into brilliant fireworks in the air. "Bell, are you okay?" Irene and others followed closely and asked Bell one after another. "I have nothing to do." Bell shook his head towards Irene and the others, then turned his gaze to Qin Feng, and knelt down on one knee. "Sorry, Lord Shield Hero, the mission failed. I didn't kill Myne." "If you didn't kill it, you didn't kill it. Anyway, you will have a chance in the future, but why are you here alone?" Qin Feng waved his hand, indicating that it's okay, and then asked again. "Master Shield Hero, the situation is like this. Just now we were attacked by an army of magicians. Here, Myne and the adventurer have been seriously injured. Only the brave gunman still has a certain fighting power, so..." Irene began to explain, but Qin Feng interrupted him before he finished speaking. "I think that Bell alone can deal with Kitamura Motoyasu and kill Myne, so you all went to deal with the magician army, right? It seems that during this period of time, in addition to improving your strength, your hearts are also too inflated." Qin Feng glanced at Bell and the others, without any expression in his eyes. "Don't say that you didn't expect the black-robed man who suddenly appeared. This world is like this, full of accidents everywhere. The fundamental reason is that you are too arrogant to fail the mission. If there is one more person left to help Bale, the situation will not be like this." Hearing Qin Feng's words, everyone knelt down on one knee, lowered their heads, and stopped talking. Because as Qin Feng said, "When I saw that Wodsworth was able to fight 50-50 with the hero of the gun, Kitamura Motoyasu, at that moment, I really felt that I was not what I used to be, and became very powerful. A brave man is no more than mediocre." Everything is as Qin Feng said. If the enemy is not underestimated, then this mission can definitely be completed. But one thing is not bad, you didn't make excuses for yourself, so I will forgive you this time. I hope you can learn a lesson. If there is another time, don't call yourself a member of 10 Blades, and don't he is my follower, understand? Qin Feng's voice sounded again, with an indifferent tone. No one would doubt the authenticity of his words. Advertisement, yes. We promise there will be no next time. Bell, Irene and the others all agreed. Then put out the surrounding fires first, then go back to join Raftalia and Filo, and then rush over to the capital. Because Bell and others failed in their mission, Qin Feng was in a bad mood, and immediately shouted to the soldiers on guard. Everyone started to discuss the reasons for this failure, so as to learn a lesson. Damn it, Master Shield Hero managed to assign a mission, but it still failed. Yes, let's cover the wound first. I don't need you anymore. Now that the Pope Sanyong has appeared again, it's time to ask that old king. At the same time, the wounded began to bandage the wounds. Although they were all skin traumas, the bleeding needed to be stopped a little. Put down the drawbridge, yo. But at this time, when I saw the suspension bridge connecting the palace to the town, it was in a state of being pulled up. After confirming that Qin Feng had left, Bell ignored the pain from the wound on his body and slammed his fist hard on the ground. Bell, don't blame yourself too much. This failure is partly due to us. If one person can be left behind, if we can quickly get rid of those magicians, if we are not carelessly trapped by men in black robes, we will fail, of course. There is no what if, let's learn from failure together. The voice was still echoing in the air, and Qin Feng had disappeared in place. Not long after, a voice sounded from the palace. Master Shield Hero, His Majesty the King has recently been infected with a very serious plague, and I am afraid that there is no way for him to see guests. Bell asked. He made a mistake in this mission, and he wanted to redeem his mistakes too much, so he wanted to know what Qin Feng's next plan was, and hoped that he could at least help a little. After Qin Feng said these words, he started to walk. Master Shield Hero, where do you want to go? With Qin Feng's foot strength, it didn't take much time to reach the gate of the palace. The uninjured people stood by to stop the fire caused by the fire rain. After all, if it is not stopped, it will definitely cause a forest fire, which is not good. At least it will not be easy for them to leave Root Village and reach the capital. Things. Chapter 136. Why talk nonsense if you can do it? Master Shield Hero, His Majesty the King has recently been infected with a very serious plague, and cannot meet guests, please forgive me. Soon, there was a sound in the palace, and a soldier's head emerged from the city wall. Plague? Then let me show the king. In terms of medical skills, I think I am quite accomplished. Qin Feng sneered. It was impossible for the king to be infected with the plague, and it was obvious that he was avoiding himself on purpose. Master Shield Hero, the plague this time is quite serious. Several doctors have already been infected by it. The disaster wave will come in a few days. You should not take the risk. I will convey your thoughts to His Majesty the King. The soldiers on the city wall did not answer immediately, but turned their heads, as if communicating with the people behind them before shouting. Don't worry, I'm different from those quack doctors. Master Shield Hero, don't embarrass me, I have seniors and juniors. Seeing Qin Feng's insistence, the soldier's expression was extremely ugly, as if he was about to cry. Okay, I've got it. Hearing Qin Feng's words, the soldier just breathed a sigh of relief when he saw him jump up. With one leap, Qin Feng stepped across the moat to the suspension bridge, and then 193 threw a punch. With a loud noise, a big hole was blasted out of the suspension bridge by Qin Feng, and he himself followed the big hole to the palace. All the soldiers next to him looked at him, all dumbstruck, as if they were petrified. I began to suspect that when the palace was being built, so much effort was devoted to building a moat and setting up a suspension bridge. What is the use of it? Qin Feng didn't bother to pay attention to those soldiers and strode towards the palace. Looking at his back, the soldiers looked at each other in blank dismay. What should I do? Should I go and inform His Majesty the King that the moat and the drawbridge cannot stop the hero of the shield? Do you think your speed can be faster than Lord Shield Hero? I can't. So what's the good news? By the time we meet His Majesty the King, Lord Shield Hero will have arrived long ago. Makes sense. The soldiers nodded and decided what to do. People like themselves can't interfere with Qin Feng and the king's affairs. Naturally, the king had nothing to do. He was sitting on the throne in the conference hall at this moment, looking at the group of state officials below. Advertisement, Your Majesty, please also punish the shield hero. It's not wrong, actually leading the subhumans to riot and killing Lord Yatri. This crime is simply unforgivable. Even if he is a brave man, he can't kill the country's lords and nobles so recklessly. The ministers yelled at the king. Obviously, it wasn't because Qin Feng wanted to kill Myne. After all, the speed of information transmission in this world is not so fast, and Bell and the others are wearing grimace masks, so no one recognizes them as Qin Feng's people so far. What he did was the fact that Yatri, the lord of the subhuman territory, was killed by Qin Feng. These ministers don't care about what Yatri usually does. In short, it is wrong for Qin Feng to kill him. If he violates the laws of this country, he will have to pay the price for it. Perhaps few of these people have clean hands and feet. They don't want to follow in the footsteps of Yatri. At least they want to curb Qin Feng's behavior of beheading nobles at will. And it is not the first time they have advised His Majesty the King. Looking at the noisy ministers, the king also had a headache. Qin Feng is so strong, even if I punish him, what can I do with him? Instead, it will arouse his anger. Thinking of what Qin Feng did to him before, the king now feels a chill down his back. However, I can't tell these ministers that I am afraid of Qin Feng. After all, it is too embarrassing. Just when the king could not make up his mind, the door of the conference hall was suddenly opened. Whether it was the king or the ministers present, all their eyes turned to the gate in an instant. I saw a figure walking in slowly with firm steps. When they saw the face of the visitor, all the ministers frowned, and the king on the throne trembled, BJFA, all over, and almost fell from the top, because the visitor was Qin Feng. Your Majesty, haven't you been infected with the plague? Why are you still sitting here, worrying about the affairs of the country? Qin Feng turned his head and glanced at the surrounding ministers, and finally set his eyes on the king, and said jokingly, cough cough cough. It is indeed infected with the plague, but there are too many things to deal with, there is really no way. The king pretended to cough a few times. Really? Why'd I feel like you were an old guy, pretending to be sick to hide from me? Advertisement. Just as Qin Feng finished speaking, the two ministers took a step forward. Hero of the shield, don't go too far, that's His Majesty the King. You actually call him an old fellow, what a shame. It's not wrong, you killed Lord Yatri for no reason, such a demonic act, violated the laws of the country, we haven't settled with you yet, and now you are still so rude, it is a heinous crime. The two ministers pointed at Qin Feng's nose and reprimanded him. Qin Feng turned his head and glanced at them, saying that he could explain to them, but it was unnecessary. So the figure flashed, appeared in front of the two ministers, and threw a punch. Under Qin Feng's iron fist, their heads exploded like watermelons, and the contents of their heads instantly splashed everywhere in the conference hall, and even many ministers were glued to their bodies. Seeing this unusually quiet scene, Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction. At this time, the king asked tremblingly, forcing a smile on his face, proving that he was not angry at Qin Feng beheading his minister. Qin Feng thought so, so he went directly to the people. Of course, there were no soldiers rushing to encircle and suppress Qin Feng. Soldiers are also human, and they are also afraid of death. Demon. Demon. This guy is a demon, soldier quick, kill him. Then. That? Shield hero, is there anything important for you to come here this time? Very good. However, before he finished speaking, Qin Feng threw another punch, and the result was the same, his head disappeared and turned into pieces on the spot. Killed the three ministers without saying a word, which is not something a brave man would do. Qin Feng's indifferent gaze swept across everyone present, and there was no trace of emotion in his tone, only coldness. If you can solve the problem with your own hands, do it directly, don't be long-winded. Anyway, explaining for a long time is a waste of saliva, and you still have to do it in the end. Because the one in front of him is not like a brave man at all, but more like a devil. Of course, let's not talk about your illness for the time being. I'll ask you to check the traces of the Pope Sanyang. You've been checking for so long, how did you find out? One of the ministers screamed in horror at such a bloody scene. The ministers were trembling with fright, and some even peed directly from the scare. Now, who else among you has a problem with me? But no one spoke anymore, and they all covered their mouths with their hands to suppress the fear in their hearts. Now they understand why the king is still indifferent when Yatri was killed. Qin Feng didn't bother to talk nonsense anymore, and asked straight to the point. Chapter 137. Leading the snake out of the cave. The whereabouts of the Pope? Haven't found it yet. Facing Qin Feng's question, the king replied without any hesitation. After thinking for a while, he hastily added, the Pope is quite influential in this country, and there are buildings belonging to the church everywhere. It is not a difficult task to find him. Easy things, please give me some more time. Qin Feng stared at the king closely, and could see that he was not lying, and indeed there was no trace of the Pope during this period of time. Really, I found traces of a large number of magicians in the forest around Root Village, and a few men in black robes. I think they belong to the three warriors, especially those men in black robes. They should be under the command of the Pope. Directly under the troops, shadow. Qin Feng continued, is there such a situation? The king frowned, as if he didn't know much about the real situation. You are a king, but you don't know that the Sanyang cult has gathered so much power? Hearing Qin Feng's words, the king was quite embarrassed, but he still replied, it's really not clear. It can still be seen that the king is not lying. After all, his facial expression management ability is very poor, and it is easy for people to find out if he is lying. It seems that the king really doesn't know, so the Pope must be planning something secretly. Qin Feng rested his chin and kept thinking, but how to force the Pope out was a very difficult problem. That. Shield hero, do you have anything else to do? Seeing that Qin Feng has not opened his mouth, but his whole body is constantly exuding a sense of oppression, the king couldn't help it and asked cautiously. During this time, order people to keep an eye on the 1.3 Yongjiao. Whether it's the Pope or members of the church, once they find out, they will tell me immediately, and if they dare to pretend to be sick next time, don't blame me for being merciless. After saying these words, Qin Feng disappeared directly into the conference hall. The king sitting on the throne felt the flash of murderous intent, trembled all over, and his face instantly turned pale. As Qin Feng left, everyone in the hall still didn't dare to take a breath. After a while, it was confirmed that Qin Feng would not come back, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Is that man really the hero of the shield? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he is the Demon King, right? Don't talk about it anymore. If he shoots back and is heard by him, his life will be lost. It's not like you didn't see the three people just now. It means that you will kill them as soon as you say them, without even a little hesitation. Yes, you are right. Advertisement. After a brief heated discussion, the ministers closed their mouths again, then turned to look at the king, and all retreated. As for Yatri or something, let him go to hell. Anyway, they don't dare to take care of it anymore, at least until the queen comes back. The current king is useless at all. Looking at the backs of the ministers leaving, the king slammed his fist on the armrest of the throne, and shouted, come here. Clean up the surroundings for me, and those corpses, just find a place to bury them. The king, who was full of anger, could only vent his anger on those servants. After leaving the palace, Qin Feng walked around the city for a while, wanting to see if he was lucky enough to meet Pope Sanyang directly. Of course, this is too idealistic. In any case, the entire capital is still very large, and trying to find someone here is like looking for a needle in a haystack. What can we do about it? To be honest, Qin Feng is still a little distressed now. After all, if the Pope is not dealt with, it will always be a threat. Even if he wasn't afraid, Raftalia, Bell and the others couldn't stand up to the Pope's schemes. Just like this time, if you don't feel that the situation is not good, if you follow the past to see, maybe Bell and others will be wiped out. Qin Feng, who was walking on Wangdu Street, was thinking while looking at the passing pedestrians and the scenery on the street. The only certainty now is that the Magician Legion and the black-robed man that appeared before are the Pope's troops. The Magician Legion has been cleaned up by Bell and the others. Even if some lucky magicians escape, they are no longer a threat. The man in the black robe must bring Kitamura Motoyasu and Myne to the Pope. Myne is seriously injured and should not appear again in a short time. If Kitamura Motoyasu can lure him out, or wait until the disaster wave arrives, time can confirm the location where the Pope is hiding. Let's try first, see if we can lure him out. After Qin Feng found the countermeasure, he felt a lot more comfortable and strode towards the gate of the capital city. Ask for flowers. With his current deterrent power, the soldiers standing guard at the gate of the city would naturally not embarrass him, and each of them would ask for his health. One sentence from left to right, Lord Shield Hero, and they would even bring tea and water. I am afraid that even the king would not have this kind of treatment when he came over. This is the benefit of power, at least everyone will be in awe of you. After a little time around noon, I saw Filo running towards the field in the distance, pulling a carriage. Advertisement. Knowing that Raftalia and Bell had finally arrived, Qin Feng stood up from the reclining chair sent by the soldiers and walked towards them. Master Qin Feng, Master Shield Hero. The time to meet Qin Feng is humane. 0. Master, you are waiting for us directly at the gate of the city. Especially Filo, who yelled with great pleasure, that's right, I miss Filo after all. Qin Feng rubbed Filo's head, turned to look at Bell and the others, and asked, have you brought those magic image crystals with you? Bring it. On the carriage, both Bell and Irene responded in unison. Next, I want to give you a task, which is to extract the most exciting parts of the images in the crystal, and then make a large number of copies. I want you two to display in the entire capital and trafficking. Signal me as soon as you spot Kitamura Motoyasu. The corners of Qin Feng's mouth curled up slightly, and he said slowly. Yes, we promise to complete the task. Belle, Irene and others shouted in unison. At the same time, each of them swore secretly in their hearts that the previous mission had failed, and this time they had to complete it even if they risked their lives. Of course, this task does not require risking one's life. Then get yourself some lunch and get to work right away. Qin Feng waved his hand, and Belle and the others immediately walked towards the capital. After they entered the city, as Qin Feng said, the two of them dispersed in a group and walked towards various parts of the capital. Raftalia, Filo, you come with me. Qin Feng signaled the two of them to follow behind him, and also walked towards the capital. After all, apart from Belle and the others, there was one more thing to be done. Chapter 138. What did Chang Yang do? Qin Feng took Raftalia and Filo to the magic shop in the capital. After all, he still wanted to make Filo's clothes. Master Shield Hero, welcome back. I have already prepared the crystal for the winder. Qin Feng just pushed open the door of the magic shop, and the old woman who was the manager greeted him with a smile. So sure I helped you solve the troubles in Root Village? Qin Feng still knew that this old woman was a bit snobbish, and normally she wouldn't smile so brightly. Of course, with your help, no matter what happens, it will happen naturally. The old lady nodded. She was very sure of Qin Feng's strength. I really think highly of me, but I have indeed settled the matter in Loot Village. Now let's get out the silk thread needed for Filo's clothes. Well, Filo, come with me. The old lady took Filo to the restored winding machine. Filo, 370, began to spin the winding machine impatiently. Master, I'm so bored. Master, I'm hungry. Master, can I not do it? In a voice like Filo's, the magic thread needed for a piece of clothing was finally drawn out. The next step is to weave these threads into cloth and then cut them into clothes, and you're done. I don't have the ability to do this. The old woman handed the finished product of the magic silk thread to Qin Feng for a look, and then said, next, just ask someone who is willing to help weave, and the cloth can be woven. Since you helped Loot Village again, I will let you know. Let me introduce it to you, of course. All the expenses will be handled by me. Hearing the old lady's words, Qin Feng nodded, and gave her a look of spirituality, by the way. Then please come with me. The old lady closed her shop, took Qin Feng and others to find someone who was willing to weave, and then handed the magic silk thread to her. Because this is a very rare material, it will take a lot of time for her to complete the work, at least until tomorrow morning. Next, we will go to the dress shop to measure the size of Filo. After the fabric is spun, I will help you send the fabric directly to the clothing store, and then you only need to come here to pick up the clothes of Filo's children. The old lady explained slowly. Before she knew it, she had already arrived in front of the dress shop. Advertisement, wow. What a cute girl. Just as Qin Feng brought Raftalia and Filo into the store, a female clerk with a headscarf and glasses rushed over excitedly. Although the clothes of the clerk are a bit old-fashioned, but the overall image is quite good, at least the person is quite beautiful. Wow. With wings on their backs, they look like angels. Although demi-humans have similar races, they can't achieve such beauty at all. The difference is too great. The clerks gathered around Filo, those eyes glowing. This reminded Filo of his expression when he saw the food, and couldn't help leaning towards Qin Feng. Among the many demi-humans, there are many races with wings, but the hands, feet or other parts will retain the characteristics of birds. But Filo children are no different from ordinary humans except for their wings. This is not a common thing. That's why she's so excited. The old lady explained to the clerk that after all, enthusiasm is a good thing, but too much enthusiasm will make people feel scared. Oh, I just thought she was going to eat people. Filo said innocently and cutely. Don't worry, no one will dare to eat you. Qin Feng shook his head helplessly, pushed Filo in front of the clerk, pointed to the old woman and said, the magic cloth is already being prepared, and she will deliver it tomorrow morning. Okay, I understand. The female clerk is still quite professional, and she took out the tape measure to measure Filo. She is in very good condition. No matter which inch of her body is very delicate. I think just making a dress can fully bring out her own characteristics. While measuring, the female clerk did not forget to tell, obviously this is a girl who loves clothes very much. When Qin Feng and Filo were making clothes, Belle and others had already followed Qin Feng's order and started to act. Open black lens bracket. The 10 people were divided into 5 groups, scattered in the 5 main population gathering places of the royal capital. Each group of 2 people quickly set up the booth, took out the magic image crystals one by one, and placed them neatly on the booth. Come and take a look, the private video of the gun hero, don't miss it when you pass by. Belle and Wodsworth set up and began to sell with a loud voice. However, after calling for a while, no one came to see it. Obviously there were many pedestrians passing by in front of it. Advertisement, it's strange, why didn't anyone come up to take a look? Isn't it true that the brave gunman is not welcome? Belle held his chin, thinking puzzledly. Indeed. Last time Qin Feng slapped Kitamura Motoyasu with a knife. Most people hate him now, at least the residents of the capital are like this, so they have no interest in any private images of him. Shall we change our slogan? Said Wordsworth. The people who heard the sound stopped one by one and turned to look in the direction of Belle. What did the hero of the gun do to the old sow in Route 1.3? Bell raised his hands and signaled everyone present to be quiet. It seems very exciting, but it actually involves the hero of the gun, the first princess of the kingdom in the old Sao. Have a good time? Bell began to think, and within a short time, his eyes lit up, and a light of inspiration bloomed in his mind. As the number of people increased, all kinds of miscellaneous problems came one after another, and the whole scene became noisy. At this moment, everyone's gossip was mobilized by Bell. It makes sense. Let me think about it. What slogan should I use? When no one made a sound, Bell's voice sounded again. First of all, I would like to introduce these magic image crystals to you. The hero of the gun is related to the first princess of the kingdom, and it is absolutely something you do not know. Boss, are you telling the truth? Why did the brave man of the gun become the lord of Root Village? Why did hundreds of old sows in Root Village scream in the middle of the night? Why did the first princess of the kingdom pant late at night? Why did the female adventurer scream again and again? Behind all this is human nature. Distortion, or moral depravity. All the answers are in these magic image crystals. What is the relationship between the hero of the gun and the first princess of the kingdom? Bell's resonant voice immediately resounded through the entire street. Soon, more and more people gathered in front of Bell and Wordsworth's booth, and gradually became a dense mass of people. Everyone, don't worry, listen to me slowly. I can't guarantee other aspects, but after you have seen the images inside, I guarantee that you will have a new understanding of the hero of the gun and the first princess of the kingdom. Chapter 139. The boss is a good man. Boss, you don't want to entertain us, just show us what's inside these magic image crystals. There is nothing wrong, as long as the content is good, I will definitely not be stingy. Hurry up. Every sentence of Bell is arousing everyone's curiosity. At this time, everyone is impatient, wanting to know what is inside the magic image crystal, and shouting one after another. Understood. Then please take a look. As Bell spoke, he picked up a crystal from the booth and activated it, and a light curtain appeared in everyone's eyes at the same time. I saw the whole picture of Root Village appearing in the light curtain, and as the picture zoomed in, it was finally locked in front of a very ordinary house, which was the only restaurant in Root Village. Then the screen turned into a dark corridor. Without Bell's reminder, everyone knows that this is the corridor on the second floor of the restaurant. Soon, footsteps sounded, and a figure appeared in the corridor. A closer look reveals that it is Kitamura Moriyasu who is holding a holy gun. Kitamura Moriyasu seemed to be quite cautious, looking back 3 times at every step, constantly observing the door of the room behind and beside the corridor. Hey, isn't this the 19th gunner of the Brave? Why does he look so cautious? Isn't it the corridor on the second floor of the restaurant? Is there any danger? Everyone knows the character of the gun hero. This should not be prudence, but preparation for some bad things. Everyone looked at the picture while discussing. Because the picture in the magic image crystal does not look very dark in everyone's eyes, and there is no cause and effect, so for a while, Kitamura Moriyasu's behavior looks very suspicious. In the eyes of many people, it is not the prudence that is about to encounter danger, but the sneakiness that is ready to do bad things. At this time, Kitamura Moriyasu in the picture came to a half-open door and carefully pushed it open. The screen changed again and changed to the perspective of the room. A woman dressed as an adventurer can be seen sitting on the ground. The makeup on her face is quite scary, and her entire face seems to have rotted. Advertisement. This female adventurer looks a little scary, her face is rotten like this. So, the hero of the gun is not planning to do bad things, but to really eliminate monsters for the villagers of Root Village. I don't know, let's continue watching. Although the female adventurer looks very scary, it will not be too scary to put her full picture in front of everyone. After all, everyone already knows what she looks like. It's like the zombies appearing in the square openly, and the horror of the zombies suddenly appearing around the corner in the dark environment is completely two concepts. While everyone was discussing, Kitamura Moriyasu had come behind the female adventurer and put his hand on her shoulder. Just then, the female adventurer turned her head. Then, Kitamura Moriyasu rolled his eyes and fell straight backwards. The whole person lay on the ground and twitched twice, and a puddle of urine flowed out from below. The image of the magic image crystal also stays here. I'm going. Is this gun hero kidding us? Didn't he go to eliminate the monsters in Loot Village? How come after seeing the monsters, he was so scared that he passed out, and even P***D in fear? What kind of brave man is this? He looks like a fool. But having said that, it really made me laugh. This is the first time I've seen such a timid brave man, haha. Don't insult the brave man, he's a grown man, so he won't be scared like this, right? It's really sad. With such a brave man, Goran still counts on him to resist the wave of disaster. At this moment, the whole scene seemed to explode, and countless voices sounded instantly, some were laughing, some were cursing. There is no doubt that everyone is extremely disappointed with Kitamura Moriyasu, and even more despised to the extreme. Sometimes this is the case, even if it is a real situation, but through different presentation methods, it is a completely different concept in the eyes of others. After all, they didn't experience the foreshadowing before, they didn't know how dark the scene was, and they knew the appearance of the female adventurer in advance. Naturally, I couldn't be in it and really feel the fear, I just felt that Kitamura was outrageous and cowardly. Everyone, please be quiet, please be quiet. Bell kept yelling, only to stop the surrounding discussions for a while, and then continued. I don't think everyone has seen this kind of gun hero, so you haven't lied to everyone? Advertisement. No, boss, you really didn't lie to us. Thanks to the boss for letting us see the true face of the brave man of the gun. The boss is a good man, have a safe day, everyone, you replied with one word at a time. Seeing this, Belle nodded in satisfaction, and then continued. Then the first queen of the kingdom, do you want to take a look? Think, everyone shouted tacitly, as if no one could stop their gossip. Okay. That's for everyone to take a look, Belle said and picked up another magic image crystal. The picture inside is exactly the scene when Myne was standing at the entrance of Root Village. I saw her ferocious face, looking fiercely at the villagers standing at the entrance of the village. As the future queen, no matter how much tax I collect from you, it is reasonable. This is my right. You pariahs just need to obey, because 007 is the queen, let alone taxes. Even if I let you pariahs die, you have to die obediently for me too. Don't come out again after you're dead, get the hell out of here, you untouchables. Myne yelled hysterically, and then began to chant, sending out wind blades one after another. When the wind blades were about to hit the villagers, the screen stopped. Although they didn't see the scene where the wind blade hit the villagers, all the onlookers were terrified. After all, everyone knows what kind of scene ordinary villagers will face in the face of these magics. I am afraid that they will be cut into several pieces directly. In fact, the time of this video is not long, but it reveals a lot of information. The villagers gathered in Loot Village, the taxes and rage that Myne said are cruel. Among the people present, some relatives lived in Root Village, so they knew a little about the recent situation in Root Village. At this time, Belle and Wodsworth did not specifically remind them that everyone present was allowed to use their imaginations and make various guesses. Sometimes it's like this, talking too much is not necessarily a good thing, but it will make people think that there are ulterior motives. After letting them get the answer in their hearts, even if the result is unbelievable, they will still be extremely sure, because that is the answer they found by themselves, not someone else told him. Chapter 140. The Spoiled by the People of the Country. I have seen the video of Kitamura Moriyasu before, and everyone is filled with righteous indignation, with a look of disgust, and it is extremely lively. After seeing the video of Myne now, the people present did not speak in an extremely tacit understanding, and the scene fell into a strange silence. It seemed that everyone was lost in thought. Time passed slowly, and this weird atmosphere was broken by a person first. I remember that some time ago, the hero of the gun became the Lord of Root Village, and issued a series of unimaginable heavy taxes, which made the villagers miserable and unable to carry out a normal life. In this video, although the villagers did not open their mouths to speak, no matter how you look at it, it seems that the villagers are asking Mrs. Myne about taxes. They should hope that she will reduce taxes. The brave are together. Then, Master Myne was furious because of this, and shot directly at the villagers of Root Village. The person who is constantly analyzing is a middle-aged man. It seems that because he has relatives in Loot Village, he has a good understanding of the situation there. His conjecture was actually not loud, but the surrounding area was quiet enough for everyone around to hear it. Hearing what he said, people who didn't know the situation in Loot Village knew the general situation. So that's what's going on. Could it be that Myne will always raise taxes in his mouth? But even if this is the case, it would be too much to attack the villagers directly. Those magical wind blades will definitely cut the villagers into pieces. Hey, didn't you listen to what the first princess said? She is a pariah, she doesn't treat us as human beings at all. She naturally kills us as soon as she says, just like you kill chickens and pigs. Do you care how the animals feel? It turns out that the first princess of the kingdom, Myne, is such a person. It's really outrageous. As the saying goes, like smells like each other, people of a kind flock together, and it seems that the hero of the gun and the first princess are not good people. No, they're simply scum. Such aristocrats, such brave men, really disbelieve the country. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, the scene became active again. Everyone was sneering at Myne and Kitamura Moriyasu and extremely angry. It seemed that as long as Kitamura Moriyasu and Myne appeared in front of them, they would slap them in the face. Seeing that the situation was almost over, Belle began to shout. There are many other things in these magic image crystals. 10 silver coins each, the number is limited, first come, first served. Advertisement, give me one, I want one too. Hearing that there was more content in it, everyone in the room shouted that for them. At least seeing the ugly face of Kitamura Moriyasu and understanding the brutal side of Myne, the 10 silver coins were not bad. In almost an instant, the magic image crystal on Belle's booth was swept away. The people present were almost alone, and they were excitedly preparing to share it with their relatives and friends. On the other side of the central square of the capital, Irene and Lilith are in a group. The way of the two of them is even more straightforward, not like Belle and Wodsworth, hawking in the street to let more people know about Kitamura Moriyasu and Myne. They're playing the video of Kitamura Moriyasu and Myne directly, and they're playing it on an endless loop. There are so many people resting in the central square, many people are naturally attracted by the images and then stay. It didn't take much time at all. A group of people surrounded Irene and Lilith, and the people who followed, because they couldn't see them, even moved small benches to stand tall and see far away. All of a sudden, the whole central square became extremely lively, and everyone was discussing about Kitamura Moriyasu and Myne. In addition to Irene and Lilith, the other three groups are also using their own methods to promote Kitamura Moriyasu and Myne. It didn't take too long at all, and almost everyone in the entire capital knew about it. Letting Myne aside for now, if Kitamura Moriyasu knew, most people in the capital would know that they were directly scared to pee, and they would probably have no face to continue to be a hero. No. I'm afraid they don't even want to be human. This is the purpose of Qin Feng. Under the large-scale publicity, as long as Kitamura Motoyasu is still in the king, he will definitely know, and he will definitely run out in a rage to find the person who promoted it. In that way, I can let Kitamura Motoyasu take the initiative to find me without any effort, and then find the Pope through Kitamura Motoyasu. After all, you can rely entirely on the king, and you also need to be an insurance measure on your own side. When the incident between Kitamura Motoyasu and Myne was spreading, the king, who was far away in the palace, knew the situation for the first time. After all, the dissemination is too wide, and it doesn't matter if you don't know it. At this time, the king smashed the magic image crystal in his hand to the ground, obviously angry because he saw the image inside, and this crystal was bought by Bell. Advertisement at that time, there were a lot of people, and a small nobleman was inside. He thought it was an opportunity for him to prosper, so he bought 2 of them, and wanted to ask the king for credit. Slander, this is slander at all, who did it? The king looked at the little noble who was kneeling on the ground in front of him, and asked loudly in anger. Reporting to his majesty, there are 2 young men who are selling these things, one of them is very tall, and he is carrying a huge sword like a door panel on his back, and... Go now. So even if there is a video record, the king thinks that someone is maliciously framing Myne. The little nobleman was overjoyed immediately, knowing that his premonition was correct. If he could accomplish this matter beautifully, he would surely have a good life in the future, and it was not a sure thing to be promoted. After all, he was a helper. The king relieved his worries. Hearing what he said, the king immediately shouted. The king waved his hand impatiently. And what, tell me? Yes, and I heard that there are more than one place, and other, Qian's Zhao. People are doing similar things. In his eyes, Myne is a well-behaved girl, considerate and gentle. How could she do such a thing to the villagers? You take someone to the town and follow him to arrest those who sell magic image crystals. You can't let anyone go, do you understand? While talking, the little noble observed the king's facial expression, for fear that the king would take revenge on himself. Not long after, several soldiers appeared and knelt down on one knee. The villain promises to complete the task. When the little nobleman said this, he hesitated to speak. The king doesn't really care what kind of person Kitamura Motoyasu is, mainly because of Myne. The king then pointed to the little nobleman and ordered to the soldiers. The little noble immediately got up and left with the king's soldiers. Come here. Chapter 141. Another conflict. When the little nobleman came, he was timid and cautious. When I went back, I was followed by more than 20 soldiers. They were striding forward and high-spirited, and they almost rode on their faces. I am very awesome. Everyone, all come with me. Although the soldiers were already behind him, he still called out, for fear that others would not know. After all, he was just a small noble before, so how could he have such rights? When this task is completed, His Majesty the King will definitely look at me differently, and I will be promoted to a higher position in the future, just around the corner. The little nobles are already full of longing for the future, and they all start to fantasize about the big nobles who looked down on them in the past, flattering themselves constantly, and looking at life with a smile on their faces. No, those magic image crystals have all been sold out. If they leave, my mission cannot be completed. Thinking of this, the little noble couldn't help speeding up his pace, and shouted, "Hurry up! If someone escapes, you can't afford it." Hearing this, the soldiers behind also hurriedly followed. This time the harvest is not small, not only completed the task assigned by Lord Shield Hero, but also made a lot of money. After we go back, Lord Shield Hero will definitely praise us. Wodsworth looked at a large pile of silver coins in his hand, and said quite excitedly, 347. I don't expect to be praised by Lord Shield Hero either. It's good to make up for my mistakes. After all, we failed in our mission last time. Bell sighed softly, but a smile still appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he was quite satisfied with his performance this time. It's true, so what should we do now? The crystals are all sold out. Asked Wodsworth. Although it's sold out, we still need to continue to promote the deeds of the hero of the gun and the first princess of the kingdom. I keep a few here and keep playing them. Bell thought for a while, and realized that making money from this mission was secondary, and the main purpose was to lure Kitamura Motoyasu out. Of course, the more people know about it, the better. So, the two began to play the video about Kitamura Motoyasu and Myne on an infinite loop. Not long after, the people in front gathered more and more again. After all, pedestrians are mobile, and there are still many people who have not seen it, so they are naturally attracted. For this effect, Bell is quite satisfied. Just after a while, a voice rang out from the crowd in front of the booth. Advertisement, giveaway. Immediately afterwards, a middle-aged man in gorgeous biege brought a group of soldiers and squeezed in. This middle-aged man was just a little nobleman who came out of the palace. After the people around saw these soldiers, they all stepped aside, watching the excitement. They didn't want to get involved. When he came in front of Bell and Wodsworth, he had a fierce look on his face. I am now arresting you on charges of framing members of the royal family and attempting to disrupt national security. As soon as the little nobleman finished speaking, more than 20 soldiers behind immediately surrounded Bell and Wodsworth, aiming their weapons at them. What to do? Wodsworth instinctively held onto the hilt of the giant sword on his back. Of course I did. Bell remembered what Qin Feng had said to them before, and immediately took the lead. Although he didn't draw his sword, he kicked out 2 feet and instantly kicked the 2 soldiers in front of him away. You just resisted. It really is a group of vicious gangsters, FK me. The little noble commanded the soldiers, while he retreated quickly. As a person without combat effectiveness, he would be terrified to face this situation. In fact, There was no need for the little nobleman's order. Seeing Belle's attack, the soldiers rushed forward and stabbed the spears in their hands at the two of them. Facing the pointed gun head, Belle remained motionless and smiled like Qin Feng. Wordsworth took a step forward, shouted loudly, and swept out the huge sword in his hand. Under the terrifying power, the spears of the soldiers were broken one after another, and 7 or 8 people were swept away directly, lying on the ground and vomiting blood, unable to get up again. Seeing that Wordsworth's fighting power was so strong, the soldiers knew they were invincible, and one of them stepped back immediately and threw a light ball-like thing into the sky. The ball of light flew into the air and exploded suddenly, releasing a brilliant firework. Even a fool would know that they were calling for backup. Get rid of these guys first. Belle drew 2 swords from his waist and joined the battle. Together with Wordsworth, more than 20 soldiers who will soon come will be eliminated. After all, they are ordinary soldiers with very ordinary strength. But at this time, a group of soldiers who happened to be patrolling nearby saw the signal and rushed over. It's coming so fast, Wordsworth, let's make a fuss. Advertisement, good. Belle and Wodsworth did not retreat, but rushed towards the patrolling soldiers. Anyway, there were only about 10 people, and they could be solved quickly. However, the two underestimated their support speed, and more soldiers began to appear. There seemed to be more people, like cockroaches that can't be killed. Wordsworth asked, not out of fear, but because he found it too annoying. Retreat while fighting, join up with others, as long as all 10 of us gather, even if all the soldiers in the entire capital arrive, there is nothing to be afraid of. With a flash of inspiration, Belle led Wodsworth to fight with the soldiers while running towards Irene's direction. The strength of the two is much stronger than those ordinary soldiers, and it is not easy to stop them. What happened over there? Why are there fewer and fewer? Lilith raised her head and looked in the direction of the noise. It seems to be the direction where Belle and Wordsworth are. Irene frowned. In fact, there was no need to judge. Belle and Wodsworth should have seen Belle and Wodsworth rushing from an alley to the central square. Sure enough, it's them. There seemed to be many people behind them. What did they do to be surrounded by soldiers? Lilith was stunned for a moment, because she saw one soldier after another, following Belle and Wordsworth, rushing out of the alley. It should be related to the magic image crystal. No matter what, call for support first. Good. Hearing Irene's words, Lilith nodded, and immediately raised a ball of light in her hand and threw it into the sky, which also burst into a firework. This firework is much bigger than the previous one, and the members of the 10 Blades who were scattered all over the capital were naturally the first to see it. Even Qin Feng in the dress shop saw it. Raftalia, you come here with Filo to measure, I'll go out and have a look. Qin Feng gave an order and walked out of the dress shop. As soon as I asked, I saw 2 members of 10 Blades passing by. You. Tell Belle and the others not to do anything, go with those soldiers, I will be there when I finish my work, and I will see if that old guy, my lord, dares to touch you. Chapter 142 The king ate the chair. In fact, seeing Lilith's support signal, Qin Feng immediately understood what was going on. It must be that the king knew about the magic image crystal. He would not allow his daughter to be labeled as cruel and regard human life like an ant, and would definitely send soldiers to arrest Belle and others. Then Belle and others naturally resisted, and the small-scale battle gradually evolved into a large-scale battle, and the two sides called for support. Of course, Qin Feng believed in the strength of Belle and the others, and there would be absolutely no problem with those ordinary soldiers. It's just that if they killed too many kingdom soldiers, the king would use the lack of manpower as an excuse not to find the Pope's whereabouts, which would be more troublesome. After all, the plan that attracted Kitamura Motoyasu this time may not be successful, and it needs the assistance of the king's power, otherwise it will turn the cart before the horse. That's why Qin Feng told Belle and the others not to do anything, and everything will be discussed after he arrives. The members of 10 Blades who received the order rushed to the central square immediately. When they arrived, there were no residents in the central square, and it was filled with kingdom soldiers. Belle, Wodsworth, Irene, and Lilith fought hard with the soldiers. The other 10 Blades hadn't arrived yet. Although there were many soldiers, they couldn't stand up to the strength of Belle and the others. In front of Belle and the others, it can be said that ordinary soldiers could not walk at all, and they would be knocked down at the touch of a button. Gradually, more and more soldiers were lying on the ground, and there were wailing sounds everywhere. Stop. Lord Shield Hero has orders. Everyone put away their weapons and follow the soldiers. Lord Shield Hero will be there soon. The members of 10 Blades, who had been ordered by Qin Feng, hurriedly shouted when they saw this scene. Hearing this, all the soldiers on the scene, whether it was the soldiers of the kingdom or Belle and the others, stopped what they were doing. Even if Belle and the others didn't know the specific reason, they heard Qin Feng's order. Of course they immediately put away their weapons. The soldiers thought it was Qin Feng who was coming to help, and they were overjoyed. Looking at Belle and others, they have all put down their weapons, which is quite surprising. As expected of Lord Shield Hero, you can stop this group of vicious gangsters just by registering your name. If I had known earlier, I would have directly reported the name of Lord Shield Hero, so I didn't have to work so hard, and so many people were injured. Surprised, the soldiers did not forget their business, and immediately went up to tie up Belle, Wordsworth, Irene and Lilith. Advertisement. As for the other 10 Blades not joining the battle, it is naturally irrelevant. Heh, weren't you very arrogant just now? Now I finally know how to be afraid. Let me tell you, Mr. Shield Hero is from our side. Tell me, what is the purpose of you wantonly slandering the first princess of the kingdom? At this time, the little noble who didn't know where to hide appeared again, pointed at Bell and the others and said quite proudly, as if he was very awesome. Hearing this, Bell and the others looked dull. They understood that the little noble seemed to have misunderstood something, and they didn't bother to answer him. Don't say yes, it doesn't matter, just don't regret it when the time comes, just take it away with me. With a big wave of his hand, the little nobleman walked towards the palace with Bell and others who were tied up. His face was covered with the words, "Little man's pride." As for the other members of the 10 Blades, they will get together soon and have no other actions, waiting for Qin Feng's instructions. Is this the royal palace? It looks so gorgeous and majestic. It is indeed the place where the king and queen live. Yeah, we are in the countryside, and we really can't die like here. It wasn't built with the fat and anointing of the people. Without everyone, how could there be such a palace? That's true, but I still want to live here for a while, it will feel good. Although Bell, Wordsworth, Irene and Lilith were tied up, after entering the palace, they looked around. If they weren't tied up, people who didn't know would think they were here to visit the palace. HMPH. You really are bold. No, it should be said that you are extremely stupid, you don't know when your death is imminent. The little noble looked back at them, snorted coldly, then stretched out his hands to open the door of the conference hall, and then there was an expression on his face that he thought was the most perfect, dogleg. Your Majesty, the villain has successfully completed the task you assigned, and has brought the 2 people who sell the magic image crystal and their companions. This group of guys can be said to be extremely cruel. They will kill if there is any disagreement. Many soldiers killed by them, even the villain almost died in their hands. The process can be described as extremely difficult. The little nobleman trotted all the way to the front of the king, knelt down on both knees, and said miserably. In fact, he had never done anything himself. As for Bell and others almost killing him, that was even more nonsense, because they didn't even look at him. Oh, to be so cruel, even dared to kill the king's soldiers, it's really audacious? Seeking flowers 0 the king slammed on the armrest of the throne, and looked at Bell and others who were brought in by the soldiers. Seeing their leisurely appearance as if they were shopping, a nameless anger rose from their hearts immediately. What is the purpose of you slandering Myne and the hero of the gun? Tell the truth, otherwise don't blame me for being rude to you. Advertisement. The king pointed to Bell and asked. Bell didn't answer, but raised his head and looked at the ceiling. Sure enough, you are a murderer. If you don't answer, then you. Tell me, or I will put you in a dungeon and torture you. The king pointed his finger at Lilith fiercely again, perhaps because he instinctively felt that girls would be more timid, and they would reveal their purpose if they were frightened casually. After Lilith looked up at the king, she turned her head to look at Irene again. He's the king who got married, he doesn't look elegant, how could Her Majesty the Queen like him? Who knows, look back, Aaron shrugged, with an indifferent attitude. Hearing the conversation between the two, the king on the throne froze for a moment. This group of people, slandered, their eldest daughter in front of them. Now that he was caught, he dared to insult himself face to face. Do they see themselves as kings? It certainly looks like it isn't. In the next second, the king was so angry that his hair was about to burn. A group of damned guys, if you don't say yes, pull me out and be sentenced to death. Pointing to the execution platform outside, the king roared hysterically. At this moment, he no longer wanted to know what the purpose of Bell and the others was. He just wanted to tear them into pieces. It could be said that his sanity was completely swallowed by the fire. Your Majesty, I advise you not to be so impulsive, or you will regret it. Bell finally spoke at this moment. Although he knew that the king had great power, but since becoming stronger with Qin Feng, and seeing the king appointed Kitamura Moriyasu as the lord, Myne set so many heavy taxes and ignored them. Just as the king thought, Bell really didn't regard him as a king anymore. This king will regret it. Who do you think you are? If this king will regret it, you will eat this throne. What are you doing? Drag me out. The king called out to the soldiers standing beside Bell. 140th chapters. People cannot speak without faith. If this king regrets it, he will eat this throne. After the king finished speaking, he looked at the soldiers beside Bell and shouted, what are you still doing? Drag them all out. Yes. The soldiers nodded immediately, pressing Bell and the others to walk out. At this moment, a figure appeared at the door of the conference hall, and the soldiers couldn't help but stop. For this figure, no matter whether it is the king, the soldier, or Bell, they're very familiar with it. This person is the shield hero Qin Feng. The king didn't know why. The moment he saw Qin Feng, an ominous premonition rose in his heart, and his reason, which had been occupied by anger, immediately became sober. Shield hero, why are you back again? Did you forget something? The king held back the anger in his heart, and asked as cautiously as possible. After experiencing so many things, he already knew very clearly that Qin Feng was definitely not to be provoked by 923. Actually, there is nothing else, just to ask, which law of the kingdom has my men violated, and you want to arrest them with such a big fanfare? As soon as Qin Feng said this, sweat began to ooze from the foreheads of the soldiers holding Bell and the others like crazy. The king sitting on the throne frowned, and the remaining anger disappeared without a trace. As for the little nobleman kneeling on the ground, his face was blank, as if he still didn't understand what was going on. They are your followers? Although he had already confirmed it with a high probability in his heart, the king pointed to Bell and others and asked. Otherwise, as a hero, it is very reasonable to have some followers? Qin Feng nodded, and continued, Your Majesty, you haven't answered yet, which law did they violate? They are charged with slandering members of the royal family in an attempt to bring unrest to the country. The king narrowed his eyes and said slowly, his expression was very stiff, as if he was making an extremely difficult decision in his heart. You mean to slander Myne? Then tell me how they slandered Myne. The magic influence crystal is to record the surrounding images and sounds. Those words and those things are what Myne said and did, not other people, so, let me ask you, how did they slander you? Advertisement. Speaking of this, Qin Feng took a step forward, and a terrifying aura burst out from his body. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, I will really let you eat the throne today. The surrounding soldiers and the little nobleman felt that it was difficult for them to breathe even at this moment, and the king who was a little further away also felt his heart beating with fear, and cold sweat broke out on his back. So, you let your followers sell the magic image crystals everywhere? Surprisingly, the king's attitude was tough once. That's right, let everyone know the virtue of the first princess of the kingdom, this is not slander. Even Qin Feng was a little surprised by the king's attitude at this time. It's not a slander, as far as I know, Myne is not such a person at all. The king shook his head, still convinced of his daughter. What do you think? What does it matter to me? Qin Feng shrugged and continued. Anyway, I came here this time to take Belle and the others away, is there any problem? Before the king finished speaking, Qin Feng interrupted it directly, and while scanning the surroundings, he said lightly, this hall is very clean. Hearing this, the corner of the king's mouth twitched. Because I remembered that in this hall before, Qin Feng directly killed 3 ministers. Even if the bloodstains were cleaned up, there was still a faint smell of blood in the air. Then Qin Feng's meaning is also very obvious, that is, I will kill you. At this moment, the entire conference hall became extremely quiet. Qin Feng and the king looked at each other, and the people beside them didn't dare to take a breath. Phew, well, I declare them innocent now. After another period of time, the king let out a long breath and said weakly. Originally, Qin Feng thought that the king would hold on a little longer, but he didn't expect to agree so soon, and suddenly felt a little bored. Well, then let's settle the score again. Since Belle and the others are innocent, it means that you arrested the wrong person. Because of your mistake, I came here again, which wasted a lot of my precious time. How do you pay for it? Advertisement. Qin Feng thought for a while and said slowly. What are you going to do? The king clutched his left chest tightly with his left hand, feeling that he was about to pass out. His daughter was shown in front of everyone like this, and so many soldiers were injured in order to arrest him, but in the end it was his fault, and it sounds like he has to pay compensation. There is no such thing in this world, and Qin Feng doesn't care whether there is a reason or not, in his opinion. Whoever's fist is hard is the reason, and his fist is harder, then he is the reason. Don't worry, I won't ask you for any compensation, and you probably won't be able to get it. When Qin Feng said this, the king couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief, because the small treasury was scraped clean by Qin Feng last time, and now if he wanted compensation, he really couldn't get it out. However, Qin Feng's words were not finished yet. I just don't want to waste any more time, so before the next wave of disaster comes, you have to find the Pope's whereabouts for me, otherwise, after the wave of disaster is over, you have to prepare hereafter. Belle. Let's go. After finishing these words, Qin Feng walked out without giving the king any chance to justify or refuse. The soldiers had already untied Belle and the others, so they immediately followed Qin Feng. Watching them leave, the veins on the king's arms, forehead and neck quickly began to bulge. His eyes were extremely red, and he looked like a mad beast. The little noble who was kneeling on the ground was trembling with fright at the majestic king's face. Before he could understand what was going on, he saw the king wanting to rush towards him. Without any hesitation, the king kicked the little noble into the air with a volley, and then rushed up, kicking and scolding. You idiot, don't you want to check before arresting people? 1.1 Idiot? Waste? Idiot? The little nobleman has completely become the king's punching bag, how could he actually imagine it? Suddenly, a voice came. Your Majesty, you just said that if you regret it, you will eat your own throne. No matter whether it is a king or a man, you can't break your word. The familiar voice, who dared to provoke the king at this time, was undoubtedly Qin Feng. The king turned his head and glanced at his throne, feeling that he was blown up. With a roar, he punched and kicked the little noble again. The soldiers next to them stepped back one after another, for fear of being implicated. The poor little aristocrat originally wanted to take credit for this, but in the end he was beaten to the point of dying, probably something he never expected. Chapter 144. Motoyasu finally came back. Time flies and 4 days have passed. Filo finally put on the clothes woven with magic silk threads, and he no longer has to worry about tearing the clothes when transforming. Since the church in the royal capital was cleaned up by Qin Feng last time, even though there were no members of the Sanyang church in the entire church, it was temporarily taken over by the king's soldiers. Now whether it is the king or the soldiers, they are terrified of Qin Feng, who dared to stop him. So Qin Feng entering the church is like entering his own home, not to mention using the dragon-carved hourglass inside. Therefore, Raphtalia and Filo were successfully promoted, which is generally speaking, a job change. The benefits of the promotion, in addition to being able to continue to upgrade, the attributes will also be improved. Of course, the attributes of general adventurers don't improve much. But it seems that because of Fatoria's dull hair, the attributes of the two have skyrocketed, directly doubling. If Qin Feng didn't get the Garp template, I'm afraid that apart from defense, other attributes would be surpassed by Raphtalia and Filo in all aspects. As for Belle and others, because they haven't reached level 40, they naturally haven't advanced yet. On the other side, Kitamura Motoyasu, who was taken away by the black-robed man, finally appeared in the royal capital on this day. At this time, he was walking on the road of the royal capital with his head down. The 19 people seemed quite depressed, and there were no adventurers who had been flattering him in the past. I'm afraid no matter who it is, who has experienced those things, he will feel the same as him. Not only was he so scared that he peed his pants, but he also ran into a group of enemies for no reason on the way to leave. Forget about the enemies, how outrageous are they acting one by one? Am I, a brave man, summoned to save the world, or am I just for fun? Kitamura Motoyasu shook his head, expressing emotion in his heart. He didn't understand why he was so weak as a brave man, as if a random person could solve him. That seems to be the hero of the gun. It's really him, and he still has the face to come back. It seems that the most powerful thing about the hero of the gun is not the holy gun, but his face. In this case, he still has the face to come back. This face is thicker than the city wall. In a trance, Kitamura Motoyasu felt the pedestrians around him and nodded to him, as if he was looking at a monkey. Advertisement Kitamura Motoyasu, who was already in a bad mood, burst into temper instantly when he heard those conversations. He rushed forward and grabbed a middle-aged man by the collar. What shame, what do you mean? Kitamura Motoyasu didn't notice that his facial expression was a bit ferocious at this moment. It's really a vicious face, and it's almost the same as that cruel first princess of the kingdom. It's really disgusting, it's disgusting, bah. The caught middle-aged man spat on the ground with a look of contempt. What the hell do you mean by that? In a rage, Kitamura Motoyasu raised the holy gun in his hand, pointed the gun at the middle-aged man's head and threatened. The brave man with the gun is hitting someone, the brave man with the gun is hitting someone. Instead, the middle-aged man shouted without any fear. What happened? A group of soldiers who happened to be patrolling nearby ran over when they heard the sound. Seeing this, the gun hero had no choice but to put down the middle-aged man, and turn to look at the soldiers. Tell me, what happened during the time I was away? After all, he was the hero of the gun, and the soldiers did not directly arrest him. After looking at each other, they began to tell what happened. It didn't take long before Motoyasu knew the whole reason. Qin Feng. UB*****D, how dare you FK me? Kitamura Motoyasu stomped his foot on the ground and asked the soldiers, where is Qin Feng now? If I'm not mistaken, Lord Shield Hero is a frequent haunt of weapon shops. The soldier immediately replied, because Qin Feng had greeted the king's soldiers in advance. The plan is to draw out Kitamura Motoyasu, and if he can't find himself by then, it will be self-defeating. A weapon shop? I see. Kitamura Motoyasu had been to the weapon shop several times, but he still knew the exact location, so he turned around and ran there. Qin Feng, UB******D. Kitamura Motoyasu pushed open the door of the weapon shop and saw Qin Feng standing in front of the counter. Filled with anger, he no longer cared about the difference in strength between the enemy and us, and charged straight up with the holy spear. Advertisement however, in the next second, I saw Qin Feng disappear in front of me. When he reacted, he found that he had fallen to the ground. Motoyasu calmed down. Qin Feng has been stepping on Kitamura Motoyasu's body, pressing his head firmly to the ground with his right hand. Calm down, how can you tell me to be calm? You are forcing all the villagers in Root Village to die. Do you think you are right? Those methods are just forcing you to leave Root Village, otherwise everyone would not be able to survive. Isn't it? Since you became the Lord of Root Village, you didn't understand anything, and you issued heavy taxes directly? How do you let the villagers of Root Village live? You must know that your messy taxes are added together. Every month a villager has to pay you at least 100 silver coins in tax, and the hotel there is only a few copper coins for a night, and dinner is included. Do you think that with that kind of living standard, you can support the tax of hundreds of silver coins? Isn't your purpose the matter of Root Village? It's your fault in the first place. When Qin Feng said this, Kitamura Motoyasu froze for a moment, obviously being guessed right. I don't believe Myne would do such a thing. There must be something hidden in it. Okay. Even if I'm really wrong, but what do you mean by sending people to hunt us down? Qin Feng spoke again. But it's also a cancer, the Root Village thing. I know you didn't mean it, but it was completely used by Myne. I guess she suggested you post so much tax. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Kitamura Motoyasu finally calmed down a bit, but still said, impossible. Kitamura Motoyasu asked next, and it could be heard from his tone that he was not completely relieved. Isn't it the same? Myne is my companion. Is it impossible? You who don't know the sufferings of the world, do you know the standard of living in this country? My fault. B*******D. What are you talking about? Faced with Qin Feng's 107 questioning, Kitamura Motoyasu fell silent, because he really didn't know that Myne was always in charge of the financial power. No matter what he bought, it was Myne who went to negotiate. He didn't even ask, so what? Well, no. However, Kitamura Motoyasu is extremely stubborn, and he doesn't know whether to say he is kind or has a defective IQ. No, you made a mistake. It's not you, but Myne. It's just you standing in front. Kitamura Motoyasu tried his best to break free, but found it was useless. Instead, he found that his head was being grabbed and hurt more and more. Believe it or not has nothing to do with me. I just want to know, where did those men in black robes take you and Myne? Chapter 145. Fooling the brave brother. Believe it or not has nothing to do with me. I want to know now, where did those men in black robes take you and Myne? Qin Feng still pressed Kitamura Motoyasu's head and asked slowly. HMPH. You should give up. I won't tell you. If I'm not wrong, your purpose is to know where Myne is. If I tell you the location of the man in black robe, you will definitely follow the clues, find Myne, and kill her. Kitamura Motoyasu snorted coldly, closed his eyes, and had a tough attitude of, you kill me, I won't say it. Obviously he misunderstood. Qin Feng's main purpose was to find the Pope, and if possible, he was going to kill Myne. But in any case, Kitamura Motoyasu did not cooperate, which meant that the plan could not proceed. Facing the tough Kitamura Motoyasu, the corners of Qin Feng's mouth curled up slightly. It was a rather dark smile. I just heard you say that. It seems that Myne's matter is indeed a bit suspicious. Just after Qin Feng finished speaking, Kitamura Motoyasu, who swore to die, opened his eyes directly. What do you mean? Thinking about it carefully, as the first princess of the kingdom, Myne should not be short of that little silver coin. There is absolutely no need to issue heavy taxes in Root Village, which will instead bring a stain to her reputation. Qin Feng understood that Kitamura Motoyasu was hooked and continued. That's right, Myne didn't need to do these things at all, and it's too late for you to realize now that your actions have caused very serious harm to Myne and me. Kitamura Motoyasu sternly condemned. For this matter, I am sorry, the most important thing now is to save Myne. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Kitamura Motoyasu was bewildered. What's the situation? He wanted to kill Myne just now, why did he turn into saving Myne in the blink of an eye? Thinking is too jumpy, I can't keep up with the rhythm. I know you must be confused now, you think about it, assuming Myne has no reason to issue heavy taxes, then why would she do it? Qin Feng began to induce Kitamura Motoyasu step by step. Why? Given the IQ of Kitamura Motoyasu's younger brother, it is natural to follow the topic. Since it wasn't voluntary, it must have been forced. Recently, is there anyone around you who you have never met, who has had private contact with Myne? Advertisement Qin Feng didn't directly explain what he said, but let Kitamura Motoyasu think for himself. After all, what he came up with was often what he himself was willing to believe. You mean? The men in black robes? Kitamura Motoyasu's eyes widened suddenly. Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that he would be so stupid to go home and not even think of this. Are you really them? Qin Feng didn't nod immediately, but asked back. You don't say that. I haven't felt it yet. Now that I think about it, I feel very suspicious. It was obvious that they saved me last time. After the injury was recovered, they kicked me out. They wanted to see Myne. They did everything possible. Obstruction. Now I don't know what's going on with Myne, and I'm wearing a hood all day long, so I can't see her face clearly. I don't look like a good person no matter what. Kitamura Motoyasu said slowly while thinking. Speaking of it this way, maybe it's really those men in black robes who forced Myne behind her back. Qin Feng nodded seriously. Forcing Myne to do such a thing, what is their purpose? Kitamura Motoyasu frowned. With his ability, naturally he couldn't think of an answer. But Qin Feng understood that the time was ripe, and took advantage of the situation and said, who knows? But Myne is the #1 princess in the kingdom. The power behind those men in black robes is definitely not simple. Maybe they're carrying out a huge conspiracy. Of course. Only when you find the men in black robes can you know their true identity, purpose. And the most important thing now is to save Myne from the black-robed man. Qin Feng's tone, from suspicion at the beginning, slowly changed to affirmation, prompting Kitamura Motoyasu to completely believe in his own words. That's right, let me go, I'm going to save Myne. Kitamura Motoyasu was completely convinced and struggled. Qin Feng did not think that he would be so easy to believe, but it is also reasonable. After all, in the original book, he is so easy to believe in others, even believe the nonsense of brainwashing shield. No one else, no. There are two more younger brother. Feeling his struggle, Qin Feng immediately let go of his hand. To be free, Kitamura Motoyasu jumped up from the ground in an instant, and ran to the outside of the weapon shop in a hurry. Etc. Just when Kitamura Motoyasu was about to run out, Qin Feng shouted again. What's the matter? Do you think you can deal with the men in black robes alone? They are not just one or two people, and they have a curse mark that will explode themselves, which is the means to die with the enemy when necessary. Although we are brave, we are also will die. Advertisement. It seems that the power in my hand is really not enough, but who should I turn to? Lien Heshu doesn't know where it is now. Kitamura Motoyasu rested his chin and seemed to be thinking hard. Then he saw Qin Feng raise his right hand and pointed at himself. Would you like to help? Kitamura Motoyasu turned his gaze back to Qin Feng and asked suspiciously. Of course. I happen to have something to do with the man in black, so I can help you save Myne by the way. Kitamura Motoyasu was quite happy. Looking at Qin Feng was like looking at a lifesaver. As Kitamura Motoyasu spoke, he drew a circle among the mountains on the map. Qin Feng directly took out the king's map and placed it in front of Kitamura Motoyasu. It's a bit far away, it will take at least 2 days. Indeed, it took me half a day to walk out of the mountains, and another 2 days in a carriage to return to the capital. Are there any other questions? Qin Feng smiled slightly with a gentle face. Qin Feng has already confirmed at this moment that the place described by Kitamura Motoyasu is definitely the place where the Pope hid. It is so hidden. Could it be that the king has searched for so long but has not found him? Well, then tell me the location of the black-robed man first. As I said before, the power of the black-robed man is not simple. Myne is not so easy to save. You must be fully prepared. It's nothing, we're all brave, of course we want to help each other. I'm not very clear about the exact location. I remember it was probably in a cave in the mountains near Kaya village. Qian Hao. In fact, the cave is not accurate. It's a palace carved out of the mountains. Should roughly be here. Thank you very much. Don't talk about anything else, just ask me if you have anything to do in the future. As long as I can do my best, I will definitely help. Of course there is. Kitamura Motoyasu nodded. There are no other problems, only time is not enough. There are only 16 hours left before the next disaster wave. We don't have time to rush there. It seems that we can only save Myne after the disaster wave is over. When Qin Feng said this, he added something in his heart. Let them dance for so long, it's time to end it all. Knowing that Qin Feng is quite powerful, if he makes a move, then saving Myne will naturally be within reach. That makes sense. Do you have a map? Chapter 146 Cursed Equipment? It's true, the disaster wave is coming. There is no time to save Myne. We can only wait until after the disaster wave, but will she have an accident, encounter danger or something? Kitamura Motoyasu rested his chin. It was a worried look. Don't worry, no matter what, Myne is the #1 princess in the kingdom. Those men in black robes shouldn't dare to touch her easily, and since they have worked so hard to save Myne, then Myne must be of value to them, so in the short term, Myne will be quite safe. Qin Feng analyzed with reason and evidence. In fact, he knew that Myne and the Pope should be in a cooperative relationship now, and naturally they would not encounter any danger as Kitamura Motoyasu said. It makes sense, Qin Feng. I can't tell, your brain is quite bright. Hearing this, Kitamura Motoyasu breathed a sigh of relief, and his mood recovered a lot. It's okay, it's just a normal analysis. Qin Feng shrugged and said. Don't be humble with me. If this is the case, I will come to you after the disaster wave. Now I still need to buy some supplies. If I can practice another level and increase my strength a little, then. See you later. After saying these words, Kitamura Motoyasu turned and walked out of the weapon shop. Well, let's go. Qin Feng nodded and waved goodbye to him like an old friend. Kitamura Motoyasu didn't go far from the weapon shop when he stopped suddenly, his eyebrows knit together. 200. It's strange, why does it always feel that something is not right? What's wrong? Then Kitamura Motoyasu raised his chin and raised his head slightly to look at the sky, feeling as if he had forgotten something very important. But thinking about it, Kitamura Motoyasu's thoughts began to drift in another direction. When I was in the weapon shop, Raphtalia seemed to be holding a petite angel with blonde hair and a pair of wings behind her in a long white dress. Thinking of this, Kitamura Motoyasu glanced back at the door of the weapon shop, then shook his head quickly. It should be that I was so angry just now that I had hallucinations, right? It should be like this, forget it. Don't care, the most important thing now is to prepare for the disaster wave and save Myne. Kitamura Motoyasu didn't stay any longer and lost in the distance. Brother Shield Hero, the brave man of the gun was fooled by you just like that? He looked like he wanted to kill you when he just entered the door, but he said thank you in the blink of an eye. Has a problem. The owner of the weapon shop stared wide-eyed and was a little suspicious of life about what just happened. Advertisement. It's not that I'm good, but Kitamura Motoyasu's IQ is really a problem. Qin Feng shrugged and returned to the counter. To be honest, he himself did not expect Kitamura Motoyasu to be so easy to fool. That's not a problem anymore. His brain must have been caught by the door in his life, and more than once. What a poor child, hey. The boss shook his head and said with a sigh, okay, it's not good for us to speak ill of others behind their backs like this, let's get on with the business. Qin Feng is not here specially waiting for Kitamura Motoyasu, this time it just happened to happen. That's right, it's really not very good, I was too surprised and lost my composure. Let's talk about the business and the equipment, I'm ready. The boss nodded, and then took out a set of equipment from under the counter. First of all, it's your Disciple of Hell. To be honest, I don't know whether it's good luck or bad luck, so let's see for yourself. Qin Feng took over the equipment, and then began to check, adding the Dragon Emperor fragment as the core, which is quite exciting. Open black lens bracket Disciple of Hell close black lens bracket. Curse, defense increase, large strength increase, large agility increase, large fire resistance, large wind resistance, large curse, small. HP increase, medium, HP recovery, medium, magic power increase, medium, curse power emperor, medium, magic defense processing, self-healing function. The effect of Filo Bird Queen's protection is directly removed, and the curse resistance and spiritual pollution resistance all disappear naturally, and there is an additional curse negative effect. The effects of power attributes, HP effects, and magic power have been enhanced, and a curse power emperor effect has also been added. The effect of this cursed power, VI, emperor, is to greatly increase the effect benefit of all cursed equipment. For example, for a piece of cursed equipment, the defense power was originally 100 points, but under the influence of Cursed Power Emperor, it directly becomes 150 points. Of course, such is the power, agility and other attributes attached to the equipment, it will also be changed accordingly. Increase. Indeed, as the weapon shop owner said, I don't know whether to say good luck or bad luck. Filo Bird Queen's protection was removed, and the curse was added, but the basic attributes were greatly increased. Whether it fits or not, of course you have to wear it to know. Open black lens bracket Qin Feng close black lens bracket. Human, Carp template completion 52%, open black lens bracket LV close black lens bracket. Level 43. HP, 5830, 450 advertisement open black lens bracket SP close black lens bracket. 1725. 180 open black lens bracket power close black lens bracket. 275 plus 90. Open black lens bracket agility close black lens bracket. 318 plus 90 open black lens bracket defense close black lens bracket. 821 plus 120 282 plus 45. To put it simply, a random person puts on this set of equipment, stands there and lets Kitamura Motoyasu hit him, and he can't beat it. Plus XX represents equipment bonus. The increase in attributes can be said to be very terrifying, thanks to the effect of Cursed Power Emperor, otherwise it would not have reached this level. Thinking of this, the boss looked up at Qin Feng again. Hearing Qin Feng's words, the boss almost fell onto the counter. It's icy and cool. It feels like an air conditioner is installed inside. It's much more comfortable to wear than before it was not strengthened. The boss asked eagerly, and Raftalia and Filo next to him couldn't help feeling worried. Brother Shield Hero, do you feel that something is wrong? Qin Feng glanced up and down at himself, then shook his head. Probably not, if there is something strange. Is it because there is not enough time? The effect of the curse is small, so it is slowly eroded? Open black lens bracket lucky close black lens bracket. XX. What strange feeling? If you feel uncomfortable, you must take it off immediately. It was talking and laughing with Raftalia and Filo, obviously not at all uncomfortable. The boss thought again. Although the boss doesn't know what the air conditioner is, it's a curse. It's actually described as icy cold, and it's comfortable. Is it shameless to curse? What about being swallowed up by the curse and going crazy? The boss looked at Qin Feng who was checking his attributes and asked with concern. After all, this is a set of cursed equipment. Even if ordinary people wear it, they will be eroded by the curse all the time. The light ones are mentally exhausted and physically weak, and the severe ones lie in bed. It's not suitable for people to wear it or go crazy, etc. Anyway. Could it be that I read it wrong? No, this is definitely a set of cursed equipment, or is Shield Hero trying to pretend to be comfortable for his own sake? Chapter 147. The Calamity Wave comes again. Brother Shield Hero. Sometimes people can show their strength, which may cause irreparable damage to the future. The owner of the weapon shop came out from behind the counter, slapped Qin Feng heavily on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, there's really no problem." Knowing that the boss cares about him, Qin Feng replied with a slight smile. Is there really no problem? Of course, who do you think I am is just a curse? Well, you really are a monster. After confirming that Qin Feng was fine, the boss sighed. Why'd I listen? You seem to be scolding me. Qin Feng joked. In fact, it was thanks to Shield of Wool that it was perfectly immune to the negative effects of the curse. As for what will happen when Shield of Wrath is activated, it is currently uncertain. Nonsense, I'm complimenting you, since there is nothing to do. Then the next thing is about Miss Raftalia and Philo's equipment. As the boss spoke, he went back behind the counter and took out 2 other sets of equipment that Qin Feng asked him to build. Hurry up and change it up. Qin Feng used Raftalia and Filo to pick up the equipment. It didn't take long for Raftalia and Filo to switch gears. Different from Qin Feng's overall pitch black with red lines, Raftalia is an overall dark red light armor with black lines. Its attributes are still not good, and its bonus is much higher than that of ordinary equipment. Of course, it cannot compare with Qin Feng's set. Originally, after Raftalia advanced, the attributes have been greatly improved. With this equipment, it is even more powerful. From the layout attributes alone, I am afraid that it is more than enough to fight Kitamura Motoyasu, Itsuki Kawasumi and Ren Amaki at the same time. There is also a long sword, the whole body is black, and a set of blood-red blood tanks in the center is particularly eye-catching. It is mainly made of Fire Eagle, Earth Dragon and Earth Tyrannical Bear materials, and Tyrannosaurus Rex materials are used for strengthening. The attack power is quite high, and there are effects such as breaking wind, cutting, sharpening, bleeding and accompanying curses. To put it simply, the speed of swinging a sword is faster, it is difficult to stop the bleeding when it is cut on a person, and it will leave a curse effect in the wound. How is it going? Is it going well? The boss looked at Raftalia rather proudly. After all, it was his own masterpiece. Well, a great sword. It feels so light that it can cut through anything. Raftalia swung her long sword out of nowhere and nodded in satisfaction. Advertisement. That's good. Then Filo kid, are you satisfied with that piece of equipment? The boss then looked at Filo. At this time, Filo has transformed into a huge body, looking down at the claws on his feet. The claws are also completely black, made of the claws of the Tyrannosaurus Rex and the petrified dragon as the main materials. It seems to be very powerful, but I always feel a little uncomfortable. Filo exerted a slight force, and the ground made of stone bricks left a few claw marks like tofu. Uncomfortable, doesn't it fit your feet? The boss couldn't help frowning, thinking that this shouldn't be the case. It should be that Filo instinctively feels disgusted with the equipment made of dragon materials. Filo, you should get used to it a little bit. Such high-level equipment is still very rare. Qin Feng knew that the Filo bird and the dragon were not at odds, especially the wise Filo, who would rush to the dragon when he saw it. Okay, people will work hard to get used to it. Filo nodded obediently. So cute. Qin Feng rubbed Philo's head as a reward. Hearing that it was not because of his own production level, the weapon boss breathed a sigh of relief. Then boss. Goodbye, we have to go back and prepare, after all, the wave of disaster is coming again. After receiving the equipment, Qin Feng bid farewell to the owner of the weapon shop and left with Raphtalia and Filo. 010 There are still 10 minutes, and the disaster wave is coming. At this time, Qin Feng, Raphtalia, Filo, Bell and others were all ready to go, and they were located in the central square of the capital, waiting for another teleportation. I don't know where it will be sent this time, what will happen to the selection task. In any case, we can only wait quietly. 000 The time has finally come. Advertisement. A loud bang like shattering glass echoed throughout the world. In the next second, the scenery in front of him changed rapidly, and the teleportation began. Having already experienced it once, there is nothing to be curious about. *TT. Ding. Please choose. 1. Lead followers, kill 5,000 enemies before the disaster wave. So what about monsters? Let's start slaughtering, and reward 3% of Garp template completion. *2. Rescue 3 villages from the calamity wave. If the number of deaths is less than 20, it is considered a success, and the completion of the Garp template will be rewarded with 3%. Number 3. Kill the boss from the disaster wave with your own hands, and repel grass, and reward Garp template by 3%. Reminder. If you complete more than 2 tasks at the same time, the effect of the 6 naval skills will be strengthened. The sound selected by the system also sounded at this time. There is not much difference from the selection task when the first disaster wave came. 0. The first choice is the number of enemies killed. The number of 5,000 is still quite difficult, and it is not impossible to complete. After all, the current Bell and others are not bad. Could it be that the second choice has been improved a lot? 3 villages need to be rescued, and an accurate judgment can only be made after arriving at the teleportation location. The difficulty of the third choice has also been increased, but in Qin Feng's view, it is the easiest of the 3 choices. It also actively prompts that multiple selection tasks can be completed. Now that it has been reminded to this point, Qin Feng is of course allowed to complete all of them. At this point, the transfer ends. Qin Feng quickly observed the surrounding situation. The originally clear sky turned wine red again, and there was a huge crack. It should take a day and a half to get to the capital from here, but this teleportation is quite far. Qin Feng soon found a village in the distance. He had been here before, so he was still able to accurately judge the direction, and at the same time, he drew a nearby route in his brain. There are 3 villages near here, namely Yide Village, Yilu Village and Yalin Village. The nearest Yide Village is about 600 meters away from here, Yilu Village is 1.5 kilometers away, and Yalin Village is the farthest 3 kilometers away. There are 3 villages. Together they form a triangle. Raphtalia, Irene, and Lilith sat on Filo and headed to Yalin Village, taking all the villagers to Yiru Village for refuge. Bell, you led the others to the nearest Yid Village, and brought all the villagers to Yilu Village as well. Qin Feng quickly made a judgment. Chapter 148, The Coming Warcraft Army. Qin Feng quickly judged that Filo was the fastest, and she could bring Raphtalia, Irene, and Lilith to Yalin Village in the shortest time. If it were someone else, I am afraid that when they arrived at Yalin Village, the army of monsters that came out of the calamity wave would have slaughtered the entire Yalin Village, let alone complete the second choice task. Yide Village is the closest to the calamity wave, and the number of monsters it faces should be the largest among the 3 villages. Naturally, it needs more manpower, so Qin Feng arranged for Bell and others. As for why they asked them to gather all the villagers to Yiru Village. Although this will cause the target to be too large, the strength of Raphtalia and the others will also be concentrated together, making it easier to protect all villagers and avoid excessive casualties, resulting in mission failure. Qin Feng. Just as Qin Feng finished giving his orders, he heard a voice not far away, 390. Turning around, it was Kitamura Motoyasu approaching, followed by Ren Amaki and Tsuki Kawasumi, and the adventurers behind them. You came just in time. Before I pass by, before you and the last wave of disaster, hold back the boss first. Looking at the 3 of them, Qin Feng said immediately. Although there was an orderly tone, Kitamura Motoyasu and Ren Amaki didn't say anything, and Atsuki Kawasumi was a little dissatisfied. Qin Feng, where are you going? Do you want to be a deserter? Then let's get started. Qin Feng ignored Atsuki Kawasumi and waved his hand. Bell and the aide disappeared directly and ran towards Yilu Village. Raphtalia, Irene and Lilith had already boarded Philo's carriage, kicked up a cloud of dust, and quickly disappeared from sight. Qin Feng. What is your purpose? Atsuki Kawasumi was quite upset that Qin Feng ignored him, so he strode forward directly, stopped in front of Qin Feng and asked. You try to find a way to hold the boss, maybe you won't even see the boss, so hurry up and go to the boss. Qin Feng looked back at Kitamura Motoyasu and Ren Amaki, and then jumped up, using the moon step to burst out a wave of air, and ran towards the last Yiru village. From the beginning to the end, I still didn't look at Atsuki Kawasumi. Qin Feng, this guy actually ignored me directly, damn it. Atsuki Kawasumi's face turned green, and the wolf cut his foot on the ground. Okay, let's start to act. No matter what, I'll get the boss first. Advertisement, Ren Amaki said and threw a light ball into the sky, calling the Kingdom Knights for support. Do you really want to listen to that fellow Qin Feng? Atsuki Kawasumi frowned slightly, even though his original purpose was to deal with the bosses in the disaster wave, but hearing Qin Feng say that, he still felt a little uncomfortable. I feel like I am a head shorter than Qin Feng. Obviously everyone is brave, what? Otherwise, what else can I do? Kitamura Motoyasu shrugged helplessly, and was the first to run in the direction of the boss. In his opinion, after the disaster wave was over, he still had to ask Qin Feng to rescue Myne, and he wanted to be the boss himself, so there was no reason to refuse. By the way, Motoyasu, where are the adventurers following you? Why are you alone? Ren Amaki caught up with Kitamura Motoyasu and asked. A lot of things happened during the period, let's talk about it later when I have time. Kitamura Motoyasu shook his head and did not answer, maybe he felt that it would be embarrassing to say it. Looking at the backs of the two, Itsuki Kawasumi stomped his feet again and followed with his own adventurer. After all, apart from killing the boss, there's really nothing else to do. The distance is 1.5 kilometers, and for Qin Feng's current foot strength, he arrived very quickly. In midair, he saw the army of monsters gushing out of the disaster wave, running towards Yilu village densely, but there was still a certain distance. But some monsters that were left alone have already landed directly in Yilu village. In the village, there are militia groups established by the villagers themselves and a small group of adventurers, and there have been no casualties yet. It's just that the warcraft that came out this time looked a little weird. There are monsters that look like black vultures, shadows that look like wolves, and creatures that look like goblins and lizardmen. It is worth noting that the figure of each creature is somewhat vague, like a shadow. Qin Feng looked at those creatures with both eyes, and their names were immediately displayed in the field of vision. Dimensional black vulture, dimensional black wolf, dimensional shadow assault goblin, dimensional shadow lizard, etc., all prefixed with the word dimension. It is quite curious. Qin Feng fell directly from the sky, trampled to death the dimension black wolf who was about to bite a villager. Advertisement rather than being trampled to death, it is more of a sense of unreality because there is no blood splatter, and even the corpse is not left behind, disappearing like a ghost. This kind of creature is really strange. Qin Feng frowned slightly, but he breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the system prompting the number of kills. 1. It doesn't matter whether he has a body or not, as long as it counts as a kill. Excuse me, are you Sir Shield Hero? It's really you, thank you for coming to help us, why? The villager who was about to be bitten was a little shocked, and when he was completely sure that it was Qin Feng, he was overjoyed immediately. That's right, I'm here to help you resist the disaster wave, so can I trouble you to gather all the villagers in the open space at the entrance of the village, so that I can easily take care of you? Qin Feng nodded, and then ordered, of course, no problem. The villagers immediately rushed to tell everyone to gather at the entrance of the village, and Lord Shield Hero came to rescue everyone. Yilu village was originally small, with a total population of less than 300 people including old people, children, militia groups, and adventurers. It didn't take long for everyone to gather in the open space at the entrance of the village as Qin Feng said. Originally, most of the people had already gathered at the entrance of the village in order to resist the wave of disaster, so the gathering speed was very fast. Which of you is the village chief? Taking advantage of the speed of everyone's gathering, Qin Feng has already cleaned up the scattered monsters in the village, and then returned to the village entrance and shouted at the people in front of him. I am, Sir Shield Hero, what are your orders? A middle-aged man hurriedly walked away from the crowd. Use the fastest speed to make sure that all the villagers in Yilu village have arrived, and make sure that no one is missed, especially the bear boy. Yes. Hearing Qin Feng's order, the village chief immediately began to count. That, Sir Shield Hero, is the Warcraft army in front of you more important than counting the number of people? At this time, an adventurer's trembling voice sounded. Qin Feng turned his head, and the monsters in front of him looked like a dense mass of monsters, at least close to 1,000. The Warcraft Legion that came out of the Calamity Wave is finally here. Chapter 149 Killing Without Blinking an Eye. The Warcraft Legion that came out of the disaster wave is finally about to reach Yilu village. I saw the blackness, and just running would raise huge dust, full of oppressive feeling. Especially the seemingly erratic bodies of these monsters make people feel extremely weird. Regardless of whether it is a villager or an adventurer, seeing this scene, they all instinctively move closer to Qin Feng. It seems that only when they get close to Qin Feng can they feel at ease. For those who are more timid, their legs have already started to tremble there. After all, with nearly 1,000 monsters charging over, the feeling of oppression is not something ordinary people can bear. Being able to stand there calmly is considered a good spleen. Master Shield Hero, may I ask where are your followers? A terrified adventurer swallowed, and asked Qin Feng a little timidly. They went to Yalin village and Yide village to help the villagers there. Qin Feng looked at the approaching monster army and said without looking back. What about the other 3 brave men? The adventurer asked again worriedly, and saw that his 19 face had become quite ugly, his hands were clenched and released, and his feet were shaking violently. Obviously his mental state was a little bit bad. They have other things. What's the problem? Qin Feng turned his head to look at the adventurer this time, and had a vague premonition about his current state. It's over, so there is no other support, we will definitely die here today. The adventurer held his head in his hands, wailing in exaggerated pain. Under his infection, the surrounding villagers began to panic. What the hell do you mean? Qin Feng frowned, staring at the adventurer closely, his tone couldn't help becoming serious. To be honest, Qin Feng was already quite unhappy with him. Advertisement: the emotion of fear is contagious like a virus. If the villagers are affected by this and scatter for their lives, it will not be an easy task to protect them to complete the selection task. However, the adventurer seemed to have fallen into fear and ignored Qin Feng, muttering, "It's over, it's over." It wasn't until Qin Feng touched him that he woke up suddenly and shouted, "That's nearly 1,000 monster legions, it's impossible to stop them. Once they rush into the village, they will be massacred one-sidedly, everyone will die in the mouth of those monsters." "Why do you think so? Don't worry, I will help you get rid of those monster legions." Qin Feng's words seemed to be comforting the adventurer, but his eyes gradually turned cold, looking at the adventurer as if he were looking at a dead person. "Relax. How can you be reassured? There are nearly 1,000 monsters, do you know what this concept is?" The adventurer in a state of panic didn't notice Qin Feng's eyes, but pointed at the approaching demonic beast legion and shouted, "Such a number of magical beast legions are enough to raise this village to the ground, and you alone. There is no it is possible to stop so many monsters, so we are dead, do you understand?" "No. You don't understand at all from the way you look, and the brave men summoned from another world, how can they understand this world? You brave men don't understand anything at all." The adventurer seemed to be mentally disturbed because he was too frightened. No matter what, his voice brought the villagers into fear. Some villagers have already started to retreat, as if preparing to run away. "Don't understand anything, you brave men don't know anything at all." When the adventurer was about to say something, he suddenly saw a fist gain closer to him. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the terrifying wind of fists scattered in all directions, filling the air with a bloody smell. At this moment, everyone around them is like petrification. The scene in front of them is too frightening. On the adventurer's neck, the huge head disappeared. It seemed that it disappeared too quickly, causing the body below to react and still stand there. "Please rest assured that you won't have any problems staying here, and please don't talk nonsense and disturb people's hearts, or don't blame me for being rude." Qin Feng slowly withdrew his fist, and casually threw the blood on the fist to the ground. His cold eyes scanned everyone present. In an instant, those who originally wanted to run, all stopped. They had a feeling that if they escaped at this time, they might not have died in the disaster wave, but would have died in Qin Feng's hands like that adventurer. "Very good. Advertisement." Seeing that everyone is still standing here, Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction. He knew that if the adventurer was allowed to continue talking, someone would definitely start running away. As long as there is the first one, there will be a second one, and there will be no way to stop it. Up. So immediately take action to get rid of the adventurer. Without his head, naturally he can't say a word. As for what these villagers think of him, it doesn't matter to Qin Feng, as long as he can confirm that all these villagers stay here, it is convenient for him to complete the selection task. A little monster. Blocks. Crushed. Before they could say anything, Qin Feng jumped up, and under Yubu's ability, he flew directly over the demonic beast army, and then landed without any hesitation. "Thank you, I don't need it, it's just a little monster, I can get rid of it soon." Hearing Qin Feng's words, the cheek muscles of everyone present twitched. A sound like the explosion of high explosives brought a lot of dust into the sky. At the same time, he clenched his fist, and when he was about to hit the ground, he punched. The villagers didn't quite know what happened. They only saw Qin Feng throw a punch, and then a bunch of monsters were blown away and disappeared into the dust. Boom! A village girl pulled her husband. The father of the child, that is not the shield hero, but God? Well, it shouldn't be human anyway, this is too strong. Then, from now on, you can stay here well, either stand or sit and rest. If you have melon seeds, drink or something, you can also move out to eat a little bit to relax your mind. That is an army of monsters with a number of nearly 1,000, which frightened an adventurer crazy. That. Master Shield Hero, I think I still have to remind you that those monster legions are almost within 100 meters away. Although our strength is meager, if 963 needs us, please take orders directly. Even the villagers in the village felt the vibration under their feet. Qin Feng continued. With the lessons learned from that adventurer, the village chief of Yilu village spoke cautiously. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Chapter 150. Is Lord Shield Hero strong? As Qin Feng rushed into the monster army, the villagers finally understood why he said it so easily. Those ferocious monsters were as fragile as tofu under Qin Feng's fists, and they could often take away more than 10 or even close to 20 monsters with one punch. It was like putting high explosives on their fists. In less than a minute, the number of Warcraft Legion decreased sharply. Are monsters too weak? No. Qin Feng is too strong. Everyone understood what kind of a powerful man that was. In less than 10 minutes, the Warcraft Legion completely disappeared without a trace, leaving only deep pits all over the ground, as if hit by a meteor shower. Did I have hallucinations because I was too frightened? That was nearly 1,000 monster legions, and they were dealt with by Lord Shield Hero so quickly? It shouldn't be a hallucination, because what I saw was the same. I can only say, as expected of Shield Hero Sama. All the people gathered at the entrance of the village were all dumbfounded looking at all this. However, they also felt completely relieved. Qin Feng was so strong, people like themselves would not have to worry about being attacked by monsters and dying. In fact, Qin Feng can shorten the time to eliminate the monster army, but he doesn't know if there will be a large number of monsters rushing over later, in order to save some energy. At this time, Qin Feng walked over slowly and smiled at them. How about it, I didn't lie to you, did I? No. Master Shield Hero is mighty. Everyone cheered. The enthusiastic voice seemed to have successfully resisted the wave of disaster. Then everyone, stay here and don't move. If you run away, I won't be able to protect you. Qin Feng continued. Don't worry, Lord Shield Hero, we won't go anywhere until you die. We decided to stay here today. Compared with the first time, after seeing Qin Feng's power now, the villagers' responses became quite loud, and smiles appeared on everyone's faces. Very good, advertisement. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction, and checked the number of kills, 895. And this number is still rising. It is guessed that Raftalia, Bell and others have already started to fight against the monsters that came from the disaster wave. Soon, in the past half an hour, the number of kills reached 1600. During this period, Qin Feng dealt with another wave of small-scale monsters. At this time, a large number of people appeared in the distance, and the leaders were Bell and Wodsworth. The people behind them should undoubtedly be the villagers of Yade village. Hurry up. Master Shield Hero is there. As long as we reach Iru village, all of us will be safe. After seeing Qin Feng standing at the entrance of the village, Bell shouted loudly and led everyone to quicken their pace again. No, the black wolf of the dimension is catching up. Wodsworth looked back and found a large group of dimensional black wolves following closely behind the team. There were about 200 of them in number. Their speed was very fast, and it was estimated that they would catch up in less than 10 seconds. And this team has about 300 people. Due to the slow speed of the elderly, women and children, the team is very long. With only 8 people, it is difficult to be sure that all 00 dimensional black wolves will be blocked. Everyone just run forward, we are in the rear. Bell clenched his 2 knives, stopped, and prepared to stop the dimensional black wolf with Wodsworth. No need, these dimensional black wolves are handed over to me, and you take the villagers to Yilu village first. Before Bell could react, he saw Qin Feng passing by him. Wodsworth could notice the arrival of the dimensional black wolf, and with Qin Feng's eyesight, even at a distance, he could naturally see it and rushed over immediately. No matter what, when Qin Feng arrived, Bell heaved a sigh of relief, and led the villagers to Yilu village with peace of mind. Arashi feet. Shuriken. The figure of Qin Feng appeared at the back of the team, kicking his right foot towards the pack of black wolves in the dimension. The speed was so fast that only afterimages could be seen with the naked eye, and slashing waves like shurikens erupted. Out. All dimensional black wolves who were hit were killed immediately. In an instant, all 200 dimensional black wolves were stopped, and the number was reduced by 50 or 60 dimensional black wolves. Immediately afterwards, Qin Feng jumped up again, kicking out with both feet at high speed. Advertisement. A series of slashing waves quickly formed a wide range of slashing attacks. The area is larger than the shuriken, and the black wolves of the dimension can be described as howling again, and there is nowhere to hide. For the remaining dimensional black wolves, Qin Feng used a few tricks to completely kill them. At this time, Bell and others had not brought the villagers of Yade village to Yilu village. When they actually came to the entrance of Yilu village, they turned around and found that all those dimensional black wolves had been killed. So many dimensional black wolves were killed by Lord Shield Hero? Shield Hero Sama is too powerful. The villagers in Yade village were extremely surprised. They had already experienced the ferocity of the dimensional black wolf. Those sharp claws could easily cut through stones, and their bodies were extremely agile, making it difficult to kill them. Now Qin Feng has easily solved all of them, and the villagers can't believe their eyes. However, the villagers in Yilu village are no strangers to it. It's only 200 dimensional black wolves, no big deal. I'll tell you, don't be surprised. Just now, I encountered a legion of nearly 1000 monsters, and they were also dealt with by Lord Shield Hero. How is it? Isn't Master Shield Hero very powerful? Facing the villagers of Yade village, the villagers of Yilu village had proud expressions on their faces, as if they were the ones who eliminated the Warcraft Legion. Perhaps for them, being able to see Qin Feng's powerful, Qian Jiao, fighting posture is something to be proud of. At least, hearing these words, the villagers of Yade village were both surprised and envious. Bell, you take 3 people to support Raftalia and Irene. Qin Feng returned to the entrance of the village and immediately gave Bell instructions. Raftalia, Irene, Lilith and Filo went to the furthest tiger in Yalin village. The route here is very long, and if they encounter a monster army, it will be difficult for the 4 of them to protect the villagers, so Bell and the others must go to help them evacuate. After receiving the order, Bell and others set off immediately. About an hour later, the figures of Raftalia, Bell and others finally appeared, and they brought the villagers of Yalin village over. Seeing this, even Qin Feng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then he looked into the distance, and whispered in his mouth, "It's time to meet the boss of this disaster wave." 5 Shish Chapter 151. Tear down your house. The villagers of the 3 villages have finally been assembled, and the total number is close to 1000. There are ordinary villagers, militiamen with a little fighting, and some adventurers. Qin Feng quickly made arrangements for them. With Raftalia, Bell and others as the main force, and the militia and adventurers as the assistants, it should be able to help all the villagers live safely until the end of the disaster wave. After doing all this well, Qin Feng ran directly to the source of the disaster wave. After all, there were still some optional tasks to complete, and he also had to meet his subordinate, the hero Grass, for a while. Qin Feng galloped all the way, and it didn't take long to see the huge crack at the source of the disaster wave, which was almost connected to the ground. Advertisement. And there is a huge ship like a ghost ship. The wooden hull and sails are already riddled with holes, but it floats in the air strangely. I don't know what makes this ghost ship float and move, but it doesn't matter at all. Qin Feng jumped up, relying on Yubu, his figure kept rising. When you are at the same level as the ghost ship, you can see the three heroes of Kitamura Motoyasu and their companions, fighting the skeleton captain on the ghost ship and the giant black tentacles extending from the hull on the deck. The situation looked extremely anxious, or in other words, they couldn't help Captain Skeleton and the tentacles at all. Each of them was sweating profusely and looked stern. At this moment, 3 gun barrels protruded from the side of the ghost ship, and with the booming sound, the shells flew out, and the target was Qin Feng in midair. Facing the 3 pitch black cannonballs, Qin Feng, who was in midair, kicked 3 times without dodging. The 3 shells almost returned the same way, and hit the deck of the ghost ship, making 3 loud noises, setting off waves of fire. Kitamura Motoyasu and others who were still on the deck were not directly bombed, but they were taken aback and their ears were buzzing. They hurriedly looked around and found that the ghost ship fired 3 more shells. At the same time, they also noticed Qin Feng in the air and kicked back the 3 shells. Having seen the power of shells, they hurriedly dodged for fear of being bombarded. There were 3 loud bangs again. Kitamura Motoyasu and others were prepared. This time they were not frightened, but Atsuki Kawasumi was furious and shouted, "Qin Feng, do you want to kill us?" Qin Feng took a step, as if stepping on the air to jump onto the deck of the ghost ship, and glanced at Atsuki Kawasumi. "Aren't you all busy? Speaking of which, your progress is slower than I imagined. We, BJEE, are looking for the ghost ship's weak point." Atsuki Kawasumi explained somewhat far-fetchedly. "Weakness? It's been more than 2 hours, and you haven't found the weakness yet?" Advertisement, Qin Feng said with undisguised disdain. "Anyway, it's a boss. It's normal for a battle to last for several hours. Haven't you played the game? Don't talk about us. Then what are you doing? Come here now." Atsuki Kawasumi turned from embarrassment to anger. His mind was still stuck in the online game. Next to Kitamura Motoyasu and Ren Amaki, the look is also a little ugly. "Forget it. Anyway, I never counted on it. You can do something. Then I'll step aside. Let me handle it." Qin Feng observed the entire ghost ship while talking. The wood on the entire deck has rotted in many places. It seems that if you step on it, it will fall into the cabin. There are still many bones piled up there, as well as some rotten fish corpses. Of course, there are also many huge black tentacles that are constantly twisting and looking for the enemy, as well as several skeleton captains holding long swords. Qin Feng remembered that the cannonball he kicked back just now blasted some tentacles and the skeleton captain into pieces, but the number didn't decrease at all, and it looked like they were reborn. At this point, the trio of Kitamura Motoyasu, Ren Amaki, and Atsuki Kawasumi, along with their companions, had completely retreated. Especially Atsuki Kawasumi looked at Qin Feng provocatively, as if to say, "I will see how you solve the ghost ship." Due to their retreat, the tentacles and the skeleton captain lost their target and began to slowly probe towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng didn't make a move immediately, but noticed the shadow behind Captain Skeleton, which was twisting slightly, as if it was alive. Thinking of the scene in the original book, I understand that the real boss should be hidden in the shadow of these creatures. If the real boss is not forced out, these creatures will be resurrected infinitely, as if endless. In the original book, Raftalia used light magic to bring out the boss. The current Raftalia is protecting the villagers, so it will take a lot of time to come over immediately. But it doesn't matter, Qin Feng has already thought of a countermeasure. "If you don't come out, then I'll demolish your house." Qin Feng ignored the approaching tentacles and the skeleton captain, clenched his fists, and blasted towards the deck. With a loud noise, the entire ghost ship moved twice. There were a lot of pieces of wood flying across the deck, and there was a large area of cracks, and a big hole appeared, almost piercing the entire hull. Advertisement, "It's so hard, does it have a certain physical resistance? Most of the force blasted out by the fist is directly scattered and cannot be concentrated." Qin Feng did not expect that the shabby-looking ghost ship could actually block his punch, and the cracked wooden boards and large holes on the deck were quickly healing. If that's the case, then this is it. In the next second, Qin Feng jumped up, avoiding the attack of the tentacles and Captain Skeleton. He spun around in the air and kicked out. The panic of Kitamura Motoyasu and others also followed. Cut the ghost ship in half in an instant. Is Qin Feng the demolition brave? Not good. Qin Feng did too much. If he fell directly, everyone might die directly. Qin Feng didn't believe that the ghost ship could heal forever, and was ready to attack again. "How do I know what to do?" Seeing that the ghost ship was about to hit the ground, it stopped suddenly. While Kitamura Motoyasu and the others were stunned, the slash could not penetrate into the hull at all. The entire deck was instantly split into 2 halves, and even the cabin below was completely cut off. "Come on, we haven't broken a single plank. Lanjiao, Bai Lei. It's really troublesome enough. I'll see how long you can hide." A huge slash burst out, cutting on the hull. I saw that the hull was divided into 2 halves, and the fracture had already healed, and the mysterious power was activated again to stabilize the hull in midair. At this time, from the shadow of Captain Skeleton, a set of ghost-like fish with red eyes, the largest mouth and fangs flew out. Immediately afterwards, there was a violent vibration from the ghost ship, and Kitamura Motoyasu and others managed to stand still, and at the same time they found that the ghost ship was falling downward. In Qin Feng's line of sight, the name of the creature appeared, Soul Devourer. Now what? Just as he expected, although the power of the ghost ship is miraculous, it is impossible to keep the hull recovering all the time. In order to avoid the complete destruction of its nest, the soul-devouring beast finally came out on its own initiative. Is the ghost ship so weak? Shoo, you just attacked the ghost ship for an hour. Why? Chapter 152. Brothers who doubt about life. Is this the real boss? It doesn't look like much either. Kitamura Motoyasu and others naturally noticed the Soul Eater emerging from the shadow of Captain Skeleton. Although it looks ferocious, it is not big in size, just like a ghost sea fish. However, in the next second, more and more soul-devouring beasts flew out from those shadows, and quickly gathered together, turning into a huge soul-devouring beast. Advertisement: the soul-devouring beast let out a mighty and domineering roar, as if angry at Kitamura Motoyasu and others' contempt. I still feel that the attack you just had is effective? Qin Feng glanced back at Kitamura Motoyasu and others. With the appearance of the soul-devouring beast, no matter Qin Feng, Kitamura Motoyasu and others, they can all see the soul-devouring beast's blood bar. And its current health bar is full, which means that the attacks by Kitamura Motoyasu and others in the past 2 hours have no effect at all. Hearing what Qin Feng said, their expressions were ugly on the spot, especially Kawasumi's Shu, who was ashen. Zunfeng arrow. In order to save his face, Itsuki Kawasumi did the same. The holy bow in his hand was fully drawn, and an energy arrow shot out quickly, landed on the soul-devouring beast, and was bounced away without any effect. Red Lotus Sword. Ren Amaki followed suit, slashing the holy sword on the soul-devouring beast. The body that looks like a ghost seems to be harder than steel, and at this moment, bursts of sparks splashed. Still no effect. This guy is tougher than I thought. One blow couldn't do any damage, so Ren Amaki stepped back quickly to avoid the soul-devouring beast's counterattack. After the conflict with Qin Feng last time, he seemed to have learned a lesson and had to be more cautious in his actions. Otherwise, the soul-devouring beast's gnawing attack would definitely cause him a lot of damage. You are all too weak, let's just watch mine, meteor gun. Kitamura Motoyasu swung the holy spear confidently, and it was a big move. A few rays of light shot out like meteors, which looked full of attack power. Advertisement: at this moment, the soul-devouring beast opened its mouth wide, and a huge black magic ball immediately appeared in front of its mouth, and it expanded rapidly. The black magic ball absorbed light like a black hole, and it seemed that even the surrounding scenery began to distort. The shooting star gun was instantly engulfed by the black magic ball, like a stone falling into an endless abyss. Not even a slag was left, and there was no movement at all. Forehead. Seeing that his ult was useless, Kitamura Motoyasu looked dull. Stop staring, run away. Reminded by Ren Amaki, Kitamura Motoyasu reacted suddenly, seeing the black magic ball of the soul-devouring beast flying towards it like a cannonball. He swooped in hastily and dodged narrowly, without being hit directly. The black magic ball landed on the deck, describing a shockwave spreading around, and Kitamura Motoyasu, who was still in midair, was directly thrown a few meters away, and then the entire hull shook from a distance. Not only Kitamura Motoyasu, Ren and Itsuki Kawasumi, and the adventurers who followed them, also flew out in the shockwave. Obviously, it is the large-scale magic of the soul-devouring beast, which is very powerful. Only Qin Feng stood there with a calm expression. The clothes on his body rustled, and the shield in his hand also made a ping-pong sound. Hiss, it hurts. Kitamura Motoyasu and others were not fatally injured by the soul-devouring beast's attack, but the injuries were definitely serious. They all grinned hoarsely, and it was a bit difficult to even stand up. Especially Kitamura Motoyasu, who was the closest, poured the little red bottle into his mouth like water. Hey, I thought you guys could grow up somewhat, but I didn't expect that you still look like this. Looking at their distressed appearance, Qin Feng shook his head in disappointment and sighed. After all, the rewards of the selection task have a certain relationship with the difficulty. If Kitamura Motoyasu and the others trigger the selection task, but due to the large difference in strength, the rewards will not be too high. Do you want to help them strengthen their strength in the future? Otherwise, if this continues, they will not be able to raise pigs. Just as Qin Feng thought of this, Kitamura Motoyasu shouted, Qin Feng, don't be sarcastic, you are the one who is the farthest away from the magic ball just now, and you will be affected the least. That's not good. When Kitamura Motoyasu said this, his expression suddenly changed. Because another black magic ball was brewed in the soul-devouring beast's mouth. Isn't this the boss's big move? It's okay to just come up with one, but it's still a continuous attack. It's unreasonable. How can there be such a thing? Ask for flowers, Itsuki Kawasumi also shouted with a livid face. Advertisement: not only Kitamura Motoyasu and Itsuki Kawasumi, except for Qin Feng, the rest of the faces were not good looking, and they kept pouring medicine while thinking about how to avoid it. If it is a powerful range-based big move, if it hits again, my health bar will really bottom out. Didn't I tell you not to use the subjective consciousness of online games to bring it in? This is a real world. What's the fuss about each one? It's a shame to be a brave man like you, hey. Qin Feng sighed, turned around calmly, and faced the soul-devouring beast. At this time, the black magic ball shot out again, and the target was Qin Feng. However, Qin Feng didn't take a step forward, and didn't seem to have any intention of dodging. Zero. Is this guy crazy? He actually wants to take the big move of the boss. This is a nirvana with terrifying power in the aftermath alone. Thinking that he can show his own strength by doing this, Qin Feng is really underestimating. Seeing the black magic ball flying in front of Qin Feng, all kinds of thoughts popped up in everyone's mind at the same time. At this moment, Qin Feng waved his arm, and the shield in his hand was like swat a fly, slapping the black magic ball in front of him casually. With a loud noise, the shield set off a strong wind. And the black magic ball was shot flying, flew into the sky and exploded. The aftermath only made Qin Feng's hair sway slightly. Forehead, everyone around was speechless for a while and felt ashamed at the same time. Then it's my turn. Qin Feng grinned and finally made a move. Before the words fell, the man had disappeared in place, appeared in front of the soul-devouring beast, and swung a punch. In the next second, the huge soul-devouring beast was blasted into the sky like a balloon. A cloud of air burst out from under Qin Feng's feet, and his whole body followed closely, punching again. Seeing this, Kitamura Motoyasu, Ren Amaki, and Itsuki Kawasumi exchanged glances. What is the meaning of us being brave, and we are also brave? Why is there such a big gap? Why is such a terrifying soul-devouring beast being beaten back and forth like a volleyball in front of Qin Feng? Are we too weak, or is Qin Feng too strong? They are already beginning to doubt the door of life. Chapter 153 Fan Yang Glass. The soul-devouring beast, which looked extremely terrifying, was completely powerless under Qin Feng's fist. With just one punch from him, the blood bar of the soul-devouring beast would drop sharply, and it had almost bottomed out. Final punch. Qin Feng whispered in his mouth, and punched again. This time, under Qin Feng's fist, the body of the soul-devouring beast exploded like a balloon, and a large amount of blood exploded like fireworks, splashing on the ground below. Kitamura Motoyasu and the others were already dumbfounded, watching Qin Feng return to the deck of the ghost ship, and said nothing. If Qin Feng killed the soul-devouring beast by chance, they would feel better. But now, it is completely unilaterally beaten. Even the boss of the Calamity Wave, in Qin Feng's hands, seemed to be no different from the balloon monster, except that it was a little more durable. What's going on? After a long silence, Kitamura Motoyasu, 227, took a step forward, and just when he was about to say something, a sense of oppression came over the Japanese stock market. Everyone present felt terrified, and then, the sense of oppression multiplied again. An adventurer under Itsuki Kawasumi was so frightened that his legs became weak and he sat on the ground. Whether it's Ren Amaki, Kitamura Motoyasu or Itsuki Kawasumi, at this moment, their faces are extremely ugly. No matter how stupid they are, they can still feel this sense of oppression, which is not comparable to Soul Devourer. Even Qin Feng frowned slightly, but then he was relieved, the corners of his mouth curled up, and he knew who was coming. Soon, a figure showed its trace and fell straight down from the sky. With a violent falling sound, she landed on the deck of the ghost ship. Not bad, to be able to do this. I admit that you are a brave warrior with good strength. This is a young girl, dressed in a mainly black kimono, with silver embroidery patterns drawn on the surface, which is incompatible with the clothing of this world. That long black and beautiful hair moved with the wind, exuding a strange aura like a ghost from top to bottom. Suddenly, the girl waved her hand, and pointed the folding fan weapon at Qin Feng, and several rays of light shot out immediately. The speed was so fast that ordinary people might not even be able to react. And Qin Feng looked at the light that was getting closer and closer, and didn't even move, not avoiding it, but disdainful, and also saw that she was not aiming at him. Those rays of light almost passed Qin Feng's body and fell behind Kitamura Motoyasu and others. Except for Qin Feng, everyone instinctively turned their heads and found a soul-devouring beast emerging from the deck. This is the beginning of a noble battle, so let's not get in our way. Advertisement. At the same time, the girl spoke, obviously not to Qin Feng or anyone else. Before she finished speaking, the light from the fan in the girl's hand had landed on the soul-devouring beast as much as possible and penetrated it. Kitamura Motoyasu and the others all stared wide-eyed. With just this blow, the soul-devouring beast was killed in a single match. Although it was obviously much smaller than the soul-devouring beast killed by Qin Feng, it was enough to show that her attack power was extremely terrifying. You can be so calm and calm, you should be able to see that I didn't attack you, right? And judging from the battle just now, you should be a brave man. The others look like soft-legged shrimps. They're your servants. But it doesn't matter, the weak have nothing to care about, so what's your name? The girl's eyes swept over Kitamura Motoyasu and others, and finally landed on Qin Feng. Hey, why do you say we are soft-legged shrimps? Don't talk too much, it's not wrong, there must be a limit to being arrogant. Although the girl looked strong, her words made Kitamura Motoyasu and others quite dissatisfied and shouted. However, whether it is a girl or Qin Feng, they directly ignore it selectively. When asking someone's name, you have to give your own name first, isn't it even a little bit polite? Qin Feng said with some amusement. Sorry for the impoliteness, my name is Grace, and I can be considered your enemy. Grace seemed to have a pretty good temperament, gentle and elegant, but from her words, it can be seen that the visitor was not friendly. My name is Qin Feng. Is that Qin Feng? Then, let's start this tide battle, but you should have used a little bit of strength to deal with the miscellaneous fish just now, since that's the case. Grass opened the fan in his hand, covering the lower half of his face, and his contemptuous eyes swept over Kitamura Motoyasu and the others. Servants over there, come to me, I'll take care of some messes too. Fish, so the fight with the brave will be fair. Servant, how arrogant, tell you, we are also brave. Let's go. At this moment, Kitamura Motoyasu, Ren Amaki, and Itsuki Kawasumi had an unusual tacit understanding and raised their weapons together. Meteor sword, meteor gun, meteor bow, advertisement. Knowing that the opponent is stronger than the ones I have encountered before, coupled with the trend of anger, the three of them came up because of the trick. Looking at those incomparably brilliant skills, Grass slightly raised the corners of his mouth. Brave, but too naive, Rondo Zero type reverse Setsugeka. Before the move was executed, the wine-red sky suddenly glowed red, as if echoing Grass' power. I saw that Grass waved her fan, and bright red light with circular ripples swept out from her hand. Ah, the big moves of Kitamura Motoyasu and others were instantly shattered in front of the bright red light. Not only that, they themselves and the adventurers who followed them were directly swept away with screams. So strong. Ren Amaki leaned against the main mast of the ghost ship, with blood in his mouth and surprise in his eyes. The others were not much better, and none of them could even get up from the deck. It's really useless, I can't even stop my blow, it's really hard to imagine that you are brave, I'm afraid the sacred weapon in your hand will cry. Grass shook her head, ignored Kitamura Motoyasu and the others, and understood that it was impossible for them to get up in a short time, let alone fight. Then Grass turned his attention back to Qin Feng. It should be fair now, let's get started. Okay, come on. Qin Feng nodded calmly. The moment his voice fell, Shala disappeared directly in place. Spanning a distance of 7 or 8 meters, he appeared in front of Qin Feng in an instant, stepped forward with one step, bent his body forward slightly, and waved the fan in his hand at the same time. 0.7. It was obviously just a fan, but it made a whistling sound as it was waved. Boom. There was a loud noise, and the fan hit Qin Feng's naturally placed arm firmly, and a large amount of strong wind was scattered in all directions. Kitamura Motoyasu and others, who were trying to support their bodies, fell to the ground again under the strong wind. Can't even avoid this level of attack? I seem to have overestimated you. There was a hint of surprise in Jay Lassie's eyes, not because she thought Qin Feng was too strong, but because he didn't dodge successfully. Originally, more than 10 follow-up attack methods had appeared in her mind to pursue Qin Feng who was dodging, but now all fell flat. Hey, when you say this, you must first look at my face. Under Qin Feng's voice, Grass looked up and found that Qin Feng still had a smile on his face, and it didn't look like he was being attacked at all. Chapter 154. You can't believe a woman's words. Looking at Qin Feng's expression, Grass immediately understood that it wasn't that he couldn't dodge his own attack and that he was completely disdainful. It seems that you were very confident in your defense. If so, then what? Grass waved the fan again. The speed was ridiculously fast, at least Kitamura Motoyasu and others didn't see clearly how she made the move. By the time he realized it, Jay Lassie's fan had almost pierced Qin Feng's throat. However, Qin Feng's hand blocked the fan. Obviously good looking, the shot is really hot enough. Qin Feng smiled slightly, with a relaxed expression, as if he didn't feel any sense of crisis at all. The throat is a very fragile part of the human body. As an opponent, it is not normal to attack the enemy's deadly part. While speaking, Grass drew back her fan and waved it again and again. At first glance, it seemed that she had a few more arms, and at the same time captured all parts of Qin Feng's body, blooming flowers. Qin Feng didn't use the shield, but raised his right hand, stretched out his index finger, and waved it again and again. In an instant, there were clanging sounds like iron and steel colliding, and sparks flew between Qin Feng and Grass. Yes, 8 attacks were launched in an instant, but it is still far away. Qin Feng said with ease. He actually blocked my attack with just his fingers. What a powerful hero, but it's interesting to defeat him like this. With excitement in Grass' eyes, another fan slipped out of his cuff and was held tightly by his left hand, followed by a simultaneous attack with both hands. Her attack speed immediately increased a bit, attacking Qin Feng like a storm. Facing such a fierce attack, to be honest, Qin Feng's speed was a little bit behind him. After all, agility was not his strong point. But it didn't matter, he no longer resisted, but took back his right hand. Have you given up resisting? Then I won't be polite? It seemed that Grass, who saw the victory in sight, could attack a little faster. At this moment, the fan in Jay Lassie's hand crazily hit Qin Feng like raindrops. The violent crashing sound and the whistling sound of a strong gust of wind immediately resounded throughout the entire ghost ship. Advertisement on the other hand, Qin Feng stood upright like a mountain, motionless, with a smile that seemed to remain unchanged for thousands of years on the corner of his mouth. Impossible. Even Grass couldn't help showing a surprised expression. Is that the only way? I'm going to make a move next. Qin Feng raised his right hand again, the same index finger passed through the fan dancing like a big net, and poked Grass' forehead. Boom. Grass slid back more than 10 meters, and a red to purple fingerprint appeared on her forehead. Immediately afterwards, her body swayed, and she almost knelt down on the ground, but she managed to stabilize herself. Impossible. I don't believe it. Although Grass felt the gap in strength between herself and Qin Feng, she was so proud that she couldn't accept the reality, and anger appeared on her face. Rondo Zero shape reverse style snow moon flower. The fan in his hand waved again, and every time he waved, a blood-red blood slash would burst out. The situation just now is still vivid in his memory. Grace used this move to defeat Kitamura Motoyasu and others, which shows its extraordinary power. However, Qin Feng still didn't seem to dodge, those slashes cut through his body almost instantly. Did it work? No. Jay Lassie suddenly opened his eyes wide, and found that Qin Feng in front of him had disappeared, and what he hit was just his afterimage. Where are you looking? Iron block, heavy wolf walk. At some point, Qin Feng had already appeared behind Jay Lassie. Agility was indeed not his strong point, but using shaving could greatly increase his own movement speed. Grass reacted very quickly. He turned around immediately and saw a fist getting bigger and bigger in his line of sight. The real and incomparable sense of crisis was overwhelming. Grass' pupils flickered, but he still instinctively raised the fan in his hand to block the way of Qin Feng's fist. Boom! A wave of sound that was more violent than before soared into the sky. Advertisement under Qin Feng's punch. Grass flew upside down and directly broke one of the ghost ship's masts, but her body still didn't stop and flew out of the ghost ship. Flying another few tens of meters, the strength has almost disappeared, and Jay Lassie then flipped in the air, adjusted her posture and fell to the mountain road on the side of the mountain. The moment her feet landed on the ground, she also knelt down on one knee, a mouthful of blood spewed out from her mouth, and her face became extremely pale. The defense is so ridiculously strong, and the attack power is still so high. What's going on? When he attacked the soul-devouring beast just now, his fists shouldn't have been so violent, could it be? Grass seemed to think of something, her eyes widened immediately, and she continued to whisper, could it be that you didn't use all your strength when you dealt with the soul-devouring beast just now? Congratulations, you got the answer right. I would like to warn you again, if you don't pay attention, I will blow you into pieces, even if you are a woman, I will never leave any pieces of iron to the enemy. With the sound of Qin Feng's voice, the hairs all over Jay Lassie's body exploded on the spot. Without even thinking about it, he braced his body and burst out with all the strength of his feet, dodging away from the spot. Just at this moment, Qin Feng appeared, his fist almost brushed Grass' feet and slammed on the mountain road. Boom! I saw that this section of the mountain road, together with the nearby mountain wall, directly collapsed under Qin Feng's fist, and the fist wind scattered wantonly. Grass, who was still in midair, rolled on the ground a few times in a rather embarrassing 650 degrees under the wind of fists, before standing up. Rondo Zero-shaped tortoise shell crack. Grass' combat quality is obviously not comparable to that of Kitamura Moriyasu and others. Under such circumstances, the moment he just stood up, he swung his fan. A ray of light, like a sharp ray, burst out from the fan. As for whether Qin Feng was harmed, Grass turned around and ran away without even looking at it. Now she finally accepts the reality that she can't beat Qin Feng's opponent at all, only she can survive. Indeed. That ray of light was useless in front of Qin Feng, and it was shattered into pieces when he swung his shield. Run away. Hey, didn't you just say that this is a noble battle? Why did you run away? Sure enough, the more beautiful a woman is, the more unbelievable she is. Seeing that Grass was still running with all his strength without looking back, Qin Feng could only shrug his shoulders, and his figure disappeared in place. After catching up with Grass, he punched again. Sensing the danger coming from behind, Grass finally turned around, raised her hands, and placed two fans across her chest. The violent crash sounded again. Jay Lassie spat out a mouthful of blood and sprayed it towards Qin Feng. His face turned pale again, turning bloodless. And her people also fell towards the forest below the mountainside under Qin Feng's fist. Chapter 155 Unlocking Knowledge and Domineering. Qin Feng, who was sprayed with blood all over his face, couldn't help but stop. Are you planning to trade your injuries from the start to increase the distance? Qin Feng wiped the blood off his face, looked at the forest below the mountainside, and found that Jay Lassie's figure had completely disappeared among the dense leaves. Whether it's combat experience or judgment of the situation, they are much better than Kitamura Moriyasu. It's interesting that they can think of this way to escape. Qin Feng continued to mutter, and became more interested in Grass. 001 Suddenly, an hourglass icon appeared in the corner of his sight, and there was a string of words on it. Qin Feng understood that in just one more minute, this disaster wave would end, and Grass would go back. In this way, choosing the 3 mission should be regarded as completed, but before that, let's find a way to understand the situation in another world. Qin Feng then jumped forward and jumped directly from the mountainside. Cough cough cough. Grass, who was in the forest, supported the tree trunk with one hand, and spat out another mouthful of blood. The injury is worse than I imagined. Damn it, it's too careless. I didn't expect the brave man in this world to grow to this extent. Grass wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and then slammed on the big tree to vent his bad emotions. Suddenly, a loud noise sounded from not far behind. Grass turned her head and immediately saw a large amount of dust rising into the sky. She knew that Qin Feng must have jumped down to cause the movement, so she continued to walk without caring about her injuries. Just make it through, there are 53 seconds left. Feeling the breath of death getting closer, Grass began to speed up her pace, but under the influence of her injuries, she couldn't run fast at all. 0 hours 0 minutes and 43 seconds. Grass stopped, not because she couldn't run anymore, but because Qin Feng appeared in front of her. To be honest, I never thought you would run away. Qin Feng leaned against the big tree, looking as if he was waiting for grace here. Advertisement. It's as if you know me well. Jay Lassie tightened her lips slightly, and looked directly at Qin Feng with her eyes, because she kept thinking about how to delay time. Then let me take a guess. This tide battle has just begun. After I plan to go back, I will try my best to become stronger and then come and deal with me. As the saying goes, 10 years is not too late for a gentleman to take revenge, right? I have to say. You were very smart. When you lost to me, you didn't get carried away, but you knew how to endure. Qin Feng said slowly, as if he didn't care about the passing time at all. Since you know, you should hurry up and kill me, otherwise, next time, I will definitely avenge my defeat today. As Glass spoke, his eyes scanned the surroundings, trying to find a way out. There's no need to find a way out. If I wanted to, you would have died long ago. Qin Feng is not arrogant. You must know that he has not used his full strength until now, because the chosen task is to repel Grass, not kill him. If you kill her, maybe the mission will fail, which will be self-defeating. What do you mean? Hearing this, Grace frowned. Hey, are you pretending to be confused? Since I don't kill you, there must be another purpose. In your world, there must be many people like you, just like the brave men in this world. Tell me, I will spare you their information. How about that? In addition to the reason for the mission, Qin Feng naturally has another purpose, which is to find a way to understand the brave men in the other world. After all, Qin Feng doesn't know much about the characters who will appear later. The so-called know yourself, know your enemy, and win 100 battles, even if you have the Garp template. Qin Feng doesn't dare to take it too seriously. Who knows what terrifying enemies will appear. As for Grass, after the fight, she understood her strength and didn't pay attention to it. Even if she didn't kill her this time, she could be killed in the future, and her remaining value must be brought into play first. Indeed, as you say, but I won't tell you. After Grace finished speaking, she turned her head and ran away. 0 hours 0 minutes and 10 seconds, there are only 10 seconds left, and you can go back to the original world by going through it. However, these 10 seconds are extremely long for the current Grass. Hey, since you don't want to say it, whether you can survive or not depends on your own destiny. Looking at Grace's back, Qin Feng shook his head and sighed, and the next second, he disappeared in place. Advertisement. The figure flashed and appeared behind Grass in an instant. Since killing her, it may lead to the failure of the selection task, thus losing the reward. If you don't want to reveal the information, then just abolish it directly, so as not to trouble yourself next time. Iron block. Heavy wolf step. Therefore, Qin Feng's punch aimed at Grace's spine, smashing it, and then she would not even be able to stand in the future. Qin Feng frowned when he punched Jay Lassie's body, but he didn't even feel the force. Taking a closer look, Grass disappeared, only a kimono was hanging on his fist. The golden cicada escapes its shell. Qin Feng raised his head and saw that Jay Lassie was already standing on the branch in front of him, with only 2 fans, a pair of white socks and clogs all over his body. Qin Feng. You are indeed very powerful, but you are also too arrogant. Next time we meet, I will definitely avenge today's shame, absolutely. Feeling so humiliated for the first time, Grass looked down at Qin Feng and said through gritted teeth. At this moment, her body suddenly began to glow. In the next second, Grass disappeared without a trace along with the wave of disaster. The only thing left was the blood-stained black kimono on Qin Feng's fist, proving that she really existed. Is it still not abolished in the end? What a cunning woman. Forget it. Choose 3. Anyway, the task should be completed, and the number of kills reached 5,133. Choose 2 to complete the task. Raftalia and Bell did a good job. In this way, you can confirm the completion of the 2 selection tasks. Lee's good, and you can also get extra rewards. The hourglass in the corner of the field of vision disappeared, indicating that the wave of disaster was officially over. Qin Feng shook his head and looked at the clear sky, and didn't worry about it. Anyway, Grass couldn't be his opponent at all, so why should he care? The most important thing is to complete the selection task and improve your own strength again. Ding. The number of deaths is 1. Select, to complete the task, and reward 4% of the completion of the Garp template. Ding. The number of Warcraft kills reached 5,133. Choose 2 to complete the task, and reward 4% of the completion of the Garp template. Ding. Successfully killed the Calamity Wave boss and repelled Grass. Choose 3 to complete the task, and reward Garp with 4% completion of the template. Ding. Since you have completed 3 selection tasks at the same time, you will be rewarded with an enhanced effect of the Navy's 6th style skill. Ding. Since the completion of the Garp template has reached 64%, the domineering and knowledgeable color is unlocked. Chapter 156. Resentful Brothers. The number of deaths is 1. Is that person killed by me? Qin Feng remembered that he had killed 1 person, but the system showed that only 1 person had died, so maybe he really killed him. But since the task has been completed, there is nothing to worry about. Qin Feng didn't think too much. He felt an incomparably clear surge of power pouring into his body. At the same time, everything around seemed to become extremely clear. He obviously didn't use his eyes to see, but he could sense everything. The grass swaying slightly with the wind on the ground, the bees flying in the sky, and even the bees' fast-waving wings can be felt. Is this the feeling of Garp template completion reaching 64% and unlocking knowledge and domineering? Qin Feng took a deep breath and clenched his fists. Feeling that the power in the body has become more abundant and powerful, especially the changes brought about by the knowledge-colored domineering to the senses, which is very strange and makes people unable to provoke and immerse themselves in it. This is a feeling of mastering everything in the world. Of course, it is a bit exaggerated to say this, but the increase in strength is genuine. Open black lens bracket Qin Feng close black lens bracket. Human, 52% right pointing arrow 64% completion of Garp template. Open black lens bracket LV close black lens bracket. Level 43, HP. 5830-7030. 450, open black lens bracket SP close black lens bracket. 1725 right pointing arrow 2145, 180. Open black lens bracket power close black lens bracket. 275 right pointing arrow 335, plus 90, open black lens bracket agility close black lens bracket. 318 right pointing arrow 375, plus 90, 620, 50821, 1021, plus 120. Open black lens bracket close black lens bracket. 282 to 342, plus 45, open black lens bracket lucky close black lens bracket. XX The defense directly broke through to thousands, and Qin Feng felt that with his current defense power, even if Vittoria used his skills, it would be difficult to cause damage to him. After Qin Feng confirmed his current page attributes, he suddenly heard screams from the sky. He looked up and found that after the disaster wave ended, the ghost ship floating in the air began to fall towards the ground. Such as Kitamura Motoyasu, Ren Amaki and Atsuki Kawasumi, and the adventurers who followed them, are still on board. Qin Feng didn't want to pay attention to them at first, and guessed that even if they fell, they shouldn't die. Anyway, they are all brave, and they are still supported by bloody noses. Advertisement It's just that the falling direction of the ghost ship happened to be on my side. Forget it, let's have a try. What kind of destructive power can be achieved after strengthening the sixth form of the Navy, coupled with the current power? Qin Feng shook his head, watching the ghost ship getting closer, he jumped up. Block of iron. Crushed. Facing the ghost ship with terrifying falling power, Qin Feng daringly punched the bow of the ghost ship. Boom. Under the loud noise, the bow of the ghost ship fell apart like a biscuit and turned into pieces of wood. But the power is still being transmitted. Wherever it goes, the hull of the ghost ship is even more irresistible and collapses. In the end, the entire front half of the ghost ship directly turned into pieces, and the force of falling also stopped, and it fell straight down. As for Kitamura Motoyasu and others on the boat, they all flew into the air under Qin Feng's punch one by one, and fell into the forest together with the broken wood. Due to the thick leaves as a buffer, they are not life-threatening, but they all hang on the branches in strange postures and fall into a coma. If they are still awake, they will definitely complain. Instead of knocking out other enemies, they almost died on their own. It has indeed become a lot stronger. If you digest this power again, you should be able to become stronger. Qin Feng muttered and fell to the ground again. Ignoring Kitamura Motoyasu and others hanging on the tree like a fruit, they started searching on the ground. It took a lot of time to find the soul-devouring beast boss that had been blasted into pieces before. I would have used less force if I knew it earlier, but these fragments should be able to liberate the new shield. Qin Feng put the collected soul-devouring beast fragments in front of the gems of the shield to let them absorb. There is no doubt that a new shield was liberated successfully. Soul-devouring beast shield. The ability has not been released, and the equipment bonus effect. Soul resistance, medium, spiritual attack resistance, medium, SP increase, exclusive skill, double spirit shield. Special effects. Soul Eater, SP recovery. Double spiritual shield. In the past, only one spiritual shield could be released at one time, but now two sides can be released at one time. The special soul eating effect seems to devour the soul of the enemy and use it to restore one's own SP. BJEF. In Qin Feng's view, the soul-devouring beast shield is useless except for the effects of soul resistance, medium, and mental attack resistance, medium, SP increase. Whether it's double spirit shield, or the soul eater effect, I'm afraid it's a waste of time to use it in battle. After all, he is a man who solves problems with his fists. But talking is better than nothing, as the saying goes, having too many skills doesn't overwhelm one's body, and having a new shield is also a good thing. Advertisement. Lord Qin Feng, Master. At this time, Raftalia and Filo arrived, and shouted as soon as they saw Qin Feng. Not bad, you can find me. Qin Feng smiled slightly, waiting for Raftalia and Filo to come before him. Master, when you came here, you saw a lot of people hanging on the tree, what's going on? After arriving in front of Qin Feng, Filo immediately asked curiously. Maybe it's cooler in the trees, by the way, none of you are injured? Qin Feng glanced at the two of them and heaved a sigh of relief when he found that there was no harm on his body. We are fine, Belle and the others are not injured, by the way. Do you need these things? As Raftalia spoke, she picked up some crystals from the carriage and handed them to Qin Feng. These were all exploded from the mobs of the Calamity Wave. Although their bodies disappeared, some crystals remained. Raftalia thought that Qin Feng might be useful, so she collected some. I let Shield Hero absorb it. Qin Feng took the crystal and placed it on top of the shield crystal. Shadow Shield. The ability has not been released, and the equipment bonus effect, Dark Resistance, small. Only one new shield is produced, and the other materials only have the bonus effect of improving the equipment's ability value, and the effect is relatively small, almost negligible. Qin Feng. Are you too much? Didn't you see us on the ghost ship? I almost thought I was going to die just now. At this time, Kitamura Motoyasu and the others woke up one after another. After climbing down from the tree, they gathered directly at Qin Feng's side. They looked at Qin Feng's eyes, which was called a grudge. Of course. Because they had seen Qin Feng's terrifying strength, they didn't rush over to settle accounts. Because no matter how stupid he is, he still knows that provoking the current Qin Feng will not yield good results, at least physical pain is inevitable. He could only stare at Qin Feng with resentful eyes. Qin Feng didn't bother to pay attention to them, and took Raftalia and Filo to join Belle and others. Afterwards, the reconstruction work of the 3 villages, as well as the follow-up work of material support, etc., were all handed over to the knights of the kingdom. Qin Feng, who had nothing to do, went to the capital with everyone. The main reason is that where the Pope is, the king must pass through it, so I decided to go to the king's capital to supply supplies first, and then go to the Pope to settle accounts. And Renamaki, Itsuki Kawasumi and others, don't know why, walked together with a cheeky face. As for Kitamura Motoyasu, he wanted to go to the Pope with Qin Feng to save Myne. Seeing that the king's capital was just ahead, a somewhat unexpected woman blocked their way. Chapter 157. Be careful, I will destroy this country. Qin Feng. Don't forget that after the last disaster wave, you promised me to rescue Myne together. I've said this word hundreds of times along the way, and I can almost hear it. I told you that you will go. If you dare to say it again, I will immediately bury you in the soil next to you. Under Qin Feng's impatient voice, Kitamura Motoyasu shrank his neck in embarrassment. Kitamura Motoyasu was not a long-winded person, but was too worried about Myne's safety. Especially in this wave of disasters, he realized that there seemed to be an insurmountable gap between himself and Qin Feng, and he was even more worried that Qin Feng would forget about it, but even if Qin Feng refused, he had nothing to do. In this state, Kitamura Motoyasu became restless, so he would keep saying this on his lips, for fear that Qin Feng would be finished or would not be willing to help. How did he know that Qin Feng's main purpose was not to save Myne at all, but to kill the Pope, so naturally he would not refuse. Forget it, Kitamura Motoyasu, why are you following me? Qin Feng ignored Kitamura Motoyasu, and instead glanced at Renamaki and Itsuki Kawasumi behind. We're just going back to the capital on the way. That's right, after all, we have withstood a wave of disaster, and we have to go back and ask the king for support money for the next activities. Renamaki still said very little, but Itsuki Kawasumi was not blushing and heart-beating, obviously not playing any role in this wave of disaster. Forget it, follow if you like. Qin Feng shook his head and ignored them, mainly because a figure appeared on the road ahead. It was Malty, the second princess of the kingdom who hadn't seen her for a long time. With her hands on her waist, her face was full of anger, but this time, she brought a lot of guards. Little Mel. Seeing his little friend, Filo was quite happy, so he couldn't help speeding up, pulling the carriage and coming to Malty very quickly. Little Filo, how are you doing recently? Have you encountered any danger in the disaster wave? The anger on Malty's face disappeared instantly, and he asked with great concern. I'm fine, and I'm not injured, it's resolved easily. Advertisement, Filo said with some pride. After all, it was advanced, and her strength has greatly increased. In this wave of disaster, no matter what kind of monsters she faces, she can be easily killed. Coupled with her speed, even if she is surrounded by the black wolves of the dimension, there will be no problem. That's good, I'm afraid you will be in danger in the disaster wave. Malty clutched her chest and let out a long breath. It could be seen that she was really worried about Filo. Okay. You're standing in the middle of the road, you're not just here to care about Filo. Tell me what's going on, we have other important things to do, if not, just clear the way. Qin Feng didn't mean to say that. He understood the cunning of Sanyangdao Pope. If he didn't get rid of the Pope quickly, he would notice something, and run away directly. It would be difficult to find him then. That's right, I'm here this time, mainly to find you, shield hero. When Malty shifted his gaze to Qin Feng, anger appeared on his face again. I want you to apologize to Father Wang. Hearing this, Raftalia and Filo looked puzzled, and even Kitamura Motoyasu and the others looked bewildered, not knowing what it was. Qin Feng understood what Malty meant, and the corners of his mouth slightly curled up and said, Why? Why? Just because you did such an exorbitant thing to your father, let's not talk about what happened before January. Just a few days ago, when you entered the palace, you not only ignored your father at all, humiliated him, and directly killed 2 state ministers. Such an excessive thing. Why do you say it? Malty became more serious and angrier as he talked. Like Kitamura Motoyasu and others, the corners of their mouths twitched, and they sighed in their hearts. This is too violent. It's okay to humiliate the king, but even the ministers of the country are killed as soon as they say it. Instead, Qin Feng picked up his ears and shrugged. So it's because of this shit. What is this nonsense? Didn't the brave come to save the world? You said that what you did was in line with what a brave should do, and beheading the minister of the country is a matter of life and death, and you should not quibble already. I have collected all the evidence about you in the past few days, and the evidence is conclusive. It turns out that the reason Malty didn't show up until today is because he was collecting evidence against Qin Feng. However, I have one forgiveness for you. As long as you apologize to your father and the families of the murdered ministers, they will forgive you. Before Qin Feng could speak, Malty continued speaking righteously. Well, if you admit your mistake and apologize, forgive me, I'm sorry. I don't need their forgiveness, please go away now, and tell them for me, if you have any dissatisfaction, you can come to me directly to take revenge, or yes. If you don't want to give way, don't blame me for being rude. Asking for flowers. Qin Feng jumped off the carriage and walked slowly towards Malty step by step. Advertisement, you are so unrepentant, are you really a brave man? Having said that, facing the approaching Qin Feng, Malty still instinctively took a step back. It doesn't matter to me whether it belongs to a brave man or not. You can completely treat me as a demon king or a demon, and you can also mobilize the army to encircle and suppress me, but don't blame me when the time comes and destroy this country. Don't believe me. Strength, I can really do it, even if Kitamura Motoyasu and the others stand in front of me. The consequences will be the same. If you don't believe me, ask them. Qin Feng pointed at them while speaking. Whether it was Kitamura Moriyasu, Itsuki Kawasumi or Ren Amaki, they all turned their heads as if they didn't hear. After all, whether the answer is yes or no, it is not very good. It was completely lowering his head under Qin Feng's brutality. What is the sense of justice worth? Little life is more important. They believe that the current Qin Feng may kill himself. After all, he dares to kill even the minister of the country. Look. They don't even dare to answer. I'll give you 3 seconds to think about it. 3, 2, 1. Qin Feng, who had already come in front of Malty, did not hide his murderous aura at all. While hugging and counting, he slowly stretched out his right hand, eagle claw, to her. Looking at the palms that were getting closer, Malty recalled the days when she was with Qin Feng, and the long-lost sense of fear once again filled her heart. Especially the terrifying murderous aura made her extremely stiff immediately, and the sense of fear in her heart spread even more unscrupulously. Woo! Unexpectedly, Malty cried out directly. Please, let Father and the King apologize, otherwise the Queen Mother will definitely punish Father and King when she comes back. Forehead, to be honest, Qin Feng really didn't expect this kind of situation. Facing a crying little girl, he really didn't know what to do for a moment. Suddenly, he felt something. Raftalia, Filo, Bell, you all get out of here, and you Malty, if you keep crying, die here. Qin Feng's face was extremely serious. While ordering everyone to leave, he yelled righteously at Malty. Chapter 158. Are you stupid? Qin Feng immediately felt an incomparably heavy magic power pervading the sky, overwhelming like dark clouds. In the next second, Filo's feathers stood up, and he grabbed Raftalia's clothes and pulled it onto his back, then moved to Malty's side and pulled her onto his back, and then led them to a distance. Under Qin Feng's order, Bell and others also fled immediately. As for Kitamura Moriyasu and the others, although they didn't know the reason, they quickly retreated after hearing what Qin Feng said. All of a sudden, everyone was at least 50 meters away from Qin Feng. Lord Qin Feng, Master, Raftalia and Filo turned their heads and found that Qin Feng was still standing there unmoved, and hurriedly shouted. Qin Feng faced them, smiled slightly, and at the same time grabbed Filo's carriage and threw it out. Qin Feng understood that the 727 magic power in the sky was targeting him, so he alone could not escape, otherwise Raftalia and Filo would be implicated. Just at this moment, a huge beam of light descended from the sky poured down towards Qin Feng. Raftalia, Filo and others immediately felt that their vision was filled with light, and it was difficult to open their eyes. At the same time, a scorching breath that seemed to melt everything. Lord Qin Feng, Master Shield Hero, Owner. This time, looking at Qin Feng who was swallowed by the huge beam of light, all those who cared about Qin Feng cried out heart-piercingly. It's over, Qin Feng won't die inside, will he? What the hell is this? Such terrifying magic power, even Qin Feng can't handle it. Have no idea. Kitamura Moriyasu, Ren Amaki and Itsuki Kawasumi, each of them looked very solemn. They understood that if they had just hesitated for a moment, they would definitely die in this beam of light. Malty's expression was also dull, as if her brain couldn't react at once. Tears still hung from the corners of her eyes, and she whispered. Why doesn't he jump by himself? With Qin Feng's strength and speed, there is no problem if he wants to escape. Maybe he thinks that the beam of light is aimed at himself, and he is afraid that after he leaves, the target of the beam of light will turn to us instead. Yeah, we misjudged him before. We didn't expect him to have such a spirit of sacrifice, hey. Advertisement. Kitamura Moriyasu and Ren Amaki shook their heads and exclaimed. Hearing the two people's words, Malty felt that his brain was under heavy attack, and his whole body became wobbly. I said just now that he is not worthy of being a brave man, this. That's right, Malty was ashamed right now. Isn't this spirit of sacrifice for others worthy of being a hero? It is simply not something that ordinary people can do. Well, now is not the time to be sad. The most important thing is to find out who launched this attack. Itsuki Kawasumi said very seriously. That's right, don't worry, Shield Hero. I will definitely find the murderer behind the scenes and avenge you. Malty nodded and shouted at the beam of light. As for Raftalia, Bell and others, they just clenched their fists silently, because they believed that Qin Feng would be fine. I need a little girl to help me get revenge. Are you looking down on me? At this time, Qin Feng's voice came out from the huge beam of light. The beam of light also began to fade slowly, and finally disappeared without a trace, leaving only a large crater like a meteor crater, and the surrounding land became a piece of scorched earth. The figure of Qin Feng naturally stood in the middle of the big pit, with a smile still on the corner of his mouth, as if the huge beam of light couldn't do much harm to him at all. Where would he sacrifice himself for these people? He just felt that he couldn't hurt himself. I knew that with Qin Feng's strength, nothing would happen at all. Tree. You didn't say that just now, did you? You heard me wrong. No. Moriyasu heard right, that's not what you said just now. Kitamura Moriyasu, Ren Amaki, and Itsuki Kawasumi were bickering, but you could tell from their expressions that they were relieved. After all, if the attackers from behind could even kill Qin Feng, even if they were all killed, they would be dead. Now they are too aware of Qin Feng's terrifying strength. While they were bickering, Raftalia, Filo, Bell and others had rushed into the pit. Master Qin Feng, Master. Are you okay? Although they saw Qin Feng standing there in good health, they still couldn't help but ask with concern. Advertisement. Qin Feng shook his head, then shifted his gaze to the edge of the pit, Since you're here, come out. After enduring the high-level group synthesis ritual magic, sanction, are you still safe? You really deserve to be a shield demon. Sure enough, a voice sounded right after. The angle of view of Kitamura Moriyasu and others is the clearest. Seeing Pope Sanyang appearing on the opposite side of the pit, there seems to be a kind smile on the corner of his mouth all the time. Behind him stood hundreds of church members who seemed to be prepared. From his words, it can be heard that the huge beam of light just now was created by them. Forget it, he can think about 0.8 whatever he likes. Forehead, looking at the Pope who appeared, Qin Feng said very easily. What we believe in is the brave man who saves the people and saves the world from the wave crisis. As for the brave man who causes problems everywhere, and even despises the massacre of believers, all of them are fakes. The Pope is smart, but also very egotistical, which leads him to say so smartly. I understand, you are just holding on, thinking that this will hit our will and make us retreat, is that so? It's a bit too flattering for me to be safe and sound. The sanction you mentioned is indeed quite powerful. It can actually cause about 100 points of damage to me, not bad. Kitamura Moriyasu frowned, unable to understand the meaning of the Pope's words. Are you really stupid? What people mean is very clear. They originally planned to kill me and you together. What do you mean? Just now Qin Feng didn't do anything, stood there and was hit by sanction, unexpectedly only lost 100 points of blood. If he made a defensive move, wouldn't it not even cause any damage? Hearing this, the corner of the Pope's mouth, which seemed to have remained unchanged for thousands of years, twitched slightly. At this time, Kitamura Moriyasu raised his right hand, expressing that he had something to say. What do you mean? Although I don't know why you were against Qin Feng, but just now, we were all about to die in your hands. Qin Feng shook his head and interrupted. The Pope shifted his eyes to Kitamura Moriyasu, who was on the opposite side of the pit, raised his eyelids slightly, and said as if chatting. To be honest, Qin Feng didn't even know what to say at this time. Immediately afterwards, he waved his hand. It's useless, our will cannot be shaken. Chapter 159. Saying a word, he originally planned to catch us all. Qin Feng shook his head and spoke between Kitamura Moriyasu and the Pope. What, why, we have withstood 2 waves of disaster, and it was the king who summoned me. Kitamura Moriyasu, who finally understood, yelled that rather angrily. Although it didn't make much contribution in these 2 disaster waves, it did indeed resist the disaster waves. Not only him, Ren Amaki and Itsuki Kawasumi also have a kind of resentment of being scolded assholes for doing good deeds. It's too much for you to say that. Anyway, we also helped this country resist 2 waves of disaster. Ren Amaki and Itsuki Kawasumi, naturally aggrieved, followed Kitamura Moriyasu's words. Oh, sorry, I don't think so, because you didn't make any contribution in the disaster wave, you didn't save the threatened villagers, and you didn't really solve the source of the disaster wave, and you still have 19. It caused all kinds of problems and caused everyone's belief in this country to be shaken. The Pope had a very thorough view of Kitamura Moriyasu, Ren Amaki and Itsuki Kawasumi, and then said, you don't have to deny it, the sword hero draws out the terrifying monster. The brave man of the gun liberated the sealed monsters, disrupted the ecosystem, and practiced tyranny as a lord, while the brave man of the bow abused his authority to abuse his believers. These are all things with conclusive evidence, so you are not real brave at all, but it's a counterfeit. What, we never did these things at all, don't slander us. That's right, during this period of time, we are clearly helping this country. Kitamura Moriyasu and Itsuki Kawasumi retorted immediately, thinking they were doing good things without understanding what they were doing in this country and what kind of chaos it caused. At this time, Qin Feng raised his hand and drew everyone's attention back to himself. Although the Pope annoys me and even attacked me directly, I think what he said is not wrong. Advertisement. The Pope raised his brows slightly, as if he didn't expect that Qin Feng would speak for him in this situation. Qin Feng, what exactly do you mean? Evidently the enemy is over there, but you still speak for him? That would be too much. The Pope didn't continue to speak, and the trio of Moriyasu, Ren Amaki, and Itsuki Kawasumi started yelling. There is no way, after all, what he said is the truth, even if it is me, there is no way to refute it. Qin Feng shrugged, with a rather helpless face, and then continued. Ren Amaki. The last time you released the corpse demon dragon, you haven't forgotten it. If I didn't help you solve it, you should be able to understand what impact the corpse demon dragon will have on the surrounding villages. Kitamura Moriyasu. You unsealed the ancient seeds, causing the entire village to be invaded by plants, and the villagers lost their living places. It was I who wiped your A** for you. After you became the Lord of Root Village, you released the villagers difficult if they cannot pay the taxes they bear. Those soldiers will violently attack the villagers and remove everything they can, which is what the Pope called tyranny. Itsuki Kawasumi. The joint rebel army overthrew those lords who ordered heavy taxes. In fact, they changed a group of people and continued to collect heavy taxes from everyone. Those lords should be believers of the Sanyang Church and donated a lot of money to the church. That's why the Pope said that you abused the followers of Sanyang sect. As for resisting the wave of disaster, if it weren't for me, you would all die there. It really doesn't make much contribution. Qin Feng decided to use this opportunity to let the 3 brave brothers recognize the reality. It is no longer the attitude of playing online games, but they can improve their strength down to earth. When they trigger the selection task, the reward will be higher. Simply put, raise pigs. They didn't know Qin Feng's thoughts, but after hearing Qin Feng's words, they all fell into a brief silence. These words are certainly not groundless, the Pope has also said, and the evidence is conclusive. They start to wonder if they are, really, doing something wrong. It didn't take long for Kitamura Motoyasu to speak again. Even if we really did something wrong, we didn't play much role in the disaster wave, so what about Qin Feng? If it wasn't for him, this country would definitely suffer heavy casualties and a large number of villagers would be displaced. Advertisement. In order to refute the Pope, Kitamura Motoyasu finally said something human since he came to this world. Indeed. I can't refute the contribution made by the shield hero in the disaster wave, but it still can't change the fact that he is actually a mediocre demon. The Pope responded with some displeasure. After all, he also knew that the bosses of the 2 disaster waves were all solved by Qin Feng. It would be completely unreasonable to say that he had no contribution. Hearing this, not only Kitamura Motoyasu, but everyone present was stunned. Such a demon 877, shouldn't he be killed? This time, everyone present saw it. Hearing Qin Feng's words, the corners of the Pope's mouth twitched again. Qin Feng shook his head, and fixed his eyes on the Pope. Isn't it possible that a dignified Pope will not admit it? In comparison, what I did wrong in this country is not worth mentioning at all. It seems to be a guilty conscience. It's a good one who expected it a long time ago. The words are really nice. You are obviously afraid that I will threaten your authority. At least the person who uses such indecent means is enough to show that he is a sinister and vicious guy. The Pope said slowly, his tone was extremely peaceful, without any joy or worry, just like chatting about family affairs. Intruding into the Sanyang church, not only killed dozens of members of the church, but also ransacked all the belongings of the church. Not only that, dragging the king just out of the bath like a dead dog through the palace, causing his majesty to lose face. This is not only an insult to his majesty, but also an insult to this country. How could such an act be a brave man or a demon? Hey, don't speak so righteously. At that time, you designed to frame me with that old guy and the queen's promise ring, so I was forced to fight back. It's just a ring. With my strength, does it look like you lack that little money? It's not wrong, I just expected you to be a demon, so I decided to find a way to eliminate you in advance. The Pope said with an expression that I am serving the people. It also fits the image of the devil. Originally thought that Qin Feng's beheading of 2 ministers would be cruel enough, but he didn't expect that he would directly loot the church and do such a thing to the king. Chapter 160. Weaker than expected. No. All of these are instructions from the gods, and we are all righteous. The road to justice has always been tortuous. For justice, some means are often necessary. After the Pope's expression was slightly distorted, he quickly returned to normal, which was what he said with righteous words. It has to be said that his face is thicker than Qin Feng's shield. Great, powerful, if you say everything is a god, then the gods you believe in don't seem to be good things. Qin Feng said with a cold smile. As expected of a shield demon, O is still looking for opportunities to slander the god of my faith at this time. The Pope quickly retorted, his sophistry was astonishing. If it were posted on the internet, no one would be able to beat him. Even Qin Feng didn't bother to say anything, he didn't talk too much. Sorry your excellency Pope, I don't think so, your behavior is a bit too much. Even if the 4 brave men are really at fault, they should be judged according to the king's law. If the shield hero really attacked the church, as the second princess of the kingdom and the first heir of the kingdom, I will give you an explanation, please rest assured. At this time, Malty said sonorously, but also revealed her innocent thoughts. Really? Thank you, Lord Malty, but the promise of a dead man is useless. The Pope still had that smiling expression, just looking at Malty's eyes without any emotion, just like looking at a dead person. What do you mean? Malty frowned. Hey, sure enough, the high-level people in this country are a bunch of people without IQ, and they don't even understand this. Obviously, I just said that he wants to kill all of us present, so naturally he will detain you. Qin Feng sighed, and sighed again in his heart. In these worlds, there is no one with a normal IQ, no. There seems to be one, this M is a villain. I am the second princess of the kingdom, my father and queen mother will not let you go. Malty still didn't believe it, or rather believed in his own identity too much, and he responded to that sentence. The flowers in the greenhouse have never seen wind and rain, and people who are overprotective don't know the dangers of the world. Afterwards, I will tell the king and queen this way, saying that this country almost fell into the clutches of the fake braves, and although our church took action to relieve the crisis, it is a pity that the second princess, Lord Malty, unfortunately died at the hands of the fake braves. Advertisement, don't worry. I'll tell them at the same time, Master Malty fought hard against the fake heroes, and finally died when he was defeated. At that time, people all over the country will feel sad for you, and they will sing praises of your deeds in the future. What do you think? Hearing the Pope's words, Malty trembled with anger. False theory. It's just nonsense, no one will believe it. Malty pointed at the Pope, and because he was too angry, he spoke intermittently. It doesn't matter, whether you believe it or not at that time, it has nothing to do with you. The Pope said indifferently. Okay. Don't say that you have killed us. After talking nonsense for so long, let's start. I also want to settle accounts with you. Since I have come to your door, don't blame me for being rude. While Qin Feng was speaking, he was already slightly moving his neck and limbs, and his fists were making a crackling sound. Since you are so anxious to die, let's start. At this time the Pope took a huge sword from his hand. The surface of the giant sword is embellished with complicated silver decorations, and a square gemstone exuding a terrifying atmosphere is inlaid in the middle, which makes people feel very high-end just by looking at it. Hero of the shield, be careful. That weapon is an ancient heritage left behind by people trying to copy the sacred weapon held by the legendary brave man. It possesses enormous power. Originally, this weapon should have been lost hundreds of years ago. Malty hastily reminded that people are still a little enthusiastic. That's right, this is a weapon made by the believers who poured their magic power day after day. It was brought out for this holy war. First, let's start with the shield demon and accept God's punishment. Anyway, the other three fake heroes is of no importance at all. While speaking, the Pope raised high the huge sword in his hand and slashed at Qin Feng out of thin air. Suddenly, a huge shockwave burst out and rushed towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng immediately raised the shield in his hand. Accompanied by a loud noise, the shockwave collided with the shield. Qin Feng could feel a huge force coming from the shield, but it was not enough to shake himself. As expected of the demon of the shield, under the sanction of the gods, he was able to remain completely still. Qin Feng couldn't take a step back with his own blow, even the Pope was a little surprised. Advertisement, hey, what is the sanction of the god? The imitation of the sacred artifact is an imitation. It is not as powerful as Vittoria's blow. It is too weak. At this moment, Qin Feng really felt that he overestimated the Pope. If he faced Vittoria, he would definitely be instantly killed. The gap in strength was too great. The blow just now was just a drill, and the next step is the real strength. Faced with Qin Feng's ridicule, the Pope's expression remained unchanged, and he pointed his sword forward while speaking, and a giant sword in his hand immediately turned into a spear. Although the shape of the weapon has changed, the luxurious style has not changed at all. It can still change. Kitamura Motoyasu was quite surprised to see the weapon in the Pope's hand turned into a spear similar to his own. Of course, it is a legendary weapon after all. Swords, spears, and bows can all be changed freely. The Pope was very proud, and then pointed his spear at Qin Feng. Since the power of the believers is limited, this blow will send you to heaven. As soon as the words fell, the members of the church behind the Pope all raised their weapons and aimed at Qin Feng. The replica holy spear in the Pope's hand burst out with a stabbing light, Zhao Haohao's eyes. That's an advanced skill, holy light halberd. Kitamura Motoyasu exclaimed again, it should be a very advanced existence in his skills, and it is still not unlocked, so that's why he was so surprised. Take it, shield demon. The Pope stabbed the replica holy spear, and the long spear made of light shot out quickly, and in an instant he came in front of Qin Feng. Wherever he passed, there were lightning flashes in the air. As he said, this is the real strength, far more powerful than the sword just now. It's just that the corner of Qin Feng's mouth was still smiling, and he didn't move back. Instead, he took a step forward and even moved the shield away, completely exposing his chest to the holy light halberd of the Pope. Madness. The Pope understood that Qin Feng wanted to use his body to resist without any defense. At this moment, Qin Feng resisted. Block of iron, empty wood. Chapter 161. The distorted Pope, block of iron, empty wood. It is also an extended application of iron blocks. Qin Feng just stood there, facing the Pope's offensive with great confidence. He wanted to see how far his defense power had reached. No matter what, the holy light halberd, issued by the Pope landed firmly on Qin Feng's chest. All of a sudden, a loud noise rose into the sky, resounding like a thunderous sound resounding through the entire land. At the same time, the intense rays of light accompanied the lightning, instantly engulfing Qin Feng's entire body, and the strong wind blew it all around. Only Raftalia, Filo, Bell and others standing behind Qin Feng all slid backward involuntarily. Even Kitamura Motoyasu and Malty standing on the edge of the pothole behind couldn't open their eyes in the aftermath. It's over, stupid shield demon. The Pope whispered in his mouth, and he was relieved in his heart. According to previous intelligence, he understood that Qin Feng was the most powerful and most difficult existence among these people. Since Qin Feng was so arrogant that he used his body to resist forcefully, he would definitely die, and it could be regarded as solving a big problem. Sorry, I'm going to disappoint you. At this time, the 657 rays of light emitted by the holy light halberd skill gradually faded away, revealing the long spear made entirely of rays of light. Although the surroundings still flickered from time to time, it was directly on Qin Feng's chest. However, Qin Feng's feet remained motionless as if they were stuck in the ground, not to mention spitting blood. He didn't even cause any damage. How is it possible? Impossible. Seeing this scene, even the always smiling Pope turned pale with fright, and his whole face became a little distorted. This is a weapon brewed by church members pouring in magic power day and night. This attack is like a skill produced by hundreds of people concentrating their magic power. Even the city wall of the king's capital can penetrate it instantly, but now it was shot by a single person. It was easily caught. If Qin Feng used the shield to release the skill, the Pope would be more accepting, but he still used his body to fight hard. What kind of defense can this be done? Impossible. Are you a monster? No, demon. So much so that the Pope, who has always been thoughtful and calm, began to speak incoherently. Hey. You didn't always call me the shield demon, now let you see what a real, BJEB, demon is. What kind of holy light halberd is this? Give it back to you. Advertisement. Qin Feng shrank his chest back while speaking, and then turned to the light gun that landed on his chest. In an instant, the spear that was completely composed of light became fragmented, turned into bits of light, and shot at the Pope like raindrops. Just when he was about to meet the Pope, an enchantment suddenly appeared in front of him, ping-pong-pong blocking bits of light. Although it was blocked, the enchantment was also much dimmed. After all, when the attack was on Qin Feng, the holy light halberd had consumed a lot of energy and could not cause too much damage again. Even so, it was enough to surprise everyone present. Not only did I block the holy light halberd with my body, but I also bounced it back. Qin Feng is really a monster. If it were us, after the Pope's blow just now, I'm afraid not even scum is left. Sure enough. The holy shield is the best weapon. It doesn't matter if the attack power is so strong, but the defense power is so abnormal. I feel that the difference is not just the weapons. You should remember that when we just crossed over, Qin Feng's combat power was several levels stronger than ours. Modiyasu and mine were almost instantly killed by him. The past is unbearable, so let's not mention my dark history. Anyway, even if I become the king of this country now, I won't provoke that guy anymore. Kitamura Modiyasu, Ren Amaki, Itsuki Kawasumi and the adventurers behind them all sighed. A question also floated in my mind. They are both brave, why is there such a big gap? Now is not the time to sigh, we can't stay here and watch a show. After Malty finished speaking, he raised his hands and began to chant. O source of strength, I command you in my name to interpret everything. Indeed, that old guy looked down on us at all just now. We should show him some color and let him know that we are not vegetarian. Kitamura Modiyasu, Ren Amaki, and Itsuki Kawasumi nodded to each other while raising their weapons. Meteor gun. Meteor sword. Meteor bow. Still the familiar posture, familiar skills. In fact, before they made a move, Filo had already rushed towards the Pope. With the skill, high speed upshift, her speed would not be much slower than Qin Feng's shave. In the blink of an eye, he came to the Pope and kicked 8 feet in an instant. But when she hit the barrier, even though the entire barrier shook for a bit, she was also bounced back. It's so hard. Filo's attack didn't directly break the barrier, so he had to land on the ground for the next attack. Advertisement at this moment, countless light spots, like a meteor shower, attacked the Pope, and there was a huge water blade in it. The combined attack of Kitamura Modiyasu, Ren Amaki, Itsuki Kawasumi and Malty also arrives. All of a sudden, it exploded in front of the Pope like fireworks. The barrier in front of him began to shake violently, and finally shattered like glass, and the Pope couldn't help taking a step back. It works, now you know our strength, come again. Meteor gun. Meteor sword. It was the same move again, and the Pope couldn't tell. If Qin Feng hadn't bounced back the aftermath and was kicked 8 times by Filo just now, the barrier wouldn't have been broken so easily. My Lord Pope, I'll start defensive magic immediately. Our God, who is the source of power, is here to give an order, interpret the truth again, and protect the blessed. Advanced group defense magic, castle. Seeing that his boss was dying, the members of the church behind him naturally began to support him immediately. Under their actions, a barrier of light like a fortress wall unexpectedly appeared in front of the Pope. This time the skills of Kitamura Modiyasu and others fell into the enchantment and did not have any effect on the result. How come? It's another barrier, it's too stupid. Kitamura Modiyasu and others looked uncomfortable, obviously they were almost able to defeat the Pope. Okay, the farce will stop everywhere, it seems that we will kill you first. This time Pope pointed his spear at Kitamura Modiyasu and took all the shots. Then, farewell, fake heroes. The tip of the spear suddenly burst into a particularly dazzling light. At this moment, the Pope suddenly found a human face in his field of vision. Oh, Honorable Pope, have you forgotten me? Qin Feng appeared in front of the Pope, grinned, and Pu chapter 162. One punch blows the head to pieces. When Qin Feng's fist was about to land on the Pope's face, that barrier of light that looked like a city wall appeared again. Boom! The deafening violent sound resounded all around. Qin Feng's fist stopped, but the light wall began to flicker, and returned to normal after about 2 seconds. The members of the church standing in front of the Pope started to fall down one by one, and more than 10 people lost consciousness at once. It seemed that their bodies were unable to support themselves due to a large amount of magic power. Maybe your defense is very strong, but your fist can't break down our barrier, it's useless. Regarding the fallen church members, the Pope said slowly to Qin Feng without even looking at them. Really, it's just a tentative punch, don't be too confident, the real punch will come next. Block of iron, crushed. Qin Feng withdrew his fist and jumped up. This time, he mustered up his strength and swung another punch. As the fist hit the light wall, the bell-like sound, I remembered it again. I said it was useless. The Pope regained his smiling expression, and the tip of the replica holy spear in his hand radiated more intense light. At such a close range, the power of this weapon will be even stronger, and this time it will definitely kill Qin Feng on the spot. The Pope thought so, but the smile on his face became stiff. Because Qin Feng's fist hit the light wall, a crack appeared, and it expanded rapidly like a spider's web, until the entire light wall was covered with dense cracks. Boom! The barrier of light wall shattered like glass, turned into bits of light, and sprinkled on the ground. More than 10 of those church members vomited blood on the spot and fell to the ground, losing their combat effectiveness. Before the Pope could be surprised, Raftalia and Filo had appeared to his left and right. They believed that Qin Feng would be able to defeat Guangbi, so they acted immediately. Facing the Pope, they're their nirvana when they come up. The Pope's reaction was also quite sharp, and he immediately gave up on continuing to launch the attacking skills, and instead spun the replica holy spear in his hand. Non-self realm. Seeing this skill, Kitamura Motoyasu exclaimed, it must be an advanced gun skill that he has not yet mastered. Advertisement, you must not disobey God, and I am God. In the Pope's roar, all the attacks of Raftalia and Filo were bounced off. Not only that, but the tip of the gun emitted a strong light, which turned into dots and fell on Raftalia and Filo. It hurts. Raftalia and Filo backed away quickly, shouting uncontrollably. The so-called selfless realm seems to not only block the enemy's attack, but also bounce the attack back, which is somewhat similar to the iron block. At this time, Qin Feng's fist followed closely. Before the explosive fist arrived, the fist wind arrived, blowing the Pope's clothes rustling. Without the obstruction of the light wall, the fist directly hit the Pope's face. It's just that there is no sense of force, as if hitting the air. Fake. Qin Feng watched the figure of the Pope disappear like a mirror image and immediately looked around. Where Raftalia and Filo were originally, there were two popes standing there instead. But Qin Feng didn't continue to shoot, because he knew it was an illusion. Even if his eyes are deceived, he will not deceive himself with his knowledge and domineering. The Pope clearly exudes the aura of Raftalia and Filo. This is a phantom arrow. It can use phantoms to confuse the opponent and make the opponent mistakenly recognize the enemy as the enemy. Be careful. Then Itsuki Kawasumi called out. Although he had a feud with Qin Feng, he knew that now was not the time to worry about these things. The most important thing was to defeat the Pope first. If even Qin Feng was defeated by the Pope, then people like himself would not even think about surviving. Is it really this kind of skill? Qin Feng nodded, looked around again, and dozens of popes appeared around him, and the weapon in his hand became a replica holy bow. Haha. Shield demon, your strength really surprised me, but this is almost coming to an end. The Pope of all people raised the replica holy bow, and at the same time pulled the bowstring to the full, ready to launch another big move. This is the strongest single target attack skill, and you can't find me, shield demon, you will die here today, haha. The Pope laughed again, and the replica holy bow also began to radiate brilliant light. However, the Pope's laughter stopped abruptly in the next second, because Qin Feng disappeared. You said I couldn't find you? Advertisement with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. Qin Feng appeared in front of a Pope, and at the same time he punched the Pope in the stomach. Ask for flowers. Peeved. The Pope bent like a shrimp, and spit out a big mouthful of blood, and the false popes around him began to disappear one by one. How? How is it possible? How did you find me? The Pope's face turned extremely ugly, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Isn't God omniscient? Can't even think of this? Then you'd better go to hell and ask, but you're right, this should be over. The Pope's body was still standing there, but his head was gone. To be honest, his head became fragments all over the place. Woo, Qin Feng stretched out his hands, helped the Pope stand up straight again, and then nodded. Well, this posture is very good. The Pope reluctantly turned his head, and found that Bell and others had rushed into the ranks of church members and started to slaughter. The members of the church were still resisting a little, but seeing the death of the Pope, all of them lost their belief in fighting and knelt on the ground one after another. Of course it is impossible for Qin Feng to tell him that although his skills can deceive people's senses, but in front of the knowledgeable domineering, no matter how many phantoms he changes, his body is still as bright as a fluorescent lamp in the dark night. Is everything really over? I lost. No, I can't fail, I'm obviously a god. Just as he finished speaking, screams followed one after another. Qin Feng withdrew his fist, took a look, and found that there was no blood on it. Sure enough, after receiving the reward, I became much stronger. Hiss, the Pope whispered, as if he still couldn't believe the reality. Whether it's a god or a devil, you should stand here first. It was as if something was passing through the air, and the sound of tearing the air sounded. At this moment, a sound that seemed to be an army horn pierced the sky. Done. Master. His Excellency the Pope lost to the devil. Before the Pope understood what he wanted to do, he saw a fist getting bigger and bigger in his field of vision, pressing towards him like a mountain. It's over. Chapter 163. The Queen Who Wants to Express. As the horn sounded, there were bursts of neat footsteps in the distance. Everyone turned their heads and soon found an army in sight. In the front is a woman riding a tall horse, wearing a gorgeous armor, except for a good face. The whole person looks heroic, with a kind of demeanor that does not give way to men. Master Empress. Seeing this person, Malty couldn't help exclaiming. From this point of view, this leading woman is the queen of this country, the real ruler. It can be seen that the army soldiers behind her are orderly, magnificent and well-trained, and they are not comparable to the soldiers that the king can order. That's the real strength of this country. Everyone obeys the order, no rebels will be spared, and all rebels will be killed. The queen drew out her sword and pointed it forward, and the 320 army behind immediately quickened their pace, slowly turning into a sprint, coming like a flood. Seeing this, Kitamura Motoyasu and others, who didn't quite understand the situation, immediately became more stressed, and all clenched their weapons tightly. No way, one pope is enough, and yet there is an army. Is there any mistake, or we should run away? What are you afraid of? With Qin Feng around, there should be no problem. The trio of Kitamura Motoyasu, Ren Amaki, and Itsuki Kawasumi whispered to each other that they thought the army was the Pope's support. It wasn't until the soldiers of the army ran past them that they suddenly realized that these soldiers were not coming for them, and they were relieved. The soldiers also stopped for the simple reason that they did not see the rebels. Even the queen couldn't help being stunned for a moment, and there was surprise in her dazed eyes. You must be the queen of this country. Excuse me, what are you doing here at this time? Rebels, don't you say yes? At this moment, Qin Feng came directly to the queen and asked slowly. The queen glanced across the audience and found that there were corpses all over the place. All of them seemed to be members of the church. Even the Pope of the Sanyang Church had no head. Hero of the Shield, please don't misunderstand me. After I noticed the conspiracy of the Pope Sanyang Jiao, I immediately organized the army to rush over without stopping, but I didn't expect. Advertisement as expected of a real ruler. The queen's face returned to normal in an instant, and she jumped off the horse deliberately, with a slight apology in her tone, without the slightest airs, and it was easy to win the favor of others. Okay. But you are a little late. As you can see, the Pope of the Sanyang Church and his followers have all been dealt with by us. Qin Feng shrugged and said calmly, as expected of the hero of the shield, you are really impressive. The queen was not stingy with her praise, and even referred to Qin Feng as an adult, as if trying to win Qin Feng's favor. I'm afraid she was able to come here so quickly because she wanted Qin Feng's favorability. Now that the rebels have been dealt with by you, is anyone injured? The army still has an excellent healer. The queen made another gesture. My followers, you should have been slightly injured. Qin Feng looked back at Raftalia and Filo. When they attacked the Pope, they were indeed injured a little bit. Also, when Bell and the others confronted the members of the church, several people seemed to have suffered some flesh and blood injuries. Although it is a very light injury, it can be recovered even without treatment, but since it is Queen's Horn's kindness, there is no need to refuse it. Everyone obeys the order, and the priority is to heal the injuries of the followers of Lord Hero of the Shield, and you must do your best. This is the order of the king. Hearing Qin Feng's words, the queen's eyes lit up, as if she was saying that I finally had a chance to perform. Obey. The army quickly rushed out of the medical team, came to Raftalia, Filo, Bell and others, and began to chant magic respectively. That. I just broke a little bit, don't you need it? Why don't you need it? Maybe you will lose too much blood. Advanced healing technique. Bell stared blankly at the medical staff who were casting magic in front of him, and then glanced at the small wound on his finger. My mind is full of doubts. Such an injury will cause blood loss. Your Excellency is really powerful. You actually killed so many villains in one go, and you are admirable for being so strong. After suffering such serious injuries, you actually seem to be okay. Advanced healing creation. Well, my toes are just a little bruised, it's not that exaggerated. Advertisement Wodsworth looked at the toes glowing white under the treatment, and was a little at a loss. Even the skin was not broken. Is it necessary to use such advanced healing magic? It seems that the injury on the toe was caused by accidentally kicking on the stone just now. Under the order of the princess, the members of the medical team, no matter how lightly the injuries of Raftalia and Bell and others were, came up with the most advanced healing magic they had mastered. You. Are you? The princess? At this time, Kitamura Moriyasu, Ren Amaki and Atsuki Kawasumi also stepped forward and asked with some doubts. Just now Qin Feng blasted the Pope's head with a punch, and it was still deeply engraved in his mind. Kitamura Moriyasu replied naturally, until Qin Feng put his hand on his shoulder. Solved by yours? Like Atsuki Kawasumi and Ren Amaki, they didn't talk, they were still a little bit self-aware. Kitamura Moriyasu laughed awkwardly and hurriedly added a few words. Myne, are you okay? The queen's attitude was very sincere, and she turned her eyes to Qin Feng again as she spoke. It seemed that she was apologizing to Kitamura Moriyasu and others, but in fact it was all to Qin Feng. It has been solved by Qin Feng. To be honest, we haven't been of much help yet. Everyone is too modest. No matter what you say, this incident is all my fault in the final analysis. If you can discover the Pope's conspiracy earlier, or rush over earlier, you will not be in danger. Queen Morelia replied quite gracefully. Of course. Kitamura Moriyasu and others didn't see it at all, and thought that the queen was really good, without the slightest airs. Kitamura Moriyasu exclaimed that he was still worried about Myne's safety. It's okay, it's all settled by us anyway. Haha. Qin Feng was not surprised at all, because he had long sensed that someone was nearby, watching everything that happened here. That person was, without a doubt, Myne. My lord, why are you attacking that kind of humanity? At this moment, a voice sounded, and Myne slowly walked over. Yes, I am the Queen of Melromark, Morelia Q. Melromark. I am very sorry for arriving so late to support. The current Kitamura Moriyasu does not dare to contradict Qin Feng, for fear of becoming like the Pope. It would be unimaginable if he died without leaving his handsome face. Chapter 164. Bow to the fist. Qin Feng always knew that Myne was watching his battle with the Pope not far away. At that time outside Root Village, when Bell and others were about to kill her, they were rescued by the Pope's men. Then during the period after that, Myne must have been with the Pope. And here is less than 1 kilometer away from the king. He had ordered the king to look for the Pope before. It doesn't make sense that the Pope brought so many people near the capital, but the king didn't know it. Moreover, the fighting time was not too short, and the movement was quite loud. Tien Duli did not climb out and sent troops to investigate the situation here. So Qin Feng speculated that Myne might have made a private deal with the Pope. As for the content of this transaction, it should be that Myne helped the Pope and others come to intercept him near the capital, and the Pope made the transaction condition of killing himself. Of course. All of this is Qin Feng's speculation, but no matter what, the ending is doomed. At least in Qin Feng's eyes, Myne is already a dead person. Myne, are you okay? Seeing Myne approaching, Kitamura Motoyasu was not only surprised, but also pleasantly surprised. After all, he was very worried about Myne's safety. Thank you Motoyasu-sama for your concern, I have nothing to do. Myne nodded 19 to Kitamura Motoyasu, then walked directly past him, pointed at Qin Feng and said, Master, why are you apologizing to this kind of person? Seeing Myne being so rude, veins appeared on the queen's forehead and she trembled slightly with anger. Presumptuous. Myne, after returning to the city, I still have a lot to say to you, prepare me mentally. Queen Morelia's icy voice instantly freezes the surrounding atmosphere. At the same time, she exudes a heavy sense of oppression, which is the aura of a person in charge of life and death. It can also show that this queen is not comparable to the old guy like the king. Mother Queen, who are obviously the followers of the shield demon, who wanted to kill me directly before, why didn't they deal with them, but apologized to him instead? Myne choked up in fright, but still pointed to Belle and the others who were being treated and said that it was an argument. At that time, Belle and the others were wearing masks, and when Myne saw them nearby, she didn't immediately recognize them. But when they rushed into the ranks of church members and began to slaughter, through those weapons, they finally recognized Belle and the others. Well, Queen Morelia, you don't mind losing a daughter and husband, do you? Facing Myne's accusation, Qin Feng said with a smile on his face. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Morelia's face turned ugly again, and she ordered again, without giving Myne any chance to explain. Gag this idiot's mouth for me. Advertisement, yes. The members of Shadow immediately appeared behind Myne, tied Myne's mouth with cloth strips, and carried her away from the scene. You. What are you doing to Myne? Kitamura Motoyasu was dumbfounded, and with his IQ, he couldn't understand what was going on, so he quickly protested. I am her mother, I just used my rights to instruct my subordinates to take her back to the city. Morelia's face quickly returned to normal, and she said lightly to Kitamura Motoyasu. Facing the queen exuding a strong aura all over her body, Kitamura Takuyasu could only fall silent. Ren Amaki and Atsuki Kawasumi said nothing more, let alone the adventurers who followed them. My lord, why don't you listen to my sister, if the shield hero? But there was one person who was not afraid and spoke with a strong sense of justice. This person was the second princess of the kingdom, Malty. Because Qin Feng slightly changed the plot of the original novel, Malty has not yet recognized Myne, and still thinks that Myne is her dear sister. But under Morelia's gaze, she abruptly stopped talking and didn't say the next thing. And you? Malty, I am very disappointed with your performance, of course. I will talk to you about these words after returning to the city, understand? Morelia's tone became cold again. In the face of the queen's strong pressure, even if Malty had a strong sense of justice, he just bowed his head sadly. Yes. I'm laughing at all the brave adults. Now that this battle has come to an end, please rest well and return to the capital with me. Morelia glanced at Qin Feng and Kitamura Motoyasu and others, and her tone turned gentle again. All right. Hearing this, Kitamura Motoyasu and others walked towards the royal capital one after another. Only Qin Feng remained motionless. Slowly, Raftalia, Filo, Belle and others came to his side, all lined up, looking at Morelia like Qin Feng. Qin Feng, what do they want to do? Have no idea. No matter what, let's not interfere with his affairs. Advertisement seeing this, Kitamura Motoyasu and others also stopped and turned around, but just watched all this quietly. You just took Myne away. Qin Feng looked at Morelia playfully, whether it was the queen or Myne's biological mother, in Qin Feng's eyes, she was just an aborigine from another world. The aura she possessed as a queen was not enough to scare Qin Feng, even if there was an entire army behind her. Forget about Malty, if he wants to. Qin Feng has stopped Myne just now, just wanting to see what the queen in front of him is going to do. I'm very sorry, please give me some time, Sir Shield Hero, and I will give you an explanation. Morelia bowed slightly and said very sincerely, are you sure you don't have selfish motives? Qin Feng asked again, Lilia actually had some intentions. After all, it seemed that Morelia was angry and ordered someone to take Myne away, but indirectly she also protected Myne from being killed on the spot by herself. Master Shield Hero, please rest assured. From your point of view, I was indirectly protecting Myne just now. In fact, I didn't want to make our relationship more rigid. If you directly kill Myne, I can understand your reason, but others don't know. At that time, I'm afraid you will be hated by all the people of this country. After all, you can't be called an excellent hero if you kill the first princess at will. I will also regard you as a deadly enemy, of course. Maybe you don't take him seriously at all, but one more friend is better than one more enemy, isn't it? Morelia's meaning seemed to be for the sake of Qin Feng's reputation. So, Qin Feng frowned slightly. To be honest, from Morelia's words, there was really no point of refutation. After all, she was doing it for her own good. So during this period, I will collect all the evidence to prove Myne's crime, and then give her the fairest punishment. That's the most just punishment, okay. I'll give you a little time, and don't forget about the old king, by the way. By the way, I don't care what the people of this country think of me. I hope you can really understand. When Qin Feng said this, he raised his fist and made a wish in front of Zirilia. When Morelia heard Qin Feng's words, her pupils couldn't help shrinking, and she instantly understood the meaning. If the treatment of Myne and the king is not fair, Qin Feng will take action directly, which can be regarded as a threat. I see. A threat is a threat, but Morelia bowed her head and answered. Very well, let's go. Qin Feng smiled slightly, didn't stay any longer, and then led Raphtalia and others towards the direction of the king's capital. After traveling so long and fighting the Pope again, he really wanted a break. Chapter 165 She will buy at a high price back in the capital. Qin Feng separated from Queen Morelia. In addition to letting Belle and others go back to the village to have a look, he immediately brought Raphtalia and Filo to the weapon shop. Welcome back, look at your appearance, little brother, this wave of disaster must be easy to deal with again. The owner of the weapon shop remained the same, standing behind the counter and greeting him warmly. Well enough. Qin Feng nodded and continued, then I would trouble you to tidy up your equipment. Oh, brother, have you found a funder who is willing to buy this batch of equipment? The boss frowned slightly, quite surprised by this. Because this batch of equipment was collected by Qin Feng from Sanyangjiao at that time, no one in this kingdom dared to take it over. I found it, and if my guess is not wrong, there will be no church like Sanyangjiao in this country in the future. How do you say that? It's like this. Qin Feng, Raphtalia, and Filo spoke one sentence after another, and quickly told the boss about their meeting with the Pope. My darling, the Pope of the Three Bravery cult is really insidious. If so, it is really possible for Her Majesty the Queen to abolish the Three Bravery cult. No wonder you want to move this batch of equipment out. In this way, the merchants will buy theirs, no need to worry about these equipment. When the boss said this, he suddenly thought of something. Wait, you are going to sell a batch of equipment to the Queen, right? Otherwise, the Queen must be the richest person in this country, and she is probably the only one who can eat so much equipment at once. Qin Feng didn't hide it either, and told the boss directly. But as far as I know, there shouldn't be a shortage of equipment in the army. If Her Majesty the Queen wouldn't want this equipment, would she? The boss held his chin and thought about it. No, she will definitely want it, and she will pay a high price. In this regard, Qin Feng has absolute confidence, because he understands that if Morelia wants to stay in this country and help the country resist the wave of disaster, then she will try her best to please herself. No matter how much equipment she has, as long as she speaks, she will take it without hesitation. Especially after seeing Morelia today, I can see that she has such courage. Advertisement. Well, since you are sure, I won't say anything more. I will make the most detailed list and give it to you as soon as possible. The boss nodded. By the way, after Queen Morelia takes over, I will trouble you to deliver the goods for me, as well as the follow-up handover work, etc. of course. I will not treat you badly. After all, the equipment has been in your warehouse for a while. Qin Feng thought for a while, then continued, and decided to leave all the troublesome things to Niban. That's a good relationship. I know that you have always been very generous, brother. I will ask you to continue to take care of me in the future. Good talk. Qin Feng and the boss shook hands, both of them had happy expressions on their faces. Qin Feng asks the boss to help solve troublesome matters, and the boss makes money from Qin Feng, which can be said to be a win-win situation. I've been tired all day today, so I'll go to rest for a while. If there is anything to do, come to the nearby hotel to find me. If there are no accidents, I will keep painting there until I solve these things. After Qin Feng finished speaking, he didn't stay any longer, and left the weapon shop with Raphtalia and Filo. Soon, the three of them settled in a room in a nearby hotel and took a rest. After Myne was taken back to the palace by the members of the Queen's direct army, Shadow, she was directly locked in her room. Damn. Let me out, you can't treat me like this, I am the first princess of the kingdom, the future queen. Myne was naturally unwilling and knocked on the door desperately. The sound of bang bang bang, dull and loud, resounded throughout the room and in the corridor outside. But no one paid any attention to her. Myne, who was getting more and more angry, turned to poisoning the things in the room. The precious vases, desks, bookshelves, and books on the shelves, all of them have not been spared. About an hour later, the entire originally gorgeous room became a mess, almost nothing was intact, even the big bed was dismantled. And Myne was also tired, sitting on the ground, constantly breathing angrily. Until it was getting dark, the door was slowly opening. Without even thinking about it, Myne grabbed a shard of a vase on the floor and threw it. Advertisement. The door of the room was completely opened, and a woman in black appeared, who was a member of Shadow. She casually caught the vase thrown at her, and then said flatly, Master Myne, the furniture is innocent. Let me out, or don't blame me for being rude. Myne raised her hand and was about to start singing, but suddenly found that the shadow in front of her disappeared. She appeared behind Myne, and put the fragment of the vase in her hand almost on Myne's neck. My lord, please don't act too aggressively. After all, this is an order from Her Majesty the Queen. You should also understand that it's not just because I let you go, so please give up. Feeling the sharpness of the vase shards on his skin, Myne swallowed involuntarily. Of course. Shadow members quickly put down their weapons, and turned to half kneel in front of Lord Myne. I also ask Lord Myne to forgive me for my actions. I just hope you can understand that everything you do is nothing useful. After saying these words, she got up and walked out the door. It seemed that her apology was just a cutscene, and it didn't matter to her whether she could get Myne's forgiveness or not. And Myne really has nothing to do with the Shadow members, because she is one of the Queen's most trusted subordinates. Shadow. After the members left, a waiter came in with food. Master Myne, please enjoy dinner. The attendant lowered his head. Zhao Zhao walked carefully in front of Myne. Go away. Get away from us all. Myne, who was in a temper tantrum and had no place to vent, threw the plate away, splashing a lot of soup directly on the attendants. If Master Myne wants to eat, please call me. The attendant squatted down expressionlessly and began to clean up the food that had fallen on the floor. I said get lost, didn't you hear? Even a small servant dares to disobey my order? I am the future queen, and this country will be my love. Myne kicked the attendant away with a ferocious expression. The force of this kick was not light, and some blood flowed from the corner of the attendant's mouth immediately. Yes. The attendant didn't dare to say anything more, and he stopped caring about the food on the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and retreated slowly out of the room. Because she is an attendant, her status is low. On the other side, a shadow member appeared at the hotel where Qin Feng was staying. Chapter 166. Each has his own thoughts. Master Shield Hero, Her Majesty has invited you to dinner. Shadow members knelt on one knee in front of Qin Feng, lowered their heads, and said respectfully. Only myself? Qin Feng asked with an expression on his face. Of course there are Raftalia-sama and Filo-sama. Besides you, there are also the Spear Hero-sama, the Sword Hero-sama, and the Bow Hero-sama. I don't know what's going on with this, shadow member. Every sentence has to add the word yes at the end. Have Kitamura Motoyasu and the others been invited? Okay, I see, let's lead the way. Qin Feng thought for a while and nodded. Open black lens bracket shadow close black lens bracket. The members hurriedly got up, took Qin Feng and the others out of the hotel, and headed for the palace. Along the way, Qin Feng saw many soldiers running on the street, shouting something and posting notices. The general content is that the Pope rebelled, gathered a large number of troops, and attempted to overthrow the current regime, but was stopped by Qin Feng. To put it simply, it is to praise Qin Feng and his followers without hesitation for their contribution in this matter. As for Kitamura Motoyasu and others, they didn't even mention it. It seems to try not to make the matter serious and cause too much panic, and did not immediately announce the Pope's life and death. However, all the activities related to Sanyangdao Church in the city were cancelled, and relevant persons were detained immediately. If anyone yelled or spoke for Sanyangdao, the soldiers of 720 would also arrest them immediately. Seeing this scene, even Qin Feng had to admire it. As expected of the king of a country, his methods are not only decisive but also sophisticated. Not only will the relevant members of the church be removed, but it will not bring too much chaos to the capital. Master Shield Hero, Her Majesty has been waiting for a long time. Seeing Qin Feng stop and stay in front of the notice, the shadow member reminded him in a low voice. Qin Feng responded and started walking again. Not long after, Qin Feng came to the banquet hall of the palace. There were already many people sitting on the long tables. Most of them were adventurers, like the group following Ren Amaki and the others. There was also a waiter who kept bringing food and alcoholic drinks to the long table, and the whole scene looked extremely lively. It's just that I didn't see Kitamura Motoyasu and others. Advertisement, Shield Hero-sama, please follow me here. Shadow members make a gesture of please. At this time, several attendants also came to Raftalia and Filo. My lords, this way please. It seems that the queen specially prepared another box for the brave. Qin Feng couldn't help frowning. After following Qin Feng for so long, Raftalia certainly understood what he meant, and immediately said, Lord Qin Feng, you can go there. If Her Majesty the Queen is by your side, we will be a little bit reluctant to let go. It's fine here. 11. In fact, just after those attendants finished speaking, the gluttonous road had already entered the pile of food. Coupled with what Raftalia said, Qin Feng nodded and said, well, if anything happens, remember to call me. Understood Lord Qin Feng, please rest assured, after all with my current strength, I am afraid no one present can defeat me and Filo. Raftalia smiled slightly, putting on my very confident expression. Well, lead the way. Qin Feng nodded again, and then said to the shadow members. Under the leadership, go to the second floor and enter a gorgeous room. It can be described as quite luxurious here. There is a long table in the middle that can accommodate more than 10 people and is covered with a red cloth. A chandelier inlaid with precious stones is hung on it, and there are oil paintings that are very expensive at first glance on the surrounding walls. As for whether it was luxurious or not, Qin Feng naturally didn't care. See Kitamura Motoyasu, Ren Amaki and Atsuki Kawasumi already seated, and sitting above the long table is Queen Morelia. At this time, Morelia has taken off her armor and replaced it with a dignified dress, a crown on her head, and a fan in her hand. She is full of grace and luxury. Seeing Qin Feng coming in, she immediately stood up from her chair and bowed slightly with a smile on her face. Master Shield Hero, you are finally here, sit here. After she finished speaking, she deliberately pulled the chair next to her away. Kitamura Motoyasu, Ren Amaki and Atsuki Kawasumi showed a hint of surprise at the same time, as if Morelia was surprised by Qin Feng's enthusiasm. When I came here before, BJDJ, I didn't have such treatment, I just nodded politely. The same as brave, the treatment is too different. The three of Kitamura Motoyasu felt a little unbalanced, but when they remembered the strength gap between themselves and Qin Feng, they felt a little relieved. Trouble. Advertisement. Qin Feng didn't bother to care about Kitamura Motoyasu and the others, and sat directly behind Morelia. Sitting in this seat, he could still faintly smell the fragrance of Morelia's body, as if she had just taken a bath. Now that everyone is here, it's ready to serve. Morelia then ordered to the attendants standing beside her. Hey, Myne, Malty and the king aren't here? Kitamura Motoyasu glanced around and asked suspiciously. Well, there are only 5 of us today, and they need some time to reflect on what they said. When Morelia heard this, she frowned slightly and couldn't help but think. Did Qin Feng already guess my purpose? Morelia explained. Qin Feng said a little playfully, in fact, these words have many meanings, a kind reminder, a malicious threat. Thinking from different angles, you will get another level of second. If there is anything, you call Morelia to ask me. Don't dare, it's just that Her Majesty the Queen ordered. Half an hour ago, the king came to the front of Myne's room. What? I want to see my daughter, do I need to ask for your permission? Regarding the behavior of the members of Shadow, the king scolded, he was quite dissatisfied with his anger. The king couldn't bear it anymore, he pushed the members of Shadow away and walked into the room. Although the king was not restricted in his freedom, he was limping when he walked, as if he had been severely repaired by someone. Seeing this, due to the identity of the king, the members of Shadow no longer stopped, they could only guard the door of the room to prevent the king from escaping with Myne. If Myne was trying to escape, then she'd do it decisively. It's not just as simple as introspection. Really? It seems that you, Queen, don't know your husband and daughter very well. They are not people who will settle down after a lesson. I hope you will not regret it when the time comes. Morelia said politely and slowly. However, members of Shadow outside the door blocked the king's way. Qin Feng propped his hands on the table and looked at Morelia with a half smile. Of course. Because I have been away for too long, there are a lot of government affairs to deal with, and there are a lot of headaches from Sanyang, but I have ordered people not to come out of the room. I have also taught Klay a little lesson meal. This period of time should be a little more peaceful, and I will give them the most fair punishment after I have fully investigated and collected evidence. Chapter 167 Myne and the king going around. Myne, are you okay? Looking at the messy room and Myne who was sitting on the ground, because he had smashed too many things and had no energy, the king felt his heart tightened, which was a kind of distress. My lord father. When Myne saw the king, she threw herself into the king's arms like a little girl who had been wronged a lot outside, tears streaming down her face. It's too much, Morelia treats you like this, how can she be so cruel, you are her own daughter. The king said indignantly while patting Myne on the back to comfort her. The queen mother must have been brainwashed by the shield demon, yes, it must be like this. Myne stopped crying, and suddenly guessed with a grim face, she didn't know whether she really thought so or said so deliberately to save her life. Myne is not stupid, and knows very well that Qin Feng cannot let her off, and what she has done, even Queen Morelia may not necessarily forgive herself. Brainwashed? The king was taken aback for a moment, obviously quite surprised by this guess. It's not wrong, and the Pope was also killed by the shield demon, and now the Queen Mother is still brainwashed, he will definitely not let us go. Myne nodded seriously. What? Even the Pope? Is that really the case? Didn't he go to intercept the hero of the shield? Why was he killed instead? Does it have something to do with your mother? The king couldn't hide the surprise in his eyes. It can be heard from his words that he has not received any news about this matter. After all, Morelia is in charge now, and he's pretty much lost most of his sources. Moreover, it seemed that, as Qin Feng had guessed before, the king had a certain relationship with the Pope's interception. At least he knew that the Pope would take action. I saw the Pope was killed by the shield demon with my own eyes. The Queen Mother arrived behind with the army. Anyway, my lord father, our plan has failed. When Belle and others chased and killed Myne before, when she was about to kill her, the man in black robe appeared and rescued her. During the period of recuperation, Myne was indeed staying in the Pope's secret base, and was naturally with the Pope. Both of them wanted to kill Qin Feng, and they hit it off, so they reached a deal. Myne returned to the palace to communicate with the king, and temporarily gave up looking for the Pope's trace, and asked the Pope to bring troops to appear near the capital, and even provided the Pope with the route when Qin Feng came back. Advertisement after all, the king hated Qin Feng deeply. Hearing that the Pope was going to take out the legendary weapon and behead Qin Feng outside the capital with absolute certainty, the king naturally agreed. When Myne saw the Pope fighting Qin Feng, he was relieved. He felt that Qin Feng would definitely be killed by the Pope, and when he saw Malty beside Qin Feng, he was even more excited. If Malty dies, he will be the next queen 100%, it's just that they didn't expect that the Pope was killed by Qin Feng instead. Queen Morelia even showed up with the army, and she is still imprisoned here. It can be said that she fell from heaven to hell in an instant. However, Myne didn't realize the mistake, her hateful eyes said it all. It's all the shield demon, it's all his fault, without him, I wouldn't be imprisoned here, and the Queen Mother wouldn't be angry with me. I will be the queen of the future, it's all he, everything is him. Myne kept muttering. Don't worry Myne, it doesn't matter if the plan fails, I will help you to intercede with Morelia. The king tried to comfort him, but Myne pushed the king away. Father, why don't you understand, now that our plan has failed, the shield demon will continue to brainwash the queen, taking this opportunity, he will definitely kill me, I will not let you go, my lord father. Then, what should we do now? The king panicked at this moment. Just don't do anything and keep going. In this situation, we can only act first, otherwise I'm afraid we won't have a chance. A trace of cruelty flashed in Myne's eyes. Did you mean? The king seemed to have guessed something. Father, wait until you get rid of the shadow members outside, let them go, and then I will get rid of the devil of Joe. Myne lowered her voice as much as possible and whispered in the king's ear. Shadow members are easy to deal with, but how can you kill the demon of the shield? You should also know his strength. Even the Pope with the legendary weapon is no match for him. The king frowned and said softly, following Myne's example. Advertisement. Asking for flowers. 0. It's true that I can't be his opponent, but my thing. As Myne spoke, she took out a small medicine bottle from her arms, and the blue liquid inside looked extremely strange. It's hard to understand that it's poison. Maybe the shield demon has a high resistance to poison, and I heard that he is a good pharmacist. Ordinary poisons are not very useful to him, right? I am very sorry, Your Majesty. Now there is an opportunity. If I guess correctly, Morelia is preparing to entertain the brave, and the shield demon must be among them. However, if the medicine is given, Morelia will also eat it, so what should she do? My Lord Father. When the time comes, my Lord Mother will leave it to you, don't worry. The side effects of this medicine will at most make the body in a state of extreme fatigue for the next few days. The more the king thought about it, the more wrong he became. In any case, he was also the son-in-law that the queen had taken a fancy to in the past. It makes sense, then act now. Hearing what Myne said, the king immediately understood the effect of the medicine. The king snorted coldly. Shadow. The members immediately knelt down and lowered their heads. Don't worry, my Lord Father. Strictly speaking, this is not a kind of poison. The main raw material is extracted from the sea demon dolphins who are most keen on cross-cultivation. After complicated procedures, once it is incorporated into food, it becomes colorless and odorless, and the person who takes it will feel hot all over, lose strength for a short time, and will be confused, and his mind will be full of things in that aspect. In this case, there will be no fighting power, and he will simply be slaughtered. At this moment, the king knocked out the members of Shadow directly. Of course. The king tried his best to stabilize his mood, and after giving Myne a look, he strode out. The king's eyes lit up. After all, he couldn't remember how many years he had never touched Morelia's hand. Thinking about it, he was a little excited. As soon as he walked out of the room, he saw the members of Shadow next to him. On the surface, he looks a little cowardly, old and a-hole, but he still has 2 brushes in his hand, and he is in the case of a sneak attack. Next, Myne naturally dragged the Shadow members into the room, changed into her clothes, followed the king and walked out. HMPH. Now you, Shadow members, don't you even have any manners? Myne reminded. Chapter 168. Operations my brothers don't understand. Not long after walking out of the room, Myne asked the king to go to the room where Queen Morelia entertained Qin Feng and others after a while, and then Myne separated from the king. After identifying the direction, Myne walked straight to the kitchen of the palace. Although the palace is big, it is her own home after all, so she will not get lost, and she will soon come to the door of the kitchen. I saw one attendant after another coming in and out with trays, extremely busy. Which ones are the dinners prepared for Her Majesty the Queen and all the brave men? I need to check. Myne walked into the kitchen and asked a servant directly. It's over there. Since she is currently dressed as a member of Shadow, and is wearing a mask, the attendants couldn't recognize her as Myne at all, and dared not neglect her, and hurriedly pointed to the steaming dishes on the table next to her. Well, it's none of your business, go get busy. Myne nodded and strode towards the dishes, pretending to check the dishes while observing the surroundings. Seeing that no one noticed this, he hurriedly took out the medicine bottle and poured it on top of the fungus. 407. Saw that the potion was completely integrated into the dishes. Myne breathed a sigh of relief, pointed to several attendants not far away and shouted. Hurry up and bring these dishes over, don't make Her Majesty the Queen and Lord Brave wait in a hurry. Yes. The attendants nodded immediately, and walked towards the room where Qin Feng was with the dishes. Myne was still a little worried, and followed the attendants again. She didn't leave until the dishes were brought into the room. She hid in a hidden corner and waited quietly. The arrival of the good show, your husband and daughter are not the ones who will restrain themselves after being taught a lesson. I hope you won't regret it when the time comes. Qin Feng looked at Queen Morelia and said playfully. Please rest assured, Lord Shield Hero, their days of stability are coming to an end. My subordinates are already working hard to collect information and evidence. If there is no accident, I will give you an explanation tomorrow. Morelia couldn't figure out Qin Feng's specific meaning, so she said ambiguously. I hope so. Qin Feng nodded, leaning back on the chair seemingly relaxed. In fact, it doesn't matter to Qin Feng how Morelia handles the king and Myne. Anyway, these 2 people will die no matter what. It's fine that Morelia took the initiative to execute the 2 of them. If she had other intentions, Qin Feng wouldn't mind doing it herself. He has absolute self-confidence, Morelia can't stop himself, and he doesn't dare to stop himself. The first reason is naturally strength, advertisement. Through the previous battle with Vittoria, the crushing of grass, and the experiment on the Pope, he has been able to confirm his current strength and should be able to sweep the country, at least no one can hurt himself. Taking a step back, even if there are hidden old monsters in the Shield of Anger, even if the Shield of Anger is not good enough, it can be evolved into a Shield of Rage again through the fragments of the Dragon Emperor. With the current peak state, it is enough to resist the power of the curse erosion, and a large piece of Dragon Emperor fragments remained, and it might be able to be upgraded again if necessary. The second reason is the brave, in other words, the wave of disaster. The reason why the brave men are summoned from another world is to resist the wave of disaster. Qin Feng believes that Morelia is very aware of the strength of Kitamura Motoyasu, Itsuki Kawasumi, and Ren Amaki. Relying on them to withstand the post-disaster wave has only one word: death. Even if the three of them can grow up in the later stage, how many lives will be needed to fill the previous waves of disasters? I am afraid that when they grow up, the country will become riddled with holes. As a qualified and rational person in power, he would naturally not let this happen. Qin Feng believed that Morelia was such a ruler. At this time, the door of the room was opened, and an attendant slowly put delicious food on the dining table. And yet, nobody pays attention to this stuff. Kitamura Motoyasu, Ren Amaki, and Itsuki Kawasumi all had a feeling of being neglected and were naturally in no mood to sample the dishes. Morelia, on the other hand, was thinking about something all the time and didn't care about it. By the way, there is a business, would you like to talk about it? Qin Feng glanced at the dishes in front of him and didn't move the tableware, but spoke again. Please tell me, Morelia replied. I have a batch of equipment here, and the total value of the market sales is about 250 gold coins. Let me tell you the truth, I got those equipment from Sanyangjiao Church. Qin Feng didn't beat around the bush, but went straight to the point. Around 250 coins? Hearing this number, Yin Yuren and Itsuki Kawasumi both gasped. And Kitamura Motoyasu was a little dazed, looking at the two with a puzzled look. What? Is there a lot of money? It's more than a lot of money. This is an amount that an ordinary family can't use up in a lifetime. You must know that the top quality equipment we are wearing now is only more than 10 gold coins, but it is enough for ordinary people to live for decades. By the way, Motoyasu, you don't know anything about the value of money in this world? Itsuki Kawasumi explained, while Ren Amaki asked directly. I really don't know much. Kitamura Motoyasu shook his head in embarrassment. After all, Myne has always been in control of the financial power. He really doesn't know it at all, otherwise he wouldn't have issued those ridiculously heavy taxes after he became the Lord of Root Village. Okay, no problem, then I will accept it with 300 gold coins. Advertisement Morelia didn't think long, not only increased the acquisition value, but also directly accepted all of them. Her arrogance also amazed the three of Kitamura Motoyasu, and sighed in their hearts. As expected of Her Majesty, the courage is not something ordinary people can have, and the 300 gold coins can be spent if they are said to be spent. What? Did you agree without looking at the specific equipment? Qin Feng frowned slightly. Although he expected that Morelia would purchase at a higher price in order to win his favor, he did not expect it to be so direct. This made Qin Feng feel that it was a bit too much, just to restore the bad image caused by the king and Myne. It should not be too big. No need, I believe that Lord Shield Hero is a man, and he will definitely not give me a defective product. When the time comes, my subordinate will take over the handover, is that okay? Morelia smiled slightly. Your Majesty is really too polite. In this case, if I don't express it, I will feel sorry. Although the market valuation is around 250 gold coins, if I sell them directly to the merchant, it will be far less than this price. You 300 gold coins directly is a bit too high. How about 220 gold coins will be sold to you? As the saying goes, if you don't have anything to do, you can either R*** or steal. Qin Feng doesn't want to have too much involvement with Morelia. He can eat people with a soft mouth and take people short. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Morelia frowned slightly, and of course it returned to normal in the next second. If you have 220 gold coins, you will be at a loss. Let me accept it with 300 gold coins. Hearing this, the three of Kitamura Motoyasu were immediately stunned. Qin Feng just said that he got it from Sanyangjiao, without any cost. How could he lose money? No, 220 gold coins, I've earned a lot. Don't worry, Lord Shield Hero, I'm not short of this gold coin. Then 240 gold coins, this is already my limit, please stop haggling. Why is this 0.2 line? Forget it, 280 gold coins, otherwise I don't want this batch of equipment. Seeing the bargaining between Qin Feng and Morelia, Kitamura Motoyasu and the three expressed that they couldn't understand it at all. Normally, the buyers want to be cheaper, and the country wants to buy a little bit. How come here, as a buyer, Morelia wants to be more expensive, but as a seller, Qin Feng wants to be cheaper? Not enough brains. In the end, this batch of equipment was set at 260 gold coins. I wish us a happy cooperation, cheers. Happy cooperation, cheers. At this moment, Qin Feng and Morelia also smiled at each other, raised their glasses and clinked together, and then drank it down in a bold gulp. Okay. Now that the deal has been negotiated, let's have a taste. I specially asked the chefs to prepare these for you. Morelia put down the wine glass, took the initiative to pick up a mouthful of food and put it in her mouth. People have to sigh with emotion, worthy of being a queen. The movements of serving dishes are very elegant. Chapter 169 The King Who Feels Green. As the organizer of the banquet, Queen Morelia took the lead in tasting the dishes in front of her. But neither Qin Feng nor Kitamura Motoyasu picked up their own tableware. Qin Feng just felt a vague premonition and was always looking for the source of this ominousness. The three of Kitamura Motoyasu were very preoccupied, and obviously did not have much appetite. Your Majesty, we have been here for a while, please explain clearly, what is the purpose of gathering us this time? At this time, Itsuki Kawasumi finally spoke. Since he traveled to this world and became a brave man, he has always been the focus of everyone. Even if he deliberately hides his identity sometimes, it still feels very cool to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger. But now, as the banquet begins, there is a feeling of being ignored, as if Qin Feng is the center of the banquet, and he is just a supporting role, which makes Itsuki Kawasumi a little uncomfortable. Of course. As he spoke, Morelia finally turned to Itsuki Kawasumi. Since Mr. Bo Brave has already asked, let me just say it. This time, to entertain all Mr. Brave, apart from thanking you for successfully resisting the disaster wave and defeating the Pope to prevent a large-scale rebellion, the main thing is to say to you all, one sorry. Morelia stood up slowly as she spoke, and bowed solemnly to Qin Feng, Kitamura Motoyasu and others. No. Your Majesty, what are you talking about? It is our responsibility as heroes to resist the post-disaster wave. To be honest, whether it's the disaster wave or the Pope's incident, we haven't been of much help. I don't need an apology or anything. Kitamura Motoyasu, Ren Amaki, and Itsuki Kawasumi hurriedly stood up and said, after all, she was the queen, so it was embarrassing to take the initiative to bow and apologize to herself. Morelia glanced at Qin Feng from the corner of her eye, saw that he was unmoved, and continued. That's not true. During my absence, my worthless husband and daughter must have caused you a lot of trouble, so an apology is necessary. And it turns out that you don't need to come to this world and take the risk to help us resist the wave of disaster, so please allow me to let you say sorry again. When Morelia spoke, she was still watching Qin Feng from the corner of the eye. Seeing that his face was still expressionless, there was a trace of disappointment in his eyes, but this look disappeared in the blink of an eye. Except for Qin Feng, Kitamura Motoyasu and others did not capture it at all. Your Majesty, what do you mean by that? The three of Kitamura Motoyasu frowned in unison. I didn't need to come to this world. Which made them extremely confused. It turns out that you don't know, so let me explain. Originally, I went out this time to discuss with other countries how to resist the wave of disasters, but during this period, my husband, the United Pope, selfishly summoned you, not only to give everyone as causing trouble, and I am also quite a headache. Advertisement. According to the traditional rules, each country should summon a hero to help their country resist the wave of disaster, but my husband and the Pope summoned you all. This behavior has made other countries full of anger. I spent a lot of time comforting the countries, so I was a little late when I rushed back. Hearing Morelia's explanation, the three of Kitamura Motoyasu understood. It turned out that so many things happened, and I understood why Morelia wanted to apologize. Although the king and Pope did go too far, things have already happened, and there is no way to do it. Yes, Your Majesty, don't blame yourself too much. I agree, but if we can let us go back to the original world, then of course it would be great. Kitamura Motoyasu and Itsuki Kawasumi persuaded one after another, but Ren Amaki spoke a little negatively. There is no way to do this for the time being. Only after successfully resisting the wave of disaster can everyone return to the original world. Morelia shook her head. Really? If this is the case, there is no other way but to find a way to become stronger. Ren Amaki was a little disappointed, but soon cheered up and looked at Qin Feng vaguely. To be honest, he was a little bit disheartened by Qin Feng's strength. It would be great if Master Sword Hero could think this way, then take advantage of this opportunity. Everyone can exchange information. In this way, maybe it can improve everyone's strength. Maybe it won't be effective immediately, but at least for everyone, there should be a lot of benefits. What do you think? The hero of the shield. Morelia smiled slightly, and looked at Qin Feng who had been silent all this time. Her Majesty. Are you hot? Qin Feng's answer was a bit out of line. When you say that, it seems that there is indeed a point. Morelia took out a handkerchief and wiped her forehead, only to find that some sweat had leaked out. Hot. No way. I still think it's pretty cool. Kitamura Motoyasu propped his chin and muttered next to him. Itsuki Kawasumi and Ren Amaki next to him nodded. Indeed, the room temperature is about 20 degrees now. Even if you wear a little more, you won't sweat. However, Morelia had just finished wiping off sweat, and there was a lot of sweat on her forehead, and her face began to turn slightly red. Advertisement. Your Majesty, do you feel unwell? Qin Feng's eyes fell on the dishes on the table in front of him. He remembered that of all the people present, only Morelia took a bite. Could it be that the dishes were poisonous? I also had an ominous premonition just now, and it came from these dishes? I'm not sure. I just feel a little restless in my heart and a little hot all over my body. It shouldn't have anything to do with it. Morelia said while wiping the sweat off her face. If you don't mind, let me take a look. In my opinion, I should be regarded as a good doctor. Okay, then I will trouble you, Lord Shield Hero. With Morelia's consent, Qin Feng immediately raised his shield and swept it over Morelia. After all, he is not a doctor, and he can't feel the pulse at all, but there is a more convenient skill, which is to directly check Morelia's attributes. Strange, there is no sign of poisoning, but the heart beats a little too fast. Qin Feng frowned, thinking in his heart. Could it be that he was worrying too much? There is no poison in the dish. Master Shield Hero is worried. It should be that there are too many things recently, and I rushed back non-stop, and I caught some wind and cold. Please allow me to rest for a while, and I should be able to recover soon. Morelia stood up as she spoke, and at this moment, her body suddenly softened and she fell to the side. Qin Feng was right next to him. He instinctively stretched out his hand to support her. Then Morelia leaned into Qin Feng's arms. Just then, the door of the room opened suddenly. It's about time. The drug effect should have kicked in. Myne, who was hiding in the dark, estimated the time and immediately sent a signal to the king. The king immediately understood, strode forward, and opened the door. Then Morelia was seen lying in Qin Feng's arms. At this moment, the king's eyes turned green. Chapter 170 Vigorous Her Majesty the Queen. Seeing Morelia nestled in Qin Feng's arms, the king's eyes turned green. You. What are you going to do to Morelia? Get your dirty hands off Morelia. Not knowing if he was too angry, the king pointed at Qin Feng's finger, trembling. Don't get me wrong, Qin Feng instinctively wanted to explain, but the king didn't want to hear it at all. He raised his hands and began to chant, as the source of strength. The queen, who is the source of strength, is here to give orders, interpret the truth again, and use a frozen cage to trap and detain the enemy. However, there is one person who casts the magic faster, and this person is Morelia. Advanced Ice Prison. A cage made of solid ice suddenly appeared out of thin air, trapping the king. Seeing this, the king had no choice but to give up continuing to release magic, and instead kept beating on the ice wall of the cage, shouting something in his mouth, but no sound came out. Really? What kind of stupid thing does he want to do before he will give up? I'm sorry to surprise you. Although Morelia's face was still red, she still had some strength, and she slowly left Qin Feng's arms and stood firm. It's not enough to be frightened, it's just that you have no problem? Qin Feng shook his head. To be honest, he was a little surprised that the king would release the magic, but it was only a surprise, and it was enough to make Qin Feng feel threatened. If it weren't for Morelia's shot, the king would be a dead man now. It should be fine, thank you for your concern. Morelia replied in a gentle manner, and then walked to the ice prison, and as she raised her hand and knocked on the ice prison, the cage disappeared. Morelia, why did you lock me up? The shield demon actually wanted to do this to you, let me kill him. The king was obviously overwhelmed by anger, and didn't realize that he couldn't beat Qin Feng's opponent at all. One must know that Qin Feng could beat him without any chance of fighting back before, let alone now. That's right, you must have been brainwashed by the shield demon. Hearing the king's words, Morelia frowned, and slapped the king cleanly and directly on the face. The crisp sound echoed in the room. Advertisement, on the left is a shield demon, and on the right is a shield demon, that is the shield hero, do you understand? And just now, the shield hero saw that I was not feeling well, so he helped me check it out. That's what caused this. Brainwashing. How stupid are you to believe such nonsense? Also, I haven't really settled with you for your differential treatment of all brave men. Now you actually want to attack Lord Shield Brave. Do you think you are the master of this country by exercising the king's power for me for too long? Or do you think I'm dead? Morelia's continuous scolding made the king falter, unable to speak at all. Even Kitamura Motoyasu, Atsuki Kawasumi and Ren Amaki next to them were a little dazed when they saw this scene. The queen in front of her is too fierce, she is completely a strong woman. With this courage, the king is like a child in front of her. Now you. Get out of here right away, or don't blame me, don't miss the love between husband and wife. After Morelia said this, she slowly walked back to her original position. Can the king go? Of course not. I'm old and will definitely skin that or something. What? Can't you understand me? Hurry up and get out. Morelia turned around and yelled angrily again, but the next second she covered her head and fell back from dizziness again. Morelia. The king hastily stepped forward, but was a little far from Morelia. However, her current position is just in front of Qin Feng, and one step behind, she is leaning towards Qin Feng again. This time Qin Feng did not let Morelia lean into his arms, but supported Morelia's shoulders with both hands to keep her body stable. Even so, the king's mouth was crooked. You. I don't know if it was because you were scolded by Morelia just now, and you were a little stimulated, so you couldn't say a complete sentence for a long time. Sure enough, it didn't recover. It's really strange, it was obviously not poisoned. Why did this happen? Qin Feng didn't pay attention to the king, he was really curious about Morelia's condition. Advertisement. The main reason is that I am afraid that this will happen to me, or to people like Raftalia and Filo. Although it doesn't seem to be life-threatening, but now Miria's whole body is gradually becoming weak. If this kind of situation happens to one's own side during the battle, it will become a very dangerous thing. At least one must know the reason and the way of treatment to avoid this situation from happening. I just feel a little dry and hot. There should be nothing wrong. If possible, can I trouble you to take me back to my room? I should rest for a while and then fully recover. Morelia spoke softly at this time, and her voice became much weaker. From Qin Feng's point of view, her eyes also became a little strange, as if she wanted to eat herself. You look like this, it shouldn't be as simple as hot and dry, but forget it. I'll send you to the room first. Qin Feng nodded. Anyway, there is no conflict with Morelia for the time being. Besides, she is still the sponsor who bought her own equipment with 260 gold coins. Qin Feng is still willing to help this small favor. No. You can't take Morelia away. Just at this moment, the king stopped in front of Qin Feng and Morelia. Why not? Qin Feng squinted his eyes, vaguely feeling that something was wrong. It was not just an intuition, but also saw the slight expression on the king's face become quite strange. Because, it doesn't work anyway, let me help Morelia go to the room. The king faltered a few more times, then suddenly his face changed, and he said, Li Zhao stretched out his hands, and was about to grab Morelia. However, Qin Feng hugged Morelia and walked away directly, asking, This happened to her, do you know what the order is? No, I don't know anything, anyway, give me Morelia back, or it will be too late. The king was even faster this time, almost throwing himself at Qin Feng. No matter how fast his speed was, in Qin Feng's eyes, it was ridiculously slow. He raised his leg and kicked the king flying. The king, who flew upside down, hit the wall of the room before stopping, and a mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth. Damn! You shield demon, give me back Morelia. The king didn't care to wipe off the blood from the corner of his mouth, and roared while trying to get up from the ground. Although Qin Feng controlled his strength and did not directly kick the king to death or until he lost consciousness, it was not an easy task to stand up again. He tried hard several times. He fell back to the ground again. Chapter 171. You old fellow, the king never lies. Tell me, what did you do to Morelia? Did you tamper with the food? No. You originally wanted to deal with me, but you didn't expect that Morelia ate it by mistake, so you were so nervous, right? Wrong? Hearing Qin Feng's words, the king stopped climbing up, and his whole body froze for a moment. Sure enough, it's not right. You don't have the guts. Even if you succeed, you should understand that the queen will not let you go. I think the one who tampered with the food is mine. Qin Feng said tentatively again. You devil, what are you talking about? At this moment, the king's voice suddenly raised a few decibels and shouted. In fact, the answer is still relatively easy to guess. After all, as long as you know that someone is tampering with the food, you can target the king and mine, because in this kingdom, only these two people are your enemies and hate you to the bone. As for the remnants of the Sanyangjiao, this is the royal palace. It is currently under the complete control of Morelia. The whole city is looking for people related to the Sanyangjiao. How could those people appear here, and they have the ability to tamper with the food? So the answer is pretty obvious. There is no one but the king and mine. When mentioning mine, the king raised his voice, which was a sign of guilt. Although Qin Feng still has no way to be 100% sure, but it can basically be confirmed that Myne is absolutely responsible for all of this. Of course, it doesn't matter in the final analysis. Anyway, it has been determined that the king or Myne did it, so that's fine. At this time, several shadow members finally appeared in the room. It really is Myne, and from what you said, you seem to know. Tell me, what did you do in the meal? After Qin Feng handed Morelia to the shadow members, he went directly to the king, grabbed his hair and pulled it in front of himself. Shield demon, you. It's useless for you to slander me and mine. Feeling the pain from the scalp, the king's face became a little distorted, but his mouth was still stiff. He understands very well that if he admits it at this time, he will be finished, and he can only be beaten to death and deny it. Don't admit it. Qin Feng grabbed the king's fingers, and as he exerted force, a sound came out from those fingers immediately. Under the severe headache, the king let out a miserable cry, and his whole body kept writhing. As the so-called 10 fingers connect to the heart, even Kitamura Motoyasu and others standing next to him still feel a dull pain in their fingers. Qin Feng. Did you misunderstand? You didn't, BJDG. Just say that Her Majesty was not poisoned. Advertisement. Kitamura Motoyasu couldn't bear it. As for stepping forward to help the king out of the siege, he also knew that he couldn't do it, so he had to stand there to defend the country. It is true that there is no poisoning, but Morelia's state is obviously wrong. It should be some kind of unidentified toxin. Qin Feng replied casually, squeezed the king's hand, and continued to exert force. Say it? However, the king was still screaming, without any intention of answering. Master Shield Hero, now is not the time to find out the reason. Her Majesty the Queen has passed out. Suddenly, the shadow member supporting Morelia spoke eagerly. Get out the antidote. Qin Feng frowned, so he had no choice but to ask the king to take out the antidote first, and ask about the poison later. After all, the current situation of Morelia is more urgent. Give me Morelia, hand over. The king's entire face was covered with sweat, and his expression was depressed. After barely opening his mouth to say these words, he passed out directly. Too hard? Qin Feng didn't expect the king to be so fragile. In fact, it was mainly because of the king's kick just now, which caused him some internal injuries. Even though Qin Feng controlled his strength is now much stronger than before. To put it simply, he underestimated himself and overestimated the king. It looks like he won't be able to wake up in a short time. Qin Feng threw the king to the ground casually, then turned to look at the shadow members. Take Morelia back to the room first, and you send other shadow members to find Myne. She should have medicine there. Yes. Shadow. The members did not refuse. One of them ran towards the room with Morelia. Qin Feng followed closely, while the others went to look for Myne's trace. Soon, only the king was left lying on the ground, along with Kitamura Motoyasu, Itsuki Kawasumi and Ren Amaki. What do we do now? We can't just sit here all the time, can we? Since Qin Feng is saying that the king and Myne have tampered with the food, then I will help find Myne. It makes sense. As long as you find Myne, you should be able to clear Qin Feng's random conviction. Still convinced that Myne is innocent, Kitamura Motoyasu rushed out with Itsuki Kawasumi and Ren Amaki to join the search for Myne. They even mobilized their own adventurers to find Myne together. All of a sudden, the entire palace became extremely lively, and the chickens were flying like dogs jumping around. Advertisement, Shadow. The members brought Morelia to an extremely gorgeous room, and carefully placed Morelia on the big bed in the center of the room. Also please, Sir Shield Hero, you must save her Lady Queen. Immediately afterwards, members of Shadow knelt down on one knee and begged. Don't worry, I will do my best. Now the queen is my benefactor, but to be honest, I'm not sure. After all, I haven't figured out what caused it. It would be nice to be able to find mine. As Qin Feng said, he had already stepped forward, using the shield to check Miria's physical condition again. Still did not see the icon of poisoning, only the rapid heartbeat can be detected. So hot, Morelia, who was in a coma, muttered in her mouth, and her hands became a little restless. Hot? Qin Feng frowned, and stretched out his hand to press Morelia's forehead. It's so hot. I can't burn it like this. Do you have anything like ice cubes here? The queen needs to cool down. Qin Feng didn't have much to do, so he could only think of a way to lower Morelia's body temperature first. I'll go get it right away. Open black lens bracket shadow close black lens bracket. The members left immediately and closed the room door behind them. Strange, what's going on? But Qin Feng still frowned and thought. At this moment, Morelia suddenly opened her eyes, grabbed Qin Feng's hand, and pulled her towards her. At this moment, Qin Feng finally understood what happened to Morelia. But as a man, how could he be passive? Not long after, members of Shadow came back with ice cubes and towels, but when they came to the door of the room, they stopped. She also understood what was going on, so she put down the ice cubes and towels, moved a few steps away, and guarded not far from the door, not letting anyone in. When the king woke up, it was already the next morning. Ignoring the pain coming from his body, he suddenly realized something. The top of his head seemed to be covered with grassland. In the next second, the king rushed towards Morelia's room as if going crazy. Chapter 172. The king about to lose his mind. At this moment, the king's mood was extremely complicated. Regret. Why did I agree to Myne's tampering with the meal? Fear. What should I do if something happens that I don't want to see? Anger. Qin Feng might have done that to Morelia. All the emotions were intertwined, and the king felt that he was about to lose his mind. Yesterday's injury has not fully recovered, and I stumbled all the way, and finally saw the door of Morelia's room. I also saw Shadow members standing at the door, and the king stopped slowly. How is Morelia? The king didn't realize that his voice was trembling. Report to His Majesty the King, the Queen should be fine. Shadow. The member bowed his head slightly and replied respectfully. No. Nothing? I want to go in and have a look. The king strode forward, and when he was about to reach the door, members of Shadow stopped him. Sorry, Your Majesty, you cannot go in. Why? I'm the king. Why don't you let me see Morelia? Get out of here. The king wanted to push the Shadow members away, but his body was still weak and he didn't have much strength at all. Open black lens bracket shadow close black lens bracket. The members didn't even step back. Get out. I said get out, didn't you understand? The king became even more furious, roaring almost ferociously. I'm sorry, Your Majesty, this is for your own good, and the shield hero has treated Her Majesty the whole night, and needs to rest now, please don't disturb me. On the other hand, looking at the facial expressions of members of Shadow, they said lightly. It's okay not to say this, but the king, who was already on the verge of collapse, the last nerve in his mind trying to maintain his sanity, broke completely at this moment. One night. The king kept muttering, and suddenly, he rushed towards the members of Shadow, as if he had gone crazy. Stop me again, let me die. However, at this moment, several other Shadow members appeared behind him and pulled him directly. Let me go. Let me go. I'm the king. I'm going to kill you, all of you. Advertisement. The king roared, but couldn't even speak clearly. Squeak. Suddenly, the door of the room opened slowly, and a figure walked out of the room. What's the noise? Queen Morelia is still resting. This person was Qin Feng, but it was different from before. Now he was not wearing armor, but simply wearing a white nightgown. It turned out to be the king. You don't need to thank me for helping you save the queen. Qin Feng glanced around, and immediately understood what was going on, and smiled slightly, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. Looking at Qin Feng's appearance, the king stopped rioting and stood there blankly. Shield demon, what did you do to Morelia? In fact, the king already knew the answer, but he was still unwilling to believe it. Look at what you said. Are you old and confused? Of course, it is to treat Queen Morelia. This is a very hard job. The whole night, my waist is about to hurt. After all, I am worthy of Queen Morelia. Qin Feng kept the innocent smile. He just wanted to annoy the king on purpose. The reason is very simple. He actually cooperated with Myne to tamper with the meal. After one night, Qin Feng had fully understood how overbearing the medicine's effect was. Their target must be themselves at the beginning. If they eat it by themselves, the consequences will be unimaginable. They are putting themselves to death, in which case there is no need to sympathize with the king. People don't offend me. I don't offend others. If people offend me, I will pay back 100-fold. It has always been Qin Feng's motto, and the king who heard this sentence was as stiff as petrified. In the next second, he rushed towards Qin Feng with all his teeth and claws, but was held back by 2 members of Shadow. Shield demon, I want to kill you. I must kill you, to do such a thing to Morelia. The king's eyes were red, and he didn't look like a person at this moment, but a complete beast. Hey, don't blame me. Isn't it you and Myne who messed around with the food? And I are the one who worked so hard to treat Queen Morelia. Why don't you come and thank me, and actually want to kill her? Do I have a reason for this? Qin Feng shook his head and said with an innocent expression, of course. All this really has nothing to do with him. After all, it was Myne who drugged the king. However, these words aroused the king's even greater anger. Driven by this anger, the two shadow members couldn't hold him back. What's going on? It's not proper to be noisy outside early in the morning. Advertisement. At this moment, an elegant figure slowly walked out of the room, with long hair hanging down naturally, and also wearing a white bathrobe. It's just that when he walked to the door, his feet suddenly softened. Asking for flowers. Qin Feng hastily stretched out his hand to support her. Didn't I tell you? You are still very weak now, don't move around. Seeing her, the beast-like king once again regained his short-lived sanity. To be precise, his brain was a little down and he couldn't control his body to react. Because this person is Morelia. Nothing, just a little soft leg. Morelia smiled softly and shook her head, but the exhaustion that could not be concealed was on her face. I only feel the tired and gentle smile on Morelia's face, which is extraordinarily dazzling, like a long needle piercing her eyes. Qin Feng was about to take a step forward, but was held back by Morelia. Master Qin Feng, leave it to me. After all, a husband and wife are together. It's all because of the shield demon. The pressure on the two shadow members suddenly doubled, and they were actually dragged by the king towards Qin Feng and Morelia. Under constant stimulation, the king felt that his mind was getting more and more confused, but it didn't matter anymore. What an old guy who doesn't give up, let me solve it. And her smile completely reflected the king's eyes. Shield demon. It's all you, you're the one who caused this, I'm going to kill you, Morelia. Let them let me go, I'm going to kill the shield demon. Forget it. You've already said that, so I'll leave it to you to deal with it first. Morelia came slowly to the king, looked down at him, and only had cold eyes. Klay, how many stupid things do you have to do before you let it go? Such a gentle smile. How many years has it been since she smiled at herself? No. It seems that she has never treated herself so gently, right? No. It seems that she has seen it before. The king fell to his knees on the ground, and two shadow members simultaneously pulled his arms, clasped his shoulders, and pressed his whole body to the ground. The two had no choice but to lift their feet and kick on the king's leg. The king raised his head, but before he finished speaking, Morelia slapped him on the face. Calm down, what shield demon? I should have told you, it is the shield hero Lord Qin Feng, right? If you spit out the words, shield demon, I will cut off your tongue. After all, if it is useless, it is a waste to grow it, and it will cause disaster instead. The king began to struggle again, whether it was his forehead or his arms, the blue veins on them were bulging one by one. Qin Feng shrugged. Chapter 173, The Collapsed King. Seeing that the king finally calmed down a bit, Morelia waved her hand. The two shadow members understood immediately and let go of the king's hands. The king took advantage of the situation and almost fell to the ground, and instinctively put his hands on the ground to support his body. Think about it, how many stupid things have you done during this period of time? Morelia looked down at the king with little sympathy in her eyes. However, the king didn't seem to hear Morelia's words at all, and kept muttering something in his mouth, but the voice was so soft that the people around couldn't hear it clearly. What did you say? Morelia couldn't help but frown. The old you wasn't like this, there's nothing wrong with it, as expected, you were completely brainwashed by the shield demon. At this moment, the king was not so angry that he almost lost his mind as he was just now. 20. His voice was very low, as if there was a chill in his bones, as if he had made some kind of determination. It's hopeless. You drag him away and send him to that room. Morelia ordered to the shadow members, although she didn't know what that room was, but she knew it should be something similar to a small black room after thinking about it. Then she looked at the king again. Think about it carefully there, before you think it through, you are not allowed to go anywhere. The king did not answer Morelia, nor did he resist, allowing the two members of shadow to drag him away. Boom. During the dragging, the crumbling crown on the king's head fell to the ground, making a soft and crisp sound, and rolled forward until it touched Qin Feng's feet before stopping. Without the shackles of the crown, the king's white hair became extraordinarily messy, and he looked extremely embarrassed. If there is an idiom to describe it, it is a prodigal dog. It's just that his eyes became more and more bright red, as if dripping blood, staring at Qin Feng fiercely, full of endless hatred that seemed to be boundless. That's right, the king now hates Qin Feng to the bone. If he could, he wished to eat Qin Feng's meat and drink Qin Feng's blood, even his bones would be smashed to ashes. Advertisement. Just when everyone thought the matter had come to an end, a voice suddenly sounded. Everyone looked at the source of the voice, and the one who spoke was Qin Feng. Master Qin Feng, do you have any special orders? Morelia turned around and asked, because of what happened last night, although the relationship between the two has become somewhat subtle, but at least the two have become acquainted with each other a lot, and the name of Qin Feng has also changed from Master Shield Brave. Become Master Qin Feng. I don't dare to obey the order, but is your punishment for this old guy too light? Just shutting him in a small dark room and letting him reflect is like treating a child who has done something wrong. I don't care. Think he'll reflect on that. Qin Feng said lightly. Lord Qin Feng, please rest assured that this is only a temporary act. When his crimes are fully listed, I will give him the punishment he deserves. The expression on Morelia's face didn't change much, as if she knew Qin Feng would say this sentence. Having said that, there is a word called night-long dream, I understand. As a queen, killing her husband, it is not good to spread the word, it will make everyone gossip. So how about letting me do it for you? As Qin Feng said, he took 2 steps forward, put his right hand on Morelia's shoulder, and slightly raised the corners of his mouth. This. Morelia didn't agree immediately, and she didn't know what was going on in her mind. What she didn't expect was that Qin Feng pulled his right hand, directly interrupting her thoughts. Originally, Morelia had been fighting all night last night, and she didn't have much strength in her body. Even if Qin Feng didn't use much strength, her body would lose her balance, and she was directly pulled into her arms by Qin Feng. Good boy. Let me be the master here. Qin Feng squeezed it as he said. Hate, where are you pinching? Let go. Even the Queen's Morelia couldn't help but blush at this moment. After all, there were people around, not to mention the king was still watching. This feeling was too complicated. Hey. Yesterday you asked me to pinch it hard. Hey. Sure enough, a woman turning her face is like turning a book. Qin Feng feigned disappointment. He stretched out his hand and still did not let go. Advertisement, yesterday. Yesterday it was. Morelia glanced at the shadow members and the king around her, and she couldn't say anything, thinking. Qin Feng, this guy, why is he so thick-skinned, and he also talks about this kind of thing outside. Just at this moment, there was a sharp breath in the air. That's enough, didn't I tell you that I wasn't brainwashed? All this was caused by your stupid behavior. Wake me up. Look at you now, who is the devil? In the next second, the red flame turned into pitch black, and an ominous aura began to permeate the entire passageway, which even made Qin Feng quite familiar. You must know that although all members of Shadow are women, all of them are carefully selected by Morelia, and everyone's strength is quite good. I'm saving you, my favorite Morelia, only by killing the shield demon, then all this will end, and we can restore the old days. There is no doubt that the king is completely broken. I saw an invisible blade that seemed to be made of wind, appearing in midair, and then a flame burst out to completely reveal this invisible blade. It was a sharp blade that looked like a flame, like a knife, and like it is a sword. Klay, what the hell are you doing? O source of strength, this king orders you to interpret the myriad phenomena and penetrate the people in front of you. The king stood up slowly from the ground while raising his right hand to point to Qin Feng. At this moment, the king's tone was exceptionally calm, but his whole face was covered with blue veins, his eyes were red, there was a ferocious smile on the corner of his mouth, and his messy hair didn't move in the wind. He didn't look like a normal person at all. The king turned his attention back to Qin Feng. So, you can die for me. I feel very good now, the strength I have never had before is filling my whole body, it is so comfortable, Morelia. It's okay, it will be over soon, and you will return to me by then, of course. And all this after killing the shield demon, so. I'm afraid no one expected that the king would suddenly explode and become powerful. At this moment, the king finally couldn't hold back anymore, a powerful force burst out from his whole body, and directly sent the 2 shadow members who had grabbed him flying. The strength was so great that the 2 shadow members hit the wall and passed out unexpectedly. Black Flame's sacred strike. Morelia scolded, she didn't know what happened to the king, but she just had a vague premonition. Morelia roared, furious at the king for this behavior. Chapter 174 Blackening is 10 times stronger. As the source of power, the queen is here to give orders, interpret the truth again, and protect this person. Advanced Ice Wall. Morelia realized that the situation was not good, and immediately released her magic. An ice wall with a width of half a meter appeared in front of him instantly, almost filling the entire corridor. Black Flame's sacred strike. At the same time, the king released the thing that looked like a knife and a sword, and it turned into a black light and rushed towards it. Just when it came into contact with the ice wall, it was like a flame plunged into the water, making a sound of "see-way." In less than a second, the thick ice wall was pierced directly. But also because of the obstruction of the ice wall, the direction deviated to a certain extent, almost brushing Qin Feng's hair. Boom. Then there was another loud bang. Looking back, I saw a big black hole in the wall at the end of the corridor. Under the blocking of the ice wall, there is still such destructive power, which shows that the king's move is extremely powerful. Impossible. Why did I never know about such magic? Even Queen Morelia showed surprise in her eyes, and one could tell from her words that this magic was not mastered by the king before, at least never used. Haven't you seen it? And it seems that his strength is much stronger. Qin Feng also frowned, full of curiosity about the king whose strength had suddenly improved. If the king had such strength at the last celebration banquet, then he would not be able to defeat him so easily. Is it during this time, the strength of the promotion? Thinking of this, Qin Feng quickly shook his head, because the strength of the king last night was still quite weak, at least in Qin Feng's opinion. After all, only 2 shadow members can control the king. Reminiscent of the king's outbreak just now, it is enough to show that he suddenly possessed such strength. Advertisement as for why it was suddenly possessed, it is not known. Qin Feng can only be sure that some kind of change must have occurred in the king, or some kind of power has begun to awaken. Just as Qin Feng was thinking, the king released another black fireball, blasting on the ice wall. This time, the ice wall was shattered directly, and disappeared without a trace, leaving only some flickering black fires in the corridor, constantly eroding the walls and floors. Morelia. You can't stop me, go to the side and wait quietly for me to kill the shield demon. The king said with a smile, his smile was terrifying and full of madness. Yeah? Morelia frowned, and began to chant again. As the source of power, the queen is here to give orders, to interpret the truth again, to lock up the enemy with a frozen cage. Advanced Ice Prison. The ice prison completely made of solid ice reappeared, completely sealing off the king. Last night Morelia used this magic to imprison the king in place. But this time, the king raised his right hand, and a black flame appeared in the palm of his hand. As he pressed the flame in his hand on the ice prison, the ice wall immediately began to melt, and not long after, a hole big enough for an adult to pass appeared. Morelia, as I said, you're not my match. Step by step, the king slowly walked out of the dripping ice cave. As the source of power, the queen is here to give orders, to interpret the truth again, to lock and arrest the enemy with a frozen cage. Multiple advanced ice prisons. Morelia did not give up, and after the chanting was over, the king was covered with ice prisons layer by layer. At a glance, there are more than 10 layers. However, she did not let out a sigh of relief, and turned her head to Qin Feng and said anxiously, Master Qin Feng, take advantage of this opportunity and hurry up. Klay has suddenly become stronger for some reason. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on for too long time. I saw that Morelia's forehead was covered with sweat, and her whole body seemed to be shaking. It seemed that her physical strength was indeed about to reach its limit. Hearing this, Qin Feng of course didn't move. There is no reason to run away, because even the long-lost selection mission always reappears. Ding. Please choose. Advertisement. 1. Don't kill the king. Let him continue to grow. This is a pig-raising behavior. If you don't do it, you will play off the 5% completion of the reward card template. 2. Kill the king directly to avoid future troubles, and reward Carp with 3% completion of the template. Asterisk 3. Find out what happened to the king, and kill the king, and reward 5% completion of the Carp template. As the choice appeared, Qin Feng quickly made a judgment. The meaning of choosing 1 is obvious, that is to let the king have time to become stronger, and the rewards for choosing missions will definitely be more abundant. But Qin Feng has given the king a lot of opportunities before, and Qin Feng has no mood to accompany him anymore. Keep playing. And looking at the current state of the king, he has completely fallen into madness. With Qin Feng's strength, there is no need to be afraid of him, but if he is let go this time, he might attack Raftalia, Filo and others. However, with his current strength, being able to threaten Raftalia and others will cause endless troubles, so it can be ignored directly. Choose 2. The reward is too low and can also be ignored. Then the choice 3 is left, just in time. Qin Feng is also very curious about the changes in the king. After choosing, Qin Feng looked at Morelia. I'm not the kind of person who leaves women behind and runs away alone. Besides, I don't think it's necessary to run away. In fact, Qin Feng will not leave no matter whether he chooses the mission 413 or not, because this time, the king will kill himself. Morelia glanced at Qin Feng without saying anything, and turned her head to look at the king. As the ice prison continued to melt, it was filled with mist, and it was impossible to see the specific situation of the king at all, but could only feel a slight vibration from the entire corridor. Not long after, a big hole was blown out of the ice prison created by Morelia, and the king's figure also appeared in Qin Feng's field of vision. Black Flame Sacred Strike. The king cast magic without saying a word, and a black light as thick as an arm hit Qin Feng's chest straight away. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes, not dodging or dodging, letting the black light hit his chest. Boom. As soon as the black light touched Qin Feng, a cloud of black flames suddenly burst out, engulfing Qin Feng's upper body in an instant. Haha. Morelia, look, I said it will end soon. Now the shield demon is dead. Come back to me, Morelia. The king laughed wildly, but within a few seconds, his laughter stopped abruptly. Because when the black flame dissipated, Qin Feng was still standing there in good condition, except for a big hole appeared in the nightgown and wisps of white smoke came out of his body. I can't see any wounds. Sure enough, it is 10 times stronger than Heiwa, but so what? The corners of Qin Feng's mouth curled up slightly, and his cold gaze swept across the king's body like a knife. Chapter 175. The Hero of the War in Another World? Through the big hole in the nightgown, no wound was seen on Qin Feng's chest, but his skin was pitch black. Qin Feng could also feel the tingling pain coming from his chest, and the word curse appeared in his status bar in his vision. Obviously, the king's magic had a curse effect. Since Qin Feng had a high curse resistance, the curse on his body was quickly cleared, and the blackened skin on his chest returned to normal color. Sure enough, this old guy can't stay anymore. He is really 10 times stronger than Heiwa, but, so what? The corners of Qin Feng's mouth curled up slightly, and his cold gaze swept across the king's body like a knife. In the next second, Qin Feng disappeared in place, and appeared on the right side of the king in an instant, blasting at his head. Boom. With a loud noise, the entire wall in the corridor cracked open under Qin Feng's fist. However, the king disappeared slowly like a reflection in the water. This punch didn't hit him. Qin Feng couldn't help frowning. It's still that brutal, but it's too naive to think that you can hit me easily. The me now is not the me I used to be. The figure of the king appeared more than 10 meters away, looked at Qin Feng and said with a mocking smile. As soon as the words fell, the king raised his right hand again, aimed at Qin Feng and began to chant, O source of strength. Shave. Qin Feng spit out a word lightly, and instead of getting close to the king, he dodged to Morelia's side, kicking the air in front of him. I saw a figure flying upside down from the place that was originally empty. Apart from the expression of pain on his face, his eyes were full of disbelief. This person was the king, and he never thought that Qin Feng would find him. He didn't have time to think too much, the person was still hitting the wall like a cannonball, and the severe pain was transmitted to his head instantly, making him lose all thinking ability. Under Qin Feng's foot, the king's body sank deep into the wall, a mouthful of bright red blood spurted out from his mouth, and when it fell on the ground, white smoke came out, as if the blood in his body was at high temperature. Advertisement, so strong. Seeing this scene, Morelia couldn't help sighing, her eyes were also flickering with surprise. Because I found that my eyes couldn't capture Qin Feng's moving figure at all, let alone how he kicked the king away, and I couldn't figure out how Qin Feng found the king's figure at all. Soon, my brain can't react. In the past, Morelia only heard that Qin Feng was very powerful, but seeing it with her own eyes this time, she realized that his strength was beyond her imagination. At least this speed, in Morelia's opinion, is no longer a human being can achieve. Cough cough cough, at this time, the king stuck in the wall coughed up a lot of blood again, his face turned pale, and he said intermittently, "No, impossible, it is impossible for you to find me. Nothing is impossible. With your speed, it is impossible to dodge my fist. Then there is only one reason. You have long thought that I will rush to attack you, so you stay in an illusion, and the real body uses invisibility kind of magic, waiting for the opportunity." Qin Feng said lightly, at the beginning, he really did not expect the king to have such a sense of fighting. Seeing the phantom of the king disappear before his eyes, Qin Feng understood that the current king not only has improved in strength, but also strengthened his fighting consciousness. The hidden figure of the king. Of course. Qin Feng would not speak out the domineering arrogance of his knowledge, and walked towards the king step by step. "Tell me, where does the power in your body come from? Tell me, and I might spare your life." After saying this, even Qin Feng himself was in a daze for a moment, thinking to himself, why is it so like a villain's lines? Forget it, there is nothing to think about. Strength. Haha. Do you think you already have the chance to win? Shield demon, you are still so arrogant? As soon as the words fell, the cracked walls around the king suddenly exploded and turned into pieces of rubble, but his feet did not land on the ground, and his whole body was actually floating in midair. At the same time, a scepter exuding an ominous atmosphere slowly emerged in his hand. Immediately afterwards, the magnificent jewel at the top of the scepter burned with a black flame. That ominous aura instantly became stronger several times in this corridor. Even Queen Morelia, under this aura, her body trembled involuntarily. Master Qin Feng, please be careful, don't look at the many stupid things he has done recently, but he is a brave man after all. Advertisement Morelia said from the side. Hearing this, even Qin Feng couldn't help feeling incredulous. A brave man? It doesn't really matter why the king doesn't look like a brave man at all. However, the latter sentence can be worn forcibly, which is worth paying attention to. Find out what happened to the king, and kill the king. Reward 5% of the completion of the Garp template. To directly kill the king, and subdue the holy staff. Reward 6% of the completion of the Garp template and can be forced wear. And I can feel that he is full of curses, so please be careful, at least I can be sure that the current Klay is definitely not the person you know. If he is a brave man, then the scepter in his hand is undoubtedly a sacred weapon that only the brave, promised, can possess. Ding. Due to knowing the truth in a short time, the selection conditions have changed. It's just that these words are even more unbelievable. After all, no matter how you look at it, the king in front of him is completely incompatible with resourcefulness. Morelia seemed to see what Qin Feng was thinking, and continued. Of course, Qin Feng was just thinking about it casually. Morelia's face was so serious that it was obviously not a joke. But it's also true to think about it, how could a strong woman like Morelia marry a worthless man? Can I carry a shield in my left hand and a scepter in my right hand, and change my job to combat? He was not like this before, and I don't know why he became like this. You must know that more than 20 years ago, he led his troops to confront the world shield that tried to dominate the world, and saved Emilo in that battle. Many countries headed by Mag have astonishing resourcefulness. With Morelia's reminder, Qin Feng understood why the king suddenly became stronger, and even his fighting consciousness was strengthened. Qin Feng didn't know the plot behind this world. He didn't realize that this mentally handicapped king would be a brave man at all. The qualifications to be a brave man are too low. As soon as he thought of the answer, the sound of the system immediately came to mind. Qin Feng never expected that the selection task would suddenly change, and it was still a difficult action to subdue the holy artifact. I'm afraid that what happened before brought him too much stimulation, and finally awakened the power of curse, just like Iwatani Naofumi turned the holy shield into a shield of anger, and made the holy stick into a stick of anger forever. Chapter 176. 6 Types of Mysteries and 6 King Spears. Of course, Qin Feng just thought about it casually, and understood that in this world, at least for himself, such things as changing jobs should not exist. Regardless of the effect of forcing the so-called holy battle, the most important thing now was to get rid of the old guy, the king. Qin Feng fixed his eyes on the king again, and could feel the ominous aura on his body was extremely strong with the appearance of the scepter. Shield demons. It's time to end this. The blood at the corner of the king's mouth evaporated directly in the black flames, and at the same time he raised the holy staff in his hand and pointed it at Qin Feng. Yeah, it's time to end this, Qin Feng said and took a step forward. At this moment, the surrounding walls, floors, and ceilings seemed to be filled with high explosives, and bursts of loud noises, accompanied by red-hot black flames, instantly engulfed Qin Feng. Sure enough, he is an arrogant guy. I didn't expect to have laid a trap, haha. Seeing Qin Feng's attack, the king laughed like crazy, but in the next second, his smile stopped abruptly and he frowned instead. No, I know, it's just that there is no point in avoiding it at all. Qin Feng's figure slowly walked away from the flames. Compared with the scorching flames around him, his eyes were still obviously icy cold. O source of strength, this king orders you to interpret the myriad phenomena and penetrate the people in front of you. Damn it, die to me, shield demon, black flame sacred strike. Under the blessing of the holy battle, the king's magic power became more powerful, and the black light that was originally as thick as an arm became as thick as a bucket. Not only the size, but even the attack speed has changed a lot. Almost in the blink of an eye, he rushed towards Qin Feng, still aiming at his chest. Boring, facing the same move, Qin Feng raised the shield in his hand with an expression on his face. As the black light fell on the shield, it immediately dispersed like fireworks. It was just the aftermath, and it easily pierced through the surrounding walls, let alone falling on people. It's just that Qin Feng behind the shield didn't move at all, and didn't even slow down the pace of losing to the king. Seeing this, the king's face became ferocious. O source of strength, this king orders you to interpret the myriad phenomena and penetrate the people in front of you. Multiple black flame sacred strikes. There were more than 10 black lights bursting out under the king's release, almost aiming at Qin Feng's whole body. Advertisement in his opinion, even if Qin Feng could use a shield to protect his chest and head, but the area that the shield could defend was very small, his hands and feet would still be pierced by him. I have to admit that you in this state really make me believe that you are a brave fighter, but these are still just boring tricks. Instead, Qin Feng put down the shield directly, and let the more than 10 black lights fall on his body. To be precise, those black lights passed through Qin Feng's body directly. There was no blood splatter because at this moment, Qin Feng disappeared in place. Phantom. No. The king shook his head, narrowed his eyes and tried to find Qin Feng's direction. Don't look for it, I'm right here. Qin Feng appeared in front of the king and punched him without hesitation. Boom. It was not a fist-to-flesh sound, but a sound like a fist hitting steel, extremely dull. A pattern like a magic circle appeared in front of the king, blocking the way of Qin Feng's fist. Just when the king was about to say something, the magic circle began to crack, and finally turned into a little bit of starlight fragments, disappearing into the air. On the other hand, Qin Feng's strength remained undiminished, so the king had no choice but to raise the holy staff in his hand. Before Qin Feng's fist reached, the black flames on the holy rod began to sway uncomfortably, and the flesh on the king's face began to tremble violently. As the fists completely landed on the holy battle, a deep, trembling sound spread out, like the mournful sound of the holy battle. The king holding the holy battle, at this moment, finally understands what is called violent power, which cannot be stopped at all, like a towering mountain pressing on him. The sacred stick couldn't stop Qin Feng's fist at all, instead it pressed Qin Feng's strength to the king's face. BJDG, boom. With a bang and a scream, the king instantly disappeared in place and flew back, and a circle of air burst out around him. Under his figure, all the layers of the wall behind him were knocked out of a big hole. Those thick walls obviously couldn't block his body. Did you hear anything? A group of soldiers who were patrolling outside the palace castle, the leader of the group stopped and said in a puzzled manner. Sound. It seems to be a bit. Boom, boom, it seems to be getting bigger and bigger, it's coming from the castle. Advertisement. All soldiers looked up at the castle walls. A place on the wall exploded, a big hole appeared, a large amount of gravel and dust scattered into the sky and slowly fell towards the ground. Among the gravel and dust, there was another figure that drew a parabola in midair and landed heavily in the courtyard. What's going on? The soldiers were taken aback. Hurry over and have a look. The flying figure seems familiar. The soldier captain hurriedly led the team to rush there. As the distance got closer, they finally recognized the man. He tried his best to support his body to stand up, and just when he was about to turn around, a figure appeared in front of him. Before he finished speaking, Qin Feng threw out both fists together and blasted towards the king's chest. This may be his strongest attack so far. The king lying on the ground seemed to be struggling to get up from the ground, but he didn't stand up again. Immediately afterwards, the blood in the mouth was coughed out from the mouth as if he didn't want money. Since he decided to kill the king, Qin Feng would not give him any chance to survive. Damn it, so many layers of defense have been added in advance, can it still be unstoppable? Can I just escape first? Kneeling on the ground on one knee, holding the holy stick with both hands and trying to support his body. Although the face on the right was intact, it was covered with blue veins, and the right eye was bloodshot. Of course, the seriously injured king did not cause the soldiers to feel fear. The soldier captain was about to step forward to help the king up, but seeing the king's current appearance, he instinctively stopped, and a sense of fear filled his heart. With this appearance, he is not so much a king, but more like a demon crawling out of hell. Not only him, but the soldiers behind also stopped in unison, with terrified expressions in their eyes, as if they saw something terrifying. King. Your Majesty, what happened? 6 types of mysteries, 6 king spears. To be able to receive a punch from me head-on without dying is very good. He deserves to be a brave man, but this is the only way to go. Farewell, old guy. Cough cough cough, the king began to make up his mind that it would be better to escape first. As long as it is his face, the left side of the face is almost bloody, even the gums are exposed, and what is even more frightening is that even the bones of the face appear to be cracked to varying degrees. Chapter 177. Is she the reincarnation of an evil god? The 6th style mystery is the move that Qin Feng only understood and could use after he strengthened the 6th style quest in the last selection task. It can be said that it is the strongest physical skill among the 6 forms. Only those who are proficient in the 6 forms and practice to the extreme can comprehend the highest profound meaning. Of course, Qin Feng's hands hit the king's chest, and a terrifying shockwave burst out, passing through the king's body. Even the wall of the castle behind was directly blasted a big hole under this shockwave. Looking at the king again, blood was bleeding from 7 holes, his eyes were turned upside down, and he didn't even utter a scream. Cough. In the next second, a mouthful of blood spurted out from the king's mouth, which was mixed with many unknown objects. His horrified face slowly turned to Qin Feng, his mouth was slightly opened, but he didn't make any sound. Qin Feng didn't say anything more, and slowly withdrew his fist. He understood that all the internal organs in the king's body had been smashed by himself, and unless there was a creature like God in this world, and he was willing to treat him, there was only one end to die. Boom. The moment Qin Feng withdrew his fist, the holy stick in the king's hand fell to the ground, and the black flame on the holy stick gradually dimmed and finally disappeared completely. Immediately afterwards, the king fell straight backwards on the weak grass in the courtyard. He still opened his eyes, but there was no breath in his whole body. As Qin Feng said, everything is over. No matter whether the king is a brave man or not, no matter how many glorious deeds he has had, no matter how many people he has been admired by. It's over. The morning sun broke through the dark clouds, and a ray of sunlight fell on Qin Feng and the king. The surroundings also fell into a brief silence, but is it really over? Ding. Select the task to complete, and reward 6% of the completion of the Garp template, and you can forcefully wear the holy battle. The sound of the system sounded at this moment. Qin Feng didn't pay attention to the rising power in his body, stretched out his hand to wipe off the blood on his face, took a step forward and bent down. The moment the finger touched the holy stick, the whole holy stick turned into a beam of light and focused on Qin Feng's finger. Looking at it again, the holy stick had turned into a ring. It's not as difficult as imagined, just take the holy battle for yourself? Qin Feng was quite surprised by this. Could it be that I was afraid of beating the holy battle with one punch just now, that's why it's so easy? Advertisement. Qin Feng can only guess. After all, in his opinion, every hero's weapon has a certain spirituality. A punch may sound ridiculous, but Qin Feng can only think of this possibility. As for the real answer, who knows? In fact, it doesn't matter anyway, the holy battle has already been obtained. The most important thing now is to know how to use it, because Qin Feng found out that he knew nothing about the holy stick, and he didn't even know how to change the ring into a holy stick. Even if you put your eyes on the ring, it only shows the real name of the sacred weapon, 7 stars holy artifact battle, and there is no other explanation at all. Forget it, let's think of a way later when we have time. Qin Feng shook his head. At least the holy battle is in his own hands, and he will have plenty of time to study it in the future. Shield. Shield hero, what happened? At this time, the team of soldiers on patrol boldly stepped forward and asked. The king was bewitched by an evil force and turned into a demon, and it was Qin Feng who prevented this disaster from happening. Before Qin Feng could open his mouth, a majestic voice came from not far away. It's Morelia coming. At this time, she changed into a gorgeous long dress, and with the support of the members of Shadow, she strolled over. It seemed that his footsteps were still a bit vain. After all, he had fought all night last night, and today he just got up to fight the king again, and his physical strength was a bit exhausted. Her Majesty. The soldiers hurriedly knelt down. Clean up the king's body and put it away. Morelia waved her hand with a grimace. Obtaining her order, the soldiers immediately began to dispose of the king's body. I also ask Master Qin Feng to forgive me for disposing of his body without authorization. After all, too many things have happened. If possible, I hope to solve it very quickly and easily. When Qin Feng came in front of her, Morelia slightly bowed and said, It's okay, what to do next is up to you. Qin Feng turned his head and glanced at the king's corpse, but felt an inexplicable sense of emptiness. Maybe there is one less enemy to worry about. Qin Feng could only think so. He quickly put the slightly messy thoughts behind him, and then asked, Where's Myne? Have you caught it? Reporting to Lord Qin Feng, although the army was mobilized and the entire palace was immediately sealed off, after a whole night of searching, there was still no trace of Lord Myne. Advertisement *1. The person who spoke was not Morelia, but a Shadow member beside her. Could not find it? Hearing this, Qin Feng couldn't help frowning. Is there anyone? Although he didn't know much about the operation to capture Myne last night, Qin Feng still believed in the abilities of the Shadow members, and he didn't expect that the addition of the army would still allow Myne to escape. Probably not, but according to clues, someone saw Myne leaving the capital last night, but it still takes time to find out. Shadow. The members replied. Anyway, here I come. Qin Feng's tone was quite cold, because suddenly he was a little upset. I hope so. In short, if there is news about Myne, tell me as soon as possible. I will go back and change the equipment. Don't worry, we will do our best to find Myne, and we will also issue arrest warrants, not only in our own country, but also in surrounding countries. Raftalia shook her head for a long time. After not seeing Qin Feng, Raftalia and Filo all night, they are still quite excited. Qin Feng still believes in Morelia's ability, and finding Myne should be a matter of time. The more I think about it, the more my head gets bigger, so I just don't want to. It's not that Myne can threaten me, but I feel that some kind of power is stopping me or helping Myne. We have nothing to do, but we didn't sleep well last night and we're a little tired. Afterwards it is convenient to meet up with Raftalia and Filo. Seeing them, Qin Feng also smiled. Qin Feng himself couldn't tell what was going on, he just had a feeling. Qin Feng sighed, returned to the previous room, and changed into his equipment. Does that power really exist? God? Forget it, it seems that the next time I see Myne, I will kill her right away, there are too many variables, hey. After Qin Feng finished speaking, he turned his head and left, muttering in his mouth. Myne must not be the reincarnation or clone of some evil god, so she escaped like this, or the rules of this world. I don't want Myne to die in my hands at this time inside. Master Qin Feng, Master, do you have anything to do? It's okay, it's you. Morelia nodded, making a commitment. Chapter 178. Is there really a god in this world? In the courtyard of the royal palace, the wind blowing the earth made a low whistling sound, and the surroundings seemed to be filled with a sad atmosphere, as if feeling sorry for the death of a brave man. The soldiers had already brought up a coffin and placed the king's body in it. Your Majesty, the scepter in the king's hand is gone, and the surrounding area has been searched, but nothing is found. Shadow. The members helped Morelia to the coffin and said slowly. It should have been taken away by Master Qin Feng. Morelia looked at the king's corpse with a calm expression. Then what should I do? Don't worry about it, since Master Qin Feng took it away, we have no reason to ask him back, and he probably won't give us the scepter. Although Morelia didn't know that Qin Feng could wear it forcibly, she could understand how it was possible for Qin Feng to hand over what was in Qin Feng's hands. Understood. April 20th. What about His Majesty the King? Do you want to have a rich burial according to the tradition? Let's keep everything simple. After all, it's not a glorious thing in itself. I'll leave it to you to arrange it. As Morelia said, she stretched out her hand, turned the king's unrecognizable left face, and turned the good right face towards her. Why did it become like this? You were not such a person before, don't worry. I will definitely find the truth, even if you were dead. Morelia whispered something in her mouth, as if she was suspecting that there was some force behind all of this that made the current king become such an idiot. Indeed, normal people would doubt it. After all, the king is a brave man with a resourcefulness far beyond that of ordinary people, and suddenly becoming extremely mentally handicapped is a very suspicious thing in itself. The only thing that made Morelia feel that the former brave warrior returned, and when he was still fighting Qin Feng, his whole body was full of curse. Of course, for Qin Feng to kill the king. Take it away. With too many questions, Morelia let out a long breath and waved her hands. Yes. The surrounding soldiers obeyed immediately, covered the coffin, and then slowly left with the coffin. Morelia still didn't leave, she stood where she was, looking at the king, who was fading away. Advertisement. She didn't have any complaints about Qin Feng killing the king. She knew that the king had been corrupted by the curse and had completely fallen into madness. If he was let go, it would directly endanger the country. It is imperative to kill it. It's just that seeing the death of the king who has been with me for many years is always a bit melancholy. After all, Morelia is not an extremely cold-blooded queen. On the other side, Raftalia and Filo have already told Qin Feng what happened in the palace when he was helping the queen to heal last night. The army brought by the queen blocked the palace immediately and cooperated with Shadow members to search for Myne's whereabouts. Then Kitamura Motoyasu, Ren Amaki, and Itsuki Kawasumi also joined the search team. They all went up, and the adventurers who followed them certainly did not idle. Seeing so many people, Raftalia asked Kitamura Motoyasu that Qin Feng wanted to help the queen heal, and after knowing the specifics, he brought Filo to join the team looking for Myne. All of a sudden, all the people in the palace were looking for Myne. Soon, in the room where Myne was originally held, a Shadow member was found, who had been killed and his body and clothes were missing. It is judged that Myne may be divided into Shadow members. But even so, there is still no trace of Myne, as if the world has evaporated. It's not much different from what the Shadow members around Morelia say. After listening to Raftalia and Philo's description, Qin Feng fell into deep thought and said, I'm afraid that by the time everyone finds out that Myne is dressed as a member of Shadow, Myne has already left the palace, so even if you turn the palace over, you won't be able to find her. It seems. This woman is not only lucky, but also smarter than expected. My lord Qin Feng, not only the palace, but also a part of the army soldiers have been dispatched to search the capital, and even the gates of the city were completely sealed off immediately. Even so, the woman Myne was still not found, Raftalia said at this time. Hearing this, Qin Feng frowned slightly, but did not speak. I understand that yesterday's search operation may be more rigorous than I imagined, but even so, Myne still escaped. Qin Feng became more and more suspicious that Myne might not be the clone of some evil god. Otherwise, how could ordinary people escape without incident under such circumstances? Just like Morelia's heart was full of doubts, Qin Feng's heart was also full of doubts. I thought that after killing the king, and then killing Myne, the world would become quiet, but I didn't expect it to turn out like this. It seems that this world is not as simple as it seems. Advertisement. Qin Feng shook his head. Master Qin Feng, what should we do now? Let Myne go. For Myne, even Raftalia is quite disgusting. Queen Morelia has promised that Myne will be wanted across the country. I think it's only a matter of time before I find her. After finding Myne, let Filo lead the master to drive out as fast as possible. Good. Qin Feng rubbed Filo's head, nodded with a smile, and then said, "It's been a busy night, let's go back and rest first, let's talk about Myne later, anyway, solving Myne is just a trivial matter." Qin Feng didn't mean to say that, in his opinion, no matter if it's Myne, or the real clone of the evil god, in the final analysis, as long as one's fist is hard enough, then there is nothing to be afraid of. So what about gods? Beat her until she regrets being a god. Okay. By the way, Master Qin Feng, have you had breakfast yet? I almost forgot if you didn't tell me. Master, I want to eat oatmeal. No problem, I can make a big deal last night, just tell me what you want to eat. Then Master Qin Feng, I won't be polite, hee. The group of three quickly regained their cheerful atmosphere, talking and laughing as they walked outside the palace. 0.1. About 7 days later, Morelia held a funeral for the king. The ceremony was very simple, and the king's body was quickly buried in the mausoleum. It was only a circular issued to the whole country, and it did not cause too many things. Of course Qin Feng was there, and he was a little worried that the king would cheat the corpse. After all, if that mysterious power really existed, it would be impossible to play such a thing as cheating the corpse. Of course, in the end the king never survived at all. Is it really just thinking too much? Anyway, when Qin Feng attended the funeral, he always felt that there were two eyes staring at him, but he couldn't find the owner of those eyes. Qin Feng can only temporarily think that he thinks too much and has an illusion. On this day, Morelia also brought good news, that is, she found Myne's whereabouts. Chapter 179. Everyone here is rubbish. Master Qin Feng, the residents of the frontier, almost discovered Myne's whereabouts. After the king's funeral, Morelia went to Qin Feng immediately. Exact location? Qin Feng asked directly, feeling that there were eyes looking at him from behind all the time, although he tried his best to convince himself that it was just an illusion, but it still made Qin Feng quite irritable, so his tone was a little more direct. We are still verifying. Although there is a high probability that it is her, Mr. Qin Feng, you probably don't want to make the trip in vain. After all, there is still a long distance from the border of our country. Morelia said slowly, won't you tell me after a thorough verification? It's Master Qin Feng, you said, as soon as there is news about Myne, I will tell you immediately. Well, that's too much trouble for you, Queen Morelia. Don't dare, please don't see outsiders, this should be what I do. Morelia bowed slightly and said unhurriedly, anything else? Seeing that Morelia had no intention of leaving, Qin Feng asked. Indeed. I would like to invite you to a meeting, about the four saints, also about Myne. Okay, you lead the way. To be honest, Qin Feng was not in the mood to participate in the meeting of the brave, but when he heard that it was related to Myne, he reluctantly agreed. Come with me 19, Miss Raftalia and Miss Filo, I will order someone to take care of them, please rest assured. Morelia took the lead and walked into the distance. Good. After Morelia said so, Qin Feng turned his head and glanced at Raftalia and Filo, signaling them not to worry, and then followed Morelia. Led by Morelia, they soon came to a tower-shaped building in the palace. At this time Qin Feng turned his head and found that the pair of eyes that had been staring at him were gone, so he breathed a sigh of relief. Master Qin Feng, please come this way, advertisement. Morelia walked into the tower and gestured please. Follow a spiral staircase to the room on the top floor and enter directly. The setting inside is not complicated, only a round table is placed in the center of the room. It looks like what was called a round table in the Middle Ages. After Morelia sat on the chair, Qin Feng took the opportunity to sit on her left. After a while, Itsuki Kawasumi and Ren Amaki arrived at the scene, exchanged glances with Qin Feng and Morelia, and sat down at the round table. Apparently they had been informed, so they came to attend this meeting. With their arrival, there was only one person left in the end. About 5 minutes later, Murakami Motoyasu pushed open the door of the room a little manically. Your Majesty, please explain why Myne is wanted across the country. There is no evidence to prove her crime. Is it too hasty to do so? With the announcement that Myne was wanted, Kitamura Motoyasu naturally knew that Myne was wanted, but he couldn't see Morelia, and he was suffocated these days. Now that I finally see Morelia, I'm a little emotional. Master Kitamura Motoyasu, please stay calm. Just because she poisoned Lord Qin Feng with poison in the meal is already a heinous crime, let alone what she has committed before. As Morelia said, remembering the madness at that time, she involuntarily glanced at Qin Feng. There's no evidence, I don't believe Myne would do something like this. Even at this time, Kitamura Motoyasu still believes in Myne, which is not only a low IQ, even Qin Feng is too lazy to complain about him. Master Kitamura, please believe that, as Myne's mother, I am more heartbroken than anyone else to issue an order to arrest her. If Myne did not do it, she would have no reason to run away, right? No matter what, the most important thing now is find Myne, whether she's the main culprit or not. Morelia knows everything about what Myne has done. Originally, she just wanted to win Qin Feng's favor as much as possible, and when Myne and the king confessed to their crimes, she could ask Qin Feng to release Du Yin and the king. After all, it is the responsibility of a queen to eliminate the mods in the kingdom and bring the guilty to justice. But as a queen, she is also a wife and mother. This is the best way that Morelia came up with, which can not only judge the guilty, but also get Qin Feng's understanding, so as not to let Myne and the king die like this. But the development of the matter is far beyond the plan. The king is dead, and Myne still puts medicine in the meal, even herself, this is something that Morelia can't forgive. So this time, Riley does not intend to let Myne go. Qin Feng also noticed that the purpose of Morelia's actions was to please herself too much, which was a very suspicious thing in the first place. Advertisement. I am afraid that in the original book, Iwatani Naofumi will let the king and Myne go, which is also in Morelia's plan. Because Morelia is a very good person in power, but it may be due to the different personalities of Qin Feng and Iwatani Naofumi, and the way Morelia handles them is also different. As for the question of right and wrong, everyone has a different position, there is nothing to care about. How can a mother, wife, be willing to kill her daughter, husband? Of course. All of this is irrelevant, because Morelia's planned trial has not come, the king has been killed by Qin Feng, and Myne is also on the way to escape. It is only a matter of time before she is found. Everything has changed. Master Kitamura, please sit down first. Morelia glanced blankly at Kitamura Motoyasu, Ren Amaki, and Atsugi Kawasumi, and continued. Integrating the legends of various countries, the records of 243 calamity waves and other factors, the forces of all countries have come to the conclusion, other than Mr. Qin Feng, brave, is it too useless? Conclusion, that's right. During the first disaster wave, if Qin Feng hadn't been there, the boss dollar would have been killed by us. Call us here this time, do you want to insult us? Well, I'm not going to give up on Myne's innocence, I believe she is innocent. The three of Kitamura Motoyasu immediately made extremely uncomfortable voices. After all, they were described as useless, and their self-esteem was severely hit. Since everyone is here, please allow me to tell you the truth. Kitamura Motoyasu thought for a while, let out a long breath, and sat down on the round table a little bit aggrieved. The faces of the three brave men turned red, and they finally came up with some excuses. Originally their faces were only red, but when they heard Qin Feng's words, their faces became like pig's liver, and they hesitated and couldn't say a word. Stop making trouble. If I ask you to kill, I don't know how many hours it will take, or do you think there is only one boss in the disaster wave? Do you know how many houses will be destroyed in the disaster wave in a few hours? How many people will die in the disaster wave? What? What do you mean by that? Qin Feng leaned back on the chair, raised his legs, and looked at Kitamura Motoyasu and the others with an undisguised look of disdain. There's nothing to insult, I'm just stating the facts, otherwise you would tell me, what did you do during the previous two disaster waves and the Pope's attack a few days ago? Seeing that Kitamura Motoyasu had calmed down a bit, Morelia continued. Morelia's tone was extremely calm, without any fluctuations. Chapter 180. Raising pigs depends on how the pigs are. Don't deny that I can pinch you to death with one finger. Even if I don't talk about me, Raftalia and Filo can easily solve you. Otherwise, you will face Bell and they will be in a hard fight. Qin Feng's words can be described as extremely arrogant. It sounds like he didn't take the three heroes of Kitamura Motoyasu seriously. However, Kitamura Motoyasu and the others can only open their mouths, even if they hold their faces like pig liver, they still can't say a word. Because what Qin Feng said was the truth, the gap between them and Qin Feng was really too big, so big that they didn't know how to measure it. Perhaps you think Master Qin Feng's words are hard to hear, but this is indeed the truth. If this continues, when the next wave of disaster comes, none of you will survive except Master Qin Feng. As Morelia spoke, the magic power on her body was released. It was a magic power that no matter how dull a person could feel, it was full of oppression. At this moment, the three of Kitamura Motoyasu suddenly felt their hearts were about to stop, and the word, horrible, appeared in their minds at the same time. No matter how stupid they were, they understood that Morelia, who possessed such terrifying magic power, would definitely be able to kill them easily. As long as she wants. On the other hand, Qin Feng looked at the three of Kitamura Motoyasu and Morelia playfully, as if he didn't feel it. Is he so dull that he can't feel the horror of this magic power? Kitamura Motoyasu and the three of them understood that of course not, perhaps they just felt that it did not constitute any danger. Indeed, in Qin Feng's opinion, Morelia's strength is indeed quite good, but it is still far behind Fitoria, so there is nothing to be concerned about. You have to understand that you can't even defeat me now, let alone resist the wave of disaster, you will really die by then. Morelia looked at the three of Kitamura Motoyasu and continued. The reason why she released magic to deter them was because she was afraid that they would conflict with Qin Feng for their so-called self-esteem. All right, understood. After a brief silence, even though the three of Kitamura Motoyasu were still dissatisfied, they still nodded and agreed with what Morelia said. If a person is weak, it is not terrible, but the terrible thing is that he does not realize his own weakness. Morelia nodded in relative satisfaction with their performance. Advertisement, Your Majesty, the reason to call us here this time is not just to say these things, is it? Atsugi Kawasumi asked, frowning at this moment. Of course. One of the purposes of this meeting is to hope that Lord Qin Feng, you can help the other three brave men. After all, your strength is obvious to all. Morelia said and looked at Qin Feng, and in order to resist the wave of disaster, it is imperative for the four saints to cooperate together. Really? But I don't think they are willing to accept it, let me teach them. Qin Feng glanced at the three of Kitamura Motoyasu. He had thought about improving their strength a long time ago. After all, their strength is too weak. Even if they trigger the selection task, they will get a lot of rewards. It is still necessary to do something like raising pigs, As for things like teaching apprentices to starve to death of their masters, there is nothing to worry about, because there is a Garp template. As long as the completion of Garp's template is improved, plus the bonus brought by the upgrade of the shield hero profession, then he will be stronger than Garp himself. And now Garp's template completion is only 10% short of 80%. Once he gets the armed domineering, his strength will change drastically. Not to mention the three younger brothers in front of him, even Fitoria, Qin Feng, who couldn't beat him before, he was also absolutely sure to press her to the ground and beat her. As for the three Kitamura Motoyasu who heard Qin Feng's words, Shichi fell into deep thought. What are you talking about? Of course I would like to know the way to become stronger. That's right, obviously everyone is a brave man, but your strength is so much higher than ours, which is a curious thing in itself. It shouldn't just be a matter of occupation. After all, your followers are also incredibly strong. Tell us the secret to becoming stronger. They didn't think for a long time, you said one by one. It's just not just the tone of voice, even the facial expressions, there is no meaning of asking for advice. Hey, take a mirror and look at yourself. Are you begging others? If you haven't realized it, then let's stop today's meeting. After Qin Feng finished speaking, he stood up directly. Even if he was going to raise a pig, it would depend on the attitude of the pig. Qin Feng, wait a minute. Her Majesty the Queen also said just now that the four of us must work together to resist the wave of disaster. Advertisement, do you think I need to listen to her? As for resisting the wave of disaster, I will find a way by myself. With the stupidity you are showing at this time, even if I teach you, it will only hinder you. It is better to cultivate a few followers, or I will kill you and then summon the other three heroes, it will save trouble. Etsuki Kawasumi spoke hastily. Qin Feng's icy eyes swept over the three of Kitamura Motoyasu, and they immediately felt as if a knife had been cut from their bodies. Their first thought when they felt the magic in Morelia before was, scary. The moment he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a thrilling sense of oppression rushing towards his face. Summoning the brave again is probably not as simple as you imagined, it's not just about killing them, so please give it another chance. After all, this world is also the home of Miss Raftalia and Miss Filo, isn't it? I don't think you want to see their homes destroyed either. It is not comparable to Morelia at all, as if the body has entered the ice cave in an instant, even the blood flowing on the body has stopped flowing. Qin Feng said without looking back. Okay, this is the end of the conversation, goodbye. This kind of stupid guys, let them die in the disaster wave, and call them again at that time. Qin Feng withdrew his momentum, and the three of Kitamura Motoyasu disappeared as if the burden had been lifted from their shoulders. They immediately lay down on the table, breathing heavily, because just now they really almost thought that they were going to die in Qin Feng's hands. And at this moment, a thought emerged in their hearts. Are you going to die? Even Kitamura Motoyasu and Ren Amaki felt the momentum emanating from Qin Feng. Seeing that Qin Feng was about to walk out of the room, Morelia shouted hastily. Just after Morelia finished speaking, a member of open black lens bracket shadow closed black lens bracket appeared behind her and whispered something into her ear. Wait. Master Qin Feng, can you, no money, give them another chance? Master Qin Feng, there is another piece of good news. The previous clues have been confirmed to be correct. Myne's words are now heading to Carmel Island. Although she couldn't hear the content of those words, Morelia had a smile on her face. Chapter 181 Kneel down, brothers, Kalmyra Island. What is she doing here? If Morelia hadn't said it, Qin Feng would never have thought that Myne would go to this place. Because Carmela Island is where the first season of the original book ends and where the third wave of disaster arrives. Could it be that Myne is going to do something in the disaster wave? Otherwise there is no other reason. I still don't know what Myne's purpose is, but anyway, it's good news for you, isn't it? Can you give the throne hero another chance for the sake of this good news? Morelia began to persuade. All right, after receiving the news from Myne, Qin Feng was in a good mood, so he decided to give Kitamura Motoyasu and others another chance. Since Mr. Qin Feng has agreed, what about you? Before deciding, please allow me to remind you one more thing. Compared with those boring dignity, being able to survive is obviously more important. Morelia is a special reminder to the three of Kitamura Motoyasu. At this moment, the entire room became silent again. Please. Not long after, Ren Amaki was the first to kneel on the ground, bowed his head and solemnly said that he had a previous experience, and he still had a little understanding of Qin Feng's character. Refine you. Kitamura Motoyasu and Tsuki Kawasumi cast surprised 330 expressions together. Compared to dying inexplicably in a different world, I would rather choose this, and asking others for advice, kneeling and begging is also a form of etiquette, isn't it? Ren Amaki said slowly without looking at the two of them. Hearing this, Etsuki Kawasumi and Kitamura Motoyasu glanced at each other. Since Ren Amaki is kneeling, he has nothing to resist. After all, dignity is really not important in front of life. Besides, it was also like this in the previous world, and it's not like they didn't kneel before. Kitamura Motoyasu and Etsuki Kawasumi comforted themselves like that, then also knelt beside Ren Amaki, bowing their heads. Please also teach us how to become stronger, please. Needless to say, Kitamura Motoyasu's posture of kneeling to ask for advice is quite standard, and there is no fault at all. Advertisement. This is the attitude of asking for help, so now tell me, how do you think you can become stronger in this world? Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction. Of course, the weapon decides everything. Use the soul enchantment to increase the ability value that the weapon can display. Kitamura Motoyasu first said that the soul enchantment in his opinion is to let the weapon absorb the soul residue or props of the killed monsters, so that the weapon can obtain special, BJDG, power. What about soul enchantment? Level is what determines everything. Every time you level up, your own attributes will be improved. The higher the level, the higher the attributes, and the stronger the combat power. This is an obvious truth. Ren Amaki retorted that he believed that the level is king, so he kept hunting monsters to increase the level. No, no, no. You have problems with what you said. Enchanting is just an additional effect, and LV will also have restrictions. The real decision is of course the rarity of the weapon. The rarer the weapon, the better the bonus attribute. The attribute value will be higher. The rarity of weapons that Atsuki Kawasumi said is naturally not about replacing his holy bow. As the holy weapon of the four brave men, he can copy the same type of weapon and get all the attributes of the weapon. He probably means looking for ultra-rare weapons. Copy. What is the rarity of the weapon? It is obviously correct to enchant it. LV level is king, okay? Obviously the rarity of weapons. Soon, the three of them started arguing, their voices getting louder and louder. Morelia, who saw this scene in her eyes, covered her forehead and shook her head. Are you really a bunch of idiots? Just when they were arguing, Qin Feng's voice sounded out, not to mock them deliberately, but because he couldn't bear it anymore. As Qin Feng said, the three of Kitamura Motoyasu stopped arguing and turned to look at Qin Feng. In normal times, they would definitely yell at Qin Feng angrily, but now, Zhang can hold back, hold back. If you think your theory is correct, why are you still so weak? Qin Feng continued. The three of Kitamura Motoyasu were suddenly lost in thought. Qin Feng's words seemed to make a lot of sense. Master Qin Feng, you should tell them directly, hey. Morelia sighed deeply, although the words were very cryptic, but also revealed helplessness. Actually, none of your words are wrong, but all of them are wrong. Advertisement. Just after Qin Feng finished speaking, the three of Kitamura Motoyasu frowned at the same time. The tangled expressions on their faces seemed to say, what are you talking about? Can you say something that people can understand? What you said is that the three development directions are actually not wrong, but they all need to be brought together, that is to say, no matter whether it is LV or the enhancement of the sacred weapon, both are indispensable. With Qin Feng's explanation, they finally understood a little bit. In other words, do you want to improve your attributes in all aspects? That's right, a single upgrade route is too restrictive. And there is no restriction on us having to grow along the route we envisioned. The three of Kitamura Motoyasu seem to have discovered a new world with bright eyes. So keep your feet on the ground to train and fight, so that you can really become stronger. It seems to be a little bit stronger, but not too much stronger. Ren Amaki, remember what I said to you, you have to face up to this world. This is not the online game you know, but a real world. As your own strength becomes stronger, then you will also. I feel that I am getting stronger and stronger, but why do you not feel that your body is getting stronger when your attributes have improved? That is because your body has not brought out your attributes. Of course. There is also a very important point. You should all know that whether it is upgrading or weapon strengthening, our own attributes will be improved, but do you feel that you have become stronger? After Qin Feng finished speaking, he looked at Morelia. I finished what I need to say, now I'm going to find mine. If there is a difference, it doesn't seem to be very big. Qin Feng nodded. As for the three of Kitamura Motoyasu, they still looked confused. That's it. Apparently the boat to Carmela is ready, right? Go and understand for yourself, it just feels a little stronger than before. I'm sorry to trouble you, but please wait a moment. I have already ordered someone to prepare a boat. When the time comes, you only need to go to the port and you can take it to Carmela Island. You probably don't want to swim directly there. As soon as Qin Feng said this, the three of Kitamura Motoyasu fell into deep thought again. Morelia said. Not long after, a shadow member appeared in the room. After Qin Feng finished speaking, he closed his eyes and ignored the three of them. Although it was raising pigs, Qin Feng didn't want to be the nanny of the three of Kitamura Motoyasu, and had to teach them personally. Immediately afterwards, the three of you said to me a week ago. Chapter 182. To Karlami Island. I would like to inform Her Majesty the Queen that the preparations for the ship to Carmela Island have been completed. Just as Qin Feng expected, the members of Shadow came to report to the ship. It should be that when Myne was going to Carmela Island, he investigated the accuracy of the news and started preparing the ship while investigating the accuracy of the news, so it was so efficient. Then Lord Qin Feng, Morelia said and looked at Qin Feng. Now that it's been confirmed, I'm going to set off right away. I feel that Myne is not as simple as he appears on the surface, so as not to have long nights and dreams. Qin Feng opened his eyes and stood up directly from the chair. Of course there is no problem, I will take you to Miss Raftalia and Miss Filo. Morelia then got up and walked towards the room. When she came to the door, she turned her head and looked at Kitamura Motoyasu and the others. Three brave men, do you want to go together? Carmela Island is also a place suitable for your current level of exercise. Certainly, the three of Kitamura Motoyasu nodded in unison and also stood up from the ground. They all have their own reasons, so naturally they won't miss it. Ren Amaki wants to upgrade and become stronger, Atsuki Kawasumi wants to prove Qin Feng's concept, and Kitamura Motoyasu wants to help Myne clear her name and prove her innocence. If that's the case, then come with me. All the followers have been gathered together by me. Now, they should also be exchanging their experiences with each other. Morelia was quite satisfied with Kitamura Moriyasu's agreement and nodded with a smile. Not long after, Qin Feng and Kitamura Moriyasu, led by Morelia, came to the door of a hall. Before the door was opened, the aroma of food and wine came from inside. Thinking about it, that's right, how could Queen Morelia be so stingy that she must have prepared a lot of food and wine to adjust the atmosphere by letting the followers of the brave sit and communicate? It's just strange. There was no sound coming from inside, and it didn't seem like they were exchanging experiences with each other. Out of curiosity, the gate of the inn hall was slowly piling. Seeing the scene inside, let alone Morelia and Kitamura Moriyasu, even Qin Feng was stunned for a moment. I saw that the entire hall was abnormally messy, food residues and broken dinner plates were everywhere on the floor, and even a few long tables had broken legs and fell to the ground obliquely. Advertisement. The most outrageous thing was that the adventurers lay unconscious on the ground one by one, and everyone seemed to be seriously injured. In particular, Filo, who has transformed into a Filo bird, is stepping on a group of adventurers. And Raftalia is holding the collar of a big man with a height of more than 190 centimeters with one hand. Looking at the big man's head hanging naturally on his neck, rolling his eyes, his face is blue and purple. I don't know how many houses were beaten by Raftalia. At this time, Raftalia did not expect that Queen Morelia and Qin Feng would suddenly appear, and the whole scene froze there. The whole scene was silent for 3 seconds. Raftalia hurriedly threw the big man in his hand aside, stood up straight and said slowly, "I said they did it first, do you believe me?" The three of Kitamura Moriyasu and Morelia looked black. The three of them didn't speak immediately, mainly because they were too shocked. You must know that Ren Amaki and Itsuki Kawasumi, plus the adventurers recently recruited by Kitamura Moriyasu, probably have dozens of people, and they will be beaten down by 10 women plus 10 Seinfeld. It would be fine if Raftalia and Filo were injured, let alone injured. The two of them didn't even catch a breath. Obviously they easily dealt with so many adventurers. As expected of Ms. Raftalia and Ms. Filo, they are really strong. As a queen, Morelia's heart is still very strong, and she was the first to regain her composure, but her tone was a bit weird. According to the normal rules, if Raftalia and Filo injured so many adventurers, they must be locked up first to investigate whether the adventurers were the first to attack, and the result was a group fight at best. But now, I can only bow my head to Qin Feng's fist, saying that Raftalia and Filo belonged to Qin Feng. It took a lot of effort to ease the relationship with Qin Feng, and Morelia didn't want to make the relationship stiff again. Raftalia, Filo, forget about these guys, we have important things to do, let's go. Qin Feng was obviously not the one who would apologize to Kitamura Moriyasu and the others. He rushed to Kalmilla Island and left directly with Raftalia and Filo. The three of Kitamura Moriyasu did not stop Qin Feng from leaving, but just looked at each other with helplessness on their faces. Please don't worry, the three heroes, I will call the medical team to help them with treatment, should be able to catch up with the ship heading to Carmella Island. Ask for flowers. Morelia also shook her head helplessly, completely unexpected that things would turn out like this. Originally, it is a good thing to communicate with each other, and it can promote mutual friendship. But not only the relationship between the heroes, but even the relationship between their followers seems to be quite bad, but it seems that fighting is also a way of communication. Why? Advertisement. Finally Morelia sighed deeply. Raftalia, Filo, tell me the truth, did they really start it? At this time, Qin Feng had already walked out of the palace and asked the two of them. Strictly speaking, it doesn't count, they were the first to speak ill of the master. Zero. Raftalia scratched her cheek, trying to recall the scene at that time, while Filo was aggrieved, and seemed to want to go back and beat up those adventurers again. What did they say? Qin Feng became a little curious. Generally speaking, those adventurers must not have the guts to speak ill of themselves in front of Raftalia and Filo. It's just that there is an uncle who looks familiar and reeks of alcohol. He came up and said that Lord Qin Feng is nothing special. Lord Lien will definitely be stronger than Lord Qin Feng, and he will be praised by Lord Qin Feng at that time. Raftalia said while thinking. Look familiar, another follower of Ren Amaki. Could it be one of the people who was stripped of his equipment and thrown on the mountain road last time, causing dissatisfaction in his heart, but this time he spoke out because he was drunk? If that's the case, forget it, it's not a big deal. Qin Feng shrugged his shoulders, and beat him up, and it wasn't too harsh abusive words, so he didn't need to worry too much. Master Qin Feng, don't you blame us? What's so strange about this? Even if you beat the Heavenly King Lao Su, I won't blame you, after all, you are my people. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Raftalia and Filo felt warm in their hearts. Sure enough, Master Qin Feng as well, Okay, now it's time to get down to business, mine's been found, and we're heading to Kalami Island. Yes, Lord Qin Feng, Master, Spoon. Chapter 183, Little Raccoon's Home. Master Qin Feng, we are here. After receiving the news, Belle, Irene and the others rushed to the gate of the capital outside the capital immediately to join Qin Feng. Each of them is full of energy and looks like they have had a good rest recently. The face is also full of excitement, looking forward to the next adventure. Since everyone has arrived, there is no need to delay, let's go. With a wave of Qin Feng's hand, the team immediately started to set off. Filo was pulling the carriage at the front, Qin Feng and Raftalia were sitting in the carriage, Belle and the others were still pulling the two carriages full of stones as usual, and persisted in training. But before he had gone far, a voice sounded from behind. The team all stopped. Qin Feng turned his head and found that it was Malty. Is there anything? If you want me to take you to Karlami Island, forget it. Qin Feng is not narcissistic, but an assumption made by 260, based on Malty's love for Filo. Although I really want to be with little Filo, my queen mother doesn't allow it. I came here this time to say sorry to you. After speaking, Malty bowed 90 degrees to Qin Feng. Please forgive me for offending you before. I'm sorry, I received it, so goodbye. Qin Feng turned around with an expression on his face. To be honest, he didn't want to have too much to do with Malty. Being able to take the initiative to apologize and having a kind heart, as a princess, at least she is much better than mine. Maybe she will become an outstanding queen in the future. But too naive, this kind of naivety is annoying. It's like a child who is too poor and can only pick wild vegetables to fill his stomach every day. After a nobleman found out, he asked the child, "Why do you eat wild vegetables every day when you are so skinny? Is it because you like wild vegetables so much? It's delicious, why don't you eat meat?" Perhaps the nobleman asked out of good intentions, but it was still annoying. At least in Qin Feng's view, there is neither absolute evil nor absolute good in this world. Perhaps the evil person wants to change this cruel world and prepare to overthrow the nobles, so for the nobles of the country, they are absolute evil people. Good people may bring harm to the world because of their own stupidity. The scariest thing is that the good man takes away important things from you, and at the same time tells you that it is for your own good, for justice, and so on, but the good man really thinks that he is doing good deeds. Whether Malty will be such a good person, Qin Feng doesn't care anyway. He has no interest in her, and even has a little dislike for her innocence, as long as he doesn't mess with himself. Filo, let's go, Qin Feng said without looking back. Yes, master, goodbye, little Mel, advertisement. Filo glanced back at Malty, greeted her and then pulled the carriage again. Goodbye, little Filo, be careful on the road. Malty also waved goodbye to Filo. Seeing that Qin Feng's team completely disappeared from sight, she turned around and walked towards the capital. Master Qin Feng, Malty is obviously a very nice girl, and she even took the initiative to apologize. How should I put it? Why are you still so indifferent to her? Raphtalia thought for a while, and finally couldn't help asking. She is indeed a nice girl. If she is not a princess, I might treat her better. Qin Feng sighed and replied, is it because of Myne's relationship with the king? No, but she is too naive, too true. Isn't it a good thing? It's really good for an ordinary girl, but it's not good for a princess. Qin Feng shook his head and said, Lord Qin Feng, your words are too profound, I can't understand them. Filo doesn't understand either. Then don't understand it, just know that I don't have much interest in Malty. Oh, Raphtalia and Filo nodded half understanding. We are about to arrive at the port, Mr. Qin Feng, could you please take a short detour? Looking at the approaching port, Raphtalia said suddenly. Raphtalia usually would not ask him to do something, but Qin Feng couldn't help but feel puzzled when he suddenly asked. My hometown is nearby. It's a pity that I didn't come back last time. I don't want to miss it this time. Raphtalia looked a little sad, she didn't look like she was going home at all. Okay, Filo, Belle, let's take a detour. Qin Feng understood something and immediately agreed. Advertisement. Although it was a detour, it didn't take long for everyone to reach a village. In terms of preparation, it is a Time Lord who does not know how long it has been abandoned. There are dilapidated houses everywhere, and some of them are completely decayed due to the fire. Go ahead. Raphtalia didn't stop, and she just watched silently as she walked through the abandoned village. Looking closely, one tombstone after another is erected on the edge of the far end of the village. Each tombstone represents a person who died, someone Raphtalia once knew, only because of a wave of disaster. Sister Raphtalia, do we still need to move on? Well, there is a cliff ahead where you can see the sea, please drive me there. Raphtalia put her hands together, closed her eyes, and said softly, telling her parents. Raphtalia opened her eyes and smiled slightly, Master Qin Feng, thank you. Mom and Dad, I'm fine now, you know? I followed the shield hero Lord Qin Feng, and I've become a fairly good fighter at 5.8. Although I can't help Lord Qin Feng much, but I will keep working hard, please rest assured that Keel and Rafana are still alive. The breeze slowly blew across the cheeks of the two of them, and the falling sunlight became extraordinarily warm at this time. Qin Feng is also observing the surroundings. This was the place where Raphtalia lived. For her, it has only been a few months, but it has changed. Qin Feng also revealed a smile. It took some time. Qin Feng and others finally arrived at the port, and the unexpected Kitamura Moriyasu, Ren Amaki and Tsugi Kawasumi, as well as the adventurers who followed them, have all arrived. Everyone, let's go. Qin Feng also jumped off the carriage and slowly followed behind her. Raphtalia immediately jumped off the carriage and walked slowly towards the cliff. At the end of the cliff, there was a tomb made of small stones, with some completely dried flowers placed in front of it. Slowly, as Raphtalia said, a steep cliff with a view of the sea came into view. Raphtalia cleaned them up, picked some blooming flowers, and placed them in front of the tomb. Qin Feng stood beside him, also putting his hands together. Don't worry, you two, I will take good care of Raphtalia for you. Although Filo is still young, he can also feel the invisible sadness around him, and the speed of pulling the carriage is very slow. Okay, I get it, so, can we go? Chapter 184. Ichi Brothers. Although it was Qin Feng and others who set off from the capital first, but because Bell and others pulled 2 carriages full of stones and made a detour, Kitamura Motoyasu and others arrived early instead. But it doesn't matter, anyway, the ship hasn't set off yet. On the other hand, those adventurers took a step back when they saw Qin Feng and the others coming. They seemed to be a little scared by Raphtalia and Filo, not to mention that Qin Feng is still here now. Even if Kitamura Motoyasu, Ren Amaki, and Itsuki Kawasumi are all here, the adventurer is still afraid that Qin Feng will settle accounts after autumn and beat himself up again. After all, in their perception, Qin Feng is such a person, and there is absolutely no benefit in messing with him. Fortunately, it's time to board the ship. Before the 3 of Kitamura Motoyasu could move first, the adventurers all ran to the ship, fearing that they would lose their lives if they were too slow. And Kitamura Motoyasu nodded to Qin Feng from a distance, and after saying hello, he also walked towards the ship. Let's go too. Qin Feng led the crowd to step forward. The horse 19 carts of Bell and others have been handed over to a store in the port that specializes in keeping things. Filo's carriage was directly put into the storage shield by Qin Feng. After all, most of the materials are in the Wangduzhang has been cleaned up and there is enough space, so everyone is light. However, there were quite a lot of people boarding the boat, and the queue was very long. Qin Feng and the others came from behind, so they could only be at the back. Qin Feng was not idle, and had been observing the team in front of him. Master Qin Feng, what are you looking at? Raphtalia, who was following behind, asked curiously. It's nothing, just looking for 2 people. Qin Feng poked his head out, and continued to cast his gaze further away, all the way to the boat, but he still didn't find the person he was looking for. Larku, calm down a little, I know, but going out to sea is always exciting, isn't it? Suddenly, 2 voices sounded from behind, one female and one male. Qin Feng couldn't help turning his head, and immediately saw a man about 26 or 7 years old, with short hair straight up to the sky, as if he had touched a lot of pomade, but it didn't have much luster, it should be a natural prickly hair. The man is handsome and tall, and he seems to have a hearty smile all the time, which is very friendly. Especially the muscular body that looks very strong, in addition to making people feel safe, it can also be seen that he has quite a lot of combat experience. I still have a sickle on my waist, and I seem to be a pretty good adventurer. Advertisement, and behind him, there is a woman who is very beautiful, with lake green hair, which can change and shine under different light angles. Compared to the man's straightforwardness, she looked soft, but her eyes revealed a firmness that ordinary people couldn't have. This was obviously a woman with firm beliefs. Anyway, this is definitely a very rare beauty, and her appearance seems to have dimmed even the gemstones on her bracelet. Here. Others are watching, it's because you were restless, lol, and you were causing trouble to the people in front. As she spoke, the woman gave Qin Feng an embarrassed look. Sorry, the man also hastily apologized. It's okay, don't worry about it. Qin Feng also smiled at them, and then turned around again. The person I was looking for has been found. If the guess is correct, this man and woman should be brave men from another world, just like Grass who came before. The 2 appeared in the original book, so Qin Feng still remembers that although many things have happened after coming to this world, the general main line has not changed. So Qin Feng wondered if he would meet the 2 of them here, and they really appeared, but he didn't expect that they would come later than himself. Now Carmela Island is interesting, not only the disaster wave, but also the brave from another world, and Myne. The corners of Qin Feng's mouth twitched slightly, although he confirmed that they were heroes from another world. Qin Feng was not prepared to do anything to them. I just feel that the next thing may become very interesting. Because in the original book, there are only these 2 enemies, who are worth admiring. Next, Qin Feng, Raphtalia and others boarded the ship smoothly, and the first thing to do was naturally to find their own room. Normally, Queen Morelia should have prepared exclusive guest rooms for the brave men, but after boarding the ship, Qin Feng found that his side was just an ordinary room. I'm so sorry. The captain and the room attendant came over directly, knelt on the ground and bowed their heads to apologize on the spot. They knew very well what would happen if they offended Qin Feng, they would probably be decapitated immediately, right? Even if the situation is a little better, he will be questioned by Raphtalia. Advertisement, tell me what's going on. Qin Feng was not surprised, he understood that Morelia must have specially instructed the captain. The private guest rooms, even my captain's cabin, have been occupied by the brave adults who boarded the ship first. We have tried our best to eliminate this situation, but there are really no extra special guest rooms at the moment. I am really sorry. The captain tried to explain while wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Sure enough, those guys are really thick-skinned, don't you know I haven't picked a room yet? Qin Feng sneered coldly, his whole body exuded a vague murderous aura, even if it was emitted unconsciously, but the captain and the others were still terribly frightened and apologized repeatedly. Let's do this. It's okay if you don't have an exclusive room, but I have one condition. Qin Feng thought for 390 and wanted to say, please tell me. I designate the room on the whole ship, you can spare it for me, no problem. As for the maintenance cost of the ship, you can prepare it yourself, as the captain, you should be right. Of course there is no problem. How can the captain refuse to agree? He just doesn't understand where the maintenance costs of the ship come from. Give me the list of those currently on board. Not long after Qin Feng finished speaking, the captain brought the list. The above content is still quite detailed, which room everyone is in is clearly written. Here, and here, I want these rooms, the 2 people in this room don't need to drive them out, 1. Qin Feng pointed to the list and said slowly, while the captain nodded repeatedly. Just when the captain thought the matter was over, Qin Feng handed over the list to Raftalia, Bell and the others. Follow the list above and teach Kitamura Moriyasu and the others a lesson. Those guys really haven't seen each other for a few days, it's itching. Yes. Everyone nodded immediately, and led by Raftalia, they walked towards Kitamura Moriyasu's room in a murderous manner. Standing beside the captain, it was sweat dripping like rain. He finally understood what Qin Feng just said about the ship maintenance cost. Yaosho, Chapter 185, The Dependent Hero, Boom Boom Boom. Qin Feng found the room he was in and knocked on the door. Coming, soon, a man's voice sounded from inside, and then the door was opened. The person who opened the door was the man who was at the port before, the brave, from another world. Hi, what's the matter? If you're looking for Tiras, I'm afraid you will be disappointed. The man seems to think that Qin Feng has his eyes on his companion. After all, there is no shortage of suitors for beautiful women no matter where they are. This kind of experience should be somewhat used to him. I think you misunderstood, this is also my room. Qin Feng shook his head. In fact, he chose this place specially to see what kind of people the two brave men who came from another world are, and whether they will be different from the original book. Ah, so, you are our next roommate, I'm so sorry. The man smiled awkwardly, and hastily stepped aside. Please come in. Thanks. Qin Feng walked into the room. It was very simple here, reminding him of the scene where he took the green leather train in the original world. Since we are roommates who live in the same room, we should get along well. First, let me introduce myself. My name is Larku Berku. Larku said and pointed to the woman sitting by the bed. I am currently an adventurer, and her name is Tiras. Please give me your advice. My name is Tiras Alexandrite. Tiras showed a gentle smile and nodded to Qin Feng. Hello, my name is Qin Feng. Qin Feng just announced his name, and Tilly frowned directly. Ha ha ha. Don't be kidding, that's the name of the shield hero, hurry up and tell me his real name. It was Lalku who laughed and patted Qin Feng's shoulder, as if hearing the funniest joke in the world. What? Don't I look like a hero? Qin Feng shrugged and said helplessly. Brother, do you know who the shield hero is? Advertisement? Laku's expression suddenly became serious, as if he was full of fear towards the shield hero. Who? Qin Feng was a little curious about what he was like in Laku's mind, so he took the opportunity to ask. That is a very scary man. It is rumored that he has 3 hands, 2 heads, can breathe fire from his mouth, and can kill people with just one look. The entire royal family, not only the queen, but also the king are all terrified of him. The king alone was directly slapped by the shield hero at a banquet and passed out. Lalku said in a serious manner, without using an exaggerated tone at all. 2-headed and 6-armed, strictly speaking, he is no longer a man, but a monster. Qin Feng couldn't help complaining. That's right, it's a monster. The king's first princess, Myne, you should know, she was wanted by the whole country because she offended the shield hero. Forced to arrest his own daughter. It must be something very terrible, like threatening the queen. If Myne is not brought, the people of the whole country will be sacrificed or something. Tiras next to him also helped Lerku to add. That's right, maybe it's true, and I heard that even the other 3 brave men who are companions have been severely repaired by the shield hero, and even the sword hero and his followers are all has been ransacked by the shield hero. This kind of guy who doesn't even spare his companions is obviously extremely ruthless, and I'm afraid even demons can't do such a thing. Listening to Lerku's plausible description, Qin Feng said with a dark face. Where did you hear about it? How'd I feel that the shield hero is a good man, and he also helped the demi-human village to get rid of the oppression of the evil lord. No. Don't believe the rumors, there is no evil lord at all, but the shield hero controlled the lord to release the legendary monster. Lalku shook his fingers and said firmly. Who in the world believed rumors? I am obviously not such a person, and look, where do I have so many hands? Qin Feng turned around in a circle and said helplessly. Yo, I'm still pretending, don't look at me like this, in fact, my intuition is still quite sharp, you should be a good person, how could you be the hero of the shield? Yes, it's fine for Lalku to say so, and Tiras nodded accordingly. How deep are their misunderstandings about the hero of the shield? To be honest, this is something that Qin Feng didn't think of. He thought that his reputation should be better than Iwatani Naofumi in the original book, but he didn't expect it to become even worse. Thinking about it carefully, Iwatani Naofumi was framed by the king and Myne. As for myself, knocking out the king, arresting Myne, beating Kitamura Moriyasu and the others, it seems that they are all things I have done. Hey, if you don't believe it, forget it, advertisement. Thinking of this, Qin Feng sighed helplessly. By the way, did you hear that from the beginning, there have been screams, and the ship is shaking slightly. Tillis looked around and said suddenly, Tillis, you obviously feel wrong, this is just a small storm before going to sea, ha. Larku's smile gradually froze, because looking out of the window, a figure screamed and fell into the sea. Looking carefully, his expression was twisted, his hands covered the bottom, and he floated up from the sea. It must be an illusion. Larku turned his head and thought for a while and said. Obviously, no, the person who fell into the sea, Qin Feng of course recognized, was the gun hero Kitamura Moriyasu. It should be that Raftalia, Bell and others came to Kitamura Moriyasu's room and started working. Immediately afterwards, the sound of thumping became more and more frequent, and when one looked over, one brainstorm after another appeared in the seawater next to the boat. Kitamura Motoyasu was thrown down, Ren Amaki and Itsuki Kawasumi were no exception, and their followers. So, what happened? Why did so many people fall into the sea, Nuo Wangs, and the boat is about to sail? Larku was almost dumbfounded. Maybe it's smuggling, you know it's the peak season, and many adventurers want to go to Karlami Island to upgrade. Qin Feng said casually. Stowaways, what kind of guys are there? Larku actually believed it directly. A bunch of shameless guys? Qin Feng followed his words. Yes, they are a group of shameless guys. If you don't have money, you can earn money, but you even sneaked into the country. After all, you know what I want to say, I really don't feel that way. From the beginning, I felt that you and I were destined. It's the kind that can become good friends, haha. Larku put his arm directly on Qin Feng's shoulder and gave out a hearty smile. Sorry, I'm not interested in men. Qin Feng pulled away Larku's hand, stepped forward to sit on his own bed, and looked at Tiras. Chapter 186 I just want to anger you. Is there something on my face? The two were so close, Tiras naturally noticed Qin Feng looking at her. Since Qin Feng's eyes were very clear, she didn't feel that Qin Feng had any unreasonable thoughts about her. No, just curious. Qin Feng thought for a while and said with some amusement. Curious? Tiras tilted her head with a puzzled look on her face. Yeah, I'm curious as to why you took risks with this thick-skinned guy like Larku. He seems to have a good relationship, he must be troublesome. Pucci, hearing Qin Feng's words, Tiras couldn't hold back at all, and laughed directly. So you have already seen that Larku is indeed a very troublesome person. Tiras, why have I become such a troublesome person? Larku immediately shouted in dissatisfaction. Of course, there was no anger in his eyes. Isn't it? When you haven't boarded the boat, just yelling there and disturbing others is fine. Do you still remember the time when you met an old grandpa with a sprained calf? Running down the mountain. It turned out that the old man lived on the mountain, and then he had to be sent back to the mountain again. Do you know how troublesome it is? Haha, it's really interesting. Now it was Qin Feng's turn to laugh out loud. It's not that he didn't make it clear, so I followed the inertial thinking and sent him down the mountain. Lalsiu whimpered and tried to defend himself. 763. Do you know how fast you were at that time? The speed at which you descended the mountain. The grandfather almost had a heart attack, how can I tell you? This. I'm also worried about Grandpa, this is called caring and chaos. Facing Tiras's words, Larku could only explain embarrassingly after a brief silence. You two are really interesting, much better than those guys. Qin Feng still had a smile on his face, and said with a little sigh. Those guys? Larku and Tiras Chichi turned their heads to look at Qin Feng. Yeah, the gun hero Kitamura Motoyasu, the sword hero Ren Amaki, and the bow hero Itsuki Kawasumi, those three guys, I just don't know what to complain about. You know them, of course, I didn't tell you that I am the shield hero, and it is not normal to know them. Qin Feng shrugged and said it as a matter of course. Advertisement at this moment, Larku's entire face became extremely serious. Suddenly, he put his hand on Qin Feng's shoulder. What you said is the same as the truth, I advise you, it's better to refrain from making such jokes. Okay, I really can't do anything about you. Qin Feng shook his head, his eyes fell on Larku. This guy really thinks he is a good person because of his rough nerves, so he doesn't believe that he is the hero of the shield, is it possible? Lord Qin Feng, Master, at this time, Raftalia and Filo walked into the room. Let me introduce to you, they are my companions, Raftalia and Filo. They are Larku and Tiras respectively, and they are our roommates on the ship. Seeing the two of them, Qin Feng stood up from the bed and introduced them. Please teach me a lot. Larku and Tiras nodded to the two of them and smiled at the same time. Excuse me, is Miss Tiras a foreigner? I can't understand your language a little bit. Raftalia thought about it and asked with doubts. Huh? That's right, Tiras. Larku froze for a moment, then called Tiras. Tiras immediately understood what he meant, reached out and touched the sickle on Larku's waist, and then a magic ball of light emerged. So, do you understand? Tiras asked after putting the magic ball of light on her throat. Well, I can already fully understand what you were talking about. Raftalia nodded. Hee. I forgot all about it, now I have cast magic so that we can communicate with each other, please give me your advice. Please teach me a lot. For such a convenient magic, Raftalia, BJDD, was quite surprised, but the etiquette was not forgotten. After all, people from two worlds have different languages. Because Qin Feng has the holy artifact, he can translate directly, so he can understand the words of Larku and Tiras. As the hero of the scythe, Larku has the holy artifact and it will not hinder communication. 0. So Qin Feng was not surprised by this. Looks like we're leaving. A sound of caracalla came to the ears at this time, it should be the sound of the anchor pulling. Not long after, the scenery outside the cabin window began to move slowly. Advertisement obviously, Kitamura Motoyasu and others should have returned to the boat, otherwise the boat would not have started. Excuse me, both of you, I'll go to the deck to watch. Qin Feng chatted with Larku and Tiras for a while, and walked out of the room as he spoke. After confirming that Belle and the others had successfully checked into the room, they went to the deck. When I came to the deck, I saw Kitamura Motoyasu and others wrapped in towels, lying on the deck. Although the injuries were no longer visible after treatment, their faces became paler and paler. Hey, hey, hey. You guys are too disappointing, you actually turned into this dying look, but Bell and the others told me that they haven't done anything serious yet. Hearing Qin Feng's voice, the three of Kitamura Motoyasu raised their heads in unison. Don't think they have the ability to beat us like this. It's not wrong, we're just a little uncomfortable. Vomit. Kitamura Motoyasu and Itsuki Kawasumi, spurred on by Ren Amaki after he suddenly vomited rainbows out of his mouth, turned their heads too and spewed out a bunch of rainbows, leaving the decks filthy. Seasick. Qin Feng immediately understood what was going on. It turned out that the three of Kitamura Motoyasu were seasick, and the corners of their mouths twitched slightly. I have medicine for seasickness here, do you need it? Because Raphtalia suffers from horse sickness, Qin Feng, through the shield, is suitable for many potions to treat this similar symptom. Yes, of course. Wait, you shouldn't be that kind. Tell me, how much do you have to pay before you are willing to sell it? The three of them, Kitamura Motoyasu, said while wiping their mouths. Sorry, I won't sell it, it's my punishment for stealing my exclusive room. As soon as Qin Feng said this, the three of Kitamura Motoyasu froze there instantly, as if petrified. This was something they had never expected. Didn't you have someone beat us up? Kitamura Motoyasu was the first to remove the petrification. He really wanted a potion that could cure seasickness, because this feeling was very uncomfortable. That's your punishment for stealing Raphtalia's exclusive room. I am me and they're them. This is different. Kitamura Motoyasu and the others are dumbfounded. How can they still divide like this? That's why I'm here to PS you off. See you at Karlami Island. Qin Feng waved his hand and walked into the cabin without looking back. It is said that whether it is Kitamura Motoyasu, or Ren Amaki and Itsuki Kawasumi, it is a fire. Then the three of them turned their heads neatly. Chapter 187. Arriving at Karlami Island the next morning, the ship finally arrived at the port of Karlami Island. It is not so much an island as an archipelago, consisting of many large and small islands. Lerku and Tiras had already disembarked first, and Qin Feng took Raphtalia and Filo to join Bell and the others before walking towards the port. Welcome, Sir Shield Hero and fellow adults. As soon as I got off the boat, I saw a man holding a tour guide flag walking slowly over the port. Wearing a Miromag military uniform, he looks like a middle-aged man who wants to be mature, but the small flag in his hand looks a bit funny. I am Count Hobenberg, who was ordered to manage the Karlami Islands. The visitor bowed slightly to Qin Feng and introduced himself. Well, since you recognize us, then we don't need to introduce ourselves. Qin Feng nodded and said. Of course, Shield Hero Master Qin Feng, Miss Lashuen Talia, Miss Filo, Miss Irene, Mr. Bell. For all the members, Earl Hobenberg announced their names one by one, and then he looked towards the direction of the ship. Excuse me, Lord Qin Feng, where are the other three brave men? Because of a storm last night, the ship was quite shaken. They, who are not immune to the transportation of this world, have been wiped out. Completely annihilated, Count Hobenberg didn't realize the meaning of Qin Feng's words for a moment. Then he saw Kitamura Motoyasu, Ren Amaki and Itsuki Kawasumi being carried off the boat on a stretcher, and he finally understood what was going on. The three brave men, how pitiful they are. Seeing their pale faces and extreme listlessness, Earl Hobenberg sighed and shook his head. Since the three heroes are ill, please allow me to introduce you to the Karlami Islands first. Please come with me, my lords. Count Hobenberg quickly turned his gaze back from Kitamura Motoyasu and said to Qin Feng. Then just take us for a walk. Qin Feng didn't object, although he didn't have much interest, but when he came to a new map, he still needed to understand the composition of the buildings, such as where are the taverns, pharmacies, and weapon stores. Advertisement. PLZ follow me. Earl Hobenberg immediately stepped forward and raised the small flag in his hand. He really looked like a tour guide. It is said that the four saints and heroes in ancient times also trained themselves here at the beginning, so there will be many people who come here just because of the reputation, or those who want to exercise like the four saints and heroes. As he spoke, he brought Qin Feng into the market on the island. There are many people coming and going. Unlike the capital, most of them are wearing equipment of different grades. Obviously adventurers occupy the majority. Hey, what is this? Walking, Raphtalia found that in the market, there was a totem-like statue made of penguins, rabbits, squirrels, and dogs wearing Santa hats, standing there. Still looks pretty weird. Miss Raphtalia is really discerning, and she immediately discovered what is special about this place. It is said that the aborigines who reclaimed this island were named Kirker, Rabbitlani, Squirreljay, and Inrut. By the way, the origin of the name is based on the standards of the original world of the brave man, to find out the names of the animals with the closest appearance, and then name them by himself. Earl Hobenberg explained slowly with pride on his face. It does look like it has something to do with the four heroes, but the level of naming is really bad. Qin Feng held his chin and muttered something. It looks delicious, can you capture it here? It was Filo, his eyes fixed on the four animals, drooling. Hearing what Qin Feng and Filo said, Earl Hobenberg said with a black thread, that's not true. It is said that after the reclamation was completed, they left for Zintiandi, and we have never seen them again. That's a pity. Filo shook his head in disappointment. Earl Hobenberg didn't dare to stay here, hastily took Qin Feng and the others to continue the tour. After introducing all the main facilities of the island, Earl Hobenberg brought Qin Feng and others to a building that looked like a castle. Apparently it was the residence arranged by the Queen, a place similar to a 5-star hotel. Ask for flowers. Advertisement after walking in. It is indeed quite luxurious and very tidy. It should be cleaned by a special person all the year round. There are 2 huge fountains in the front yard, luxurious floor stalls in the corridor, and various expensive decorations on the walls, which can only be described as extravagant. The staff was also very polite, and brought Qin Feng and others to their room. To be honest, Qin Feng has the feeling that this is not a different world, but a 5-star hotel in a resort. Now, Belle, you bring 4 people, and Irene, you take 4 people. Every 5 people form a group. While hunting monsters to improve your own level and strengthen your strength, you can also explore Myne's whereabouts. After all, Calamy Island is still quite big, so we must be careful. After all, Calamy Island is a holy place for leveling. After all, I don't know where Myne is now, so I can only try my luck and try my luck. Of course, things like leveling cannot be delayed. After arriving at the island, Raftalia took a deep breath and said with nostalgia. People like Raftalia, Filo, Belle, etc. are like country folks entering the city. Although they tried their best to keep calm so as not to embarrass Qin Feng, they still exclaimed and looked at all this curiously. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Belle and the others responded immediately, turned around and returned to their room to start packing their luggage. I found a small boat at random and rowed to an island. Of course, Qin Feng would not blame them, and after asking them to put their luggage away, he said to them, although this place feels very comfortable, please don't forget the real purpose of our trip. Yes. Because of the storage shield, Qin Feng didn't have much luggage and walked out with Raftalia and Filo directly. 0. Raftalia and Filo hurried to keep up. Then let's get started. Yes. And Qin Feng also wanted to quickly increase the completion of the Garp template to 80% to unlock the armed color domineering. Master Qin Feng, it's been a long time since we concentrated on hunting monsters like this. Strictly speaking, they are indeed country folks in this world, and they are not very old, so it is reasonable to behave like this. Qin Feng nodded, and walked slowly towards the forest on the island. Chapter 188, The Hunting of Warcraft. In fact, before Qin Feng could take 2 steps, a giant red frog, about the size of an adult's head, jumped out of the grass in front of him. As Qin Feng set his sights on this monster, its name was also revealed, Giant Magenta Frog. This is the monster on the island, it looks a bit weak. Just as Qin Feng was muttering, a figure passed by him, and accompanied by the sonorous sound of the long sword being unsheathed, a beam of sword light directly slashed across the Giant Magenta Frog. This person was Raftalia, who cut the Giant Magenta Frog in 2 with just 1 sword strike. All members get 95 express just as Qin Feng expected. This magical beast is indeed very weak. Of course, it may also be that Raftalia's current overall strength is somewhat strong. But gaining experience points is quite good, because generally speaking, weak monsters that can be killed with 1 blow usually only have between 10 inches 677 points and 30 points of express. But the Giant Magenta Frog in front of him has a full 95 EXP, at least tripled. Master Qin Feng, after killing monsters here, you can gain quite a lot of experience. Apparently, Raftalia noticed, and excitement floated on her face. Well, it really is a holy place for leveling. Not only is it rich in experience, but there are also a lot of them. Qin Feng scanned the surroundings with both eyes, and as soon as he killed the Giant Magenta Frog, more than 10 heads emerged. Master Qin Feng, should we have a competition to see who can kill the most monsters? Raftalia suddenly smiled slyly. Oh, is it because of the improvement in strength that some have become arrogant? Qin Feng turned to look at her, also with a faint smile on his face. No, I just want to give it a try. How far is there from Lord Qin Feng? Not too good, it will hit you. It's okay, it's not the first time, you should be used to it. Raftalia said helplessly. The competition to kill the number of monsters is actually a common event for the 2 of them. Strictly speaking, it has been held once since Raftalia fought the monsters with a weapon for the first time. Raftalia still clearly remembers that she was still complacent after killing dozens of monsters, and then asked Qin Feng. The materials he collected were as high as his own, although he was only a little girl at that time, but still visible horror gap. On the way of travel before, Raftalia also proposed a similar competition, but the result naturally ended in disastrous defeat every time. Advertisement this time, after advancing to the next level, her strength has been greatly improved, and Raftalia finally regained her confidence and took this opportunity to challenge Qin Feng again. It seems to be very fun, Lu wants to participate. At this time, Filo also shouted excitedly. Healthy competition really helps to maximize efficiency, okay, as long as you can promise not to cry when you lose. Let's get started. As soon as Qin Feng finished speaking, Raftalia had already rushed towards the more than 10 magenta giant frogs, waving the long sword in his hand again and again, and every sword light across the air represented that a magenta giant frog was beheaded by Raftalia. Sister Raftalia, you are too reckless, I am not ready yet. While shouting, Filo rushed towards the giant magenta frog. Every time he kicked, he could kill a giant magenta frog instantly. Also learn to rush away. It can't be helped, Master Qin Feng, you are so strong, you must have some tricks. Raftalia turned her head and stuck out her tongue playfully. There were a total of 18 giant magenta frogs in front of them, and before Qin Feng could make a move, they were all killed by Raftalia and Filo in less than a few seconds. Raftalia. 10 heads. Filo. 8 heads. Take the lead. Raftalia makes a yes gesture. If it wasn't for Sister Raftalia, there would be more customers than you. Filo, who was temporarily behind, pouted angrily. Master Qin Feng, you have to work hard. If we kill all the monsters, no matter how strong you are, you won't be able to kill all the monsters. Raftalia did not forget to turn around and provoke. Don't worry, there are more monsters here than you can imagine. Before Qin Feng finished speaking, more than 20 magenta giant frogs appeared, as if continuously. At this moment, Raftalia had a bad feeling and hurriedly shouted, Filo, let's kill. Too late. This time, Qin Feng flew past Raftalia, ignored the giant magenta frog's attack, came to the middle of more than 20 giant magenta frogs, and punched the ground. Advertisement. Blocks of iron, crushed. With one punch, accompanied by a huge rumbling sound, with Qin Feng as the center, the ground cracked open, and all the surrounding magenta giant frogs were instantly killed by the terrifying force of the punch. 21 heads, look, I'm in the lead with just one bet. While talking, Qin Feng slowly straightened his back and said to Raftalia and Filo. Master is so strong, but Filo won't lose. Filo's eyes quickly locked on the other side, and 10 more giant magenta frogs emerged. Just when her legs were about to exert strength, she saw a slash wave sweeping past, and those magenta giant frogs were chopped off in the middle like tofu in front of this slash. Filo, you now understand that if we are with Lord Qin Feng, we might not be able to kill even a monster, so we split up. The strength of the monster has naturally increased a lot, but for Qin Feng, it is still a one-hit kill. That is the world of Warcraft that appeared around him, becoming less and less. Qin Feng slowly withdrew his feet, and smiled, innocently, at Raftalia and Filo. Filo nodded, and ran in 2 directions with Raftalia in the next second, leaving Qin Feng standing alone. Qin Feng sighed, not worried about Raftalia and Filo. Thinking that maybe Myne is hiding on this island. About an hour later, Qin Feng found something unusual on the island. Okay, Sister Raftalia. Land feet, of course. Qin Feng understands that this possibility is very low, but at least he can level up. Qin Feng can be sure that this is not the case. The next step is of course a push all the way. As they went deeper into the island, monsters such as bright yellow beetles, violet strange monsters, and blood-red birds appeared. The experience of one head can reach up to 235 express. Of course, this unhappy mood was soon put away by Qin Feng. Is it because the monsters are about to be killed by him? It looks like I can only act alone. Hey. After a little identification of the direction, I made my way to the center of the island. I believe that with their current strength, the monsters on the island should not be able to threaten them, but after they left, they suddenly felt a little deserted around them. 6 Shish Chapter 189. Monster Snatching Event. Not only Qin Feng, but even Raftalia and Filo have found a similar situation. Those magical beasts seem to be consciously fleeing from themselves, no longer swarming up like they did at the beginning. Qin Feng soon discovered the reason. That is, the monsters on this island are afraid of themselves. Obviously Warcraft also has its own intelligence, to be precise, it is more like biological instinct. After the 3 of Qin Feng hunted and killed the monsters on a large scale, the remaining monsters realized that the human beings in front of them were not something they could provoke. Feeling the danger, they naturally fled one after another. It seems that our game must end here, and if this continues, the efficiency of upgrading is too low. After understanding the reason, Qin Feng immediately found Raftalia and Filo. That's how it ends. Filo got it. Raftalia and Filo nodded. Then announce the result? Qin Feng continued to ask. There is no doubt that you, Master Qin Feng, have won. I admit that there is still a huge gap between you and Master Qin Feng. The Master is really serious, he didn't let him. The number of people hunted and killed was 3 times that of him. Raftalia and Filo were full of disappointment. After all, they were a team of 19 and had been able to see news of their companions hunting monsters. After roughly estimating, the number of monsters that Qin Feng hunted and killed within an hour, conservatively estimated to have exceeded 1,000, there is absolutely no way to compare. Don't be discouraged, as long as you work hard, maybe one day, you will have a little chance to catch up with me. Qin Feng smiled slightly and comforted him. A little bit? Master Qin Feng, I can't tell that you are comforting me. Filo can't feel it either. Okay, the game is over, the next step is to upgrade. At present, the monsters on the island have begun to fear us. If they don't look for us and keep running away, there will be no efficiency at all. Qin Feng began to bring the topic back to the main topic. Then what shall we do? The expressions on the faces of Raftalia and Filo also became serious, realizing that the business is important. Next, the 3 of us can only cooperate. With me as the center, the 2 of you are one on the left and the other on the right. Don't be too far away from me, within about 30 meters. Before Qin Feng finished speaking, Raftalia understood what he meant. It is to form a straight line with 3 people and push across the island all the way. In this way, in addition to expanding the scope of the search for monsters, it can also prevent the monsters from escaping to a certain extent. For example, if Qin Feng rushed into a group of monsters, some of the monsters would definitely flee to the left and right, so Raftalia and Filo standing on both sides could intercept the fleeing monsters. Now that you both understand, let's start acting without further ado. Yes. Advertisement. After Qin Feng finished speaking, Raftalia and Filo immediately dispersed to the left and right, keeping a distance of 20 to 30 meters from Qin Feng, and began to push horizontally on the island. About 2 hours later, the three of Qin Feng couldn't count how many monsters they had hunted and killed. Anyway, each of them had risen to level 5. Open black lens bracket Qin Feng close black lens bracket. Human, Carp template completion rate 71%. Open black lens bracket LV close black lens bracket. Level 43 right pointing arrow level 48, HP. 7030-7180, 450 open black lens bracket SP close black lens bracket. 2145 right pointing arrow 2175, 180. Open black lens bracket close black lens bracket. 335 to 340, plus 90, open black lens bracket close black lens bracket. 375 to 390, plus 90. 5. 1021 to 1051, plus 120. Open black lens bracket close black lens bracket. 342 to 352, plus 45, open black lens bracket lucky close black lens bracket. XX since every 5th level, the completion of the Garp template will increase by 1%, so it has also increased from 70% to 71%, which is one step closer to unlocking the armed domineering color. It can be said that the harvest is still quite huge. You must know that upgrading to 5 levels in 3 hours is a period that was impossible to imagine before. After all, at the current level, every level up requires a lot of experience. Then, let's call it a day. At this time, Qin Feng also discovered that the efficiency of upgrading on this island has reached the lowest level. In addition to the fact that as the level increases, the experience given by a monster decreases, the monsters on this small island have been killed by the 3 of them, and it is hard to see. It can be regarded as the completion of the clearing map. If you want to continue this efficiency, you can only go to another island. Okay. I know the master. Of course Raftalia and Filo would not object, and followed Qin Feng slowly towards the shore where the boat stopped. Of course. If you see a monster on the road, you will hunt it down immediately. Just when he was about to reach the shore, Raftalia had just killed a giant magenta frog, and Qin Feng stopped in his tracks. Strange, experience has changed? No, I have gained experience. Filo has experience too. Raftalia and Filo looked at Qin Feng suspiciously. Yeah? Qin Feng quickly thought of an answer. I'll kill another one to see. At this time, Raftalia had already rushed towards another giant magenta frog. Advertisement at this moment, a bow and arrow shot out from the forest, ready to hit, directly nailing the giant magenta frog to the ground. Who? Raftalia cautiously looked in the direction of the bow and arrow. Who else can it be? It must be those guys who have no quality and can steal monsters. As soon as Qin Feng finished speaking, some figures came out from the forest. The leader was Atsuki Kawasumi, and the ones behind were naturally his followers. I'm talking about Qin Feng. Can I trouble you not to say such nasty words? That giant magenta frog was obviously the one we saw first. Atsuki Kawasumi shrugged and said innocently, what do you mean that you saw it first? We obviously launched an attack on it first. Raftalia was quite dissatisfied, and Filo also took a few steps forward, looking at Atsuki Kawasumi with a fierce look. I said why I can't get experience all of a sudden. It turns out that you were here. Before Atsuki Kawasumi had opened his mouth, Kitamura Motoyasu came out from the other side. Due to the repulsion between the holy artifacts of the brave, if 2 of them are in the same place, they will not get experience. What a coincidence, you are here too. In the next second, Ranamaki arrived with his followers. Looking at the backs of Qin Feng's 3,600 people leaving, no matter it was Kitamura, Mulian and Atsuki Kawasumi, they all stood there in a daze. To be honest, seeing that he was inexperienced, Qin Feng immediately guessed that one of them was nearby, but he didn't expect that all 3 of them would be there. That's right, but how to arrange it? Forget it, it's a good thing for Qin Feng to leave anyway. Otherwise, let alone killing monsters and leveling up, I'm afraid I'll be beaten up by him. I want the north. The 3 of them were filled with a question. When did Qin Feng become so easy to talk to? This island is big or small, so let me go to the north, lean to the east, and Motoyasu to the west, so that you won't be affected by weapons and gain experience. A gust of cold wind blows Atsuki Kawasumi's team. Looking around, there is no fat-headed monster. This is what I proposed, of course I choose first. After the 3 of them quarreled for a while, Atsuki Kawasumi paid a certain price and finally got the position in the north, and immediately rushed to the north of the island excitedly with his followers. After a long time, Kitamura Motoyasu turned his head back and said with some lack of ambition, maybe he was really scared of being beaten by Qin Feng and the others. Atsuki Kawasumi thought for a moment and made his own arrangements. It's just that as they get closer to the north, they find that the island is getting more and more wrong. Raftalia, forget it, it's just a giant magenta frog, and it doesn't have much experience. Ranamaki asked. What he meant was very clear, that is, because of the effect of repelling the sacred artifact, the 3 of them need to divide the leveling place in advance. No, I have investigated in advance. The level of monsters in the north is relatively high, so they can naturally get more experience. Qin Feng said and looked at Kitamura Motoyasu and the others. I won't argue with you, Raftalia, Filo, let's go. Master Shu, the experience of a monster here is indeed quite a lot, but why are there so few monsters? Chapter 190. Myne's whereabouts, Master. I'm hungry. Filo, really, didn't you just eat bread? but that little bit of bread can't fill your stomach at all. Filo, who was sitting on the boat, rubbed his stomach resentfully. Although Filo's human form is small and cute, she is really edible. After all, her body is a huge Filo bird. Filo, just be patient, don't cause trouble to Mr. Qin Feng. Raphtalia shook her head helplessly, but I'm really hungry. Okay, I'll go find something to eat after landing. Sure enough, the master is the best. Excited, Filo threw himself into Qin Feng's arms. Really, Master Qin Feng, you are too accommodating to Filo. Raphtalia looked at the two of them and couldn't help shaking her head. Anyway, there are dozens of minutes before we return to the main island of Calamy Island, and it's almost time for dinner, 7 inches. As Qin Feng said, he stretched out his free hand and rubbed Raphtalia's head. Ah, there are still dozens of minutes. When Filo heard that there was still such a long time, he was in a bad mood, and immediately changed back to the monster form, which caused the whole boat to sink a little bit, and even caused the boat to sway violently. Filo, what are you doing? Raphtalia panicked and grabbed the side of the boat, a little afraid that the boat would capsize. Of course, go ashore quickly. As soon as the words fell, Filo plunged into the navy. Hey, what's wrong? Raphtalia didn't even understand what was going on, but suddenly felt the boat below suddenly accelerate violently. If she hadn't grabbed the side of the boat, the strong pushback almost made her fall on the boat. It should be Filo in the back. Qin Feng turned his head and immediately saw a column of water rising into the sky behind the boat, obviously caused by Filo, who was pushing the boat forward quickly. Advertisement: with the help of Filo, the original small wooden boat can be said to have directly evolved into a speedboat. It would have taken tens of minutes to travel, but it only took a few minutes to return to the shore. Even Qin Feng couldn't help feeling, this may be the legendary mobilized chicken. It's landed, master, where shall we go for dinner? After pushing the boat to the shore, Filo jumped straight out of the water onto the dock. People around were startled when they saw such a big Filo bird. When did the Filo bird become an aquatic creature? But when they saw Qin Feng, they said, we don't know and we dare not ask. We are such a traveler, we don't have a museum yet, how about going there today? Qin Feng tied the boat to the pier, jumped off the boat and said. Okay. Filo exclaimed excitedly. Filo, do you know what the tavern is? Just agree so happily? I don't know, there must be something to eat anyway. Hearing Filo's words, Raphtalia covered her head, feeling quite helpless. The tavern sounds like a place to drink, of course, but it also sells food, and under normal circumstances, there will be a large number of adventurers gathered. It can be described as a mixed bag, but it is also a good place to gather information. Qin Feng explained while leading the two of them to the market. Master Qin Feng, do you want to find out about mine by the way? Raphtalia somewhat understood what Qin Feng meant. That's right. After all, Carmela Island is neither big nor small. In addition to the main island, there are more than 10 islands. The place where we practiced before was just the smallest island among them. It is not an easy task to find a person here, it is natural to collect relevant intelligence and narrow the scope. I see. Raphtalia nodded. As for Filo next to him, he didn't think so much, and his mind was full of thinking about what delicious food he would eat. Earl Hobenberg introduced it before, so Qin Feng found the tavern without spending much time. Pushing the door open, I saw some adventurers sitting in 2s and 3s in the tavern, not many of them. After all, it is noon now, and most of the adventurers must still be hunting monsters outside and have not returned. Advertisement: in no matter which world, the tavern is usually lively at night. Qin Feng didn't care, and walked straight to the counter with Raphtalia and Filo. The 3 guests looked very strange. Did they just come to the island today? The boss is a middle-aged man, neither tall nor fat, looks quite thin, with a mustache, as if smiling all the time. The boss has good eyesight. Prepare 3 main meals for us. There should be food for sale, right? Qin Feng nodded and sat down in front of the counter with Raphtalia. Filo. Of course there are. Some adventurers come here directly after hunting monsters. It is necessary to prepare some food for them, and they can earn more income. After the boss finished speaking, he ordered the chef behind to start cooking. The chef has a bald head, and the muscles outside the chef's uniform are all bulging. He looks quite strong, and there is a long scar on his face. It is not so much a chef as an experienced chef, adventurer. You are blessed. Oliver's cooking skills are top-notch here. Don't tell me that Oliver's cooking tastes so-so, but he will be beaten, haha. Don't listen to them, the food here is actually pretty good. The bored adventurers around shouted one sentence after another, probably simply wanting to attract the attention of Raphtalia and Filo. Please don't mind, after all, these two are rare beauties, those bachelors naturally want to attract some attention. The boss explained with a smile, and then continued to say to the adventurers present, you should also pay attention, they are my new customers, don't scare them away, or I will throw you out. Just as the boss finished speaking, the chef who was cooking turned his head, Qianjiao, and scanned all the adventurers with fierce eyes. Under his gaze, the adventurers gradually calmed down, as if the chef was quite majestic in their hearts. So what kind of wine do you 3 need? The boss then asked kindly, as if nothing had happened. Give me a glass of water, if they say, some juice, after all there are things to do. Qin Feng thought for a while and added, do you have all of these? Of course, while it sounds weird not to drink in a pub, some people do, so don't mind. As the boss spoke, he changed to Qin Feng and the three of them served water and juice. By the way, boss, have you seen her during this time? As Qin Feng said, he took a piece of paper, which was Myne's arrest warrant, with Myne's portrait drawn on it. Seeing Myne, the boss suddenly opened his squinted eyes and nodded, yes. Chapter 191 Holy Cousin. Myne's Mellowmag, the first princess of the kingdom, of course I have seen it. During this period of time, not only you have asked, like the king's soldiers, but also adventurers. Adventurer? Yeah, after all, the reward for arresting Myne is very high. There are full 100 gold coins. If you have so many gold coins, it is enough to strengthen your own equipment to the extreme, and even have extra for your own entertainment. Naturally, many adventurers want to touch it. Tone. I see, Qin Feng nodded, knowing that those adventurers were purely attracted by the bounty, and then continued to ask. Since you have seen it, can you tell me the specific process? Of course there is no problem. About 4 days ago, she sat in your position and ordered a staple food and ale. The boss picked up a cup casually and talked while scrubbing. Then what? What's next? After all, the arrest warrant hadn't been sent here at the time, and there were so many customers in the shop, how could they pay special attention to one person? The boss shrugged and the whole person looked very indifferent. It's not just that, your expression was very surprised just now. If many people have asked you about Myne, you should not have this expression. Qin Feng rested his chin on one hand and looked at the boss playfully. I'm just surprised that the hero of the shield will personally go out to find Myne. The expression on the boss's face didn't change much, he was still smiling. Tell me all about Myne. Qin Feng still decided that the boss was hiding something, so he took out a gold coin from his pocket and put it in front of the boss. If you satisfy me, this is yours, enough for your turnover for a few days. As long as you move your mouth, you will be able to buy it. If you can get it, otherwise, you may have to spend a lot of coins to heal your wounds and repair the tavern, so don't think I can't do it. Qin Feng's threat is quite clear, meaning that if you don't tell me, I will smash your tavern. Of course I believe that, Sir Shield Hero, you have enough courage and strength to do such a thing. The boss took the gold coin into his hand without any trace, and then said slowly, to be honest, Myne is worthy of being the #1 princess in the kingdom. Her holy appearance almost made me think that I saw the goddess prostrate on the ground to worship, even though she was wearing a windbreaker and a hood. I tried to hide my face as much as possible, but the sacred aura couldn't hide from my eyes. Holy breath. Advertisement. Hearing this, even Qin Feng couldn't help but frown. It is really unimaginable that BJCI, Myne can be connected with the divine. Even if the boss said that Myne was full of evil aura last time, or full of curses, it was easy for Qin Feng to accept. It's not wrong, it just makes people feel very sacred. You must know that the Pope Sanyang came here many years ago, and he never made people feel so sacred. The boss raised his head slightly, and there was even a longing in his opened eyes. Whether he had the Pope or Myne in his mind is unknown. To be honest, I still can't figure out why such a holy princess is wanted by the kingdom. Of course. Because of these words, it is easy for people to misunderstand my relationship with Myne, so I only told you one person, and please don't think too much, Mr. Shield Hero. The boss revealed the reasons why he concealed these things. I see, then did she say where she was going? Qin Feng asked, although he didn't understand what relationship Myne had with the sacred, but he was sure that something must have happened to Myne during the few days when he left the capital. Otherwise, even a boss could feel the sacred aura on Myne, but he couldn't feel it. Master Shield Hero, you are making things difficult for me. She was sitting here alone at that time. How could she take the initiative to reveal her purpose? Really? You didn't take the initiative to talk to her? Like now? No, I don't even have the courage to approach her. The boss shook his head. Qin Feng wanted to see traces of lying on the boss's face, but unfortunately, he didn't. Even the boss, who has seen countless adventurers, dare not go up and talk to him. Qin Feng is even more curious about Myne's changes. Although I got some news about Myne, I still don't know her whereabouts, which is really a pity. But forget it, finding Myne is only a matter of time. Qin Feng no longer struggles, at least he knows that Myne is definitely not the Myne he knew before. Hey, isn't this the little brother dressed as the shield hero? What a coincidence. Suddenly there was a sound at the hotel door. Advertisement. Qin Feng turned around, no surprises, it was Lerku and Tiras. Hey. I told you that I am the shield hero, just admit it directly, don't add the word, dress up, every time. Qin Feng shook his head helplessly. Okay, my respected master false shield hero, haha. Lerku sat directly beside Qin Feng and let out a hearty laugh. Mr. Qin Feng, Miss Raftalia, Miss Filo, hello. Compared to Lerku, Tiras is much more polite. Hi Miss Tiras. Raftalia and Filo also nodded to her and said hello. Boss, a glass of ale. Speaking of which, what are you doing here? Aren't you hunting monsters to upgrade? After Lerku asked the boss for a glass of ale, he turned to ask Qin Feng. At this time, the chef put the finished main meal in front of Master Qin Feng. I'm going to hunt monsters after lunch, how about you? Qin Feng took a mouthful of rice casually, and continued following the topic of Lerku intentionally or unintentionally. Don't talk about it, I spent a whole morning looking for a hotel before I found a room. I wasted a lot of time. After finishing speaking, Lerku gulped down the ale in front of him with an angry face. After all, there are too many adventurers on the island now. Almost every hotel is full. By the way, you haven't found a room yet. The hotel we stayed in should have a vacant room. It's crowded. If so, 3 people should be able to sleep. Yes, you have to act quickly, or the empty room may be taken away by other adventurers, boss. Give me another glass of ale. Lerku continued what Tiras said, and it can still be seen that the two of them are quite enthusiastic, and they have also had a headache for a long time in finding a hotel. No, we've already found a room, in the castle-like hotel behind the market. Lerku was drinking his second glass of beer, when he heard Qin Feng's words, the beer in his mouth spewed out, and the boss standing opposite him closed his eyes directly to prevent the beer from getting into his eyes. Chapter 192. Espionage with Different Minds. My guest, can you please be careful, if you are not in front of me, you may be in trouble. The boss took out a handkerchief and wiped the ale on his face, but there was no angry expression on his face, and he still looked like a good old man with a smile on his face. Sorry. Lerku hastily apologized repeatedly in embarrassment, and then turned to Qin Feng with a look of surprise. That is the most luxurious and popular hotel on Karlami Island, and it can't be booked with gold coins. After all, it has been booked for a month after that. What are you going to do? It turns out that the business of that hotel is so good. Don't talk about anything else, tell me how did you get to the room? Queen Morelia prepared it for us. Qin Feng smiled slightly and did not choose to hide it. Hearing this, Lerku frowned, and his face suddenly became extremely serious. Tell me, what is your relationship with the queen of this country? Are you the queen's illegitimate child? What illegitimate child? I am the shield hero, isn't it normal for the queen to help me prepare a residence? Qin Feng shrugged and said it as a matter of course. At this time, Lerku suddenly changed his attitude. You don't say anything. Miss Raftalia, Mr. Qin Feng, is that hotel very comfortable to live in? I heard that the decoration inside is quite luxurious, and the room has all the facilities that should be there. 11. At this moment, Tiras also suddenly inserted into the topic. Her tone was a little hasty, as if she was trying to cover up something. It's indeed quite luxurious, but we haven't officially lived in it yet. After all, we still have things to do. Qin Feng just looked at Tiras and Lerku with a smile, but Raftalia replied without thinking too much. Things? The arrest warrant? Lerku looked down at the wanted notice in Qin Feng's hand. Yes, Myne, the first princess of the kingdom, have you seen it? Qin Feng nodded, and completely spread out the wanted notice in front of Lerku and Tiras. The two stared at the portrait above and shook their heads. That's really a pity. Qin Feng put away the arrest warrant casually, shaking his head pretending to be disappointed. It turns out that you didn't come here to upgrade, but for the arrest warrant of Princess Myne. That's right. That's a bounty of 100 gold coins. Mr. Qin Feng, are you short of gold coins? Lerku and Tiras continued to speak. Advertisement, it's not really lacking. This trip is actually mainly for upgrading, and then find mine by the way. Hearing Qin Feng's words, some subtle excitement flashed in Lerku's eyes. Then why don't we form a team? If there are more people, the efficiency of upgrading will be improved a lot. Don't worry. Don't look at me like this. I think my strength is good, and I won't drag you back. Lerku put his arm around Qin Feng's shoulders and said in a self-recommended manner, coupled with his hearty appearance, it was really hard to refuse, and he could feel an inexplicable sense of security from him. Oh, are you planning to test my strength? Qin Feng frowned. I don't understand the meaning of your words. What is testing strength? Lerku's expression froze for a moment, but he quickly returned to normal. It's nothing. If Raftalia and Filo don't have any opinions about team formation, I don't care, and it just so happens that I'm also very interested in your strength. Qin Feng said and turned to look at Raftalia and Filo. I have no problem. Sounds like fun. After the two agreed, Qin Feng turned around. No problem, let's form a team, but wait until we finish our lunch. Of course, it just so happened that we didn't have lunch. Lerku and Tiras also asked the boss for 2 main meals. After lunch, Qin Feng and the others went to the wilds of the main island. Although there are more adventurers on the main island, there are still many places that are more suitable for leveling. It was mainly Lerku and Tiras who led the way. I heard from them that they had investigated in advance. Before we cooperate, let's get to know each other's strength in advance. Lerku, what's your current level? On the way of the 5 of them to the leveling point, Qin Feng asked first. My word is 45, Tiras is 41, how about you? Generally speaking, it is difficult for ordinary adventurers to reach level 40 or above, but Lerku and Tiras have obviously already completed the promotion. I'm level 48, Raftalia is level 46, and Filo is level 45. The level is much higher than ours. Fortunately, after all, we practiced more than 10 grades on the island this morning. I see. I heard that the monsters on this island have a lot of experience. This is indeed the case. Generally, there are more than 3 times the experience. Then it seems that there should be a huge harvest today. Maybe we can upgrade to level 50 or more at once. Advertisement. Everyone chatted without saying a word, until when it was about to approach the leveling point, Lerku stopped first. Asking for flowers. By the way, before the official start, let's discuss the tactics first. Brother Qin Feng, what kind of combat method do you usually use? After Lerku asked, even when Raftalia spoke, Qin Feng said in advance, under normal circumstances, I am responsible for attracting monsters, and then let my companions take the opportunity to output. If I encounter a large monster, it is mainly up to me to step forward and suppress it. Companion output.
Introduce monsters. Suppress. Obviously Master Qin Feng Master has always rushed over with his fists raised, let alone take advantage of the opportunity to output. A little slower, we didn't even touch the fur of the monster, and directly killed Master Qin Feng Master. Well, why is it completely different?
Although Raftalia and Filo were puzzled, they didn't speak out on the spot, knowing that Qin Feng must have another purpose. It's a very conventional tactic. Personally, I'm quite sure about this tactic. Larcourt nodded with his chin in his hands, and then continued thinking. Under normal circumstances, I charge straight up with a weapon. How about this? If you join us, I will be at the front, and Raftalia and Filo will be in charge of the left and right sides. Tyrus has good magic, so it is natural to output it later, and you. No problem. Of course, in addition to defensive power, you also need a good enough consciousness to make a sufficiently accurate judgment on the battlefield. I wonder if you can do it, little brother? Larku glanced at the others again. Hearing that everyone agreed, Larku immediately walked towards the leveling point with his head held high. I have no problem either. Okay, now that the tactics are settled, let's go. Raftalia, Filo and Tillis also have no comment. Qin Feng didn't think too long, and responded directly. Understood. You use a shield as a weapon. You should be quite confident in your own defense. How about you standing in the middle and taking care of all of us? And what about you? Lalsiyu then added something. Let me see your strength, Book of Scythe. Lalku looked at Qin Feng and asked. What he meant was obvious, that is, Qin Feng stood in the middle of the formation, a position where he could retreat and defend, and advance and attack. If the pressure in the front row is high, Qin Feng can join to fight against the monsters. If a monster takes the opportunity to attack the back row, then Qin Feng can also retreat to protect the back row. Looking at Laku's back, Qin Feng's mouth twitched slightly. Chapter 193 I was killing monsters but you hooked up with my companion? Since they haven't fully entered the depths of the main island, the ones they encounter are basically shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Lalku, Raftalia, and Filo, who rushed to the front alone, were able to easily deal with the monsters. Qin Feng and Tyrus, who were standing a little behind, seemed to be doing nothing. Raftalia and Filo are so powerful, they are not weaker than Larku at all. Looking at the two fighting in front, Tyrus said with some admiration. No, they're still a long way off, at least it seems to me. Qin Feng looked at Lalku and replied casually. Mr. Qin Feng, you are still strict. I can see that the strength of Raftalia and Filo is beyond the reach of ordinary adventurers. Isn't Lalku the same? Ordinary adventurers can't use that huge scythe so flexibly, and it's powerful enough to attack. 393. Really, I think Raftalia and Filo may be better than Larsu. Larku hasn't shown his true strength yet. Maybe Raftalia and Filo join forces to fight against Larku, and they won't be able to take advantage of it. Mr. Qin Feng, you are too modest. Where? Qin Feng and Tyrus were bragging about each other for a while, each with their own concerns. By the way, I'm curious about how you and Larku met. Qin Feng suddenly changed the subject. I don't think you'd want to hear it because it's been a long and mundane journey. Tyrus thought for a while and said, it doesn't matter, anyway, there is nothing to do now, just talk about it casually, just to relieve boredom. Really, I'm more curious about how you are similar to Raftalia and Filo. It is not easy to find such a beautiful and powerful partner. Tyrus didn't answer Qin Feng, but asked back, it's a long and ordinary story, and I don't think you'd want to hear it. Qin Feng imitated Tyrus's movements and tone and said, Puff, advertisement. Tyrus laughed straight away. Mr. Qin Feng, you really imitated. Hey, brother Qin Feng, your behavior is too unkind. I was killing monsters in front, but you were picking on my companion? At this time, Larku, who had just cut a monster in half, turned his head and shouted. Hey, it's too idle to stand behind, can't I just chat with Tyrus? Qin Feng shrugged and replied. Yeah, Larku, what you said is too harsh. Mr. Qin Feng and I are just communicating in a normal way. If you say something like this again, be careful and I will give you a magic spell. Tyrus also replied, pretending to be angry. Hearing what the two said, Lalku froze for a moment, and then shouted to the sky. God, my companion was kidnapped in just over 10 minutes. His sad look made everyone laugh. Aren't you jealous? Lalsiyu suddenly turned to Raftalia and Filo and asked. No, it's not the first time anyway. Raftalia looked at Qin Feng with some resentment. Hearing this, Larku became very serious and said, Brother Qin Feng, all of a sudden, I regret forming a team with you, maybe I will lose a companion. If Tyrus leaves with me, then you should join us directly, in this way, you will still be companions. With a smile on his face, Qin Feng continued following his topic. Thinking about it, maybe it's pretty good, but it's a pity. There was a bit of melancholy in Laku's tone, but it disappeared quickly, and a hearty smile appeared on his face again. Raftalia, Filo, let me quickly clean up all the monsters here, and then find some powerful monsters. I can't let brother Qin Feng and Tyrus continue to be idle. Good. Raftalia and Filo nodded in unison, speeding up the speed of killing the enemy. About 10 minutes later, there was no longer a living monster around, only the corpses of monsters all over the ground. Can I accept these monsters? Naturally, it was time to clean up the battlefield. Lalku asked, pointing to the corpse of the monster on the ground. In fact, due to the low strength of Warcraft, it is impossible to collect valuable materials. Advertisement, half of us, but since he asked this question, Qin Feng said directly, even if the value is not high, there is no reason for Lerku to take it all. Good. Lerku responded, raised the sickle in his hand, and every time he put it on a monster corpse, it could quickly absorb it. Qin Feng knew that he was the hero of the scythe, and the weapon in his hand was naturally a sacred weapon, so it was no surprise that he also absorbed the corpse of another monster. Although there is not much value, at least it can strengthen the shield a little bit. In the future, if necessary, props can also be produced directly through the shield. It can be regarded as storing all the materials in the shield at one time. The only disadvantage is that the materials cannot be sold again, and can only be used to manufacture props through the shield. Suddenly, a black shadow sprang out from the grass and went straight to Tiras. Having said that, Qin Feng did not give people the slightest sense of urgency, and even his tone was quite relaxed, more like teasing. Tiras thanked with some surprise. Lerku noticed it immediately, but because he was at the front of the team to explore the way, there was a certain distance, so he couldn't help Tiras immediately, so he could only shout to remind him. After packing up the battlefield, Qin Feng and the others continued to go deep into the main island. Good, careful, everyone, be careful. They don't look much different from ordinary black rabbits, but their claws are very sharp. You should have seen the movement on my shield just now. If you don't pay attention, your head will fall to the ground. As he walked further and further away, the height of the surrounding grass became higher and higher, almost reaching his waist, making it difficult to see the surrounding situation clearly at a glance. Seeing that his attack had no effect, the black shadow rushed back into the grass again. It's done, let's move on. A kind of magical beast with karmic barriers, it seems that we have entered the deepest part of the island, and broke into their territory, making them very unhappy. Thank you, Mr. Qin Feng. What was that black shadow just now? This is one of the functions of the sacred artifacts learned from Kitamura Motoyasu and the others at the last brave meeting, and it is also a point that Qin Feng has forgotten. Although it is of no use to him, it is only convenient for cleaning the battlefield. Moreover, a large number of monster corpses may cause plague, so cleaning is also a necessary thing. There was a piercing sound of metal rubbing, and sparks flew all over the shield. At the same time as he spoke, Qin Feng had already stood in front of Tiras, facing the attacking shadow, and raised the 4.9 shield in his hand. Chapter 194. Magic in Another World. Everyone stared at the surroundings closely. It has to be said that the Karma Demon Rabbit is a very dangerous beast. It is small in size, fast in speed, has sharp claws, and hides in the surrounding grass, making it hard to see where it is. If you are not careful, you will be attacked. If their claws are drawn across the neck, it will really fall directly on the head, as Qin Feng said. Finally, I have encountered an interesting monster, Lerku. Is there a way to clean up the surrounding grass? Qin Feng glanced around and asked Lerku. Although he could feel the location of the surrounding Karma rabbits, Raftalia and Filo could not distinguish the location of the Karma rabbits because of the obstruction of the grass. If it was before, Qin Feng rushed up with his fists raised, and there was no need for Raftalia and Filo to make a move at all. Now, with Lerku and Tiras here, they need to clear the grass for their convenience. Yes, I'll count to 123, and you all jump up, jump as high as you can. Lerku clenched the sickle in his hand and began to count. 1, 2, 3. As soon as the word 3 came out of his mouth, Raftalia and Filo jumped up together, and Qin Feng also hugged 19 Tilly's waist, leading her to jump into the air. At this moment, the blade of the sickle in Lerku's hand radiated light, and as he swept around, a circle of slashing waves spread around. The grass close to 1 meter high was naturally cut off by the chopping wave, almost instantly. Within 20 meters around, a clearing was cleared by Lerku. Although there are still remnants of grass roots, but the figure of the karmic monster can already be seen slightly. Let's go. The moment Raftalia and Filo landed on the ground, they immediately rushed to the nearby karmic demon rabbit. Flying wheels. Lerku was not idle either. The scythe in his hand was energized, spinning continuously into the shape of a wheel, fighting the 2 demon rabbits in half. In the blink of an eye, the 5 karmic demon rabbits around were quickly cleaned up by the 3. At this time, Qin Feng slowly fell from midair with Tiras in his arms. Brother Qin Feng, did you jump so high on purpose, so you can hug Tiras for a longer time? Lerku locked his eyes on Qin Feng's hand and narrowed his eyes. When he said this, Tiras, who hadn't felt much at first, blushed involuntarily. Advertisement, don't blame me, it's just you who said that you can jump as high as you can. Qin Feng let go of the right hand holding Tiras's waist as if nothing had happened, shrugged and retorted. So it's like this, your jumping ability is really good. It's too much to say, but if you have time to admire me, it's better to get rid of the Karma Demon Rabbit first. Qin Feng turned his gaze to the back of Lerku, and sure enough, another 6 Karma Demon Rabbits appeared, and since the surrounding grass had been cleared away, they could be seen clearly this time. Give it to me. Tiras took a step forward, and began to chant. The power of gems all over the universe. Please show your response to the call here. My name is Tiras Alexandrite. My companions, become the power to destroy the enemy. Let's go. This is a chanting spell that Qin Feng has never heard before, and it is completely different from the chanting methods of Malty, King, Morelia, etc. During the chanting, Tiras's hair color gradually changed from blue to red. Immediately afterwards, the bracelets she wore on both hands shone brightly, forming a fireball in front of her. Pyroxene ruby flame. It was obviously a small fireball, but it burst out with dazzling brilliance, and shot towards the 6 Karma Demon rabbits. As soon as it hit a Karma Monster rabbit, the whole fireball exploded loudly, engulfing all 5 Karma Monster rabbits around it. What is amazing is that there is no trace of burning in the surrounding grass. Accompanied by a few crackling sounds, the whole bodies of those Karma Demon rabbits turned into scorched black, without any sign of moving. Wow! Miss Tiras, your magic is amazing. Seeing such a gorgeous and powerful magic, Raphtalia couldn't help flickering with envy in his eyes. Thank you, Miss Raphtalia. Tiras smiled slightly, not giving off a sense of pride, but rather modest. Miss Tiras, how did you do it? Even though the fire magic is so powerful, it didn't ignite the surrounding grass. Generally speaking, the most taboo thing in this kind of grass is to use fire magic. It could start a fire. In this case, it belongs to my unique magic. Seeing that Raphtalia was about to continue to question, Lerku interjected. This is the biggest and very important secret of Tilly's. Since it is a very important secret, it is natural not to tell others easily. Advertisement Raphtalia also wisely did not continue to ask. It was Qin Feng, with the corners of his mouth curled up, holding his chin and thinking in his heart. The magic of another world is really interesting. Suddenly, I felt someone pulling the corner of my clothes, so I lowered my head slightly to find a way. What's wrong? Master, can you stop showing this expression? After pulling Qin Feng a little away, Filo looked up at Qin Feng's face and said seriously. What is the problem? Every time the master shows such an expression, someone will suffer. I think Lerku and Tiras are pretty good. Hearing Philo's words, Qin Feng smiled awkwardly, rubbed her head and explained. Filo, this situation is more complicated, and it's hard for me to explain it to you in detail. Really? Filo got it. Filo nodded obediently, and then added, no matter what, Filo will help the master. 397. Filo is so obedient. After I go back, I will treat you to something delicious. Master is the best. As soon as he heard that there was something to eat, Filo immediately became excited again. The next step is of course to go deeper. Due to the danger of monsters like the Karma Demon Rabbit, Qin Feng and Tiras didn't sit idle this time, and the formation changed slightly. Standing at the front of the team was Qin Feng, facing the most direct and violent attack from the Karma Demon Rabbit. Lerku and Filo acted as a cover and assisted in the attack, while Raphtalia stood with Tiras to protect her from being attacked by the Karma Rabbit when Tiras released her magic. Even though Qin Feng didn't use any means of attack, his powerful defense still protected everyone, so that everyone could safely output. Naturally, the team pushed all the way. Qin Feng also got a new shield due to absorbing the material of the Karma Demon Rabbit. Karma Monster Rabbit Familia Shield. The ability has not been released, and the equipment bonus effect, the hearing range, small, the ability value correction of Rabbit Ronnie, small. At first glance, it seems that there is such a magical skill as knowledgeable domineering, but on the other hand, it is destined not to use shields, and can only satisfy a little bit of collection addiction. But in fact, according to Qin Feng's research, this kind of perceptual effect actually has a certain bonus effect on knowledge and domineering. More precisely, they are complementary. 195th Chapter Cooperation. Knowledge-colored arrogance is one of the 3 arrogances in One Piece world, and it is a very powerful auxiliary ability. It can perceive the enemy's attack, predict the opponent's next move, perceive the strength of the creature, perceive the emotional thinking of the creature, perceive the position and quantity of objects outside the field of vision, and even predict the future. Of course, knowledgeable domineering also has strengths and weaknesses, which vary from person to person. But in the final analysis, knowledge color domineering is an extension of the 5 senses of human beings, or knowledge color domineering is an ability that can make the 5 senses sharper than ordinary people. And the effect on the shield is also one of the 5 senses, that is, it can enhance the 5 senses, which naturally complements the domineering color of knowledge. This new shield that can improve the sense of hearing is quite useful to Qin Feng, and it is a good harvest. Brother Qin Feng, your defense is really strong. At this time, after finishing solving a batch of Karma Demon rabbits that popped up, Lerku said with some admiration. It's okay, Lerku, your attack power is also quite powerful, isn't it? Qin Feng, who got the new shield, was still in a good mood, and said with a smile. It's not out of politeness. It can be seen that although Lerku's level is lower than Raphtalia's, his attack power is comparable. This is because he has no hidden strength. You must know that the current Raphtalia, together with the long sword tailored for her by the weapon boss, has an exaggerated attack power. Even for brave men like Kitamura Motoyasu, they cannot compare with it. Moreover, Lerku's sickle has the ability to change its size and so on. It is quite flexible and has high lethality. My attack power is strong. Brother Qin Feng, don't be joking. To be honest, if I take you as an imaginary enemy, I can't be sure that I can break through your defense and cause you even a little damage. Lerku sighed and said, it could be heard that he was speaking from the heart. Indeed, this is the first time I have seen someone with such defensive power, and it also gave me a feeling of ease, as if I didn't try my best at all. Tiras also followed suit. Don't say that, I've tried my best in the face of these karmic demon rabbits. Qin Feng shrugged. Raphtalia and Filo looked at each other, and they said they discovered a new ability of Qin Feng. To lie without blinking an eye. Of course. The two of them didn't cut into the conversation. After all, I have been with Qin Feng for a long time, and I understand that he must have some purpose in saying this. After a burst of business exchanges, a relic that looked like Stonehenge appeared in front of them. And in this ruins, there is another karmic demon rabbit. Although its appearance is very different from ordinary demon rabbits, it is quite huge in size. The pair of ears hanging from its head are also extremely long, and it looks as flexible as arms. Swinging. It looks like the boss of the karmic demon rabbit. How do you divide it? Advertisement. Qin Feng took a step forward and asked Lerku next to him. Have you started thinking about the spoils before killing it? Lerku looked at Qin Feng with some surprise. Whether it can be killed or not, isn't it an obvious fact? That's right. How about the old rules, half of each person? No problem. Qin Feng nodded, and then started to rush towards the monster rabbit boss, and the others followed closely in formation. Woo! At this time, Yaodu boss also discovered the existence of Qin Feng and the others, let out a long breath, and made a somewhat sharp sound. I saw the ground around its body fluctuating like water surface, extending towards Qin Feng and the others. It should be a ground attack. You follow me, go straight there. While Qin Feng was speaking, he had already switched the shield in his hand to rhinoceros horn shield. This large shield almost completely blocked his front. As the fluctuation of the ground was about to extend to Qin Feng's feet, huge soil thorns rushed out of the ground immediately. But the moment it touched Qin Feng's shield, the earth thorns immediately shattered. Qin Feng almost didn't stop for a moment, crushed the soil thorns, and rushed directly in front of the monster rabbit boss. This is the skill, Furious Charge, that belongs to the shield. It also hit the monster rabbit boss without any hindrance. Accompanied by a loud noise, the demon rabbit boss, who was as tall as two adults, slid backwards a few meters away, and almost lost his footing and fell to the ground. Lerku, Filo and Raphtalia followed closely behind, and the attacks of the three fell on the demon rabbit boss one after another. When they were attacking, Tiras at the back was not idle, releasing magic, and the dazzling fire magic engulfed the monster rabbit boss. However, although their attack power is very strong, the blood volume and defense power of the boss are not decorations, and they cannot achieve the effect of killing ordinary karma demon rabbits with one blow. On the contrary, it was the demon rabbit boss who was in pain, waving his two long ears like arms crazily, at an extremely fast speed, bringing out long shadows like long whips. No, it's too dangerous. Let's retreat first and organize the next wave of attacks. Lerku saw that the monster rabbit boss's attack was disorderly, and it was impossible to predict its next attack direction. Instead, it was easy to be attacked, which was a very wise judgment. Just at this time, Qin Feng had jumped up. Advertisement. No need, keep attacking. Before he finished speaking, the shield in Qin Feng's hand slammed down on the head of the monster rabbit boss. The huge force smashed the monster rabbit boss's head almost to the ground on the spot, and its crazy attack naturally stopped. Although Lerku was amazed by Qin Feng's power, he also knew that the opportunity must not be missed, so he immediately gave up retreating and continued to attack the monster rabbit boss together with Raphtalia and Filo. As time passed, even though Qin Feng didn't really make a move, the five of them became more and more tacit understanding, and this huge monster rabbit boss fell in front of Qin Feng and the others without any risk. It's really fun, you don't have to worry about being attacked at all, as long as you keep outputting, brother Qin Feng. I have to admit that this is the most enjoyable battle in my life. I am starting to envy Raphtalia and Filo. With you in the fight, there is no need to worry about getting hurt, haha. Lerku stepped on the corpse of the monster rabbit boss and let out a hearty laugh. Since you're envious, why not just join us? In fact, it doesn't matter if you join or not, as long as Tiras agrees. Qin Feng glanced at Lerku, then looked at Tiras and joked. Mr. Qin Feng, stop joking, Raphtalia and Filo will be angry. Tiras smiled and said politely. That's right, Lerku, I agree with you joining us. Hey, don't say it like I'm begging you to join you, Delise. Forget it. Qin Feng shrugged, and started to absorb the material of the demon rabbit boss. I said, why do you make people feel so angry? Lerku jumped off the boss corpse, frowning. I'm not happy, then fight with me, it's like a duel in the Middle Ages, how about winning the person and getting Tiras? Although I don't know what the Middle Ages are, forget it. I can't beat you. In order to avoid being beaten up by you, Tiras will let you go. When did I become like an object and let you decide? As soon as Tiras finished speaking, Qin Feng and Lalkuchichi turned their heads to look at her and said in unison. We're just joking, don't mind. At this time, Raphtalia came to Tiras and said in person. Do you think they will be brothers who have been separated for many years? People also feel that they are a bit alike. Filo followed suit. I do not know. Tilly rested her chin, thought for a while, and shook her head. Chapter 196. Which of the two is better? I don't know, but in a sense, the two of them do have a lot in common. As companions, they will give people a strong sense of security. It seems that no matter what happens, they know it's completely fine, and they're pretty straightforward. Tilly shook her head with her chin resting, and said after thinking for a while. Frank? Hearing this, Raphtalia murmured in his heart. If it is said that killing people kills people, this is called straightforwardness. Lord Qin Feng is indeed quite straightforward. Well, but compared to Mr. Qin Feng, Lerku sometimes seems a lot naive, and Mr. Qin Feng is more reliable. Tiras then added in a serious manner. Really? I think it would be easier and more fun to be with Lerku as a companion. Master Qin Feng never let his brain stop resting and thinking about something all the time. As Raphtalia said, she added in her heart, always thinking about calculating others. This should be the advantage of Lerku's childishness. The reason why Mr. Qin Feng is constantly thinking is that he is constantly considering the current situation and the dangers that may occur next, just like before. When it attacked me, Mr. Qin Feng was the first to discover it, in order to resist 267 attacks, wasn't it? It seems that Tilly's evaluation is quite high. Indeed, if there is any danger, Master Qin Feng will be able to spot it immediately and rush to the front to defend us against the danger. Raphtalia frowned, thought for a while before speaking. So, although Mr. Qin Feng and Lerku are very similar in certain aspects, there is no doubt that Mr. Qin Feng is better. Filo also feels the owner is better. Tiras had just finished speaking, and Filo immediately agreed. Miss Tiras, I can't refute what you said, but Larku is your companion. Is it really appropriate to say that he is? Raphtalia looked at Tiras and asked. It doesn't matter, Lalsiu won't mind. After all, this is the truth, and he is a man who has the courage to admit his shortcomings, but it's better not to tell him. Tiras waved her hand and said with a smile. Raphtalia and Filo also smiled acquaintedly and understood what she meant. What are you talking about? You look very happy. At this time, Qin Feng and Lerku had absorbed the monster rabbit boss and returned to them. I won't tell you, this is a little secret between us girls. Advertisement Raphtalia and Tillith said almost in unison. That's right, this is a girl's little secret. Filo followed suit and nodded. Now it was Qin Feng's turn and Lerku looked at each other. It seems that your relationship has become quite good, and you have a little secret, and I will be very curious if you don't tell it. Larku didn't mind at all, and joked with a smile. It's normal for girls to have little secrets, there's nothing to ask about. As soon as Qin Feng finished speaking, Luo Lisi leaned close to Raphtalia and Philo's ear and whispered. Look, I just said that Mr. Qin Feng is more mature than Lerku. Raphtalia and Filo nodded, and looked at Larku. Lalku, who couldn't hear what they were saying, looked puzzled. And I felt that the three of them looked at him with some contempt. As if I did ask something I shouldn't have asked. Larku scratched his cheek and said with some embarrassment. Then let's stop here, Raphtalia, Filo, these two things are for you. As Qin Feng said, he raised the shield in his hand, and as the gemstones on the shield emitted a burst of light, a sword appeared from his claws and fell to the ground. Just now after the shield absorbed the monster rabbit boss material, although the new shield was not unlocked, two pieces of equipment that could be crafted popped up. This is the benefit of the holy weapon, as long as the material is absorbed, the equipment can be directly crafted. These two items are the Karma Demon Rabbit Short Sword and the Karma Demon Rabbit Fist Claw, which are considered good equipment. Philo excitedly brought his fist claws to his hands, waved, BJCF, a few times in the air, and he was very satisfied by looking at her expression. The owner of the weapon shop did help Philo build a weapon before, but it was suitable for Philo's bird-shaped claws, and Philo in human form did not have a suitable weapon. Moreover, the boss's weapon is made of a lot of dragon materials, which makes Filo feel very uncomfortable, so she can't put it down for this new equipment. Master Qin Feng, I already have a long sword, this. On the contrary, Raphtalia frowned a little troubled. Advertisement. Your long sword is indeed very good at attacking, but in some specific situations, the speed of swinging is still a bit slow, and even the long sword cannot be swung due to the narrow space. You can try holding this short sword. Under Qin Feng's explanation, Raphtalia suddenly realized, and hurriedly picked up the dagger. Thank you, Lord Qin Feng. Indeed, if you add a short sword, when you are facing the enemy, suddenly use the short sword for a quick attack, which is very lethal. Lal Ku nodded with his chin in his hands, agreeing with Qin Feng's point of view. It seems that Ms. Raphtalia is going to become a double sword style, and her strength will definitely be improved by then. Congratulations. Tiras congratulated with a smile. Don't say that, I haven't tried it yet, and I don't know if it will work. Don't worry, I believe that with Ms. Raphtalia's strength, she will be able to adapt quickly and perfectly utilize the advantages of the double sword style. Hearing Tilly's cheering words, Raphtalia felt a lot more relieved. Seeing this, Qin Feng didn't say anything, and looked around. It's still early, should we go look elsewhere? There are no other bosses or highly experienced monsters? Alright. Lalku resisted the scythe and agreed without hesitation, and the others naturally agreed. The team set off again. As night falls, Qin Feng has broken through the level 50 mark. Although the hidden strength caused the effect to be not too high, but the experience of the previous boss was quite good, so it was still upgraded by 4 levels, and the current level is 52. Raphtalia has reached level 51. Filo has also reached level 50. Qin Feng found that after they advanced, he would need a lot more experience than them for each level, and if this continued, they would surpass him in level in a short time. Larku and Tiras reached level 49 and 45 respectively. It can be said that this trip has gained a lot. It's getting late, it seems it's time to go back, otherwise the hotel will be closed. At this moment, Larku said as he looked at the setting sun that was about to fall from the horizon. It's not necessary, it's better to hit the sun than to choose a day. Today we will stay here together and continue leveling. I heard that at night, the monsters here will become more violent, and the number will increase greatly. The night is undoubtedly the best. Good time for leveling. Qin Feng looked at Lalku and Tiras and said so. Chapter 197. Is it a good guy or a bad guy? If the number of monsters increases at night, with our current cooperation and strength, we can indeed increase the speed of upgrading, but we have already opened a hotel room, and it is still a hotel that we found with great difficulty. Larku frowned and said rather entangled. Come on, our hotel is the same as the castle, and we don't want to spend a night in this wild place. Qin Feng replied casually. Hearing what you said, I suddenly feel much more comfortable in my heart. How about it, have you decided? As Qin Feng asked again, Lerku looked at Tiras and nodded. Okay, let's stay here for one night, but we didn't bring any food, after all, we didn't plan to meet with you in the wild. Warcraft spend the night. Don't worry, I have plenty of food, so everyone get ready to work and cook dinner. After Qin Feng finished speaking, everyone immediately started to get busy. I found a relatively flat open space on one side, collected dry branches and raised a bonfire. In no time, dinner was cooked with the cooperation of Raftalia and Tillis. Everyone was chatting while eating dinner, and the time passed by like this. The sky was completely dark, and it was entering the night. How about this, Tillis and I will take a look around and find out where is more suitable for leveling. After dinner, Lerku stood up and said, Okay, be careful. Qin Feng hadn't finished eating yet, so he replied without raising his head. Be careful too, there may be monsters rushing out during this time period. Lerku nodded, and then left with Tiras. The two of them were silent all the way, until after walking a long distance, Lerku suddenly stopped and looked around, as if he was afraid of being followed by others. What do you think of them? Seeing that there was no one nearby, Jun asked with a serious expression. Advertisement. They are all very strong, whether it is Raftalia or Filo, their strength is definitely beyond description by ordinary people, especially. If Raftalia really learns the double sword style, even you will be threatened. Tiras frowned, thought for a while, and then said. Indeed, Raftalia's swordsmanship is quite excellent, with impeccable speed, strength, and angles. She is definitely a very good fighter. Although Filo's attack mode is single, her speed is so fast that it is difficult to block her down. Lerku agrees with Tiras very much. It seems that Lerku and Tiras both made Latentalia and Filo their imaginary enemies. If it's just Raftalia and Filo, we still have a certain chance of defeating them, but Mr. Qin Feng is still there. Shield hero Qin Feng. It would be great if he wasn't the opponent. Lerku shook his head in distress. His eyebrows were about to turn into a horoscope. Although it's not very good to say so, his defensive power is really terrifying, and his control over the battlefield is also impressive. I'm so afraid that as long as he joins forces with Raftalia and Filo, we won't have any chance. From Lerku's point of view, Raftalia and Filo have quite good offensive power, coupled with Qin Feng's defensive power, and the tacit cooperation between the three of them is simply impeccable. Not only the defensive power, Mr. Qin Feng's strength is also quite terrifying. With just one blow, such a huge monster rabbit boss was directly pressed to the ground. Tiras then added, Well, I still have an intuition that Brother Qin Feng seems to know our true identity and deliberately concealed our strength. If this is the case, let alone the three of them teaming up, even if we deal with Brother Qin Feng alone, I can't defeat him, at least I don't have the confidence to break through his defense. Lalsiu agrees, didn't you also hide part of your strength? At this moment, Tiras showed a look of surprise on her face. They're not here. I don't need to say polite words. I'm really not sure. To be honest, I don't want to treat them as opponents. On the contrary, I still like to be with them. I feel that I can become good friends. Hey. Lerku sighed deeply, with helplessness in his eyes. But there's no way around it. If we don't defeat them, our world will be destroyed. From the moment we pick up our weapons, our fate is destined to no longer belong to us. There was also a little sadness in Tiras's eyes. Yeah, no matter what, I have to figure out a way to defeat them, right? Suddenly, I feel like I'm ignoring something. Tiras, do you have that feeling? Lerku changed the subject and asked with some doubts. When you say that, it seems that you really have this feeling. Advertisement. Tiras nodded. The two fell into silence, both thinking about what they had overlooked. Ask for flowers. After a long time, Lerku shrugged and walked into the distance. Forget it, think about it later, go check out the surrounding terrain first, before becoming rivals. We are still brothers Qin Feng and the others companions, then you have to be a good partner. Mr. Lerku and Miss Tiras, why haven't you come back yet? That's right, Lerku, like Grace, is also a hero of another world, the hero of the sickle. That's why his weapon is similar to my shield, which can absorb the materials of monsters, and for Tiras, his identity is the same as yours, companions of the brave. Now Raftalia and Filo are even more confused. Don't worry, there are no monsters on this island that can threaten the two of them. After all, their strength is still quite good compared to ordinary people. Now there is a high probability that they should hide somewhere, discussing how likely they are to defeat us. Raftalia looked into the distance with her head probed, worried in her heart whether the two of them might be in danger. A smile appeared on Tiras's face again, and followed Lerku. Remember that glass I told you about earlier? Let's enjoy this sense of adventure that we will never have again. Didn't you forget that the brave man from another world held the holy artifact with two fans? The three of Kitamura Motoyasu will also growl. We are also brave, take care of our feelings, don't treat us as trash, okay? It seems that there is no threat at all. Qin Feng looked at the bonfire in front of him and said very calmly. 0. If Kitamura Motoyasu, Ren Amaki, and Itsuki Kawasumi had heard them here, they would have known exactly what Raku and Tiras had overlooked. Master, aren't we companions? Why do Lerku and Tiras want to defeat us? It wasn't that he was surprised by Lerku's real identity, but that Qin Feng knew Lerku's identity, but he didn't kill him. After all, he was an enemy. I said, It's no wonder that Larku's weapon is so strange. I thought it was a weapon imitating a sacred weapon, just like the Pope's weapon, etc. Larku is a brave man from another world? At this moment, Raphtalia finally reacted, with a surprised expression on her face. Beat us. Chapter 198. The hero who pulls the sickle joins the group. Master Qin Feng, if Larku is really a brave man from another world like that grass, doesn't that mean he will become our enemy? Why should we take risks with them? In the end, Raphtalia couldn't bear the doubts in her heart and asked Qin Feng. If you don't ask clearly, when Larku and grass come back, Raphtalia feels that she doesn't know how to face them. The main purpose is to test their strength. Obviously, I am a little worried. Although Larku and Tiras are strong, they are only stronger than ordinary people. They should not pose too much threat to us, and they are even more complete than they were at the time. The Blackened King is even weaker. Qin Feng understood Raphtalia's thoughts and explained. Now that we have found out, what should we do next? Raphtalia raised the knife in her hand and made everything out of thin air. Her meaning was obvious. When Larku and Tiras came back, asked 477 not to take them out directly, so as to avoid future troubles. Raphtalia, Filo, do you think Larku and Tiras are bad guys? Qin Feng didn't answer the question directly, instead he answered something irrelevant. Master Qin Feng, do you want me to tell the truth? Can you still lie to me? Of course I won't lie to you, to be honest. Raphtalia held her chin in thought for a while, and then continued. I don't think they seem to be bad people. Miss Tiras is very gentle, and Mr. Larku is also very forthright, but if they are Lord Qin Feng's enemies, there will be no mercy. Filo also thinks that Larku and Tiras don't look like bad guys. So did Filo. But after finishing speaking, both of them looked at Qin Feng carefully. Actually, I don't think they are bad people, they're just poor people who are controlled by the rules. At least they are much better than Kitamura Moriyasu and the other three idiots. Qin Feng looked at the flickering bonfire in front of him, his voice was very low. Rule? But Raphtalia and Filo felt even more confused. You can also understand it as fate. The world where Larku and Tiras live is also attacked by the wave of disaster. In their view, if they don't defeat us, the wave of disaster cannot be stopped. It can be said that they can't help themselves. Doomed to be our enemies. Yeah, but... Qin Feng stood up slowly as he spoke, and looked up at the full moon hanging in the sky. I will not bow to the rules. So, Larku and Tiras won't necessarily be our enemies? Advertisement. Although Raphtalia still didn't quite understand, she could guess what Qin Feng meant. If you really become enemies with Larku and Tiras, it means being arranged by fate. If you change your fate, you will no longer be enemies. But can fate really change? I can feel that the disaster wave is not a simple natural disaster, and there must be a huge conspiracy hidden in it. Qin Feng raised his wrist and looked at his shield. The gemstone above reflected Qin Feng's face, and the surroundings fell into silence. Neither Raphtalia nor Filo spoke, they just looked up at him silently. Not long after, Qin Feng looked away from the shield. As his strength continued to grow stronger, Qin Feng felt more and more like a pawn, as if he was being controlled by some kind of force. This feeling was very uncomfortable for him. Especially when I noticed that there were a pair of eyes staring at me before, this feeling became more and more intense. At the same time, Qin Feng has an intuition that his greatest enemy may not be the disaster wave, human beings, or monsters, but an enemy that transcends the concept of biology. As for what this enemy is, Qin Feng is also not clear. After all, he has not read the original book, so it may be rules, fate or something in the traditional sense. At least it is certain that it is a very terrifying existence. So maybe some help is needed. Kitamura Moriyasu, Ren Amaki, and Itsuki Kawasumi are basically three younger brothers. It is definitely useless to count on them. Instead, Larku and Tiras may be good choices. Brother Qin Feng. What happened? Your complexion doesn't look very good. At this time, Lalsiu and Tiras finally came back. Nothing. Have you checked out the distribution of the surrounding monsters? Qin Feng shook his head, a smile appeared on his face again. I found out. Do you want to start hunting? Well, let's get started. Qin Feng kicked some dirt onto the bonfire, extinguished it, and strode towards the direction Lalku pointed. As for Raphtalia and Filo, Qin Feng didn't think too much about it because he didn't explicitly name Larku and Tiras as enemies. As Qin Feng said before, the monsters at night are quite active. From the grass, behind the big trees, and from the leaves, it is literally pouring out continuously. Advertisement. Fortunately, the individual strength of these monsters is not strong, and they belong to the characters that can be killed instantly with one blow, otherwise they might be overwhelmed by a large number of monsters. Even so, they fought against the monster almost all night, except for Qin Feng. Everyone was exhausted to the extreme. Of course, in direct proportion to exhaustion is gain. Qin Feng directly rose from level 52 to level 60, plus the achievements of the day, he rose to 12 levels in one day, which was unimaginable before. Open black lens bracket. Qin Feng close black lens bracket. Human, carp template completion rate 71%, right pointing arrow 74%. Open black lens bracket. LV close black lens bracket. Level 48 right pointing arrow. Level 60 open black lens bracket. HP close black lens bracket. 7180 right pointing arrow 7600. 450 open black lens bracket. SP close black lens bracket. 2175 right pointing arrow 2340. 180. Open black lens bracket close black lens bracket. 340 to 355, plus 90, open black lens bracket close black lens bracket. 390 to 417, plus 90, open black lens bracket close black lens bracket. 1051 to 1132, plus 120. 352 to 379, plus 45, open black lens bracket lucky close black lens bracket. XX since the Garp template is completed by 1% every 5 levels, with the upgrade to level 60, the completion of the Garp template has reached 74%, and there are only 6% left to unlock the armed color domineering. Raphtalia level reaches level 61. Filo level reached level 60. Just as Qin Feng expected, the 5.0 grades of the two of them surpassed him. After all, although the experience obtained is the same, the experience required for each level of Qin Feng will be much more than theirs, so the leveling up is not as fast as Raphtalia and Filo. At this time, Qin Feng and his party of 5 walked on the field facing the sunrise. I'm so tired, little brother Qin Feng. This time you dragged me to level up all night. After returning to the market, you want to treat us to breakfast. Larku turned his head back and said to Qin Feng wearily. No problem, even if the castle hotel lets you stay, but I have one condition. What condition? Don't say give Tiras to you, even if I want to, she won't do it. It's not this condition, I won't beat around the bush, just tell me, help me investigate the truth of the disaster wave, Larku Berku, the brave man of the sickle. Qin Feng stopped suddenly and looked at Larku seriously. Chapter 199. A fist that falls like the sky. The moment Qin Feng revealed Larku's true identity. Larku and Tiras quickly took a few steps back. Larku pulled out his sickle, Tiras pointed his hands at Qin Feng, and the bracelet on his wrist also shone slightly. Now that Qin Feng said it, Larku and Tiras had already confirmed that there was no use in pretending to be stupid, so naturally there was nothing to hesitate. Raphtalia also draws out her long sword, and prepares to fight Filo. Under the rising sun, the 4 of them were at war with each other, and a murderous aura began to pervade the scene. Brother Qin Feng. No, Shield Hero, you really recognized our identities, but, can you tell us how you recognized us? Lalsiu's eyes were full of doubts. It has been emphasized many times that I am the Shield Hero, but you have been confusing it, and you are very suspicious and unwilling to admit it. I am not an idiot, am I? Regarding their reactions, within Qin Feng's expectation, there was no change in their expressions. Hey, sure enough, I wanted to get along with you happily for a while, but now it seems that we can only face each other with swords. Larku sighed deeply, and now making Qin Feng an enemy is obviously not what he wants to see. No, you misunderstood. I don't plan to be 19 enemies with you at the moment. If I want to prove it, it's actually very simple. The moment Qin Feng's voice fell, Larku and Tiras Chichi opened their eyes wide. Because I realized that Qin Feng had disappeared in front of my eyes, obviously he had been in my field of vision just now. How did he disappear and what did he do? Just when Larku's mind was full of doubts, he suddenly found a hand on his shoulder, and the hair on his whole body burst instantly, as if he had just finished listening to a ghost story and was walking alone in a dark alley when suddenly someone like patting yourself on the shoulder. Larku, who was terrified to the extreme, also tensed up his nerves to the extreme. Almost instinctively cut the sickle in his hand backwards, because it was like a weapon of death. The edge of the knife was forward, and he could cut it even from behind. Soon, Larku felt his sickle cut on an object. Has the attack arrived? No, no. Larku knew that Qin Feng was right behind him, and the sickle should have hit Qin Feng's body accurately, but it didn't feel like it was being cut on the body at all. Instead, it felt like it was on a steel plate. He understood that his attack could not break through Qin Feng's defense. Since the attack is ineffective, the only option is to flee. Advertisement. It's just that Larku just took a step, trying to get out of Qin Feng's attack range, but suddenly felt that the hand holding his shoulder began to exert force, and his entire shoulder sank suddenly, as if a huge mountain was pressing on him. There is simply no way to keep the balance. Larku fell directly backwards, and was forced to the ground by Qin Feng with brute force. He fell on the ground, and finally saw Qin Feng's face clearly. It was indifferent and devoid of any emotion, and it was filled with seemingly boundless coldness, making one feel like entering the cold winter. At the same time, Qin Feng raised his fist and blasted towards Larku's head. Larku's pupils dilated, and he saw Qin Feng's fist getting closer and closer to him. At this moment, he realized that it was almost dark. No. To be precise, it was as if the sky had fallen, and the sense of crisis and fear that pierced into the bone marrow spread throughout the body in an instant. Boom! With a loud noise, the ground below the two of them cracked like a spider web, and then the ground sank deeply, forming a large circular pit with a depth of more than 1 meter. Tiras next to her fell to the ground, her eyes filled with horror. It's not that she didn't help Larku, but it happened so fast that there was no time for her face to chant, so how could she help Larku out of the siege? Of course, she wasn't frightened and Larku's head was smashed into meatloaf by Qin Feng. After all, Larku was still alive. Just now, Qin Feng's fist just rubbed against Larku's ear and hit the ground. At this moment, Larku was lying on the ground, his eyes were silently looking at the sky. Qin Feng's face had not yet fully recovered. If that punch hit my face, I'm afraid I'm sure I'll die. There was only one sentence in Larku's mind. Now you should understand, if I want to kill you, I can do it at any time, so don't misunderstand. I am not hostile, at least not for now. Qin Feng slowly withdrew his fist, straightened his back, looked down at Lalku and said. Lalku thought back to reality, but his eyes were still blank. Ah, what did you say? He only felt buzzing in his ears, and couldn't hear what Qin Feng was saying at all. I suddenly regretted it, the punch just now should have hit his head directly. Qin Feng had black lines on his face, although Lalku's tinnitus was caused by himself. It's better now, can you say it again? Advertisement? Lalku dug his ears and asked. I mean, I'm here to cooperate with you. If I want to kill you, I can do it at any time, so there is no need to play tricks with you. That punch just now is proof. Qin Feng sighed and said it again. Okay, what's the deal? Lalku smiled wryly, the situation forced him, he could only say this, after all, he didn't want Qin Feng's fist to land on his face. Didn't you hear me just now? Investigate the truth about the disaster wave with me. Qin Feng stretched out his right hand towards Lalku. Then your answer, are you willing to cooperate? The corners of Qin Feng's mouth slightly raised to a certain extent, looking a little bright under the sun, and then added. Aren't you curious about the truth behind the disaster wave? Looking at Qin Feng's sunny smile, the corner of Lalku's mouth twitched, but he still stretched out his hand to hold Qin Feng's hand together. Yeah, I'm very curious, if we can find out the truth about the calamity wave, of course we will not too bad. So that's the case, I'm sorry, when you reported my identity just now, you were too shocked and didn't think too much about it. Happy cooperation, sure enough, you are a devil. Although it was a false alarm for Tiras, she still felt that her head was a little big and she couldn't figure out the situation. Lalku nodded. So, wish us a happy cooperation? At this moment, Raftalia and Filo also rushed forward to help Liz up from the ground. Otherwise, if you disagree, you will kill me. Don't get me wrong. I need you to cooperate with me sincerely. If you tell me some wrong news, it will affect my judgment. So even if you don't agree, I won't kill you. Are you sure you won't kill us? Of course, anyway, there will be opportunities in the future. If you treat me as an enemy, you will also encounter me in the next wave of disaster. It will not be too late to kill you at that time. During this period of time, you will always live with great possibility in the haze and anxiety that I killed. Lalku sat up from the ground, spread his hands, and said helplessly. Qin Feng pulled Lalku up from the ground. Advertisement chapter 200. Guess about two worlds. Brother Qin Feng. You really are hiding a part of your strength as I guessed. The power of that punch just now is too exaggerated. If you hit me, you will definitely die, etc. Actually, you are not the hero of the shield, but the hero of the fist. The hero of the shield is just your hidden identity, right? Lalku regained his smile on his face. After all, Qin Feng will not attack him right now, which is good news for him. The hero of the fist? Many people have said so, but I'm sorry, I'm really the hero of the shield. After all, didn't you just hide your identity from me, and you offered to form a team with me to get close to me on purpose, to test my strength? Qin Feng shrugged and said directly, to each other, so what if I get even? No problem. Sure enough, it's refreshing, so how should we start our next cooperation? Let's talk as we go. Qin Feng took the lead, and Lalku followed closely, walking side by side with him. Raftalia and Tiras in the back looked at each other and showed helpless smiles. Although I don't quite understand it, it's a good thing. At least I don't have to be your enemy. Please allow me to say sorry to you. We didn't hide our identities on purpose. Tiras glanced at Raftalia and Filo, and said apologetically. It doesn't matter, Filo and I don't want to be enemies with Lalku and you. After all, you don't look like bad people, but you are very good people. Raftalia nodded and said sincerely. Let's follow up quickly, the master is going far away. Filo, who had already taken a few steps, turned around and shouted at the two of them. Come on, then Miss Tiras, let's go. Raftalia and Tiras smiled at each other again, and hurriedly followed the pace of Qin Feng and Lalku. Since you have come to this world, you must know something about it. Qin Feng, who was walking in the front, asked Lalku, officially entering the topic. I already know the general situation. You, the hero of the shield, Kitamura Moriyasu, the hero of the gun, Renamaki, the hero of the sword, Itsuki Kawasumi, the hero of the bow, but there is no doubt that among the four holy heroes, you are the most led us the existence of fear, a true brave man, resisting the wave of disaster, saving the name of the village, and at the same time possessing great strength. Advertisement. Lalku nodded. A brave man? I remember that you called me a devil before, and you still have 2 heads and 6 arms. Brother Qin Feng, you don't want to play, just get down to business. Lalku was quite embarrassed by Qin Feng's words, and hurriedly tried to bring the topic back. Although it's interesting to see your embarrassment, let's talk about business. The grass I met before is also a brave man in your world. Can you tell me some information about your world? Yes, you can call my world Kazuna. There are also holy weapon heroes, and all parts of the world are also facing the danger of disaster waves, and Grace and I, to be precise, are one of the family weapon heroes, not holy weapons. Weapon warrior. A holy weapon hero and a family weapon hero. In this way, I am equal to the holy weapon hero who trips the world, and the 7-star hero is equal to the family weapon hero. The strength of the 2 parties will not be mentioned for the time being, but the relationship and status are equal. Meaning, then there is another question, why do you want to be our enemy? According to the records of ancient documents, only by defeating the 4 saints here, that is, you and Kitamura Moriyasu, will the wave of disaster that will trip the world stop. For everyone, I can only defeat you, even if I don't want to be your enemy at all. When he said this, Lerku no longer had the slightest smile on his face, and was extremely serious, obviously not lying. Really, in my world, there is no information that the wave of disaster can be stopped by defeating the hero who tripped the world's holy weapon. It just said that the wave of disaster needs to be resisted. Interesting. It really is getting more and more interesting. Facing the extremely serious Lerku, Qin Feng's mouth curled into a smile instead. Interesting. This is related to the survival of the two worlds. It's not interesting at all. A trace of anger flashed in Lerku's eyes. From his point of view, this was related to the lives of countless people, but Qin Feng seemed to be joking, so it was inevitable that he would be a little angry. No, you misunderstood, but I thought of a possibility. Qin Feng waved his hand, signaling to Lerku not to think too much. What's possible? At this time, Tillis, who was following behind, finally couldn't help being curious and inserted into the topic. Assuming that this world and Kazuna's world are a huge chessboard, the 4 Holy Braves and the Holy Weapon Braves are the commanders, the 7-Star Braves and the Family Weapon Braves are the generals, and the monsters in the Disaster Wave are the pawns, forming a game where you die and I die. War. As soon as Qin Feng said this, no matter it was Lerku, Tiras, or Raftalia and Filo, they all stopped and looked at Qin Feng in horror. The surrounding area also fell into a silence, only the sound of wind blowing grass leaves. Brother Qin Feng, why do you have such crazy ideas? Advertisement. After a while, Lerku spoke first. Crazy? I'm just making reasonable assumptions. Qin Feng looked at their faces and said very calmly. That's not necessarily the case. Do you care about the feelings of ants? In the eyes of gods, we are probably the same as ants. Maybe for gods, the value of pleasure only exists. God shouldn't be so boring. At this moment, Lerku seemed to understand something. You mean, God? Tiras asked back. Wait, I thought of another possibility. After Qin Feng finished speaking, he thought for a while, and added, if you think entertainment is unreasonable, then I have another hypothesis, that is, 2 gods, fighting for something, is like 2 chess players fighting against each other. It's just us use ordinary chess pieces, and the 2 gods use the 2 worlds as their pieces to compete, and the winner will get the spoils. Maybe it's so boring. Generally speaking, gods have infinite lives. Although they have a long life, it also means boundless, good Li Jiao, endless loneliness and loneliness. Lerku and Tiras didn't know how to answer. It sounded crazy, but after thinking about it carefully, it turned out to be a bit reasonable. There are no people, but what if there are no people? Always have some fun. Qin Feng suddenly had a flash of inspiration. No. If this is the case, it would be too exaggerated to use the 2 worlds as pawns. No one has such a great ability, right? Qin Feng raised his finger, and Lerku, Tiras and others raised their heads along the finger and looked towards the sky. Qin Feng nodded without denying it. But God is forgiving, wouldn't he do such a thing? It's not wrong, so this assumption is very reasonable, if there is a God in this world. Raftalia said. Qin Feng said as a matter of course. Chapter 211. I have a bold hypothesis. Wait, I thought of another possibility. Qin Feng suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Lerku and the others were stunned for a moment, feeling that they couldn't make up their minds, because Qin Feng's previous 2 assumptions were already exaggerated enough, far beyond his imagination. Unexpectedly, there is actually a hypothesis, but they still all looked at Qin Feng to listen to what he had to say. If a world represents the power of gods, how can gods expand their power? Qin Feng also looked at them and asked. Lerku and Raftalia naturally shook their heads, expressing collectively that they did not know. It is natural to expand the world, such as devouring another world to expand your own power. Seeing this, Qin Feng was not disappointed, and said slowly. What does that have to do with the disaster wave? Lerku looked puzzled, and still didn't understand what Qin Feng was going to say. The wave of disaster may be the negative effect brought about by the fusion of the 2 worlds, or it may be the miscellaneous soldiers sent by the gods. Assuming what you said is true, then the gods wouldn't send such weak miscellaneous soldiers, right? After all, they're gods, and they can wipe us out at will. Ralsiu asked next. I personally think that God is not omnipotent, at least when merging the 2 worlds, assuming that each world has a 170-strong protective film to prevent the invasion of other worlds. God wants to merge the 2 worlds. The protective film must be destroyed. In the beginning, God could only tear a hole in the protective film, so he could only send weak miscellaneous soldiers over, but as time went by, the hole in the protective film became bigger and bigger, so God can sending more powerful guys over. This caused the intensity of the disaster wave to become stronger every time. Qin Feng thought for a while and explained. Now, a few people understand it. Although it is reasonable to explain why the disaster wave is getting stronger every time, other doubts follow. Mr. Qin Feng, I have a question. Although you explained the origin of the disaster wave, you didn't make it clear. Why did God send the monsters in the disaster wave? Advertisement. At this moment, Tiras raised her own doubts. Good question. I personally think it is to reduce the power of the world. Such as the brave, to be precise, the holy artifacts in the hands of the brave. As you and I know, every sacred artifact has extremely powerful power. Even if I am now, and the power of the holy shield has not been fully developed, it may be that the sacred artifact is connected with the root of the world, BJCG. And destroying the sacred artifact is equivalent to weakening the power of the world and speeding up the progress of the fusion of the 2 worlds. No, even if your three hypotheses are reasonable to a certain extent, this is not the first time that a wave of disasters has occurred. If this is the case, there should be records in the literature. For example, the literature of the tripping world is the record. Therefore, we need to eliminate the brave men of this world in order to stop the wave of disaster. Listening to Qin Feng's words, Lalku shook his head and put forward his own disagreement. You can change things like literature at will. As soon as Qin Feng said this, not only Lerku, but Tiras also froze in place. Because there is really such a possibility, the documents can indeed be modified at will. After all, it has been a long time since the last disaster wave. During this long period of time, anything can happen, even if it is not modified. As long as a part of the file is destroyed, the result may be completely different. You mean, God sent someone to revise the document? Lerku was silent for a long time before speaking again. It's not impossible. You also said that this is not the first time a wave of disasters has happened. Presumably God will also learn from the experience of failure. He knows that sending weak monsters to form a wave of disasters into this world will not only fail to destroy the brave, on the contrary, it will become the experience of the brave and promote the growth of the brave. But as long as the literature is changed so that the braves of the two worlds become enemies, then the braves can be eliminated without any effort. At least they can lose both, and when the two worlds are completely integrated, it will save a lot of effort. You don't have to face so many brave men. Qin Feng shrugged and said lightly, if you say it, this god is too insidious, right? He is an evil god at all. The corners of Larku's mouth twitched twice. This, I still don't understand. Filo doesn't understand either. Me too. Tillis, Raftalia and Filo still don't understand. Is that so? Well, actually, the three hypotheses I put forward are all saying that the brave men of our two worlds are not enemies, and the real enemy should be gods. Evidence to prove it. Advertisement. Hearing this, the three of Tiras and Raftalia nodded. I understand a little bit. Then how do you prove it? To be honest, even if you prove it, it's not a good thing. Although you don't have to be your enemy, brother Qin Feng, the enemy has become a god. Laku's tone was quite complicated, with joy and worry. If my hypothesis is true, then we will eventually face the enemy of God. This is an unavoidable fact. If you come, you can be at peace. Moreover, God is not an invincible existence. At least in the previous waves of disasters, the brave they survived, didn't they? That's right, let's settle down when it comes. Listening to Qin Feng's words, Lalku could only nod his head, comforting himself in this way. Shouldn't it be time to investigate? To prove a hypothesis? Tiras was also quite uneasy, but she was still much calmer than Lerku. Well, according to the Earl's introduction, there's a library on this island. Let's go in and look for it together. As for now, let's have breakfast first, and I'll treat you. Qin Feng looked ahead at the market that appeared in his field of vision. They discussed while walking, and finally came back from the wild. After breakfast, Qin Feng and the other five rushed into the library. Although Filo felt dizzy after reading so many books, he persisted and searched for clues about the disaster wave together with everyone. In this way, 7 days passed in a flash. During this time, the five of Qin Feng were either looking for information in the library, or practicing leveling in the wild, and by the way, looking for traces of Myne. Although after level 70, the experience gained from Warcraft is a lot less. However, Qin Feng still rose to level 75, and the Garp template completion rate reached 77%, only 3% away from awakening the domineering armed color. Raftalia reached level 77. The Filo level has reached level 78. On the other side of the library, although no literature about God was found, a major discovery was also made, thanks to Raftalia. Chapter 22. An unexpected harvest. In the past 6 days, everyone was helpless. Even though they searched almost the entire library, they still couldn't find any useful clues. Most of them are already known information about the disaster wave, as well as the stories about the 4 reclamation monsters Keckle, Rabbit Lonnie, Squirrel Grid, and Dogroot on Calamy Island. Just when she thought everyone was wasting their time, Raftalia learned something from the old librarian. In fact, this matter is still a bit complicated to say. The current librarian is a young man who cannot deliver dinner to his grandma due to temporary errands. After the warm-hearted Raftalia found out, she helped the librarian solve this problem. When delivering the dinner to the old man's home, the old man with gray hair, wrinkled face, and trembling in a wheelchair mistakenly thought that Raftalia was his granddaughter-in-law. Forced her to stay for dinner. Although Raftalia kept explaining that she had nothing to do with the librarian, the old man seemed to have some dementia, and he forgot it in a blink of an eye. Raftalia also wanted to make up her mind and leave directly. After all, there were still things to do and she couldn't waste too much time. But just walked to the door, looked back at the old man's eyes full of loneliness and tears, and realized that her grandson had been working all the time and had no time to accompany her, which made her feel very lonely. In the end, Raftalia stayed and chatted with the old man while having dinner. From the mouth of the old man, I learned that she was actually a librarian in the past, and after she retired, she handed over the management of the library to her son and daughter-in-law. Originally, life was considered happy, but about a few months ago, someone broke into the library and killed the old man's son and daughter-in-law. The library also ushered in a brief closure. After the funeral was handled, the grandson of the old man served as the administrator, that is, the current librarian, and the library was able to reopen. And in this matter, a lot of books were lost, all of which were some precious ancient documents. Due to the preciousness of these documents, Earl Hobenberg, who manages Karlami Island, concealed them in order not to make things worse. During the chat, Raftalia naturally noticed the word, ancient document, keenly, and when she wanted to ask the old man about the specific content again. The old man forgot what he had just said, so there was no way to pursue it further. Raftalia can also show a helpless expression. She can't torture an old man with Alzheimer's disease. Let her take the initiative to remember what ancient documents have been lost. Advertisement. After saying goodbye to the old man, Raftalia was of course the first to tell Qin Feng everything she had heard from the old man. Qin Feng also approached the current librarian for verification, and learned that the library had indeed been attacked. As for which ancient documents were lost, the administrator didn't know. He came to this library after his parents passed away to inherit his parents' ideals. At this time, in the castle-like hotel, Larku, Tiras, Raftalia, Filo, and Qin Feng gathered together again, and everyone's expression was quite serious. According to the information obtained by Raftalia, the time when the library was attacked occurred during the first disaster wave, and at the same time, some ancient documents were lost. Do you think it is too coincidental? Qin Feng sat on a chair in the room and looked at the people around him. You mean, someone is actually trying to destroy ancient documents? Lilcourt held his chin. His complexion was not very good. Because Qin Feng had assumed before that someone was misleading the brave men of the two worlds and waging war with each other, that is, by modifying or destroying the ancient documents about the disaster wave to achieve their goals. Well, although there is no conclusive evidence to prove it, someone is destroying ancient documents, which undoubtedly verified the accuracy of my 3 hypotheses, so the 3 hypotheses can be established, can't they? Qin Feng nodded and said, whether God is manipulating all this behind the scenes or not, the disaster wave is indeed not a natural disaster, and what is hidden behind it is definitely not simple. Lulku let out a long breath. At this time, he also admired Qin Feng for being so keenly aware of the backside of the disaster wave. But now the clues are broken. There is no way to further prove Master Qin Feng's hypothesis. After all, the documents have been destroyed. By the way, Miss Tiras, can you find some from Shidu? Raftalia looked at Tiras and Larku at this moment. Don't worry, when we go back, we will naturally start the investigation immediately, hoping to find something. Rot. I find it equally difficult, because there was a fire in the library of my country and many books were lost. I thought it was just an accident and was destroyed by the monsters in the disaster wave. Now that I think about it, it should be deliberately destroyed. Of course there may be remaining documents. I will try my best to investigate. Advertisement. Indeed, the library was attacked by a monster before, so that the 2 administrators at that time were all killed. The rest of Larku, Raftalia and others looked at each other and hurriedly followed. This. Master Qin Feng, what's going on? Raftalia and Larkuzi drew their weapons, and put them on Earl Hobenberg's neck in an instant. I don't know Master Qin Feng, where did you hear about this? Count Hobenberg had just finished speaking when he suddenly felt a murderous aura rushing towards his face. Master Qin Feng, what brought you here today? Don't stand outside, please come in. Qin Feng stood up from the chair and walked directly out of the room. Don't be discouraged. This may be someone else's or God's long-planned conspiracy. It is really not easy to find the truth. Now let's go to Earl Hobenberg and see if we can get some clues. As soon as Tiras finished speaking, Larku added something in embarrassment. Qin Feng didn't take a step forward, stood at the gate, and asked straight to the point. My lord, I didn't come here to chat this time. Just tell me, was the library on the island attacked a few months ago? Where do I know that it's none of your business? You just need to tell me whether the attack happened. My lord, this is not what I want to know. Do you think I am easy to fool you? Can you tell me the real story, please? At the same time, please believe that even if I kill you, Queen Morelia won't say anything. Feeling the coldness from the weapon on his neck, Earl Hobenberg's Adam's apple rolled, and a drop of sweat slowly flowed from his forehead to his cheek. Earl Hobenberg, who had just arrived at the Earl's mansion and was notified by his servants, immediately came to the gate to greet him. Hearing this, Earl Hobenberg's face visibly stiffened. Chapter 23 The Pope and Cousin Again. Master Earl, please tell me the truth of the matter, or, you actually attacked the library? Qin Feng's icy eyes, in Earl Hobenberg's opinion, were as if a knife had cut his face. No. That's not the case. How could I attack the library? Please believe me. Count Hobenberg hurriedly said in fright. Believe it or not, it's not up to me, it's up to you, understand? Understood, but before telling what happened, can Mr. Qin Feng ask them to take away their weapons? This feeling is very bad, really. Count Hobenberg took a cautious look at Raftalia and Larku. Okay, by the way, I would like to remind you that next time you will not be so lucky. I hope you can cherish it and don't try to lie. Qin Feng nodded, and Raftalia and Larku received the 613 weapons at the same time. This matter has to be discussed from the time when the first wave of disasters arrived, and Lord Qin Feng is invited to come in first. After all, this kind of matter needs to be kept a little secret, and it will take some time to talk about it. Earl Hobenberg breathed a sigh of relief, touched his neck in shock, and made a gesture of invitation after confirming that there was no wound. Well, I advise you not to play tricks. Qin Feng didn't hesitate, and strode into the Earl's mansion. With his current strength, he didn't worry that Earl Hobenberg would play tricks to threaten him. Under the leadership of Earl Hobenberg, everyone came to the living room to sit down. He himself found an excuse to distract his subordinates, and then said slowly, At that time, 2 library administrators both died, and some ancient documents were destroyed. You must have known it. At first, I thought it was just an accident, such as being attacked by a monster, but according to the investigation, it was found that it was caused by man. Although it's just 2 administrators who died, it's not a big deal. At this point, Count Hobenberg glanced at Qin Feng and the others, and hurriedly added, "Well, there are a lot of adventurers here, and quite a few of them will die in the mouth of monsters, so the 2 who died here, this situation does not seem to be worth too much attention." "I know, let's get down to business," Qin Feng replied impatiently, knowing that this country is ruled by the aristocrats. In the eyes of these aristocrats, the lives of ordinary people are insignificant, and it has long been no surprise. Yes, although human life is not important, the loss of those ancient documents is a major event. I originally wanted to report this matter to Her Majesty the Queen immediately, and when I was writing the letter, His Excellency the Pope found I. Advertisement. Hearing the word, Pope, again, Qin Feng couldn't help frowning. The Pope? Who is that? Seeing Qin Feng's expression, Lalku couldn't help asking curiously. It's the Pope of the Sanyang religion in this country. I have killed him now. I didn't expect that he would do a lot of things before that. After Qin Feng casually explained, he continued to look at Earl Hobenberg. What is he looking for from you? The Pope was on this island at the time, and he told me that those documents are very important things, which may be related to the survival of the world, and the loss of the documents is also responsible for my poor preservation. If you tell Her Majesty about this matter, absolutely will be severely punished, so. Earl Hobenberg hesitated, a little hard to say. So you kept it a secret, didn't you? Yes, Lord Qin Feng, and the Pope told me that as long as I pray with my heart, God will not blame me, and he will help me deal with the aftermath. Count Hobenberg nodded and admitted. Who was there at the time besides the Pope, like some of your noteworthy figures? After thinking for a while, Qin Feng asked again. Anyone worth noting? Myne, the first princess of the kingdom, does that count? When Earl Hobenberg said the name, Myne, even Qin Feng was a little surprised. There is a feeling of how every time something troublesome happens, Myne is there. Was she on this island too? So with the Pope? Wait, where was Myne when the library was attacked? Qin Feng had a bad feeling. I'm sorry, Lord Qin Feng, but after receiving the news that the library was attacked, I was too busy, and I have no right to investigate the whereabouts of a princess. Earl Hobenberg said cautiously. He could see that Qin Feng was in a very unhappy mood now, and if he said a wrong word, his life might be lost. Brother Qin Feng, do you suspect that Myne is the murderer who attacked the library? Advertisement. Lalku was still quite perceptive, and immediately understood the meaning of Qin Feng's life. That's right, it's not impossible. Anyway, it doesn't matter if you doubt it. Qin Feng naturally did not deny it. But Myne is the first princess of the kingdom. She has no reason to attack the library. Those are ancient documents about the disaster wave. Destroying those documents is tantamount to helping the disaster wave. At this time, Tilly raised her own question. Anyway, it's not that she hasn't done this kind of thing. If she did it, I won't doubt her motive. Qin Feng shrugged and said it as a matter of course. No way, although she is now a wanted criminal in this country, but before that, she is still a princess, who will become the queen in the future. Tillis, you don't know that. When Lord Qin Feng came here, Myne wanted to play with Lord Qin Feng to death. After she failed, she even encouraged the brave man of the gun to do all kinds of tricks. This kind of stupid thing is completely standing against the brave, as if they are in the same group as the disaster wave. Raftalia explained to Tiras. It's impossible for a dignified princess to watch her country be destroyed by the wave of disaster? Lalsiuna frowned tightly, with an attitude of disbelief. Who knows, maybe she is the avatar of the evil god. She is the character who lurks in this world and helps the wave of disaster. Don't look at me like that. I'm just talking casually. Let's continue with the business in 4.9. Bar. Ignoring everyone's gaze, Qin Feng asked Earl Hobenberg again. Since the documents have been destroyed, there is no other way, so do you know the contents of those documents? I'm not sure about this. You must know that it is a very, very old document. If the disaster wave hadn't happened, no one would have thought of their existence. Count Hobenberg shook his head. Qin Feng wanted to find traces of lying on his face, but he couldn't find it, so he could only continue to ask. Then there is no place that records information about the disaster wave? Let me think about it. Count Hobenberg rested his chin and fell into deep thought, while Qin Feng and the others could only wait quietly beside him. After a long time, Earl Hobenberg's eyes suddenly lit up. There is a place, maybe there is a record. Chapter 24. The Sunken Temple. Where? It can be described as a turnaround. I thought I was going to a dead end, but I didn't expect that another useful information broke out from the mouth of Earl Hobenberg, and the emotions of everyone present were shocked. Calamy Island has always been an archipelago. It has been composed of 16 islands since a long time ago. However, with the passage of time and some geographical reasons, 5 islands have sunk to the bottom of the sea. On one of the islands, according to records, it was once placed in a temple to enshrine the gods. Perhaps the books inside have been rotted after being soaked in seawater for a long time, but maybe there are still some unknown records in that temple. Information, such as murals and so on. Of course, I don't know if there are any. After all, I haven't gone down. Earl Hobenberg didn't think for too long, so he told everything he knew. Is it at the bottom of the sea? It's really difficult to go down, at least in terms of breathing. Lilcourt held his chin, frowning. Not only him, Tiras and Raftalia are also quite distressed. People should have no problem. Alone Filo raised his hand and shouted excitedly. Indeed, Filo's performance in the water is like an extremely strong sea fish. Qin Feng has also experienced this at 19, but he still shook his head. No, I'm a little worried if there is only Filo alone. If you don't do it well, you will encounter danger. Except for Filo, we have no way to dive into the sea. Raphtalia said. No. Do you still remember that in the past few days, we also hunted and killed a kind of karmic penguin monster and boss? Remember, what does this have to do with us diving into the bottom of the ocean? Raphtalia looked at Qin Feng with a dazed expression. Because, when I absorbed the karma penguin material, I unlocked a piece of equipment that can dive. Qin Feng raised the shield as he spoke, and as the gemstones on the shield shone slightly, a Garp doll costume that looked like a penguin appeared in his hand. Kirker costumes. Defense power-up, impact resistance, small, water resistance, large, dark resistance, small, HP recovery, weak, magic power-up, minor. Automatic repair function, dive time increase, size correction, skill correction, small. Race change. When equipped with a monster, only the effect of race change can be exerted. This piece of equipment has a lot of effects. If you ignore the bloated and funny appearance, it can be said to be a very high-quality piece of equipment. Advertisement, especially the diving time increase effect, is simply equipment specially prepared for diving. There is also the size correction effect, which means that people of any size can wear this equipment. Good equipment. If you have this thing, it's really no problem to dive into the bottom of the sea, but do you know the exact location of the temple? After taking a few glances at the open black lens bracket Kirker props costume close black lens bracket, Larku asked Earl Hobenberg. I don't know the exact location. Earl Hobenberg scratched his cheek, and said a little embarrassedly, but seeing Qin Feng and Larku's gradually serious faces, he added, but after nightfall, you can find them. What's the meaning? Larku asked. Looking at the Karlami Islands after nightfall, you will find red outlines emerging in the surrounding seawater. Those outlines are islands that have sunk into the seabed before. As for the specific location of the temple, I really don't know. Earl Hobenberg said that carefully, for fear that he did not explain in detail enough. In his opinion, in front of him was a terrifying man with a huge scythe on his neck. The most frightening thing was that such a terrifying man seemed to be Qin Feng's subordinate, the one who said he could kill himself at will. Since this is the case, we can only look for it slowly after nightfall. Then Count Hobenberg, we will take our leave first. After Qin Feng finished speaking, he walked out first. He was gone, and Larku and Raphtalia naturally followed behind him. Looking at their backs, Earl Hobenberg heaved a sigh of relief, but a trace of indifference flashed in his eyes in the next second. After waiting for a while, he hurried to the gate of the Earl's mansion. Without seeing Qin Feng and the others, he closed the door and left his mansion with his head down. His steps hurried and he seemed anxious. It's not dark yet, brother Qin Feng. Shall we go to the tavern for a drink first? Everyone was walking on the streets of the main island, and Larku, who had received useful news, seemed in a good mood and suggested. Larku, we still have to look for traces of that temple at night, how can we drink? Tiras looked at Larku quite dissatisfied, and then said, drinking is wrong, haven't you heard this sentence? Anyway, I don't have anything to do right now, so just drink a couple of cups, it's fine, haha. Obviously, Larku didn't listen to Tilly's words at all. Really, Mr. Qin Feng, you can also tell about Larku, if you really can't do it, you can beat him up, let him learn a lesson. Advertisement seeing that her words were useless, Tiras called for foreign aid. Tillis, it's only been a few days, why did your arm turn out? Lalsiu made an exaggerated expression. Okay, it doesn't matter if you go for a drink, it's still early anyway, but wait a bit before that. As Qin Feng said, he had already turned into an alley. Naturally, everyone followed closely and did not stop until they reached the middle of the alley. Brother Qin Feng. What are you doing here? The four nodded in unison, and disappeared in the next second. All of them wore grimace masks on their faces, and they looked quite eerie and weird in this gloomy alley. What surprised Larku and Tiras was that in the next second, all four of them knelt on the ground on one knee, and it was self-evident who they knelt on. Lord Qin Feng. The nerves of the two of them were tense to the extreme in an instant, ready to face the enemy. Lord Qin Feng, please forgive me before that. During this period of time, we still haven't found any trace of Myne, and we failed your entrustment. Guaranteed to complete the mission. It doesn't matter, this is expected. After all, Myne is not a fuel-efficient lamp. It is not easy to find her. I will talk about her later. I called you here this time because I have a task to give you. As soon as Qin Feng finished speaking, four figures appeared in front of him. Yes. Larku drew out his sickle almost immediately, and Tiras also raised his arms. Bell said apologetically, like the other three, he didn't get up. The four lowered their heads at the same time. Keep an eye on Earl Hobenberg, even if you go to the toilet, don't let him leave your business, understand? Qin Feng nodded calmly. There is something. Because Lalku and Tiras could feel that the four people in front of them seemed to be emitting a faint murderous aura all the time. Obviously they were not ordinary people. Bell, I haven't seen you for a long time. You have become a lot stronger. I am very pleased. Get up. Chapter 25. The scar is healed and the pain is forgotten. Brother Qin Feng. Are they also your followers? Everyone seems to be not simple, and they are constantly exuding murderous aura, and I don't know how many creatures they killed. Lalsiu sighed and shook his head. Larku, there is something wrong with your focus. Tillis, what do you mean? Tiras ignored Lulku, turned to look at Qin Feng. Mr. Qin Feng, why did you send someone to follow Earl Hobenberg? Do you think there is something wrong with him? I don't know, it's just an intuition. It seems that he deliberately concealed something, so it's safe. Qin Feng explained. I see, Tiras and Larkuchi nodded. Okay, it's still early, let's have a drink first. Qin Feng patted Lulku on the shoulder, and took the lead to walk outside the gentleman. Not long after, everyone walked into the tavern. Today's tavern can be described as quite lively, filled with all kinds of adventurers, men and women, all drinking and chatting there. But when Qin Feng and others pushed into the tavern, the whole tavern fell into a brief silence. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked towards them. What happened? Being watched by so many people, Tiras and Raftalia were a little dazed. Maybe it's because I'm so handsome, haha. Lulku let out a hearty laugh and said somewhat narcissistically. Stop making trouble, they are looking at me, because I am the shield hero. Qin Feng said something casually, ignored those gazes, and walked straight to the front of the bar. Hearing this, Tiras, Raftalia and Filo couldn't help laughing. Brother Qin Feng. I was just joking, don't you need to keep me from getting off stage like this? Lerku glanced at Tiras and the others, hurriedly followed Qin Feng, and said with an aggrieved face. Then please allow me to say sorry, although I'm just stating the facts. I'm sorry and it's over. I'm very shameless, then what do you say? Advertisement. You pay for today's drink. Okay, boss, give us 2 glasses of ale, if they say, juice will be fine. Qin Feng nodded and said to the boss behind the bar. Why are we juice? Filo wants to drink too. Raftalia and Filo sat beside Qin Feng and shouted. None of you have had a drink, if something happens after drinking, it will delay your action at night. Hearing what Qin Feng said, Raftalia and Filo could only nod and take the juice. Mr. Qin Feng, Lerku, drink less, in comparison, Tillis did appear to be much more mature. Good. Do not worry, Qin Feng and Lerku responded, took the beer from the boss, clinked glasses and drank it down in one gulp, let out a long breath, and shouted in unison. Boss, have another glass. Seeing this scene, Tilly just shook her head indifferently. At this time, the whole tavern resumed its original bustle again. Not long past, the door of the tavern was pushed open again, and this time more than 10 people crowded in. I don't know if it's a coincidence or not, because it was Kitamura Motoyasu, Ren Amaki and Atsugi Kawasumi who took the lead. The moment he saw Qin Feng, Kitamura Motoyasu's eyes lit up. Qin Feng, you're actually here too. It just so happens that my strength has improved a lot during this period of time. Do you want us to compete? Perhaps Kitamura Motoyasu is a typical representative of the kind of heal the scar and forget the pain. After the level of Karlami Island has improved a lot, he has become a little complacent. Of course, it may also be that he simply wants to discuss with Qin Feng to prove his growth. Sorry, I'm not interested in playing with you now. Qin Feng put down his wine glass and shook his head. Why? Are you afraid of losing to me? I don't know if it was intentional or not, but now Kitamura Motoyasu's expression is quite embarrassing. Hey. Okay, but before the competition, eat this first to prove that your strength has indeed become stronger. If you dare not even eat this, just pretend I didn't say it. Qin Feng said as he pulled a basket from the side of the bar, which contained cute-looking round fruits. Don't worry. This is something from the tavern. If it is highly poisonous, it will not be placed in the corner of the bar. Advertisement. Qin Feng picked up a fruit and put it directly into his mouth. HMPH. If there is anything you dare not eat, I will eat it for you now. Seeing that Qin Feng had already eaten it, Kitamura Motoyasu immediately took a step forward and followed Qin Feng's example and put the fruit into his mouth and swallowed it. Now you can compete with me. Look at me, I'm fine. No. Kitamura Motoyasu first looked at Qin Feng provocatively, then rolled his eyes and fell straight on the ground, foaming at the mouth. No. Not good. Someone passed out due to personality fitness poisoning. Hurry up and help him vomit. The adventurers who followed Kitamura Motoyasu didn't realize what happened, so several enthusiastic adventurers in the tavern immediately carried Kitamura Motoyasu outside. Do you want to eat? Qin Feng picked up another fruit and looked at Ren Amaki and Atsugi Kawasumi. Ren Amaki and Atsugi Kawasumi had serious expressions. It can be said that they came and left quickly, and disappeared in a flash. That. Mr. Qin Feng, it's quite expensive for luge to show up. On the other hand, after Earl Hobenberg left his mansion, he walked every 3 steps and turned around every step of the way. He was extremely careful, as if he was afraid that he would be followed. With a stiff smile, the boss could only nod his head. Forget it, I'm not interested in this stuff, and I don't want to challenge you right now. It doesn't matter, you can just ask Queen Morelia for reimbursement when the time comes. By the way, the one that the gun hero Kitamura Motoyasu just ate, don't count it on my head. Qin Feng smiled slightly, and threw the 3rd Lugaloo fruit into his mouth. Hearing this, the smile on Lerku's face gradually froze. Refreshing, brother Qin Feng. You really are a devil. The wine released from 2 Lugaloo fruit juice, obtained, is enough to make so many people present when people are drunk. What you feel is just refreshing. Not to mention, this thing has a feeling of becoming more and more addictive, and the taste is quite good. As Qin Feng said, he put another Lugaloo fruit into his mouth. Well, it really has a strong grape flavor. Even if you eat it, there is still a strange flavor in your mouth, and the stamina makes you feel quite refreshing. Let's go see how Motoyasu is doing first. After they left, Lalku finally couldn't help laughing while hugging his stomach. Brother Qin Feng. Are you a demon? You actually let Lugalugo, which is equivalent to a large tank of wine, be thrown into the gun the brave man aided. Look at his expression just now, it's so funny. Lalku patted Qin Feng on the shoulder while laughing and said. All right. What is hidden in the mouth? This fruit is really delicious. Ha ha. Speaking of which, Brother Qin Feng, quickly take out the Lugalu fruit hidden in your mouth. It really needs to be diluted with a lot of water before you can eat it. Even if your strength is terrifying, you can eat it. You will be poisoned by alcohol, and you may die. Seeing that Qin Feng wanted to eat the third Lugalu fruit again, the boss hurriedly said that he was afraid that when the time came to ask for the money for the drink, the amount quoted would be too high, making Qin Feng think that he was trying to blackmail him. Chapter 26. The sneaky Earl Habenberg's actions can be described as extremely careful. In the eyes of others, he was just like usual, wandering in the market on the main island while greeting the vendors warmly. No matter how you looked at it, he was a very friendly Earl. After about an hour, he stopped in front of a fruit stand, bought a basket of fruit, and then came to a very inconspicuous two-story hut. He came to the door of the hut and knocked rhythmically a few times, as if the sound of knocking on the door was also a signal. Not long after, a middle-aged man who looked very simple and honest opened the door, invited Count Habenberg into the house, and closed the door casually. At this time, the heads of Bell and others emerged from the roof of the house not far away. It doesn't look suspicious, it's just a daily patrol, and then I went to visit someone. Well, that middle-aged man also looks very honest, not like a bad guy. Are you questioning Mr. Qin Feng's judgment? It's impossible for a middle-aged man to have suspicious on his face, and Earl Habenberg's bad guy on his face. It makes sense, let's go and have a look. Bell and the others looked at each other, and cautiously touched the yard of the second-floor hut. Since the windows were closed and the curtains were drawn, they couldn't see what was going on inside. So they can only come to various directions, put their ears on the window or the side of the 360 bed, and explore the situation inside. It didn't take long for them to get together again. Did you hear anything? I didn't hear anything. It seems Count Habenberg's entry into this hut is really suspicious. Bell and the others quickly made a judgment. Because if Earl Habenberg is really visiting someone, there will always be some chattering voices. Even if he is hiding a little lover, there will be some whimsical voices. However, there was no voice, which also meant that he was not visiting anyone. Lord Qin Feng ordered us to never let Earl Habenberg out of our sight. What should we do now? Do you want to go in and take a look? That's the only way to go. I'll go in and have a look. The few people had a tacit understanding, and the others were watching around. Bell took out a dagger, carefully pried open a window and climbed in. It was a bathroom window, and the wooden door to the outside hallway was left open. Advertisement seeing nothing, Bell took a catwalk and began to feel inside. After a while, he climbed out of the window again. How's it going? Several people who guarded the wind immediately surrounded them and asked. Bell shook his head with an ugly expression. I searched the whole house, but I didn't find Earl Habenberg and that middle-aged man. How could it be? We clearly watched the middle-aged man bring Earl Habenberg into the hut. That's right, it's impossible for two people to disappear out of thin air, right? You said, is there any secret passage in this hut? There is a possibility, let's go and have a look together. This time, Bell and the others all entered the hut and drove carefully to search for some possible secret passages and organs. The middle-aged man held a flickering torch in his hand, slightly illuminating the dark surrounding shop. This is a spiral staircase going all the way down, revealing the cold everywhere. Count Habenberg followed closely behind him, his expression a little flustered. Not long after, the two came to the end of the stairs. Looking around, there are 3 corridors leading in all directions, without any lights, making it difficult to see where these corridors lead. The middle-aged man directly chose one of them, and walked about 20 meters away. An iron gate appeared on the right. Bang bang bang. The middle-aged man lowered his head and knocked on the iron door with an expression on his face like a pilgrimage. Then after waiting for a while, the middle-aged man pushed the iron door open and said to Earl Habenberg, you should know all the rules, so you understand. Count Habenberg nodded, took a deep breath, as if prepared to deal with the tension, and stepped into the room behind the iron door. Boom. As he entered, the BJCD, middle-aged man closed the iron gate again, hung the torch by the wall, and stood by the iron gate alone. And Earl Habenberg, who entered the room, knelt on the ground for the first time, and at the same time almost pressed his face to the ground. Habenberg greets you. Advertisement. What's going on here this time? Although there were a few torches hanging in the room, it was still extremely dim, and only a slender figure could be seen sitting in the middle of the room, on a tall chair, with his legs crossed and one hand propped on the armrest of the chair. Even the voice of speaking seems to have undergone some kind of modification, as if it was filled with endless emptiness, making it impossible to hear any emotional elements in it. The shield hero found me today and asked me about the previous attack on the library. When Earl Habenberg spoke, his whole body trembled slightly, let alone raised his head to look at the figure in front of him. Really, although it was a bit of a surprise, it is reasonable for him to find this direction. After all, he is considered a smart person among many human beings. What do you say? I told him that the ancient documents have been destroyed and cannot be recovered, and no one knows the specific content of the ancient documents. Very well, then what? Habenberg, you'd better give me a reasonable explanation, or you'll die here. It doesn't matter. It's an opportunity for the shield hero to go to the temple, but before that, I felt some reptiles wriggling above my head. Earl Hobenberg just said this, and suddenly felt the temperature in the entire room suddenly drop rapidly, as if entering an ice cellar. Every time the figure uttered a word, Hobenberg felt a piercing chill. After a sentence, it seemed that the blood in his whole body was unable to flow because of the cold. The middle-aged man also opened the iron door again, letting the faint firelight into the room, leading the way for Earl Hobenberg. Then I told him that there was a temple in the former island of Karlami Island, which may have recorded information about the disaster wave. As long as you make a move, the little shield hero can be easily captured. Earl Hobenberg now finally understands that he seems to have done something bad with good intentions. Is someone following me? As soon as the voice of the figure fell behind, the torches hanging on the wall were extinguished directly, and the entire room was once again plunged into darkness. Hobenberg shouted hastily. A mere human can indeed be crushed to death, but the shield hero is not an ordinary human, and my current strength is not enough to deal with him. It will take some time or some means. Although it is indeed dangerous to lure the shield heroes to the temple, we can use them as sacrifices. Sacrifice? Hobenberg, you underestimate the hero of the shield? Then, what should we do then? Hobenberg understood what the word reptile meant in the figure's mouth, and was immediately surprised. Well, it's inconvenient for me to come out now. It's easy to attract the attention of the shield hero. It's up to you to do it. Be careful, their strength is not easy. Chapter 27. A level 90 monster. Come quickly, I'm looking for the secret door in this hut. Bell lifted the carpet on the floor, revealing a cellar door. After a sweeping search of the entire hut, he finally found it, calling for the others to come over. Soon, the other three appeared beside him. I really didn't expect it to be hidden so secretly. It seems that Master Qin Feng's prediction is not wrong. Earl Hobenberg must be hiding something. It's just what to do. If we go down now, we might meet Earl Hobenberg. Lord Qin Feng told us to follow him. Well, let's go down and have a look first. If Earl Hobenberg is planning something in the dark, we won't be able to know anything standing here. If he didn't do anything but go into the cellar to find some red wine, we can casually find an excuse to muddle through. As the backbone of everyone, Bell quickly made up his mind. Okay, I'll go and open the cellar door. Wodsworth among the four immediately stepped forward. Careful. Just as his hands were holding the doorknob, Bell hurriedly grabbed his shoulders and pulled him back. At this moment, the entire cellar door burst open, turning into countless pieces of wood and rushing to the ceiling. Wodsworth opened his eyes wide in shock, knowing that if he slowed down so much, he would definitely be affected. Bell, who was holding onto his shoulder, showed embarrassment. It seems that we have been discovered. What my lord said is not wrong. Sure enough, there are a group of mice jumping on the top of the head. Accompanied by a steady figure, the middle-aged man that Bell and the others saw before slowly walked out of the cellar. What now? Looks like he's trying to kill us. Wordsworth's expression had recovered, and he lowered his head and asked Bell softly. Since things have reached this point, we can only defeat him first, and then find a way to find out what he is plotting with Earl Hobenberg. Bell quickly made a judgment. When he saw himself and others being discovered, this was something he couldn't explain to Qin Feng. If he knew what the middle-aged man and Earl Hobenberg planned, he could make up for it. Advertisement, haha. A group of mice hiding in the shadows still want to beat me. Remember the name Woger. This is the one who crushed you group of mice to death. When the middle-aged man announced his name, he opened his arms and rushed forward. I come. Wodsworth, who was almost injured just now, wanted to save his face a little bit, and also opened his arms and collided with Woger. The four hands grasped each other, entering a state of wrestling in an instant. Regardless of whether it was Wordsworth or Wallinger, the muscles on their arms were bulging high, and the veins were also bulging directly, and they both showed surprise at the same time. Wallinger was obviously very confident in his own strength. He knew that his strength was astonishing as soon as he knocked down the cellar door, but he didn't expect that the mouse he thought of would be able to match him in strength. Wordsworth was also amazed that this unattractive, seemingly honest middle-aged man in front of him was able to compete with him. Now his level has reached level 71, and his strength has increased a lot compared to before. While it's fun to watch two muscles wrestle, it's a battle and I'm not going to stand by and watch Wordsworth lock him up. Before he finished speaking, Bell had already dodged behind Wallinger, slashing down mercilessly with the dagger in his hand. It's just that there was a piercing sound like chopping metal. The clothes on Wallinger's back were cut, revealing the bronze color underneath, and covered with a layer of pale white skin, except for the wound that should have appeared. Sure enough, it's just a group of mice that can sneak attack. See my real power. Wallinger let out a low growl, and then there was a crackling sound from his whole body, and his body began to swell visible to the naked eye. Originally over 180 centimeters tall, he was a head shorter than Wordsworth, but soon he was much taller than Wordsworth, reaching a height of nearly 250 centimeters, and his head almost reached the ceiling. Even the muscles on his body have grown a lot, making him look like a giant, and his originally simple and honest face has become quite ferocious because of the veins. Perhaps to be precise, it is more like a giant in a state of rage. Hey, what kind of monster did we encounter? Amidst Bell's astonishment, Wordsworth let out a painful roar. Wodsworth, who was much taller than ordinary people, was like a child in front of Wallinger at this time. He was directly grabbed and thrown out, knocking down the wall of the hut and falling into the yard outside. It can be seen that it is not like inflating to make the body bigger, and the strength has also been increased. Be careful, his power is terrifying. Bell understood that there was no time to care about Wordsworth's situation now, and while shouting, he gave the other two people a look. Advertisement with a tacit understanding, they immediately understood Bell's meaning. Asking for flowers. That is to pull Warren outside, use enough space, and then use his own speed to fight. The body becomes so large that the relative agility will be affected, which is common sense. However, just after Bell finished speaking, he saw a fist that was bigger than his own head, blasting towards him with a terrifying sense of oppression, and the speed was ridiculously fast. In an instant, Bell realized that he had miscalculated. Instead of weakening Woger's agility, it became even faster. It was impossible to avoid the punch with ordinary methods. What exactly happened to Warnger that could actually strengthen all of his attributes? Doubts are doubts, Bell still spit out a word lightly. Shave. Seeing his fist getting closer and closer to Bell's head, the corner of Woger's mouth curled up with a serious expression, as if seeing Bell's head being exploded by him like a watermelon. Until he found that Bell disappeared in front of his eyes, and his fist fell to nothing, the smile on the corner of Warnger's mouth froze there. I didn't expect to meet a monster. I originally wanted to use this move as the bottom of the box. Bell's figure appeared 5 steps away from Warnger. Bell and the others have never stopped training for Professor Qin Feng's 6 naval styles, but they have never been successful. Until the time he was on Calamy Island, when Bell reached level 70, after training day and night, he suddenly realized the skill of shaving. That's right, this is a skill. It seems that because of the rules of this world, the Navy's 6th form has undergone a slight change and has become a skill that consumes MP. The difference is that it can move quickly for short distances. How did you do it? Warnger turned around and asked in surprise. You don't need to know this. If you want to kill me, come with me if you have the ability. Bell's figure flashed again and appeared in the yard outside the hut. The other two also appeared in the yard, standing side by side with Bell. It really is a group of rats that are very good at jumping. Hobenberg, if you don't come out, maybe you will let them escape. Warnger's eyes were fixed on Bell and the others, and he said in a deep voice at the same time. Okay, now your level has reached level 90, and you can't deal with these rats over level 70. It seems that my lord is right. The strength of these people is really not simple. When Earl Hobenberg's voice sounded, his figure also slowly walked out of the cellar. Chapter 28. Quite weird monster. A character at level 90. Why would such a character stay here instead of resisting the wave of disaster? Ghost knows. There's nothing to be surprised about. Master Qin Feng said before that this world is not simple. Maybe a ruthless character will appear somewhere. Okay, let's cheer up and come out. A level 90 monster is already difficult enough, and now there is another Earl Hobenberg. It looks like he is not a worry-free character. Bell and the others naturally heard Earl Hobenberg's words. Although they were a little surprised, they quickly calmed themselves down and prepared for the enemy. Although you are wearing masks, I can recognize you. You must be the followers of the shield hero. 17. Earl Hobenberg slowly turned a magic wand in his hand, walked out of the hut step by step to the yard, glanced at Bay, 437, and the others with some strange eyes. It's good to know. Tell us now what your purpose is. Lord Qin Feng might spare your life. Bell squinted his eyes and said, knowing that what he said might not be of any use. But I still hope that Earl Hobenberg will make concessions because he is afraid of Qin Feng, which will save a lot of trouble. No, you misunderstood. What I mean is that since you are the followers of the shield hero, there is no possibility of letting you go. Earl Hobenberg raised the wand in his hand as he spoke. At the same time, Bell, who was ready for the battle, stepped in front of him just as he finished speaking, and the short knife in his hand was raised and lowered. Facing the dagger that was getting closer and closer, Earl Hobenberg still had a faint smile on his mouth, and waved his wand lightly. A white light shield immediately appeared in front of him. Ding! The dagger collided with the light shield, splashing a cloud of sparks. The light shield didn't move at all, but the short knife in Bell's hand was bounced, and the person lost his balance. Instant magic. How is it possible? Bell couldn't hide the surprise in his eyes. Hey, anyway, I'm also a character over level 80, how could I be easily attacked by you? Earl Hobenberg waved his wand again, and 2 light shields appeared again, blocking the attacks of the other 2. Advertisement missing a hit. The 3 of Bell had no choice but to stabilize their bodies and retreat quickly. O source of strength, I command you in the name of my lord to interpret everything and trap those in front of me. The Cage of Wind. While Bell and the others retreated, Earl Hobenberg raised his wand and began to chant. Suddenly a gust of wind blew up in the whole yard, and it pressed towards Bell and the others. All of a sudden, the 3 of Bell felt that their bodies were being pulled by gusts of wind, making it extremely difficult to move. Wolnger, I'll leave it to you next. As soon as Earl Hobenberg finished speaking, the sound of heavy footsteps came from the hut, and then the wall of the hut exploded, and a huge figure appeared among countless rubble. It was Warnger, who was like a giant, with a terrifying sense of oppression, and slammed into the 3 of Bell like a locomotive. Ordinary people would be directly knocked into the air, and ordinary bones should not be able to withstand such an impact. However, the 3 of Bell couldn't move because of the strong wind around them. At this moment, a shadow stood in front of them. It was Wordsworth, who was thrown out of the hut by Ernge before. Wadsworth raised his arms, let out a low growl, and a red light glowed all over his body. The blood in his body seemed to be flowing rapidly, causing every vein to twitch violently. Boom! With a loud noise, Warnger and Wodsworth collided. Wordsworth's feet sank, and his figure kept retreating, leaving footprints on the ground one after another, retreating a full 3 meters. He used his legs again to forcefully block Warnger's impact. How can it be? Warnger opened his eyes wide. He didn't understand why the power of the mouse that he had just thrown into the air suddenly soared, and he blocked his attack. Hey, big man, you are not the only one who knows skills, Bell. Don't be lazy, I can't last long in this state. Wodsworth grabbed Woger's arms with his backhand, and at the same time turned his head to the 3 bells who were trapped by the wind cage. Advertisement. There is really no way, it seems that we can only show our real strength. Bell sighed, pulled out the second short knife from his waist, and spit out 2 words. Blade glow. After the words fell, the 2 short knives in his hands burst into a dazzling light. The rays of light quickly condensed together and turned into the shape of a knife, and his short knife became 2 long light knives. Cut. Immediately after, Bell slashed forward with both knives, leaving an X shape in the air, and the wind cage that originally trapped him was directly cut through. At the same time that the cage was destroyed, Bell's figure disappeared in place and appeared behind Warnger, and the 2 light knives also slashed towards his 2 arms. This time, there was almost no obstacle, and the 2 arms were directly chopped off by Bell. Accompanied by Warnger's screams, a lot of blood gushed out from the fracture. Impossible. How could the protection on Warnger be broken by a character of level 70 like you? Earl Hobenberg, who was standing not far away, looked at Woger, who was constantly roaring in shock, his eyes full of disbelief. Guardian. Are you talking about the white light on his skin? At the beginning, it really made me suffer a little, but it was useless. Although I am only in the 70s, Master Qin Feng said that the level is not absolute strength. A bright smile curled up on the corner of Bell's mouth. I am also fortunate that I have always believed in Qin Feng's words and kept training, otherwise I would not be able to achieve such an attack power now. No, you didn't understand what I meant, it seems. Today you will definitely die. Earl Hobenberg said such words, but the horror in his eyes did not recede, and he instinctively took a step back. 4.8 His logic was a bit confused, and Bell didn't quite understand it until Warnger's voice sounded. Damn it. A bunch of damned rats, you managed to annoy me, you can be buried with me today. With Woger's roar, his body began to swell again, and the blood in the severed arm became conscious, rushing to connect the arms that fell to the ground. And returned to the fracture with both arms, accompanied by a puff of white smoke, the arms were actually connected back. Moreover, Warren reminded that it had swelled to a height of more than 3 meters, and the muscles of the whole body also swelled again, and each muscle looked like a huge rock. Not only that, his whole body exudes a layer of white light, which makes people feel strangely holy. Monster and holy. These 2 words are actually connected together, it is simply unimaginable.